Chapter 10. On Monday, May 8, we went together and visited the mansions of Bedlam. I had been informed that he had once been there before with Mr. Wedderburn, now Lord Loughborough, Mr. Murphy, and Mr. Foote. And I had heard Foote give a very entertaining account of Johnson's happening to have his attention arrested by a man who was very furious, and who, while beating his straw, supposed it was William Duke of Cumberland, whom he was punishing for his cruelties in Scotland, in 1746. There was nothing peculiarly remarkable this day, but the general contemplation of insanity was very affecting. I accompanied him home, and dined and drank tea with him. On Friday, May 12, as he had been so good as to assign me a room in his house, where I might sleep occasionally, when I happened to sit with him to a late hour, I took possession of it this night, found everything in excellent order, and was attended by honest Francis with a most civil assiduity. I asked Johnson whether I might go to a consultation with another lawyer upon Sunday, as that appeared to me to be doing work as much in my way, as if an artisan should work on the day appropriated for religious rest. Johnson. Why, sir, when you are of consequence enough to oppose the practice of consulting upon Sunday, you should do it, but you may go now. It is not criminal, though it is not what one should do, who is anxious for the preservation and increase of piety, to which a peculiar observance of Sunday is a great help. The distinction is clear between what is of moral and what is of ritual obligation. On Saturday, May 13, I breakfasted with him by invitation, accompanied by Mr. Andrew Crosby, a Scotch advocate, whom he had seen at Edinburgh, and the Hon. Colonel, now General, Edward Stopford, brother to Lord Courtone, who was desirous of being introduced to him. His tea and rolls and butter, and whole breakfast apparatus were all in such decorum, and his behaviour was so courteous, that Colonel Stopford was quite surprised, and wondered at his having heard so much said of Johnson's slovenliness and roughness. I passed many hours with him on the 17th, of which I find all my memorial is, much laughing. It should seem he had that day been in a humour for jocularity and merriment, and upon such occasions I never knew a man laugh more heartily. We may suppose, that the high relish of a state so different from his habitual gloom, produced more than ordinary exertions of that distinguishing faculty of man, which has puzzled philosophers so much to explain. Johnson's laugh was as remarkable as any circumstance in his manner. It was a kind of good-humoured growl. Tom Davies described it drolly enough, he laughs like a rhinoceros. To Bennet Langton, Esq. Dear Sir, I have an old amanuensis in great distress. I have given what I think I can give, and begged till I cannot tell where to beg again. I put into his hands this morning 4 guineas. If you could collect 3 guineas more, it would clear him from his present difficulty. I am, sir, your most humble servant. May 21, 1775. Sam. Johnson. After my return to Scotland, I wrote 3 letters to him. To James Boswell, Esq. Dear Sir, I am returned from the annual ramble into the Middle Counties. Having seen nothing I had not seen before, I have nothing to relate. Time has left that part of the island few antiquities, and commerce has left the people no singularities. I was glad to go abroad, and, perhaps, glad to come home, which is, in other words, I am afraid, weary of being at home, and weary of being abroad. Is not this the state of life? But, if we confess this weariness, let us not lament it, for all the wise and all the good say, that we may cure it. Mrs. Thrale was so entertained with your journal, 32, that she almost read herself blind. She has a great regard for you. Of Mrs. Boswell, though she knows in her heart that she does not love me, I am always glad to hear any good, and hope that she and the little dear ladies will have neither sickness nor any other affliction. But she knows that she does not care what becomes of me, and for that she may be sure that I think her very much to blame. Never, my dear sir, do you take it into your head to think that I do not love you. You may settle yourself in full confidence both of my love and my esteem. I love you as a kind man, I value you as a worthy man, and hope in time to reverence you as a man of exemplary piety. I hold you, as Hamlet has it, in my heart of hearts, and therefore, it is little to say, that I am, sir, your affectionate humble servant. Sam. Johnson. London, August 27, 1775. To Mr. Robert Levitt. Paris, 33 October 22, 1775. Dear Sir, we are still here, commonly very busy in looking about us. We have been today at Versailles. You have seen it, and I shall not describe it. We came yesterday from Fontainebleau, where the court is now. We went to see the King and Queen at dinner, and the Queen was so impressed by Miss 34 that she sent one of the gentlemen to inquire who she was. I find all true that you have ever told me of Paris. Mr. Thrale is very liberal, and keeps us 2 coaches, and a very fine table, but I think our cookery very bad. Mrs. Thrale got into a convent of English nuns. And I talked with her through the grate, and I am very kindly used by the English Benedictine friars. But upon the whole I cannot make much acquaintance here. And though the churches, palaces, and some private houses are very magnificent, there is no very great pleasure after having seen many, in seeing more. At least the pleasure, whatever it be, must some time have an end, and we are beginning to think when we shall come home. Mr. Thrale calculates that, as we left Streatham on the 15th of September, we shall see it again about the 15th of November. I think I had not been on this side of the sea 5 days before I found a sensible improvement in my health. I ran a race in the rain this day, and beat Baretti. Baretti is a fine fellow, and speaks French, I think, quite as well as English. Make my compliments to Mrs. Williams, and give my love to Francis, and tell my friends that I am not lost. I am, dear sir, your affectionate humble, and Sam. Johnson. It is to be regretted that he did not write an account of his travels in France. For as he is reported to have once said, that he could write the life of a broomstick, so, notwithstanding so many former travellers have exhausted almost every subject for remark in that great kingdom, his very accurate observation and peculiar vigour of thought and illustration, would have produced a valuable work. When I met him in London the following year, the account which he gave me of his French tour, was, Sir, I have seen all the visibilities of Paris, and around it. But to have formed an acquaintance with the people there, would have required more time than I could stay. I was just beginning to creep into acquaintance by means of Colonel Drumgold, a very high man, sir, head of l'École Militaire, a most complete character, for he had first been a professor of rhetoric, and then became a soldier. And, sir, I was very kindly treated by the English Benedictines, and have a cell appropriated to me in their convent. He observed, the great in France live very magnificently, but the rest very miserably. There is no happy middle state as in England. The shops of Paris are mean, the meat in the markets is such as would be sent to a jail in England, and Mr. Thrale justly observed, that the cookery of the French was forced upon them by necessity. For they could not eat their meat, unless they added some taste to it. The French are an indelicate people, they will spit upon any place. At Madame S., a literary lady of rank, the footman took the sugar in his fingers, and threw it into my coffee. I was going to put it aside, but hearing it was made on purpose for me, I e'en tasted Tom's fingers. The same lady would needs make tea à l'angloise. The spout of the teapot did not pour freely, she had the footman blow into it. France is worse than Scotland in everything but climate. Nature has done more for the French. But they have done less for themselves than the Scotch have done. It happened that Foote was at Paris at the same time with Dr. Johnson, and his description of my friend while there, was abundantly ludicrous. He told me, that the French were quite astonished at his figure and manner, and at his dress, which he obstinately continued exactly as in London, his brown clothes, black stockings, and plain shirt. He mentioned, that an Irish gentleman said to Johnson, Sir, you have not seen the best French players. Johnson. Players, sir. I look on them as no better than creatures set upon tables and joint stools to make faces and produce laughter, like dancing dogs. But, sir, you will allow that some players are better than others? Johnson. Yes, sir, as some dogs dance better than others. While Johnson was in France, he was generally very resolute in speaking Latin. It was a maxim with him that a man should not let himself down, by speaking a language which he speaks imperfectly. Indeed, we must have often observed how inferior, how much like a child a man appears, who speaks a broken tongue. When Sir Joshua Reynolds, at one of the dinners of the Royal Academy, presented him to a Frenchman of great distinction, he would not deign to speak French, but talked Latin, though his Excellency did not understand it, owing, perhaps, to Johnson's English pronunciation, yet upon another occasion he was observed to speak French to a Frenchman of high rank, who spoke English. And being asked the reason, with some expression of surprise, he answered, "Because I think my French is as good as his English." Though Johnson understood French perfectly, he could not speak it readily, as I have observed at his first interview with General Paully, in 1769, yet he wrote it, I imagine, pretty well. Here let me not forget a curious anecdote, as related to me by Mr. Beauclerk, which I shall endeavour to exhibit as well as I can in that gentleman's lively manner, and in justice to him it is proper to add, that Dr. Johnson told me I might rely both on the correctness of his memory, and the fidelity of his narrative. When Madame de Boufflers was first in England, said Beauclerk, she was desirous to see Johnson. I accordingly went with her to his chambers in the Temple, where she was entertained with his conversation for some time. When our visit was over, she and I left him, and were got into Inner Temple Lane, when all at once I heard a noise like thunder. This was occasioned by Johnson, who it seems, upon a little recollection, had taken it into his head that he ought to have done the honours of his literary residence to a foreign lady of quality, and eager to shew himself a man of gallantry, was hurrying down the staircase in violent agitation. He overtook us before we reached the Temple gate, and brushing in between me and Madame de Boufflers, seized her hand, and conducted her to her coach. His dress was a rusty brown morning suit, a pair of old shoes by way of slippers, a little shriveled wig sticking on the top of his head, and the sleeves of his shirt and the knees of his breeches hanging loose. A considerable crowd of people gathered round, and were not a little struck by this singular appearance. He spoke Latin with wonderful fluency and elegance. When Père Boscovich was in England, Johnson dined in company with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, and at Dr. Douglas's, now Bishop of Salisbury. Upon both occasions that celebrated foreigner expressed his astonishment at Johnson's Latin conversation. When at Paris, Johnson thus characterized Voltaire to Fréron the journalist, vir est acerrimi ingenii et paucarum literarum. In the course of this year Dr. Burney informs me that he very frequently met Dr. Johnson at Mr. Thrale's, at Streatham, where they had many long conversations, often sitting up as long as the fire and candles lasted, and much longer than the patience of the servants subsisted. A few of Johnson's sayings, which that gentleman recollects, shall here be inserted. I never take a nap after dinner but when I have had a bad night, and then the nap takes me. The writer of an epitaph should not be considered as saying nothing but what is strictly true. Allowance must be made for some degree of exaggerated praise. In lapidary inscriptions a man is not upon oath. There is now less flogging in our great schools than formerly, but then less is learned there, so that what the boys get at one end they lose at the other. More is learned in public than in private schools, from emulation. There is the collision of mind with mind, or the radiation of many minds pointing to one center. Though few boys make their own exercises, yet if a good exercise is given up, out of a great number of boys, it is made by somebody. I hate byroads in education. Education is as well known, and has long been as well known, as ever it can be. Endeavoring to make children prematurely wise is useless labor. Suppose they have more knowledge at 5 or 6 years old than other children, what use can be made of it? It will be lost before it is wanted, and the waste of so much time and labor of the teacher can never be repaid. Too much is expected from precocity, and too little performed. Miss was an instance of early cultivation, but in what did it terminate? In marrying a little Presbyterian parson, who keeps an infant boarding school, so that all her employment now is to suckle fools, and chronicle small beer. She tells the children, this is a cat, and that is a dog, with 4 legs and a tail. See there. You are much better than a cat or a dog, for you can speak. If I had bestowed such an education on a daughter, and had discovered that she thought of marrying such a fellow, I would have sent her to the Congress. After having talked slightingly of music, he was observed to listen very attentively while Miss Thrale played on the harpsichord, and with eagerness he called to her, why don't you dash away like Burney? Dar. Burney upon this said to him, I believe, sir, we shall make a musician of you at last. Johnson with candid complacency replied, Sir, I shall be glad to have a new sense given to me. He had come down one morning to the breakfast room, and been a considerable time by himself before any body appeared. When, on a subsequent day, he was twitted by Mrs. Thrale for being very late, which he generally was, he defended himself by alluding to the extraordinary morning, when he had been too early. Madam, I do not like to come down to vacuity. Burney having remarked that Mr. Garrick was beginning to look old, he said, why, sir, you are not to wonder at that, no man's face has had more wear and tear. 1776, Itot. 67, having arrived in London late on Friday, the 15th of March, I hastened next morning to wait on Dr. Johnson, at his house, but found he was removed from Johnson's Court, No. 7, to Bolt Court, No. 8, still keeping to his favourite Fleet Street. My reflection at the time upon this change as marked in my journal, is as follows, I felt a foolish regret that he had left a court which bore his name. 35 But it was not foolish to be affected with some tenderness of regard for a place in which I had seen him a great deal, from whence I had often issued a better and a happier man than when I went in. And which had often appeared to my imagination while I trod its pavements, in the solemn darkness of the night, to be sacred to wisdom and piety. Being informed that he was at Mr. Thrale's, in the Borough, I hastened thither, and found Mrs. Thrale and him at breakfast. I was kindly welcomed. In a moment he was in a full glow of conversation, and I felt myself elevated as if brought into another state of being. Mrs. Thrale and I looked to each other while he talked, and our looks expressed our congenial admiration and affection for him. I shall ever recollect this scene with great pleasure. I exclaimed to her, I am now, intellectually, hermippus redivivus, I am quite restored by him, by transfusion of mind. There are many, she replied, who admire and respect Mr. Johnson. But you and I love him. He seemed very happy in the near prospect of going to Italy with Mr. and Mrs. Thrale. But, said he, before leaving England I am to take a jaunt to Oxford, Birmingham, my native city Lichfield, and my old friend, Dr. Taylor's, at Ashbourne, in Derbyshire. I shall go in a few days, and you, Boswell, shall go with me. I was ready to accompany him, being willing even to leave London to have the pleasure of his conversation. We got into a boat to cross over to Blackfriars. And as we moved along the Thames, I talked to him of a little volume, which, altogether unknown to him, was advertised to be published in a few days, under the title of Johnsoniana, or Bon mots of Dr. Johnson. Johnson. Sir, it is a mighty impudent thing. Boswell. Pray, sir, could you have no redress if you were to prosecute a publisher for bringing out, under your name, what you never said, and ascribing to you dull stupid nonsense, or making you swear profanely? As many ignorant relators of your bon mots do? Johnson. No, sir, there will always be some truth mixed with the falsehood, and how can it be ascertained how much is true and how much is false? Besides, sir, what damages would a jury give me for having been represented as swearing? Boswell. I think, sir, you should at least disavow such a publication, because the world and posterity might with much plausible foundation say, here is a volume which was publicly advertised and came out in Dr. Johnson's own time, and, by his silence, was admitted by him to be genuine. Johnson. I shall give myself no trouble about the matter. He was, perhaps, above suffering from such spurious publications. But I could not help thinking, that many men would be much injured in their reputation, by having absurd and vicious sayings imputed to them, and that redress ought in such cases to be given. He said, the value of every story depends on its being true. A story is a picture either of an individual or of human nature in general. If it be false, it is a picture of nothing. For instance, suppose a man should tell that Johnson, before setting out for Italy, as he had to cross the Alps, sat down to make himself wings. This many people would believe, but it would be a picture of nothing. Naming a worthy friend of ours, used to think a story, till I shewed him that truth was essential to it. I observed, that Foote entertained us with stories which were not true. But that, indeed, it was properly not as narratives that Foote's stories pleased us, but as collections of ludicrous images. Johnson. Foote is quite impartial, for he tells lies of every body. The importance of strict and scrupulous veracity cannot be too often inculcated. Johnson was known to be so rigidly attentive to it, that even in his common conversation the slightest circumstance was mentioned with exact precision. The knowledge of his having such a principle and habit made his friends have a perfect reliance on the truth of everything that he told, however it might have been doubted if told by many others. As an instance of this, I may mention an odd incident which he related as having happened to him one night in Fleet Street. A gentlewoman, said he, begged I would give her my arm to assist her in crossing the street, which I accordingly did. Upon which she offered me a shilling, supposing me to be the watchman. I perceived that she was somewhat in liquor. This, if told by most people, would have been thought an invention. When told by Johnson, it was believed by his friends as much as if they had seen what passed. We landed at the Temple stairs, where we parted. I found him in the evening in Mrs. Williams's room. Finding him still persevering in his abstinence from wine, I ventured to speak to him of it. Johnson. Sir, I have no objection to a man's drinking wine, if he can do it in moderation. I found myself apt to go to excess in it, and therefore, after having been for some time without it, on account of illness, I thought it better not to return to it. Every man is to judge for himself, according to the effects which he experiences. One of the fathers tells us, he found fasting made him so peevish that he did not practice it. Though he often enlarged upon the evil of intoxication, he was by no means harsh and unforgiving to those who indulged in occasional excess in wine. One of his friends, I well remember, came to sup at a tavern with him and some other gentlemen, and too plainly discovered that he had drunk too much at dinner. When one who loved mischief, thinking to produce a severe censure, asked Johnson, a few days afterwards, well, sir, what did your friends say to you, as an apology for being in such a situation? Johnson answered, Sir, he said all that a man should say, he said he was sorry for it. I again visited him on Monday. He took occasion to enlarge, as he often did, upon the wretchedness of a sea life. A ship is worse than a jail. There is, in a jail, better air, better company, better conveniency of every kind, and a ship has the additional disadvantage of being in danger. When men come to like a sea life, they are not fit to live on land. Then, said I, it would be cruel in a father to breed his son to the sea. Johnson. It would be cruel in a father who thinks as I do. Men go to sea, before they know the unhappiness of that way of life. And when they have come to know it, they cannot escape from it, because it is then too late to choose another profession, as indeed is generally the case with men, when they have once engaged in any particular way of life. On Tuesday, March 19th, which was fixed for our proposed jaunt, we met in the morning at the Somerset Coffee House in the Strand, where we were taken up by the Oxford coach. He was accompanied by Mr. Gwynn, the architect. And a gentleman of Merton College, whom we did not know, had the fourth seat. We soon got into conversation, for it was very remarkable of Johnson, that the presence of a stranger had no restraint upon his talk. I observed that Garrick, who was about to quit the stage, would soon have an easier life. Johnson. I doubt that, sir. Boswell. Why, sir, he will be Atlas with the burthen off his back. Johnson. But I know not, sir, if he will be so steady without his load. However, he should never play any more, but be entirely the gentleman, and not partly the player. He should no longer subject himself to be hissed by a mob, or to be insolently treated by performers, whom he used to rule with a high hand, and who would gladly retaliate. Boswell. I think he should play once a year for the benefit of decayed actors, as it has been said he means to do. Johnson. Alas, sir! He will soon be a decayed actor himself. Johnson expressed his disapprobation of ornamental architecture, such as magnificent columns supporting a portico, or expensive pilasters supporting merely their own capitals, because it consumes labor disproportionate to its utility. For the same reason he satirized statuary. Painting, said he, consumes labor not disproportionate to its effect, but a fellow will hack half a year at a block of marble to make something in stone that hardly resembles a man. The value of statuary is owing to its difficulty. You would not value the finest head cut upon a carrot. Gwyn was a fine lively rattling fellow. Dr. Johnson kept him in subjection, but with a kindly authority. The spirit of the artist, however, rose against what he thought a got-hick attack, and he made a brisk defense. What, sir, will you allow no value to beauty in architecture or in statuary? Why should we allow it then in writing? Why do you take the trouble to give us so many fine allusions, and bright images, and elegant phrases? You might convey all your instruction without these ornaments. Johnson smiled with complacency, but said, Why, sir, all these ornaments are useful, because they obtain an easier reception for truth, but a building is not at all more convenient for being decorated with superfluous carved work. Gwyn at last was lucky enough to make one reply to Dr. Johnson, which he allowed to be excellent. Johnson censured him for taking down a church which might have stood many years, and building a new one at a different place, for no other reason but that there might be a direct road to a new bridge. And his expression was, You are taking a church out of the way, that the people may go in a straight line to the bridge. No, sir, said Gwyn, I am putting the church in the way, that the people may not go out of the way. Johnson. With a hearty loud laugh of approbation, speak no more. Rest your colloquial fame upon this. Upon our arrival at Oxford, Dr. Johnson and I went directly to University College, but were disappointed on finding that one of the fellows, his friend Mr. Scott, who accompanied him from Newcastle to Edinburgh, was gone to the country. We put up at the Angel Inn, and passed the evening by ourselves in easy and familiar conversation. Talking of constitutional melancholy, he observed, A man so afflicted, sir, must divert distressing thoughts, and not combat with them. Boswell. May not he think them down, sir? Johnson. No, sir. To attempt to think them down is madness. He should have a lamp constantly burning in his bedchamber during the night, and if wakefully disturbed, take a book, and read, and compose himself to rest. To have the management of the mind is a great art, and it may be attained in a considerable degree by experience and habitual exercise. Boswell. Should not he provide amusements for himself? Would it not, for instance, be right for him to take a course of chemistry? Johnson. Let him take a course of chemistry, or a course of rope dancing, or a course of anything to which he is inclined at the time. Let him contrive to have as many retreats for his mind as he can, as many things to which it can fly from itself. Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy is a valuable work. It is, perhaps, overloaded with quotation. But there is great spirit and great power in what Burton says, when he writes from his own mind. Next morning we visited Dr. Wetherell, Master of University College, with whom Dr. Johnson conferred on the most advantageous mode of disposing of the books printed at the Clarendon Press. I often had occasion to remark, Johnson loved business, loved to have his wisdom actually operate on real life. We then went to Pembroke College, and waited on his old friend Dr. Adams, the master of it, whom I found to be a most polite, pleasing, communicative man. Before his advancement to the headship of his college, I had intended to go and visit him at Shrewsbury, where he was rector of St. Chad's, in order to get from him what particulars he could recollect of Johnson's academical life. He now obligingly gave me part of that authentic information, which, with what I afterwards owed to his kindness, will be found incorporated in its proper place in this work. Dr. Adams told us, that in some of the colleges at Oxford, the fellows had excluded the students from social intercourse with them in the common room. Johnson. They are in the right, sir. There can be no real conversation, no fair exertion of mind amongst them, if the young men are by, for a man who has a character does not choose to stake it in their presence. Boswell. But, sir, may there not be very good conversation without a contest for superiority? Johnson. No animated conversation, sir, for it cannot be but one or other will come off superior. I do not mean that the victor must have the better of the argument, for he may take the weak side. But his superiority of parts and knowledge will necessarily appear, and he to whom he thus shews himself superior is lessened in the eyes of the young men. We walked with Dr. Adams into the master's garden, and into the common room. Johnson. After a reverie of meditation, Here I used to play at draughts with Phil Jones and Fluddier. Jones loved beer, and did not get very forward in the church. Fluddier turned out a scoundrel, a Whig, and said he was ashamed of having been bred at Oxford. He had a living at Putney, and got under the eye of some retainers to the court at that time, and so became a violent Whig, but he had been a scoundrel all along to be sure. Boswell. Was he a scoundrel, sir, in any other way than that of being a political scoundrel? Did he cheat at draughts? Johnson. Sir, we never played for money. He then carried me to visit Dr. Bentham, Canon of Christ Church, and Divinity Professor, with whose learned and lively conversation we were much pleased. He gave us an invitation to dinner, which Dr. Johnson told me was a high honor. Sir, it is a great thing to dine with the canons of Christ Church. We could not accept his invitation, as we were engaged to dine at University College. We had an excellent dinner there, with the master and fellows, it being St. Cuthbert's Day, which is kept by them as a festival, as he was a saint of Durham, with which this college is much connected. We drank tea with Dr. Horne, late president of Magdalen College, and Bishop of Norwich, of whose abilities, in different respects, the public has had eminent proofs, and the esteem annexed to whose character was increased by knowing him personally. We then went to Trinity College, where he introduced me to Mr. Thomas Warton, with whom we passed a part of the evening. We talked of biography, Johnson. It is rarely well executed. They only who live with a man can write his life with any genuine exactness and discrimination, and few people who have lived with a man know what to remark about him. The chaplain of a late bishop, whom I was to assist in writing some memoirs of his lordship, could tell me scarcely anything. I said, Mr. Robert Dodsley's life should be written, as he had been so much connected with the wits of his time, and by his literary merit had raised himself from the station of a footman. Mr. Warton said, he had published a little volume under the title of The Muse in Livery. Johnson. I doubt whether Dodsley's brother would thank a man who should write his life, yet Dodsley himself was not unwilling that his original low condition should be recollected. When Lord Lyttelton's Dialogues of the Dead came out, one of which is between Apicius, an ancient epicure, and Dartineuf, a modern epicure, Dodsley said to me, I knew Dartineuf well, for I was once his footman. I mentioned Sir Richard Steele having published his Christian Hero, with the avowed purpose of obliging himself to lead a religious life, yet, that his conduct was by no means strictly suitable. Johnson. Steele, I believe, practised the lighter vices. Mr. Warton, being engaged, could not sup with us at our inn, we had therefore another evening by ourselves. I asked Johnson, whether a man's being forward to make himself known to eminent people, and seeing as much of life, and getting as much information as he could in every way, was not yet lessening himself by his forwardness. Johnson. No, sir, a man always makes himself greater as he increases his knowledge. I censured some ludicrous fantastic dialogues between two coach horses and other such stuff, which Baretti had lately published. He joined with me, and said, nothing odd will do long. Tristram Shandy did not last. I expressed a desire to be acquainted with a lady who had been much talked of, and universally celebrated for extraordinary address and insinuation. Johnson. Never believe extraordinary characters which you hear of people. Depend upon it, sir, they are exaggerated. You do not see one man shoot a great deal higher than another. I mentioned Mr. Burke. Johnson. Yes, Burke is an extraordinary man. His stream of mind is perpetual. It is very pleasing to me to record, that Johnson's high estimation of the talents of this gentleman was uniform from their early acquaintance. Sir Joshua Reynolds informs me, that when Mr. Burke was first elected a member of Parliament, and Sir John Hawkins expressed a wonder at his attaining a seat, Johnson said, "Now we who know Mr. Burke, know, that he will be one of the first men in this country." And once, when Johnson was ill, and unable to exert himself as much as usual without fatigue, Mr. Burke having been mentioned, he said, "That fellow calls forth all my powers. Were I to see Burke now it would kill me." So much was he accustomed to consider conversation as a contest, and such was his notion of Burke as an opponent. Next morning, Thursday, March 21st, we set out in a post-chaise to pursue our ramble. It was a delightful day, and we rode through Blenheim Park. When I looked at the magnificent bridge built by John Duke of Marlborough, over a small rivulet, and recollected the epigram made upon it. The lofty arch his high ambition shows. The stream, an emblem of his bounty flows. And saw that now, by the genius of Brown, a magnificent body of water was collected, I said, they have drowned the epigram. I observed to him, while in the midst of the noble scene around us, you and I, sir, have, I think, seen together the extremes of what can be seen in Britain, the wild rough island of Mull, and Blenheim Park. We dined at an excellent inn at Chapel House, where he expatiated on the felicity of England in its taverns and inns, and triumphed over the French for not having, in any perfection, the tavern life. There is no private house, said he, in which people can enjoy themselves so well, as at a capital tavern. Let there be ever so great plenty of good things, ever so much grandeur, ever so much elegance, ever so much desire that every body should be easy, in the nature of things it cannot be, there must always be some degree of care and anxiety. The master of the house is anxious to entertain his guests, the guests are anxious to be agreeable to him, and no man, but a very impudent dog indeed, can as freely command what is in another man's house, as if it were his own. Whereas, at a tavern, there is a general freedom from anxiety. You are sure you are welcome, and the more noise you make, the more trouble you give, the more good things you call for, the welcomer you are. No servants will attend you with the alacrity which waiters do, who are incited by the prospect of an immediate reward, in proportion as they please. No, sir. There is nothing which has yet been contrived by man, by which so much happiness is produced as by a good tavern or inn. 36 He then repeated, with great emotion, Shenstone's lines. Whoe'er has travelled life's dull round, where'er his stages may have been, may sigh to think he still has found the warmest welcome at an inn. In the afternoon, as we were driven rapidly along in the post-chaise, he said to me, life has not many things better than this. We stopped at Stratford-upon-Avon, and drank tea and coffee. And it pleased me to be with him upon the classic ground of Shakespeare's native place. He spoke slightingly of Dyer's Fleece. The subject, sir, cannot be made poetical. How can a man write poetically of surges and druggettes? Yet you will hear many people talk to you gravely of that excellent poem, The Fleece. Having talked of Granger's sugar cane, I mentioned to him Mr. Langton's having told me, that this poem, when read in manuscript at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, had made all the assembled wits burst into a laugh, when, after much blank verse pomp, the poet began a new paragraph thus. Now, muse. Let's sing of rats. And what increased the ridicule was, that one of the company, who slyly overlooked the reader, perceived that the word had been originally mice, and had been altered to rats, as more dignified. Johnson said, that Dr. Granger was an agreeable man. A man who would do any good that was in his power. His translation of Tibullus, he thought, was very well done, but the sugar cane, a poem, did not please him, for, he exclaimed, what could he make of a sugar cane? One might as well write the parsley bed, a poem, or the cabbage garden, a poem. Boswell. You must then pickle your cabbage with the sal atticum. Johnson. You know there is already the hop garden, a poem, and, I think, one could say a great deal about cabbage. The poem might begin with the advantages of civilized society over a rude state, exemplified by the Scotch, who had no cabbages till Oliver Cromwell's soldiers introduced them. And one might thus shew how arts are propagated by conquest, as they were by the Roman arms. He seemed to be much diverted with the fertility of his own fancy. I told him, that I heard Dr. Percy was writing the history of the wolf in Great Britain. Johnson. The wolf, sir. Why the wolf? Why does he not write of the bear, which we had formerly? Nay, it is said we had the beaver. Or why does he not write of the grey rat, the Hanover rat, as it is called, because it is said to have come into this country about the time that the family of Hanover came? I should like to see the history of the grey rat, by Thomas Percy, D.D. Chaplain in ordinary to His Majesty, laughing immoderately. Boswell. I am afraid a court chaplain could not decently write of the grey rat. Johnson. Sir, he need not give it the name of the Hanover rat. Thus could he indulge a luxuriant sportive imagination, when talking of a friend whom he loved and esteemed. On Friday, March 22, having set out early from Henley, where we had lain the preceding night, we arrived at Birmingham about 9 o'clock, and, after breakfast, went to call on his old schoolfellow Mr. Hector. A very stupid maid, who opened the door, told us, that her master was gone out, he was gone to the country, she could not tell when he would return. In short, she gave us a miserable reception. And Johnson observed, she would have behaved no better to people who wanted him in the way of his profession. He said to her, my name is Johnson, tell him I called. Will you remember the name? She answered with rustic simplicity, in the Warwickshire pronunciation, I don't understand you, sir. Blockhead, said he, I'll write. I never heard the word blockhead applied to a woman before, though I do not see why it should not, when there is evident occasion for it. He, however, made another attempt to make her understand him, and roared loud in her ear, Johnson, and then she catched the sound. We next called on Mr. Lloyd, one of the people called Quakers. He too was not at home, but Mrs. Lloyd was, and received us courteously, and asked us to dinner. Johnson said to me, after the uncertainty of all human things at Hector's, this invitation came very well. We walked about the town, and he was pleased to see it increasing. Mr. Lloyd joined us in the street, and in a little while we met friend Hector, as Mr. Lloyd called him. It gave me pleasure to observe the joy which Johnson and he expressed on seeing each other again. Mr. Lloyd and I left them together, while he obligingly shewed me some of the manufactures of this very curious assemblage of artificers. We all met at dinner at Mr. Lloyd's, where we were entertained with great hospitality. Mr. and Mrs. Lloyd had been married the same year with their Majesties, and like them, had been blessed with a numerous family of fine children, their numbers being exactly the same. Johnson said, marriage is the best state for a man in general. And every man is a worse man, in proportion as he is unfit for the married state. Dr. Johnson said to me in the morning, you will see, sir, at Mr. Hector's, his sister, Mrs. Careless, a clergyman's widow. She was the first woman with whom I was in love. It dropped out of my head imperceptibly, but she and I shall always have a kindness for each other. He laughed at the notion that a man never can be really in love but once, and considered it as a mere romantic fancy. On our return from Mr. Bolton's, Mr. Hector took me to his house, where we found Johnson sitting placidly at tea, with his first love, who, though now advanced in years, was a genteel woman, very agreeable, and well-bred. Johnson lamented to Mr. Hector the state of one of their schoolfellows, Mr. Charles Congreve, a clergyman, which he thus described: he obtained, I believe, considerable preferment in Ireland, but now lives in London, quite as a valetudinarian, afraid to go into any house but his own. He takes a short airing in his post-chaise every day. He has an elderly woman, whom he calls cousin, who lives with him, and jogs his elbow when his glass has stood too long empty, and encourages him in drinking, in which he is very willing to be encouraged. Not that he gets drunk, for he is a very pious man, but he is always muddy. He confesses to 1 bottle of port every day, and he probably drinks more. He is quite unsocial. His conversation is quite monosyllabical, and when, at my last visit, I asked him what o'clock it was, that signal of my departure had so pleasing an effect on him, that he sprung up to look at his watch, like a greyhound bounding at a hare. When Johnson took leave of Mr. Hector, he said, "Don't grow like Congreve, nor let me grow like him, when you are near me." When he again talked of Mrs. Careless tonight, he seemed to have had his affection revived. For he said, "If I had married her, it might have been as happy for me." Boswell. Pray, sir, do you not suppose that there are 50 women in the world, with any one of whom a man may be as happy, as with any one woman in particular? Johnson. Ay, sir, 50,000. Boswell. Then, sir, you are not of opinion with some who imagine that certain men and certain women are made for each other, and that they cannot be happy if they miss their counterparts? Johnson. To be sure not, sir. I believe marriages would in general be as happy, and often more so, if they were all made by the Lord Chancellor, upon a due consideration of characters and circumstances, without the parties having any choice in the matter. I wished to have stayed at Birmingham tonight, to have talked more with Mr. Hector, but my friend was impatient to reach his native city, so we drove on that stage in the dark, and were long pensive and silent. When we came within the focus of the Lichfield lamps, "Now," said he, "we are getting out of a state of death." We put up at the 3 Crowns, not one of the great inns, but a good old-fashioned one, which was kept by Mr. Wilkins, and was the very next house to that in which Johnson was born and brought up, and which was still his own property. We had a comfortable supper, and got into high spirits. I felt all my Toryism glow in this old capital of Staffordshire. I could have offered incense genio loci, and I indulged in libations of that ale, which Boniface, in the Beaux Stratagem, recommends with such an eloquent jollity. Next morning he introduced me to Mrs. Lucy Porter, his stepdaughter. She was now an old maid, with much simplicity of manner. She had never been in London. Her brother, a captain in the navy, had left her a fortune of £10,000. About a third of which she had laid out in building a stately house, and making a handsome garden, in an elevated situation in Lichfield. Johnson, when here by himself, used to live at her house. She reverenced him, and he had a parental tenderness for her. We then visited Mr. Peter Garrick, who had that morning received a letter from his brother David, announcing our coming to Lichfield. He was engaged to dinner, but asked us to tea, and to sleep at his house. Johnson, however, would not quit his old acquaintance Wilkins, of the 3 Crowns. The family likeness of the Garricks was very striking. And Johnson thought that David's vivacity was not so peculiar to himself as was supposed. "Sir," said he, "I don't know but if Peter had cultivated all the arts of gaiety as much as David has done, he might have been as brisk and lively. Depend upon it, sir, vivacity is much an art, and depends greatly on habit." I believe there is a good deal of truth in this, notwithstanding a ludicrous story told me by a lady abroad, of a heavy German baron, who had lived much with the young English at Geneva, and was ambitious to be as lively as they. With which view, he, with assiduous exertion, was jumping over the tables and chairs in his lodgings, and when the people of the house ran in and asked, with surprise, what was the matter, he answered, "Sh apprends tietri fif." We dined at our inn, and had with us a Mr. Jackson, one of Johnson's schoolfellows, whom he treated with much kindness, though he seemed to be a low man, dull and untaught. He had a coarse grey coat, black waistcoat, greasy leather breeches, and a yellow uncurled wig, and his countenance had the ruddiness which betokens one who is in no haste to leave his can. He drank only ale. He had tried to be a cutler at Birmingham, but had not succeeded, and now he lived poorly at home, and had some scheme of dressing leather in a better manner than common, to his indistinct account of which, Dr. Johnson listened with patient attention, that he might assist him with his advice. Here was an instance of genuine humanity and real kindness in this great man, who has been most unjustly represented as altogether harsh and destitute of tenderness. 1,000 such instances might have been recorded in the course of his long life, though that his temper was warm and hasty, and his manner often rough, cannot be denied. I saw here, for the first time, oat ale. And oat cakes not hard as in Scotland, but soft like a Yorkshire cake, were served at breakfast. It was pleasant to me to find, that oats, the food of horses, were so much used as the food of the people in Dr. Johnson's own town. He expatiated in praise of Lichfield and its inhabitants, who, he said, were the most sober, decent people in England, the genteelest in proportion to their wealth, and spoke the purest English. I doubted as to the last article of this eulogy, for they had several provincial sounds, as there, pronounced like fear, instead of like fair, once pronounced once, instead of once, or once. Johnson himself never got entirely free of those provincial accents. Garrick sometimes used to take him off, squeezing a lemon into a punch bowl, with uncouth gesticulations, looking round the company, and calling out, "Who's for P.N.S.H.?" Very little business appeared to be going forward in Lichfield. I found however 2 strange manufactures for so inland a place, sailcloth and streamers for ships. And I observed them making some saddle cloths, and dressing sheepskins, but upon the whole, the busy hand of industry seemed to be quite slackened. "Surely, sir," said I, "you are an idle set of people." "Sir," said Johnson, "we are a city of philosophers, we work with our heads, and make the boobies of Birmingham work for us with their hands." There was at this time a company of players performing at Lichfield. The manager, Mr. Stanton, sent his compliments, and begged leave to wait on Dr. Johnson. Johnson received him very courteously, and he drank a glass of wine with us. He was a plain decent well-behaved man, and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Johnson for having once got him permission from Dr. Taylor at Ashbourne to play there upon moderate terms. Garrick's name was soon introduced. Johnson. Garrick's conversation is gay and grotesque. It is a dish of all sorts, but all good things. There is no solid meat in it, there is a want of sentiment in it. Not but that he has sentiment sometimes, and sentiment, too, very powerful and very pleasing, but it has not its full proportion in his conversation. When we were by ourselves he told me, 40 years ago, "Sir, I was in love with an actress here, Mrs. Emmett, who acted Flora, in Hob in the Well. What merit this lady had as an actress, or what was her figure, or her manner, I have not been informed, but, if we may believe Mr. Garrick, his old master's taste in theatrical merit was by no means refined. He was not an elegans formarum spectator." Garrick used to tell, that Johnson said of an actor, who played Sir Harry Wildair at Lichfield, "There is a courtly vivacity about the fellow." When in fact, according to Garrick's account, he was the most vulgar ruffian that ever went upon boards. We had promised Mr. Stanton to be at his theatre on Monday. Dr. Johnson jocularly proposed me to write a prologue for the occasion, a prologue, by James Boswell, Esq. from the Hebrides. I was really inclined to take the hint. Methought, prologue, spoken before Dr. Samuel Johnson, at Lichfield, 1776. Would have sounded as well as, prologue, spoken before the Duke of York, at Oxford, in Charles II's time. Much might have been said of what Lichfield had done for Shakespeare, by producing Johnson and Garrick. But I found he was averse to it. We went and viewed the museum of Mr. Richard Green, apothecary here, who told me he was proud of being a relation of Dr. Johnson's. It was, truly, a wonderful collection, both of antiquities and natural curiosities, and ingenious works of art. He had all the articles accurately arranged, with their names upon labels, printed at his own little press. And on the staircase leading to it was a board, with the names of contributors marked in gold letters. A printed catalogue of the collection was to be had at a bookseller's. Johnson expressed his admiration of the activity and diligence and good fortune of Mr. Green, in getting together, in his situation, so great a variety of things, and Mr. Green told me that Johnson once said to him, "Sir, I should as soon have thought of building a man of war, as of collecting such a museum." Mr. Green's obliging alacrity in shewing it was very pleasing. We drank tea and coffee at Mr. Peter Garrick's, where was Mrs. Aston, one of the maiden sisters of Mrs. Walmsley, wife of Johnson's first friend, and sister also of the lady of whom Johnson used to speak with the warmest admiration, by the name of Molly Aston, who was afterwards married to Captain Brodie of the Navy. On Sunday, March 24th, we breakfasted with Mrs. Cobb, a widow lady, who lived in an agreeable sequestered place close by the town, called the Friary, it having been formerly a religious house. She and her niece, Miss Adie, were great admirers of Dr. Johnson, and he behaved to them with a kindness and easy pleasantry, such as we see between old and intimate acquaintance. He accompanied Mrs. Cobb to St. Mary's Church, and I went to the cathedral, where I was very much delighted with the music, finding it to be peculiarly solemn and accordant with the words of the service. We dined at Mr. Peter Garrick's, who was in a very lively humour, and verified Johnson's saying, that if he had cultivated gaiety as much as his brother David, he might have equally excelled in it. He was today quite a London narrator, telling us a variety of anecdotes with that earnestness and attempt at mimicry which we usually find in the wits of the metropolis. Dr. Johnson went with me to the cathedral in the afternoon. It was grand and pleasing to contemplate this illustrious writer, now full of fame, worshipping in the solemn temple of his native city. I returned to tea and coffee at Mr. Peter Garrick's, and then found Dr. Johnson at the Reverend Mr. Seward's, canon residentiary, who inhabited the bishop's palace, in which Mr. Walmsley lived, and which had been the scene of many happy hours in Johnson's early life. On Monday, March 25th, we breakfasted at Mrs. Lucy Porter's. Johnson had sent an express to Dr. Taylor's, acquainting him of our being at Lichfield, and Taylor had returned an answer that his post-chaise should come for us this day. While we sat at breakfast, Dr. Johnson received a letter by the post, which seemed to agitate him very much. When he had read it, he exclaimed, "One of the most dreadful things that has happened in my time." The phrase "my time," like the word age, is usually understood to refer to an event of a public or general nature. I imagine something like an assassination of the king, like a gunpowder plot carried into execution, or like another fire of London. When asked, "What is it, sir?" he answered, "Mr. Thrale has lost his only son." This was, no doubt, a very great affliction to Mr. and Mrs. Thrale, which their friends would consider accordingly. But from the manner in which the intelligence of it was communicated by Johnson, it appeared for the moment to be comparatively small. I, however, soon felt a sincere concern, and was curious to observe, how Dr. Johnson would be affected. He said, "This is a total extinction to their family, as much as if they were sold into captivity." Upon my mentioning that Mr. Thrale had daughters, who might inherit his wealth. "Daughters," said Johnson, warmly, "he'll no more value his daughters than, I was going to speak. Sir," said he, "don't you know how you yourself think? Sir, he wishes to propagate his name." In short, I saw male succession strong in his mind, even where there was no name, no family of any long standing. I said, it was lucky he was not present when this misfortune happened. Johnson. It is lucky for me. People in distress never think that you feel enough. Boswell. And sir, they will have the hope of seeing you, which will be a relief in the meantime. And when you get to them, the pain will be so far abated, that they will be capable of being consoled by you, which, in the first violence of it, I believe, would not be the case. Johnson. No, sir. Violent pain of mind, like violent pain of body, must be severely felt. Boswell. I own, sir, I have not so much feeling for the distress of others, as some people have, or pretend to have, but I know this, that I would do all in my power to relieve them. Johnson. Sir, it is affectation to pretend to feel the distress of others, as much as they do themselves. It is equally so, as if one should pretend to feel as much pain while a friend's leg is cutting off, as he does. No, sir. You have expressed the rational and just nature of sympathy. I would have gone to the extremity of the earth to have preserved this boy. He was soon quite calm. The letter was from Mr. Thrale's clerk, and concluded, I need not say how much they wish to see you in London. He said, we shall hasten back from Taylor's. Mrs. Lucy Porter and some other ladies of the place talked a great deal of him when he was out of the room, not only with veneration but affection. It pleased me to find that he was so much beloved in his native city. Mrs. Aston, whom I had seen the preceding night, and her sister, Mrs. Gastrell, a widow lady, had each a house and garden, and pleasure ground, prettily situated upon Stowhill, a gentle eminence, adjoining to Lichfield. Johnson walked away to dinner there, leaving me by myself without any apology. I wondered at this want of that facility of manners, from which a man has no difficulty in carrying a friend to a house where he is intimate. I felt it very unpleasant to be thus left in solitude in a country town, where I was an entire stranger, and began to think myself unkindly deserted. But I was soon relieved, and convinced that my friend, instead of being deficient in delicacy, had conducted the matter with perfect propriety, for I received the following note in his handwriting: Mrs. Gastrell, at the lower house on Stowhill, desires Mr. Boswell's company to dinner at 2. I accepted of the invitation, and had here another proof how amiable his character was in the opinion of those who knew him best. I was not informed, till afterwards, that Mrs. Gastrell's husband was the clergyman who, while he lived at Stratford-upon-Avon, where he was proprietor of Shakspeare's garden, with Gothic barbarity cut down his mulberry tree, and, as Dr. Johnson told me, did it to vex his neighbours. His lady, I have reason to believe, on the same authority, participated in the guilt of what the enthusiasts for our immortal bard deem almost a species of sacrilege. After dinner Dr. Johnson wrote a letter to Mrs. Thrale on the death of her son. I said it would be very distressing to Thrale, but she would soon forget it, as she had so many things to think of. Johnson. No, sir, Thrale will forget it first. She has many things that she may think of. He has many things that he must think of. This was a very just remark upon the different effect of those light pursuits which occupy a vacant and easy mind, and those serious engagements which arrest attention, and keep us from brooding over grief. In the evening we went to the town hall, which was converted into a temporary theatre, and saw Theodosius, with the Stratford Jubilee. I was happy to see Dr. Johnson sitting in a conspicuous part of the pit, and receiving affectionate homage from all his acquaintance. We were quite gay and merry. I afterwards mentioned to him that I condemned myself for being so, when poor Mr. and Mrs. Thrale were in such distress. Johnson. You are wrong, sir. 20 years hence Mr. and Mrs. Thrale will not suffer much pain from the death of their son. Now, sir, you are to consider, that distance of place, as well as distance of time, operates upon the human feelings. I would not have you be gay in the presence of the distressed, because it would shock them, but you may be gay at a distance. Pain for the loss of a friend, or of a relation whom we love, is occasioned by the want which we feel. In time the vacuity is filled with something else, or sometimes the vacuity closes up of itself. Mr. Seward and Mr. Pearson, another clergyman here, supped with us at our inn, and after they left us, we sat up late as we used to do in London. Here I shall record some fragments of my friend's conversation during this jaunt. Marriage, sir, is much more necessary to a man than to a woman, for he is much less able to supply himself with domestic comforts. You will recollect my saying to some ladies the other day, that I had often wondered why young women should marry, as they have so much more freedom, and so much more attention paid to them while unmarried, than when married. I indeed did not mention the strong reason for their marrying, the mechanical reason. Boswell. Why, that is a strong one. But does not imagination make it much more important than it is in reality? Is it not, to a certain degree, a delusion in us as well as in women? Johnson. Why yes, sir, but it is a delusion that is always beginning again. Boswell. I don't know, but there is upon the whole more misery than happiness produced by that passion. Johnson. I don't think so, sir. Never speak of a man in his own presence. It is always indelicate, and may be offensive. Questioning is not the mode of conversation among gentlemen. It is assuming a superiority, and it is particularly wrong to question a man concerning himself. There may be parts of his former life which he may not wish to be made known to other persons, or even brought to his own recollection. A man should be careful never to tell tales of himself to his own disadvantage. People may be amused and laugh at the time, but they will be remembered, and brought out against him upon some subsequent occasion. Much may be done if a man puts his whole mind to a particular object. By doing so, Norton has made himself the great lawyer that he is allowed to be. On Tuesday, March 26, there came for us an equipage properly suited to a wealthy well-beneficed clergyman, Dr. Taylor's large roomy post-chaise, drawn by 4 stout plump horses, and driven by 2 steady jolly postilions, which conveyed us to Ashbourne, where I found my friend's schoolfellow living upon an establishment perfectly corresponding with his substantial creditable equipage, his house, garden, pleasure grounds, table, in short everything good, and no scantiness appearing. Every man should form such a plan of living as he can execute completely. Let him not draw an outline wider than he can fill up. I have seen many skeletons of shew and magnificence which excite at once ridicule and pity. Dr. Taylor had a good estate of his own, and good preferment in the church, being a prebendary of Westminster, and rector of Bosworth. He was a diligent justice of the peace, and presided over the town of Ashbourne, to the inhabitants of which I was told he was very liberal. And as a proof of this it was mentioned to me, he had the preceding winter distributed £200 among such of them as stood in need of his assistance. He had consequently a considerable political interest in the county of Derby, which he employed to support the Devonshire family, for though the schoolfellow and friend of Johnson, he was a Whig. I could not perceive in his character much congeniality of any sort with that of Johnson, who, however, said to me, "Sir, he has a very strong understanding." His size, and figure, and countenance, and manner, were that of a hearty English squire, with the parson superinduced, and I took particular notice of his upper servant, Mr. Peters, a decent grave man, in purple clothes, and a large white wig, like the butler or major domo of a bishop. Dr. Johnson and Dr. Taylor met with great cordiality. And Johnson soon gave him the same sad account of their schoolfellow, Congreve, that he had given to Mr. Hector. Adding a remark of such moment to the rational conduct of a man in the decline of life, that it deserves to be imprinted upon every mind, there is nothing against which an old man should be so much upon his guard as putting himself to nurse. Innumerable have been the melancholy instances of men once distinguished for firmness, resolution, and spirit, who in their latter days have been governed like children, by interested female artifice. Dr. Taylor commended a physician who was known to him and Dr. Johnson, and said, "I fight many battles for him, as many people in the country dislike him." Johnson. But you should consider, sir, that by every one of your victories he is a loser. For, every man of whom you get the better, will be very angry, and resolve not to employ him, whereas if people get the better of you in argument about him, they'll think, we'll send for Doctor. Nevertheless, this was an observation deep and sure in human nature. Next day, as Dr. Johnson had acquainted Dr. Taylor of the reason for his returning speedily to London, it was resolved that we should set out after dinner. A few of Dr. Taylor's neighbors were his guests that day. Dr. Johnson talked with approbation of one who had attained to the state of the philosophical wise man, that is to have no want of anything. "Then, sir," said I, "the savage is a wise man." "Sir," said he, "I do not mean simply being without, but not having a want." I maintained, against this proposition, that it was better to have fine clothes, for instance, than not to feel the want of them. Johnson. No, sir. Fine clothes are good only as they supply the want of other means of procuring respect. Was Charles XII, think you, less respected for his coarse blue coat and black stock? And you find the King of Prussia dresses plain, because the dignity of his character is sufficient. I here brought myself into a scrape, for I heedlessly said, would not you, sir, be the better for velvet and embroidery? Johnson. Sir, you put an end to all argument when you introduce your opponent himself. Have you no better manners? There is your want. I apologized by saying, I had mentioned him as an instance of one who wanted as little as any man in the world, and yet, perhaps, might receive some additional luster from dress. Having left Ashbourne in the evening, we stopped to change horses at Derby, and availed ourselves of a moment to enjoy the conversation of my countryman, Dr. Butter, then physician there. He was in great indignation because Lord Mountstuart's bill for a Scotch militia had been lost. Dr. Johnson was as violent against it. I am glad, said he, that Parliament has had the spirit to throw it out. You wanted to take advantage of the timidity of our scoundrels, meaning, I suppose, the ministry. It may be observed, that he used the epithet scoundrel very commonly, not quite in the sense in which it is generally understood, but as a strong term of disapprobation, as when he abruptly answered Mrs. Thrale, who had asked him how he did, ready to become a scoundrel, madam, with a little more spoiling you will, I think, make me a complete rascal. He meant, easy to become a capricious and self-indulgent valetudinarian. A character for which I have heard him express great disgust. We lay this night at Loughborough. On Thursday, March 28, we pursued our journey. He said, it is commonly a weak man who marries for love. We then talked of marrying women of fortune. And I mentioned a common remark, that a man may be, upon the whole, richer by marrying a woman with a very small portion, because a woman of fortune will be proportionally expensive, whereas a woman who brings none will be very moderate in expenses. Johnson. Depend upon it, sir, this is not true. A woman of fortune being used to the handling of money, spends it judiciously, but a woman who gets the command of money for the first time upon her marriage, has such a gust in spending it, that she throws it away with great profusion. He praised the ladies of the present age, insisting that they were more faithful to their husbands, and more virtuous in every respect, than in former times, because their understandings were better cultivated. At Leicester we read in the newspaper that Dr. James was dead. I thought that the death of an old schoolfellow, and one with whom he had lived a good deal in London, would have affected my fellow traveller much, but he only said, ah, poor Jammy. Afterwards, however, when we were in the chaise, he said, with more tenderness, since I set out on this jaunt, I have lost an old friend and a young one, Dr. James, and poor Harry. Meaning Mr. Thrale's son. I enjoyed the luxury of our approach to London, that metropolis which we both loved so much, for the high and varied intellectual pleasure which it furnishes. I experienced immediate happiness while whirled along with such a companion, and said to him, Sir, you observed one day at General Oglethorpe's, that a man is never happy for the present, but when he is drunk. Will you not add, or when driving rapidly in a post-chaise? Johnson. No, sir, you are driving rapidly from something, or to something. Talking of melancholy, he said, some men, and very thinking men too, have not those vexing thoughts. Sir Joshua Reynolds is the same all the year round. Beauclerk, except when ill and in pain, is the same. But I believe most men have them in the degree in which they are capable of having them. If I were in the country, and were distressed by that malady, I would force myself to take a book, and every time I did it I should find it the easier. Melancholy, indeed, should be diverted by every means but drinking. We stopped at Messrs. Dilly's, booksellers in the Poultry, from whence he hurried away, in a hackney coach, to Mr. Thrale's, in the Borough. I called at his house in the evening, having promised to acquaint Mrs. Williams of his safe return. When, to my surprise, I found him sitting with her at tea, and, as I thought, not in a very good humour, for, it seems, when he had got to Mr. Thrale's, he found the coach was at the door waiting to carry Mrs. and Miss Thrale, and Signor Baretti, their Italian master, to Bath. This was not shewing the attention which might have been expected to the guide, philosopher, and friend, the Imlac who had hastened from the country to console a distressed mother, who he understood was very anxious for his return. They had, I found, without ceremony, proceeded on their intended journey. I was glad to understand from him that it was still resolved that his tour to Italy with Mr. and Mrs. Thrale should take place, of which he had entertained some doubt, on account of the loss which they had suffered, and his doubts afterwards proved to be well founded. He observed, indeed very justly, that their loss was an additional reason for their going abroad, and if it had not been fixed that he should have been one of the party, he would force them out. But he would not advise them unless his advice was asked, lest they might suspect that he recommended what he wished on his own account. I was not pleased that his intimacy with Mr. Thrale's family, though it no doubt contributed much to his comfort and enjoyment, was not without some degree of restraint, not, as has been grossly suggested, that it was required of him as a task to talk for the entertainment of them and their company, but that he was not quite at his ease, which, however, might partly be owing to his own honest pride, that dignity of mind which is always jealous of appearing too compliant. On Sunday, March 31st, I called on him, and shewed him as a curiosity which I had discovered, his translation of Lobo's account of Abyssinia, which Sir John Pringle had lent me, it being then little known as one of his works. He said, "Take no notice of it, or don't talk of it." He seemed to think it beneath him, though done at 26. I said to him, "Your style, sir, is much improved since you translated this." He answered with a sort of triumphant smile, "Sir, I hope it is." On Wednesday, April 3rd, in the morning I found him very busy putting his books in order, and as they were generally very old ones, clouds of dust were flying around him. He had on a pair of large gloves such as hedgers use. His present appearance put me in mind of my uncle, Dr. Boswell's description of him, a robust genius, born to grapple with whole libraries. He had been in company with Omai, a native of one of the South Sea Islands, after he had been some time in this country. He was struck with the elegance of his behavior, and accounted for it thus: "Sir, he had passed his time, while in England, only in the best company, so that all that he had acquired of our manners was genteel." As a proof of this, Sir, Lord Mulgrave and he dined one day at Streatham. They sat with their backs to the light fronting me, so that I could not see distinctly. And there was so little of the savage in Omai, that I was afraid to speak to either, lest I should mistake one for the other. We agreed to dine today at the Mitre Tavern after the rising of the House of Lords, where a branch of the litigation concerning the Douglas estate, in which I was one of the counsel, was to come on. I introduced the topic, which is often ignorantly urged, that the universities of England are too rich, so that learning does not flourish in them as it would do, if those who teach had smaller salaries, and depended on their assiduity for a great part of their income. Johnson. Sir, the very reverse of this is the truth. The English universities are not rich enough. Our fellowships are only sufficient to support a man during his studies to fit him for the world, and accordingly in general they are held no longer than till an opportunity offers of getting away. Now and then, perhaps, there is a fellow who grows old in his college, but this is against his will, unless he be a man very indolent indeed. 100 a year is reckoned a good fellowship, and that is no more than is necessary to keep a man decently as a scholar. We do not allow our fellows to marry, because we consider academical institutions as preparatory to a settlement in the world. It is only by being employed as a tutor, that a fellow can obtain anything more than a livelihood. To be sure, a man, who has enough without teaching, will probably not teach, for we would all be idle if we could. In the same manner, a man who is to get nothing by teaching, will not exert himself. Gresham College was intended as a place of instruction for London. Able professors were to read lectures gratis, they contrived to have no scholars. Whereas, if they had been allowed to receive but 6 pence a lecture from each scholar, they would have been emulous to have had many scholars. Every body will agree that it should be the interest of those who teach to have scholars, and this is the case in our universities. That they are too rich is certainly not true. For they have nothing good enough to keep a man of eminent learning with them for his life. In the foreign universities a professorship is a high thing. It is as much almost as a man can make by his learning. And therefore we find the most learned men abroad are in the universities. It is not so with us. Our universities are impoverished of learning, by the penury of their provisions. I wish there were many places of 1,000 a year at Oxford, to keep first-rate men of learning from quitting the university. I mentioned Mr. Maclaurin's uneasiness on account of a degree of ridicule carelessly thrown on his deceased father, in Goldsmith's History of Animated Nature, in which that celebrated mathematician is represented as being subject to fits of yawning so violent as to render him incapable of proceeding in his lecture. A story altogether unfounded, but for the publication of which the law would give no reparation. This led us to agitate the question, whether legal redress could be obtained, even when a man's deceased relation was calumniated in a publication. On Friday, April 5, being Good Friday, after having attended the morning service at St. Clement's Church, I walked home with Johnson. We talked of the Roman Catholic religion. Johnson. In the barbarous ages, sir, priests and people were equally deceived. But afterwards there were gross corruptions introduced by the clergy, such as indulgencies to priests to have concubines, and the worship of images, not, indeed, inculcated, but knowingly permitted. He strongly censured the licensed stews at Rome. Boswell. So then, sir, you would allow of no irregular intercourse whatever between the sexes? Johnson. To be sure I would not, sir. I would punish it much more than it is done, and so restrain it. In all countries there has been fornication, as in all countries there has been theft, but there may be more or less of the one, as well as of the other, in proportion to the force of law. All men will naturally commit fornication, as all men will naturally steal. And, sir, it is very absurd to argue, as has been often done, that prostitutes are necessary to prevent the violent effects of appetite from violating the decent order of life. Nay, should be permitted, in order to preserve the chastity of our wives and daughters. Depend upon it, sir, severe laws, steadily enforced, would be sufficient against those evils, and would promote marriage. Mr. Thrale called upon him, and appeared to bear the loss of his son with a manly composure. There was no affectation about him, and he talked, as usual, upon indifferent subjects. He seemed to me to hesitate as to the intended Italian tour, on which, I flattered myself, he and Mrs. Thrale and Dr. Johnson were soon to set out, and, therefore, I pressed it as much as I could. I mentioned, that Mr. Beauclerk had said, that Baretti, whom they were to carry with them, would keep them so long in the little towns of his own district, that they would not have time to see Rome. I mentioned this, to put them on their guard. Johnson. Sir, we do not thank Mr. Beauclerk for supposing that we are to be directed by Baretti. No, sir, Mr. Thrale is to go, by my advice, to Mr. Jackson, the all-knowing, and get from him a plan for seeing the most that can be seen in the time that we have to travel. We must, to be sure, see Rome, Naples, Florence, and Venice, and as much more as we can. Speaking with a tone of animation. When I expressed an earnest wish for his remarks on Italy, he said, I do not see that I could make a book upon Italy, yet I should be glad to get £200, or £500, by such a work. This shewed both that a journal of his tour upon the continent was not wholly out of his contemplation, and that he uniformly adhered to that strange opinion, which his indolent disposition made him utter, no man but a blockhead ever wrote. Except for money. Numerous instances to refute this will occur to all who are versed in the history of literature. He gave us one of the many sketches of character which were treasured in his mind, and which he was wont to produce quite unexpectedly in a very entertaining manner. I lately, said he, received a letter from the East Indies, from a gentleman whom I formerly knew very well. He had returned from that country with a handsome fortune, as it was reckoned, before means were found to acquire those immense sums which have been brought from thence of late. He was a scholar, and an agreeable man, and lived very prettily in London, till his wife died. After her death, he took to dissipation and gaming, and lost all he had. One evening he lost £1,000 to a gentleman whose name I am sorry I have forgotten. Next morning he sent the gentleman £500, with an apology that it was all he had in the world. The gentleman sent the money back to him, declaring he would not accept of it, and adding, that if Mr. had occasion for £500 more, he would lend it to him. He resolved to go out again to the East Indies, and make his fortune anew. He got a considerable appointment, and I had some intention of accompanying him. Had I thought then as I do now, I should have gone, but, at that time, I had objections to quitting England. It was a very remarkable circumstance about Johnson, whom shallow observers have supposed to have been ignorant of the world, that very few men had seen greater variety of characters. And none could observe them better, as was evident from the strong, yet nice portraits which he often drew. I have frequently thought that if he had made out what the French call un catalogue raisonné of all the people who had passed under his observation, it would have afforded a very rich fund of instruction and entertainment. The suddenness with which his accounts of some of them started out in conversation, was not less pleasing than surprising. I remember he once observed to me, "It is wonderful, sir, what is to be found in London." The most literary conversation that I ever enjoyed, was at the table of Jack Ellis, a money scrivener behind the Royal Exchange, with whom I at one period used to dine generally once a week. Volumes would be required to contain a list of his numerous and various acquaintance, none of whom he ever forgot, and could describe and discriminate them all with precision and vivacity. He associated with persons the most widely different in manners, abilities, rank, and accomplishments. He was at once the companion of the brilliant Colonel Forrester of the Guards, who wrote The Polite Philosopher, and of the awkward and uncouth Robert Levitt, of Lord Thurlow, and Mr. Sostres, the Italian master. And has dined one day with the beautiful, gay, and fascinating Lady Craven, and the next with good Mrs. Gardiner, the tallow chandler, on Snow Hill. On my expressing my wonder at his discovering so much of the knowledge peculiar to different professions, he told me, "I learnt what I know of law, chiefly from Mr. Ballow, a very able man. I learnt some, too, from Chambers. But was not so teachable then. One is not willing to be taught by a young man." When I expressed a wish to know more about Mr. Ballow, Johnson said, "Sir, I have seen him but once these 20 years. The tide of life has driven us different ways." I was sorry at the time to hear this, but whoever quits the creeks of private connections, and fairly gets into the great ocean of London, will, by imperceptible degrees, unavoidably experience such cessations of acquaintance. My knowledge of physic, he added, I learnt from Dr. James, whom I helped in writing the proposals for his dictionary and also a little in the dictionary itself. I also learnt from Dr. Lawrence, but was then grown more stubborn. A curious incident happened today, while Mr. Thrale and I sat with him. Francis announced that a large packet was brought to him from the post office, said to have come from Lisbon, and it was charged £7 10s. He would not receive it, supposing it to be some trick, nor did he even look at it. But upon inquiry afterwards he found that it was a real packet for him, from that very friend in the East Indies of whom he had been speaking. And the ship which carried it having come to Portugal, this packet, with others, had been put into the post office at Lisbon. I mentioned a new gaming club, of which Mr. Beauclerk had given me an account, where the members played to a desperate extent. Johnson. Depend upon it, sir, this is mere talk. Who is ruined by gaming? You will not find 6 instances in an age. There is a strange rout made about deep play, whereas you have many more people ruined by adventurous trade, and yet we do not hear such an outcry against it. Thrale. There may be few people absolutely ruined by deep play. But very many are much hurt in their circumstances by it. Johnson. Yes, sir, and so are very many by other kinds of expense. I had heard him talk once before in the same manner, and at Oxford he said, he wished he had learnt to play at cards. The truth, however, is, that he loved to display his ingenuity in argument, and therefore would sometimes in conversation maintain opinions which he was sensible were wrong, but in supporting which, his reasoning and wit would be most conspicuous. He would begin thus: "Why, sir, as to the good or evil of card-playing, now," said Garrick, "he is thinking which side he shall take." He appeared to have a pleasure in contradiction, especially when any opinion whatever was delivered with an air of confidence. So that there was hardly any topic, if not one of the great truths of religion and morality, that he might not have been incited to argue either for or against. Lord Elibank had the highest admiration of his powers. He once observed to me, "Whatever opinion Johnson maintains, I will not say that he convinces me, but he never fails to shew me, that he has good reasons for it." I have heard Johnson pay his lordship this high compliment: "I never was in Lord Elibank's company without learning something." We sat together till it was too late for the afternoon service. Thrale said he had come with intention to go to church with us. We went at 7 to evening prayers at St. Clement's Church, after having drank coffee, an indulgence, which I understood Johnson yielded to on this occasion, in compliment to Thrale. On Sunday, April 7, Easter Day, after having been at St. Paul's Cathedral, I came to Dr. Johnson, according to my usual custom. It seemed to me, that there was always something peculiarly mild and placid in his manner upon this holy festival, the commemoration of the most joyful event in the history of our world, the resurrection of our Lord and Saviour, who, having triumphed over death and the grave, proclaimed immortality to mankind. I repeated to him an argument of a lady of my acquaintance, who maintained, that her husbands having been guilty of numberless infidelities, released her from conjugal obligations, because they were reciprocal. Johnson: "This is miserable stuff, sir. To the contract of marriage, besides the man and wife, there is a third party, society, and if it be considered as a vow, God, and, therefore, it cannot be dissolved by their consent alone. Laws are not made for particular cases, but for men in general. A woman may be unhappy with her husband, but she cannot be freed from him without the approbation of the civil and ecclesiastical power. A man may be unhappy, because he is not so rich as another, but he is not to seize upon another's property with his own hand." Boswell: "But, sir, this lady does not want that the contract should be dissolved. She only argues that she may indulge herself in gallantries with equal freedom as her husband does, provided she takes care not to introduce a spurious issue into his family. You know, sir, what Macrobius has told us of Julia." Johnson: "This lady of yours, sir, I think, is very fit for a brothel." Mr. Muckbean, author of the Dictionary of Ancient Geography, came in. He mentioned that he had been 40 years absent from Scotland. "Ah, Boswell," said Johnson, smiling, "what would you give to be 40 years from Scotland?" I said, "I should not like to be so long absent from the seat of my ancestors." This gentleman, Mrs. Williams, and Mr. Levitt, dined with us. Mrs. Williams was very peevish, and I wondered at Johnson's patience with her now, as I had often done on similar occasions. The truth is, that his humane consideration of the forlorn and indigent state in which this lady was left by her father, induced him to treat her with the utmost tenderness, and even to be desirous of procuring her amusement. So as sometimes to incommode many of his friends, by carrying her with him to their houses, where, from her manner of eating, in consequence of her blindness, she could not but offend the delicacy of persons of nice sensations. After coffee, we went to afternoon service in St. Clement's Church. Observing some beggars in the street as we walked along, I said to him I supposed there was no civilized country in the world, where the misery of want in the lowest classes of the people was prevented. Johnson: "I believe, sir, there is not. But it is better that some should be unhappy, than that none should be happy, which would be the case in a general state of equality." When the service was ended, I went home with him, and we sat quietly by ourselves. Upon the question whether a man who had been guilty of vicious actions would do well to force himself into solitude and sadness, Johnson: "No, sir, unless it prevent him from being vicious again. With some people, gloomy penitence is only madness turned upside down. A man may be gloomy, till, in order to be relieved from gloom, he has recourse again to criminal indulgencies. On Wednesday, April 10th, I dined with him at Mr. Thrale's, where were Mr. Murphy and some other company. Before dinner, Dr. Johnson and I passed some time by ourselves. I was sorry to find it was now resolved that the proposed journey to Italy should not take place this year. He said, "I am disappointed, to be sure, but it is not a great disappointment." I wondered to see him bear, with a philosophical calmness, what would have made most people peevish and fretful. I perceived, however, that he had so warmly cherished the hope of enjoying classical scenes, that he could not easily part with the scheme, for he said, "I shall probably contrive to get to Italy some other way. But I won't mention it to Mr. and Mrs. Thrale, as it might vex them." I suggested, that going to Italy might have done Mr. and Mrs. Thrale good. Johnson. I rather believe not, sir. While grief is fresh, every attempt to divert only irritates. You must wait till grief be digested, and then amusement will dissipate the remains of it. I said, I disliked the custom which some people had of bringing their children into company, because it in a manner forced us to pay foolish compliments to please their parents. Johnson. You are right, sir. We may be excused for not caring much about other people's children, for there are many who care very little about their own children. It may be observed, that men, who from being engaged in business, or from their course of life in whatever way, seldom see their children, do not care much about them. I myself should not have had much fondness for a child of my own. Mrs. Thrale. Nay, sir, how can you talk so? Johnson. At least, I never wished to have a child. He talked of Lord Lyttelton's extreme anxiety as an author. Observing, that he was 30 years in preparing his history, and that he employed a man to point it for him, as if, laughing, another man could point his sense better than himself. Mr. Murphy said, he understood his history was kept back several years for fear of Smollett. Johnson. This seems strange to Murphy and me, who never felt that anxiety, but sent what we wrote to the press, and let it take its chance. Mrs. Thrale. The time has been, sir, when you felt it. Johnson. Why, really, madam, I do not recollect a time when that was the case. On Thursday, April 11th, I dined with him at General Powley's, in whose house I now resided, and where I had ever afterwards the honour of being entertained with the kindest attention as his constant guest, while I was in London. Till I had a house of my own there. I mentioned my having that morning introduced to Mr. Garrick, Count Naney, a Flemish nobleman of great rank and fortune, to whom Garrick talked of Abel Drugger as a small part. And related, with pleasant vanity, that a Frenchman who had seen him in one of his low characters, exclaimed, comment. Je ne le crois pas. Ce n'est pas Monsieur Garrick, ce grand homme. Garrick added, with an appearance of grave recollection, if I were to begin life again, I think I should not play those low characters. Upon which I observed, sir, you would be in the wrong. For your great excellence is your variety of playing, your representing so well, characters so very different. Johnson. Garrick, sir, was not in earnest in what he said, for, to be sure, his peculiar excellence is his variety. And, perhaps, there is not any one character which has not been as well acted by somebody else, as he could do it. Boswell. Why then, sir, did he talk so? Johnson. Why, sir, to make you answer as you did. Boswell. I don't know, sir. He seemed to dip deep into his mind for the reflection. Johnson. He had not far to dip, sir, he said the same thing, probably, 20 times before. Of a nobleman raised at a very early period to high office, he said, his parts, sir, are pretty well for a lord, but would not be distinguished in a man who had nothing else but his parts. A journey to Italy was still in his thoughts. He said, a man who has not been in Italy, is always conscious of an inferiority, from his not having seen what it is expected a man should see. The grand object of traveling is to see the shores of the Mediterranean. On those shores were the four great empires of the world, the Assyrian, the Persian, the Grecian, and the Roman. All our religion, almost all our law, almost all our arts, almost all that sets us above savages, has come to us from the shores of the Mediterranean. The general observed, that the Mediterranean would be a noble subject for a poem. We talked of translation. I said, I could not define it, nor could I think of a similitude to illustrate it, but that it appeared to me the translation of poetry could be only imitation. Johnson. You may translate books of science exactly. You may also translate history, in so far as it is not embellished with oratory, which is poetical. Poetry, indeed, cannot be translated, and, therefore, it is the poets that preserve languages. For we would not be at the trouble to learn a language, if we could have all that is written in it just as well in a translation. But as the beauties of poetry cannot be preserved in any language except that in which it was originally written, we learn the language. Goldsmith, he said, referred everything to vanity, his virtues, and his vices too, were from that motive. He was not a social man. He never exchanged mind with you. We spent the evening at Mr. Hoole's. Mr. Mickle, the excellent translator of the Lusiad, was there. I have preserved little of the conversation of this evening. R. Johnson said, Thomson had a true poetical genius, the power of viewing everything in a poetical light. His fault is such a cloud of words sometimes, that the sense can hardly peep through. Shiels, who compiled Cibber's Lives of the Poets, was one day sitting with me. I took down Thomson, and read aloud a large portion of him, and then asked, Is not this fine? Shiels having expressed the highest admiration. Well, sir, said I have omitted every other line. I related a dispute between Goldsmith and Mr. Robert Dodsley, one day when they and I were dining at Tom Davies's, in 1762. Goldsmith asserted, that there was no poetry produced in this age. Dodsley appealed to his own collection, and maintained, that though you could not find a palace like Dryden's Ode on St. Cecilia's Day, you had villages composed of very pretty houses, and he mentioned particularly the spleen. Johnson. I think Dodsley gave up the question. He and Goldsmith said the same thing, only he said it in a softer manner than Goldsmith did, for he acknowledged that there was no poetry, nothing that towered above the common mark. You may find wit and humor in verse, and yet no poetry. Hudibras has a profusion of these, yet it is not to be reckoned a poem. The spleen, in Dodsley's collection, on which you say he chiefly rested, is not poetry. Boswell. Does not Gray's poetry, sir, tower above the common mark? Johnson. Yes, sir, but we must attend to the difference between what men in general cannot do if they would, and what every man may do if he would. 16-string Jack 37 towered above the common mark. Boswell. Then, sir, what is poetry? Johnson. Why, sir, it is much easier to say what it is not. We all know what light is, but it is not easy to tell what it is. On Friday, April 12th, I dined with him at our friend Tom Davies's. He reminded Dr. Johnson of Mr. Murphy's having paid him the highest compliment that ever was paid to a layman, by asking his pardon for repeating some oaths in the course of telling a story. Johnson and I supped this evening at the Crown and Anchor Tavern, in company with Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Langton, Mr. Nairn, now one of the Scotch judges, with the title of Lord Dunsinane, and my very worthy friend, Sir William Forbes, of Pitsligo. We discussed the question whether drinking improved conversation and benevolence. Sir Joshua maintained it did. Johnson. No, sir, before dinner men meet with great inequality of understanding. And those who are conscious of their inferiority, have the modesty not to talk. When they have drunk wine, every man feels himself happy, and loses that modesty, and grows impudent and vociferous, but he is not improved. He is only not sensible of his defects. Sir Joshua said the doctor was talking of the effects of excess in wine, but that a moderate glass enlivened the mind, by giving a proper circulation to the blood. I am, said he, in very good spirits, when I get up in the morning. By dinner time I am exhausted, wine puts me in the same state as when I got up, and I am sure that moderate drinking makes people talk better. Johnson. No, sir. Wine gives not light, gay, ideal hilarity, but tumultuous, noisy, clamorous merriment. I have heard none of those drunken, nay, drunken is a coarse word, none of those vinous flights. Sir Joshua. Because you have sat by, quite sober, and felt an envy of the happiness of those who were drinking. Johnson. Perhaps, contempt. And, sir, it is not necessary to be drunk oneself, to relish the wit of drunkenness. Do we not judge of the drunken wit, of the dialogue between Iago and Cassio, the most excellent in its kind, when we are quite sober? Wit is wit, by whatever means it is produced, and, if good, will appear so at all times. I admit that the spirits are raised by drinking, as by the common participation of any pleasure, cockfighting, or bear-baiting, will raise the spirits of a company, as drinking does, though surely they will not improve conversation. I also admit, that there are some sluggish men who are improved by drinking, as there are fruits which are not good till they are rotten. There are such men, but they are meddlers. I indeed allow that there have been a very few men of talents who were improved by drinking. But I maintain that I am right as to the effects of drinking in general, and let it be considered, that there is no position, however false in its universality, which is not true of some particular man. Sir William Forbes said, might not a man warmed with wine be like a bottle of beer, which is made brisker by being set before the fire? Nay, said Johnson, laughing, I cannot answer that, that is too much for me. I observed, that wine did some people harm, by inflaming, confusing, and irritating their minds, but that the experience of mankind had declared in favor of moderate drinking. Johnson. Sir, I do not say it is wrong to produce self-complacency by drinking, I only deny that it improves the mind. When I drank wine, I scorned to drink it when in company. I have drunk many a bottle by myself. In the first place, because I had need of it to raise my spirits, in the second place, because I would have nobody to witness its effects upon me. He told us, almost all his ramblers were written just as they were wanted for the press. That he sent a certain portion of the copy of an essay, and wrote the remainder, while the former part of it was printing. When it was wanted, and he had fairly sat down to it, he was sure it would be done. He said, that for general improvement, a man should read whatever his immediate inclination prompts him to, though, to be sure, if a man has a science to learn, he must regularly and resolutely advance. He added, what we read with inclination makes a much stronger impression. If we read without inclination, half the mind is employed in fixing the attention, so there is but one half to be employed on what we read. He told us, he read Fielding's Amelia through without stopping. He said, if a man begins to read in the middle of a book, and feels an inclination to go on, let him not quit it, to go to the beginning. He may perhaps not feel again the inclination. Soon after this day, he went to Bath with Mr. and Mrs. Thrale. I had never seen that beautiful city, and wished to take the opportunity of visiting it, while Johnson was there. On the 26th of April, I went to Bath, and on my arrival at the Pelican Inn, found lying for me an obliging invitation from Mr. and Mrs. Thrale, by whom I was agreeably entertained almost constantly during my stay. They were gone to the rooms. But there was a kind note from Dr. Johnson, that he should sit at home all the evening. I went to him directly, and before Mr. and Mrs. Thrale returned, we had by ourselves some hours of tea drinking and talk. I shall group together such of his sayings as I preserved during the few days that I was at Bath. It having been mentioned, I know not with what truth, that a certain female political writer, whose doctrines he disliked, had of late become very fond of dress, sat hours together at her toilet and even put on rouge. Johnson. She is better employed at her toilet, than using her pen. It is better she should be reddening her own cheeks, than blackening other people's characters. He would not allow me to praise a lady then at Bath. Observing, she does not gain upon me, sir, I think her empty-headed. He was, indeed, a stern critic upon characters and manners. Even Mrs. Thrale did not escape his friendly animadversion at times. When he and I were one day endeavoring to ascertain, article by article, how one of our friends could possibly spend as much money in his family as he told us he did, she interrupted us by a lively extravagant sally on the expense of clothing his children, describing it in a very ludicrous and fanciful manner. Johnson looked a little angry, and said, "Nay, madam, when you are declaiming, declaim, and when you are calculating, calculate." At another time, when she said, perhaps affectedly, "I don't like to fly." Johnson: "With your wings, madam, you must fly, but have a care, there are clippers abroad." On Monday, April 29th, he and I made an excursion to Bristol, where I was entertained with seeing him inquire upon the spot, into the authenticity of Rowley's poetry, as I had seen him inquire upon the spot into the authenticity of Ossian's poetry. George Catcott, the pewterer, who was as zealous for Rowley, as Dr. Hugh Blair was for Ossian, I trust my reverend friend will excuse the comparison, attended us at our inn, and with a triumphant air of lively simplicity called out, "I'll make Dr. Johnson a convert." Dr. Johnson, at his desire, read aloud some of Chatterton's fabricated verses, while Catcott stood at the back of his chair, moving himself like a pendulum, and beating time with his feet, and now and then looking into Dr. Johnson's face, wondering that he was not yet convinced. We called on Mr. Barrett, the surgeon, and saw some of the originals as they were called, which were executed very artificially. But from a careful inspection of them, and a consideration of the circumstances with which they were attended, we were quite satisfied of the imposture, which, indeed, has been clearly demonstrated from internal evidence, by several able critics. Honest Catcott seemed to pay no attention whatever to any objections, but insisted, as an end of all controversy, that we should go with him to the tower of the Church of St. Mary, Redcliffe, and view with our own eyes the ancient chest in which the manuscripts were found. To this, Dr. Johnson good-naturedly agreed. And though troubled with a shortness of breathing, labored up a long flight of steps, till we came to the place where the wondrous chest stood. "There," said Cadiot, with a bouncing confident credulity, "there is the very chest itself." After this ocular demonstration, there was no more to be said. He brought to my recollection a Scotch Highlander, a man of learning too, and who had seen the world, attesting, and at the same time giving his reasons for the authenticity of Fingal, "I have heard all that poem when I was young." "Have you, sir? Pray what have you heard?" "I have heard Ossian, Oscar, and every one of them." Johnson said of Chatterton, "This is the most extraordinary young man that has encountered my knowledge. It is wonderful how the whelp has written such things." We were by no means pleased with our inn at Bristol. "Let us see now," said I, "how we should describe it." Johnson was ready with his raillery. "Describe it, sir, why, it was so bad that Boswell wished to be in Scotland." After Dr. Johnson's return to London, I was several times with him at his house, where I occasionally slept, in the room that had been assigned to me. I dined with him at Dr. Taylor's, at General Oglethorpe's, and at General Powley's. To avoid a tedious minuteness, I shall group together what I have preserved of his conversation during this period also, without specifying each scene where it passed, except one, which will be found so remarkable as certainly to deserve a very particular relation. "Garrick," he observed, "does not play the part of Archer in the Beau's stratagem well. The gentleman should break out through the footman, which is not the case as he does it. That man is never happy for the present is so true, that all his relief from unhappiness is only forgetting himself for a little while. Life is a progress from want to want, not from enjoyment to enjoyment." Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son, I think, might be made a very pretty book. Take out the immorality, and it should be put into the hands of every young gentleman. An elegant manner and easiness of behavior are acquired gradually and imperceptibly. No man can say, "I'll be genteel." There are 10 genteel women for one genteel man, because they are more restrained. A man without some degree of restraint is insufferable, but we are all less restrained than women. Were a woman sitting in company to put out her legs before her as most men do, we should be tempted to kick them in. No man was a more attentive and nice observer of behavior in those in whose company he happened to be, than Johnson, or, however strange it may seem to many, had a higher estimation of its refinements. Lord Eliot informs me, that one day when Johnson and he were at dinner at a gentleman's house in London, upon Lord Chesterfield's letters being mentioned, Johnson surprised the company by this sentence: "Every man of any education would rather be called a rascal, than accused of deficiency in the graces." Mr. Gibbon, who was present, turned to a lady who knew Johnson well, and lived much with him, and in his quaint manner, tapping his box, addressed her thus: "Don't you think, madam," looking towards Johnson, "that among all your acquaintance you could find one exception?" The lady smiled, and seemed to acquiesce. The uncommon vivacity of General Oglethorpe's mind, and variety of knowledge, having sometimes made his conversation seem too desultory, Johnson observed, "Oglethorpe, sir, never completes what he has to say." He on the same account made a similar remark on Patrick Lord Elibank: "Sir, there is nothing conclusive in his talk." When I complained of having dined at a splendid table without hearing one sentence of conversation worthy of being remembered, he said, "Sir, there seldom is any such conversation." Boswell. Why then meet at table? Johnson. Why, to eat and drink together, and to promote kindness, and, sir, this is better done when there is no solid conversation. For when there is, people differ in opinion, and get into bad humor, or some of the company who are not capable of such conversation, are left out, and feel themselves uneasy. It was for this reason, Sir Robert Walpole said, he always talked bawdy at his table, because in that all could join. Being irritated by hearing a gentleman 38 ask Mr. Levitt a variety of questions concerning him, when he was sitting by, he broke out, "Sir, you have but two topics, yourself and me. I am sick of both. A man," said he, "should not talk of himself, nor much of any particular person. He should take care not to be made a proverb, and, therefore, should avoid having any one topic of which people can say, 'We shall hear him upon it.'" There was a Dr. Oldfield, who was always talking of the Duke of Marlborough. He came into a coffee-house one day, and told that his Grace had spoken in the House of Lords for half an hour. "Did he indeed speak for half an hour?" said Bellahir, the surgeon. "Yes." "And what did he say of Dr. Oldfield?" "Nothing." "Why then, sir, he was very ungrateful, for Dr. Oldfield could not have spoken for a quarter of an hour, without saying something of him." I am now to record a very curious incident in Dr. Johnson's life, which fell under my own observation, of which pars magna fui, and which I am persuaded will, with the liberal-minded, be much to his credit. My desire of being acquainted with celebrated men of every description, had made me, much about the same time, obtain an introduction to Dr. Samuel Johnson and to John Wilkes, Esq. Two men more different could perhaps not be selected out of all mankind. They had even attacked one another with some asperity in their writings, yet I lived in habits of friendship with both. I could fully relish the excellence of each. For I have ever delighted in that intellectual chemistry, which can separate good qualities from evil in the same person. Sir John Pringle, mine own friend and my father's friend, between whom and Dr. Johnson I in vain wished to establish an acquaintance, as I respected and lived in intimacy with both of them, observed to me once, very ingeniously, "It is not in friendship as in mathematics, where two things, each equal to a third, are equal between themselves. You agree with Johnson as a middle quality, and you agree with me as a middle quality, but Johnson and I should not agree." Sir John was not sufficiently flexible, so I desisted. Knowing, indeed, that the repulsion was equally strong on the part of Johnson, I know not from what cause, unless his being a Scotchman, had formed a very erroneous opinion of Sir John. But I conceived an irresistible wish, if possible, to bring Dr. Johnson and Mr. Wilkes together. How to manage it, was a nice and difficult matter. My worthy booksellers and friends, Messrs. Dilly in the Poultry, at whose hospitable and well-covered table I have seen a greater number of literary men, than at any other, except that of Sir Joshua Reynolds, had invited me to meet Mr. Wilkes and some more gentlemen on Wednesday, May 15th. "Pray," said I, "let us have Dr. Johnson." "What with Mr. Wilkes?" "Not for the world," said Mr. Edward Dilly. "Dr. Johnson would never forgive me." "Come," said I, "if you'll let me negotiate for you, I will be answerable that all shall go well." Dilly. "Nay, if you will take it upon you, I am sure I shall be very happy to see them both here." Notwithstanding the high veneration which I entertained for Dr. Johnson, I was sensible that he was sometimes a little actuated by the spirit of contradiction, and by means of that I hoped I should gain my point. I was persuaded that if I had come upon him with a direct proposal, "Sir, will you dine in company with Jack Wilkes?" he would have flown into a passion, and would probably have answered, "Dine with Jack Wilkes, sir. I'd as soon dine with Jack Ketch." I therefore, while we were sitting quietly by ourselves at his house in an evening, took occasion to open my plan thus: "Mr. Dilly, sir, sends his respectful compliments to you, and would be happy if you would do him the honour to dine with him on Wednesday next along with me, as I must soon go to Scotland." Johnson. "Sir, I am obliged to Mr. Dilly. I will wait upon him." Boswell. "Provided, sir, I suppose, that the company which he is to have, is agreeable to you." Johnson. "What do you mean, sir? What do you take me for? Do you think I am so ignorant of the world as to imagine that I am to prescribe to a gentleman what company he is to have at his table?" Boswell. "I beg your pardon, sir, for wishing to prevent you from meeting people whom you might not like. Perhaps he may have some of what he calls his patriotic friends with him." Johnson. "Well, sir, and what then? What care I for his patriotic friends? Poe." Boswell. "I should not be surprised to find Jack Wilkes there." Johnson. "And if Jack Wilkes should be there, what is that to me, sir? My dear friend, let us have no more of this. I am sorry to be angry with you. But really it is treating me strangely to talk to me as if I could not meet any company whatever, occasionally." Boswell. "Pray forgive me, sir, I meant well. But you shall meet whoever comes, for me." Thus I secured him, and told Dilly that he would find him very well pleased to be one of his guests on the day appointed. Upon the much expected Wednesday, I called on him about half an hour before dinner, as I often did when we were to dine out together, to see that he was ready in time, and to accompany him. I found him buffeting his books, as upon a former occasion, covered with dust, and making no preparation for going abroad. "How is this, sir?" said I. "Don't you recollect that you are to dine at Mr. Dilly's?" Johnson. "Sir, I did not think of going to Dilly's, it went out of my head. I have ordered dinner at home with Mrs. Williams." Boswell. "But, my dear sir, you know you were engaged to Mr. Dilly, and I told him so. He will expect you, and will be much disappointed if you don't come." Johnson. "You must talk to Mrs. Williams about this." Here was a sad dilemma. I feared that what I was so confident I had secured would yet be frustrated. He had accustomed himself to shew Mrs. Williams such a degree of humane attention, as frequently imposed some restraint upon him, and I knew that if she should be obstinate, he would not stir. I hastened downstairs to the blind lady's room, and told her I was in great uneasiness, for Dr. Johnson had engaged to me to dine this day at Mr. Dilly's, but that he had told me he had forgotten his engagement, and had ordered dinner at home. "Yes, sir," said she, pretty peevishly, "Dr. Johnson is to dine at home." "Madam," said I, "his respect for you is such, that I know he will not leave you unless you absolutely desire it. But as you have so much of his company, I hope you will be good enough to forego it for a day, as Mr. Dilly is a very worthy man, has frequently had agreeable parties at his house for Dr. Johnson, and will be vexed if the doctor neglects him today. And then, madam, be pleased to consider my situation." I carried the message, and I assured Mr. Dilly that Dr. Johnson was to come, and no doubt he has made a dinner, and invited a company, and boasted of the honour he expected to have. I shall be quite disgraced if the doctor is not there. She gradually softened to my solicitations, which were certainly as earnest as most entreaties to ladies upon any occasion, and was graciously pleased to empower me to tell Dar. Johnson, that all things considered, she thought he should certainly go. I flew back to him, still in dust, and careless of what should be the event, indifferent in his choice to go or stay, but as soon as I had announced to him Mrs. William's consent, he roared, "Frank, a clean shirt," and was very soon dressed. When I had him fairly seated in a hackney coach with me, I exulted as much as a fortune hunter who has got an heiress into a post-chaise with him to set out for Gretna Green. When we entered Mr. Dilly's drawing-room, he found himself in the midst of a company he did not know. I kept myself snug and silent, watching how he would conduct himself. I observed him whispering to Mr. Dilly, "Who is that gentleman, sir?" "Mr. Arthur Lee." Johnson. Two, under his breath, which was one of his habitual mutterings. Mr. Arthur Lee could not but be very obnoxious to Johnson, for he was not only a patriot but an American. He was afterwards minister from the United States at the court of Madrid. "And who is the gentleman in lace?" "Mr. Wilkes, sir." This information confounded him still more. He had some difficulty to restrain himself, and taking up a book, sat down upon a window seat and read, or at least kept his eye upon it intently for some time, till he composed himself. His feelings, I dare say, were awkward enough. But he no doubt recollected his having rated me for supposing that he could be at all disconcerted by any company, and he, therefore, resolutely set himself to behave quite as an easy man of the world, who could adapt himself at once to the disposition and manners of those whom he might chance to meet. The cheering sound of "dinner is upon the table" dissolved his reverie, and we all sat down without any symptom of ill humor. There were present, beside Mr. Wilkes, and Mr. Arthur Lee, who was an old companion of mine when he studied physic at Edinburgh, Mr. now Sir John Miller, Dr. Letsom, and Mr. Slater the druggist. Mr. Wilkes placed himself next to Dr. Johnson, and behaved to him with so much attention and politeness, that he gained upon him insensibly. No man eat more heartily than Johnson, or loved better what was nice and delicate. Mr. Wilkes was very assiduous in helping him to some fine veal. "Pray give me leave, sir, it is better here, a little of the brown, some fat, sir, a little of the stuffing, some gravy, let me have the pleasure of giving you some butter, allow me to recommend a squeeze of this orange. Or the lemon, perhaps, may have more zest." Sir, I am obliged to you, sir," cried Johnson, bowing, and turning his head to him with a look for some time of surly virtue, but, in a short while, of complacency. Foot being mentioned, Johnson said, "He is not a good mimic." One of the company added, "A merry andrew, a buffoon." Johnson. "But he has wit too, and is not deficient in ideas, or in fertility and variety of imagery, and not empty of reading. He has knowledge enough to fill up his part. One species of wit he has in an eminent degree, that of escape. You drive him into a corner with both hands, but he's gone, sir, when you think you have got him, like an animal that jumps over your head. Then he has a great range for wit, he never lets truth stand between him and a jest, and he is sometimes mighty coarse. Garrick is under many restraints from which Foot is free." Wilkes. "Garrick's wit is more like Lord Chesterfield's." Johnson. "The first time I was in company with Foot was at Fitzherbert's. Having no good opinion of the fellow, I was resolved not to be pleased, and it is very difficult to please a man against his will. I went on eating my dinner pretty sullenly, affecting not to mind him. But the dog was so very comical, that I was obliged to lay down my knife and fork, throw myself back upon my chair, and fairly laugh it out. No, sir, he was irresistible. He upon one occasion experienced, in an extraordinary degree, the efficacy of his powers of entertaining. Amongst the many and various modes which he tried of getting money, he became a partner with a small beer brewer, and he was to have a share of the profits for procuring customers amongst his numerous acquaintance. Fitzherbert was one who took his small beer, but it was so bad that the servants resolved not to drink it. They were at some loss how to notify their resolution, being afraid of offending their master, who they knew liked Foot much as a companion. At last they fixed upon a little black boy, who was rather a favorite, to be their deputy, and deliver their remonstrance, and having invested him with the whole authority of the kitchen, he was to inform Mr. Fitzherbert, in all their names, upon a certain day, that they would drink Foot's small beer no longer. On that day Foot happened to dine at Fitzherbert's, and this boy served at table. He was so delighted with Foot's stories, and merriment, and grimace, that when he went downstairs, he told them, "This is the finest man I have ever seen. I will not deliver your message. I will drink his small beer." Somebody observed that Garrick could not have done this. Wilkes. Garrick would have made the small beer still smaller. He is now leaving the stage, but he will play scrub all his life. I knew that Johnson would let nobody attack Garrick but himself, as Garrick once said to me, and I had heard him praise his liberality, so to bring out his commendation of his celebrated pupil, I said, loudly, "I have heard Garrick is liberal." Johnson. Yes, sir, I know that Garrick has given away more money than any man in England that I am acquainted with, and that not from ostentatious views. Garrick was very poor when he began life. So when he came to have money, he probably was very unskilful in giving away, and saved when he should not. But Garrick began to be liberal as soon as he could. And I am of opinion, the reputation of avarice which he has been very lucky for him, and prevented his having many enemies. You despise a man for avarice, but do not hate him. Garrick might have been much better attacked for living with more splendor than is suitable to a player. If they had had the wit to have assaulted him in that quarter, they might have galled him more. But they have kept clamoring about his avarice, which has rescued him from much obloquy and envy. Talking of the great difficulty of obtaining authentic information for biography, Johnson told us, "When I was a young fellow I wanted to write the life of Dryden, and in order to get materials, I applied to the only two persons then alive who had seen him. These were old Swinney, and old Cibber. Swinney's information was no more than this, that at Will's coffee-house Dryden had a particular chair for himself, which was set by the fire in winter, and was then called his winter chair. And that it was carried out for him to the balcony in summer, and was then called his summer chair. Cibber could tell no more but that he remembered him a decent old man, arbiter of critical disputes at Will's. You are to consider that Cibber was then at a great distance from Dryden, had perhaps one leg only in the room, and durst not draw in the other. Boswell. Yet Cibber was a man of observation. Johnson. I think not. Boswell. You will allow his apology to be well done. Johnson. Very well done, to be sure, sir. That book is a striking proof of the justice of Pope's remark. Each might his several province well command. Would all but stoop to what they understand. Boswell. And his plays are good. Johnson. Yes, but that was his trade. L'esprit du corps, he had been all his life among players and playwriters. I wondered that he had so little to say in conversation, for he had kept the best company, and learnt all that can be got by the ear. He abused Pindar to me, and then shewed me an ode of his own, with an absurd couplet, making a linnet soar on an eagle's wing. I told him that when the ancients made a simile, they always made it like something real. Mr. Wilkes remarked, that, among all the bold flights of Shakespeare's imagination, the boldest was making Birnamwood march to Dunsinane, creating a wood where there never was a shrub, a wood in Scotland. Ha! 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 And he also observed, that the clannish slavery of the Highlands of Scotland was the single exception to Milton's remark of the mountain nymph, sweet Liberty, being worshipped in all hilly countries. When I was at Inverary, said he, on a visit to my old friend, Archibald, Duke of Argyll, his dependents congratulated me on being such a favourite of his grace. I said, it is then, gentlemen, truly lucky for me. For if I had displeased the Duke, and he had wished it, there is not a Campbell among you but would have been ready to bring John Wilkes's head to him in a charger. It would have been only off with his head. So much for Aylesbury. I was then member for Aylesbury. Mr. Arthur Lee mentioned some Scotch who had taken possession of a barren part of America, and wondered why they should choose it. Johnson. Why, sir, all barrenness is comparative. The Scotch would not know it to be barren. Boswell. Come, come, he is flattering the English. You have now been in Scotland, sir, and say if you did not see meat and drink enough there. Johnson. Why yes, sir. Meat and drink enough to give the inhabitants sufficient strength to run away from home. All these quick and lively sallies were said sportively, quite in jest, and with a smile, which showed that he meant only wit. Upon this topic he and Mr. Wilkes could perfectly assimilate. Here was a bond of union between them, and I was conscious that as both of them had visited Caledonia, both were fully satisfied of the strange narrow ignorance of those who imagine that it is a land of famine. But they amused themselves with persevering in the old jokes. When I claimed a superiority for Scotland over England in one respect, that no man can be arrested there for a debt merely because another swears it against him. But there must first be the judgment of a court of law ascertaining its justice. And that a seizure of the person, before judgment is obtained, can take place only, if his creditor should swear that he is about to fly from the country, or, as it is technically expressed, is in meditation fugo. Wilkes. That, I should think, may be safely sworn of all the Scotch nation. Johnson. To Mr. Wilkes, you must know, sir, I lately took my friend Boswell and shewed him genuine civilized life in an English provincial town. I turned him loose at Lichfield, my native city, that he might see for once real civility, for you know he lives among savages in Scotland, and among rakes in London. Wilkes. Except when he is with grave, sober, decent people like you and me. Johnson. Smiling, and we ashamed of him. They were quite frank and easy. Johnson told the story of his asking Mrs. Macaulay to allow her footman to sit down with them, to prove the ridiculousness of the argument for the equality of mankind. And he said to me afterwards, with a nod of satisfaction, you saw Mr. Wilkes acquiesced. Wilkes talked with all imaginable freedom of the ludicrous title given to the Attorney General, Diabolus Regis. Adding, I have reason to know something about that officer, for I was prosecuted for a libel. Johnson, who many people would have supposed must have been furiously angry at hearing this talked of so lightly, said not a word. He was now, indeed, a good-humoured fellow. After dinner we had an accession of Mrs. Knowles, the Quaker lady, well known for her various talents, and of Mr. Alderman Lee. Amidst some patriotic groans, somebody, I think the alderman, said, poor old England is lost. Johnson. Sir, it is not so much to be lamented that old England is lost, as that the Scotch have found it. Wilkes. Had Lord Bute governed Scotland only, I should not have taken the trouble to write his eulogy, and dedicate Mortimer to him. Mr. Wilkes held a candle to shew a fine print of a beautiful female figure which hung in the room, and pointed out the elegant contour of the bosom with the finger of an arch connoisseur. He afterwards, in a conversation with me, waggishly insisted, that all the time Johnson shewed visible signs of a fervent admiration of the corresponding charms of the fair Quaker. This record, though by no means so perfect as I could wish, will serve to give a notion of a very curious interview, which was not only pleasing at the time, but had the agreeable and benignant effect of reconciling any animosity, and sweetening any acidity, which in the various bustle of political contest, had been produced in the minds of two men, who though widely different, had so many things in common, classical learning, modern literature, wit, and humor, and ready repartee, that it would have been much to be regretted if they had been for ever at a distance from each other. Mr. Burke gave me much credit for this successful negotiation, and pleasantly said, that, there was nothing to equal it in the whole history of the corps diplomatique. I attended Dr. Johnson home, and had the satisfaction to hear him tell Mrs. Williams how much he had been pleased with Mr. Wilkes's company, and what an agreeable day he had passed. I talked a good deal to him of the celebrated Margaret Caroline Rudd, whom I had visited, induced by the fame of her talents, address, and irresistible power of fascination. To a lady who disapproved of my visiting her, he said on a former occasion, "Nay, Madam, Boswell is in the right, I should have visited her myself, were it not that they have now a trick of putting everything into the newspapers." This evening he exclaimed, "I envy him his acquaintance with Mrs. Rudd." On the evening of the next day I took leave of him, being to set out for Scotland. I thanked him with great warmth for all his kindness. "Sir," said he, "you are very welcome. Nobody repays it with more." The following letters concerning an epitaph which he wrote for the monument of Dr. Goldsmith, in Westminster Abbey, afford at once a proof of his unaffected modesty, his carelessness as to his own writings, and of the great respect which he entertained for the taste and judgment of the excellent and eminent person to whom they are addressed. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, I have been kept away from you, I know not well how, and of these vexatious hindrances I know not when there will be an end. I therefore send you the poor dear doctor's epitaph. Read it first yourself. And if you then think it right, shew it to the club. I am, you know, willing to be corrected. If you think anything much amiss, keep it to yourself, till we come together. I have sent 2 copies, but prefer the card. The dates must be settled by Dr. Percy. I am, Sir, your most humble servant. May 16, 1776. Sam. Johnson. It was, I think, after I had left London this year, that this epitaph gave occasion to a remonstrance to the monarch of literature, for an account of which I am indebted to Sir William Forbes, of Pitsligo. That my readers may have the subject more fully and clearly before them, I shall first insert the epitaph. Oliverii Goldsmith. Pote, Physici, Historici. Canullum fer scribendi genus. Non tetigit. Nullum quat teticit non ornavit. Siv risus essent movendi. Siv lacrimi. Affectuum potens et lenis dominator. Ingenio sublimis, vividus, versatilis. Oration grandis, nitidus, venustus. Hoc monumento memoriam coluit. Sodalium amor. Amicarum fides. Lectorum veneratio. Natus in Hibernia fornii Longfortiensis. In loco cui nomen Pallas. November 29, Mxxi. Eblani Literis Institutus. Obiat Londini. April 4, Mxxexiv. Sir William Forbes writes to me thus. I enclose the round robin. This jeu d'esprit took its rise one day at dinner at our friend Sir Joshua Reynolds's. All the company present, except myself, were friends and acquaintance of Dr. Goldsmith. The epitaph, written for him by Dr. Johnson, became the subject of conversation, and various emendations were suggested, which it was agreed should be submitted to the doctor's consideration. But the question was, who should have the courage to propose them to him? At last it was hinted, that there could be no way so good as that of a round robin, as the sailors call it, which they make use of when they enter into a conspiracy, so as not to let it be known who puts his name first or last to the paper. This proposition was instantly assented to, and Dr. Barnard, Dean of Derry, now Bishop of Killaloe, drew up an address to Dr. Johnson on the occasion, replete with wit and humour, but which it was feared the doctor might think treated the subject with too much levity. Mr. Burke then proposed the address as it stands in the paper in writing, to which I had the honour to officiate as clerk. Sir Joshua agreed to carry it to Dr. Johnson, who received it with much good humour, 39 and desired Sir Joshua to tell the gentlemen, that he would alter the epitaph in any manner they pleased, as to the sense of it. But he would never consent to disgrace the walls of Westminster Abbey with an English inscription. I consider this round robin as a species of literary curiosity worth preserving, as it marks, in a certain degree, Dr. Johnson's character. Sir William Forbes's observation is very just. The anecdote now related proves, in the strongest manner, the reverence and awe with which Johnson was regarded, by some of the most eminent men of his time, in various departments, and even by such of them as lived most with him. While it also confirms what I have again and again inculcated, that he was by no means of that ferocious and irascible character which has been ignorantly imagined. This hasty composition is also to be remarked as one of 1,000 instances which evince the extraordinary promptitude of Mr. Burke, who while he is equal to the greatest things, can adorn the least. Can, with equal facility, embrace the vast and complicated speculations of politics, or the ingenious topics of literary investigation. D'Art Johnson to Mrs. Boswell. Madam, you must not think me uncivil in omitting to answer the letter with which you favoured me some time ago. I imagined it to have been written without Mr. Boswell's knowledge, and therefore supposed the answer to require, what I could not find, a private conveyance. The difference with Lord Auchinleck is now over. And since young Alexander has appeared, I hope no more difficulties will arise among you, for I sincerely wish you all happy. Do not teach the young ones to dislike me, as you dislike me yourself. But let me at least have Veronica's kindness, because she is my acquaintance. You will now have Mr. Boswell home, it is well that you have him, he has led a wild life. I have taken him to Lichfield, and he has followed Mr. Thrale to Bath. Pray take care of him, and tame him. The only thing in which I have the honour to agree with you is, in loving him, and while we are so much of a mind in a matter of so much importance, our other quarrels will, I hope, produce no great bitterness. I am, Madam, your most humble servant. May 16, 1776. Sam. Johnson. I select from his private register the following passage. July 25, 1776. O God, who hast ordained that whatever is to be desired should be sought by labour, and who, by thy blessing, bringest honest labour to good effect, look with mercy upon my studies and endeavours. Grant me, O Lord, to design only what is lawful and right, and afford me calmness of mind, and steadiness of purpose, that I may so do thy will in this short life, as to obtain happiness in the world to come, for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. It appears from a note subjoined, that this was composed when he purposed to apply vigorously to study, particularly of the Greek and Italian tongues. Such a purpose, so expressed, at the age of 67, is admirable and encouraging. And it must impress all the thinking part of my readers with a consolatory confidence in habitual devotion, when they see a man of such enlarged intellectual powers as Johnson, thus in the genuine earnestness of secrecy, imploring the aid of that Supreme Being, from whom cometh down every good and every perfect gift. Chapter 11. 1777, Itot. 68. In 1777, it appears from his prayers and meditations, that Johnson suffered much from a state of mind unsettled and perplexed, and from that constitutional gloom, which, together with his extreme humility and anxiety with regard to his religious state, made him contemplate himself through too dark and unfavourable a medium. It may be said of him, that he saw God in clouds. Certain we may be of his injustice to himself in the following lamentable paragraph, which it is painful to think came from the contrite heart of this great man, to whose labours the world is so much indebted, when I survey my past life. I discover nothing but a barren waste of time with some disorders of body, and disturbances of the mind, very near to madness, which I hope he that made me will suffer to extenuate many faults, and excuse many deficiencies. But we find his devotions in this year eminently fervent, and we are comforted by observing intervals of quiet, composure, and gladness. On Easter Day we find the following emphatic prayer. Almighty and most merciful Father, who sayest all our miseries, and knowest all our necessities, look down upon me, and pity me. Defend me from the violent incursions, of evil thoughts, and enable me to form and keep such resolutions as may conduce to the discharge of the duties which thy providence shall appoint me. And so help me, by thy Holy Spirit, that my heart may surely there be fixed, where true joys are to be found, and that I may serve thee with pure affection and a cheerful mind. Have mercy upon me, O God, have mercy upon me. Years and infirmities oppress me, terror and anxiety beset me. Have mercy upon me, my Creator and my Judge. In all dangers protect me. In all perplexities relieve and free me. And so help me by thy Holy Spirit, that I may now so commemorate the death of thy Son our Saviour Jesus Christ, as that when this short and painful life shall have an end, I may, for his sake, be received to everlasting happiness. Amen. Sir Alexander Dick to Dr. Samuel Johnson. Prestonfield, February 17, 1777. Sir, I had yesterday the honour of receiving your book of your journey to the Western Islands of Scotland, which you was so good as to send me, by the hands of our mutual friend, Mr. Boswell, of Auchinleck. For which I return you my most hearty thanks, and after carefully reading it over again, shall deposit in my little collection of choice books, next our worthy friend's journey to Corsica. As there are many things to admire in both performances, I have often wished that no travels or journeys should be published but those undertaken by persons of integrity and capacity to judge well, and describe faithfully, and in good language, the situation, condition, and manners of the countries passed through. Indeed, our country of Scotland, in spite of the union of the crowns, is still in most places so devoid of clothing, or cover from hedges and plantations, that it was well you gave your readers a sound monitoire with respect to that circumstance. The truths you have told, and the purity of the language in which they are expressed, as your journey is universally read, may, and already appear to have a very good effect. For a man of my acquaintance, who has the largest nursery for trees and hedges in this country, tells me, that of late the demand upon him for these articles is doubled, and sometimes tripled. I have, therefore, listed Dr. Samuel Johnson in some of my memorandums of the principal planters and favourers of the enclosures, under a name which I took the liberty to invent from the Greek, Papandreon. Lord Auchinleck and some few more are of the list. I am told that one gentleman in the shire of Aberdeen, viz. Sir Archibald Grant, has planted above 50 millions of trees on a piece of very wild ground at Monymusk. I must inquire if he has fenced them well, before he enters my list. For, that is the soul of enclosing. I began myself to plant a little, our ground being too valuable for much, and that is now 50 years ago. And the trees, now in my 74th year, I look up to with reverence, and shew them to my eldest son now in his 15th year, and they are full the height of my country house here, where I had the pleasure of receiving you. And hope again to have that satisfaction with our mutual friend, Mr. Boswell. I shall always continue, with the truest esteem, dear Doctor, your much obliged, and obedient humble servant, Alexander Dick. To James Boswell, Esq. Dear Sir, it is so long since I heard anything from you, that I am not easy about it. Write something to me next post. When you sent your last letter, everything seemed to be mending. I hope nothing has lately grown worse. I suppose young Alexander continues to thrive, and Veronica is now very pretty company. I do not suppose the lady is yet reconciled to me, yet let her know that I love her very well, and value her very much. Poor Beauclerk still continues very ill. Langton lives on as he used to do. His children are very pretty, and, I think, his lady loses her Scotch. Powley I never see. I have been so distressed by difficulty of breathing, that I lost, as was computed, 36 ounces of blood in a few days. I am better, but not well. Mrs. Williams sends her compliments, and promises that when you come hither, she will accommodate you as well as ever she can in the old room. She wishes to know whether you sent her book to Sir Alexander Gordon. My dear Boswell, do not neglect to write to me, for your kindness is one of the pleasures of my life, which I should be sorry to lose. I am, Sir, your humble servant. February 18, 1777. Sam. Johnson. To Dr. Samuel Johnson. Glasgow, April 24, 1777. My dear Sir. My wife has made marmalade of oranges for you. I left her and my daughters and Alexander all well yesterday. I have taught Veronica to speak of you thus, Dr. Johnson, not Johnston. I remain, my dear Sir, your most affectionate and obliged humble servant, James Boswell. To James Boswell, Esq. Dear Sir. Tell Mrs. Boswell that I shall taste her marmalade cautiously at first. Timeo deneo ziti dona ferentes. Beware, says the Italian proverb, of a reconciled enemy. But when I find it does me no harm, I shall then receive it and be thankful for it, as a pledge of firm, and, I hope, of unalterable kindness. She is, after all, a dear, dear lady. I am, dear sir, your most affectionate humble servant. May 3, 1777. Sam. Johnson. To James Boswell, Esq. South Hill, September 26, 1777. Dear Sir, you will find by this letter, that I am still in the same calm retreat, from the noise and bustle of London, as when I wrote to you last. I am happy to find you had such an agreeable meeting with your old friend Dr. Johnson. I have no doubt your stock is much increased by the interview. Few men, nay I may say, scarcely any man, has got that fund of knowledge and entertainment as Dr. Johnson in conversation. When he opens freely, every one is attentive to what he says, and cannot fail of improvement as well as pleasure. The edition of the Poets, now printing, will do honor to the English press. And a concise account of the life of each author, by Dr. Johnson, will be a very valuable edition, and stamp the reputation of this edition superior to anything that has gone before. The first cause that gave rise to this undertaking, I believe, was owing to the little trifling edition of the Poets, printing by the Martins, at Edinburgh, and to be sold by Bell, in London. Upon examining the volumes which were printed, the type was found so extremely small, that many persons could not read them. Not only this inconvenience attended it, but the inaccuracy of the press was very conspicuous. These reasons, as well as the idea of an invasion of what we call our literary property, induced the London booksellers to print an elegant and accurate edition of all the English poets of reputation, from Chaucer to the present time. Accordingly, a select number of the most respectable booksellers met on the occasion, and, on consulting together, agreed, that all the proprietors of copyright in the various poets should be summoned together. And when their opinions were given, to proceed immediately on the business. Accordingly a meeting was held, consisting of about 40 of the most respectable booksellers of London, when it was agreed that an elegant and uniform edition of the English poets should be immediately printed. With a concise account of the life of each author, by Dr. Samuel Johnson, and that 3 persons should be deputed to wait upon Dr. Johnson, to solicit him to undertake the lives, viz., T. Davies, Strahan, and Cadail. The doctor very politely undertook it, and seemed exceedingly pleased with the proposal. As to the terms, it was left entirely to the doctor to name his own. He mentioned 200 guineas, 40 it was immediately agreed to, and a farther compliment, I believe, will be made him. A committee was likewise appointed to engage the best engravers, viz., Bartolozzi, Sherwin, Hall, etc. Likewise another committee for giving directions about the paper, printing, etc. So that the whole will be conducted with spirit, and in the best manner, with respect to authorship, editorship, engravings, etc., etc. My brother will give you a list of the poets we mean to give, many of which are within the time of the Act of Queen Anne, which Martin and Bell cannot give, as they have no property in them. The proprietors are almost all the booksellers in London, of consequence. I am, dear sir, ever yours. Edward Dilly. A circumstance which could not fail to be very pleasing to Johnson occurred this year. The tragedy of Sir Thomas Overbury, written by his early companion in London, Richard Savage, was brought out with alterations at Drury Lane Theatre. The prologue to it was written by Mr. Richard Brinsley Sheridan. In which, after describing very pathetically the wretchedness of ill-fated Savage, at whose birth was given no parent but the Muse, no friend but he then, he introduced an elegant compliment to Johnson on his dictionary. That wonderful performance which cannot be too often or too highly praised. Of which Mr. Harris, in his Philological Inquiries, justly and liberally observes, such is its merit, that our language does not possess a more copious, learned, and valuable work. The concluding lines of this prologue were these. So pleads the tale that gives to future times The son's misfortunes and the parent's crimes. There shall his fame, if owned tonight, survive. Fixed by the hand that bids our language live. Mr. Sheridan here at once did honor to his taste and to his liberality of sentiment, by shewing that he was not prejudiced from the unlucky difference which had taken place between his worthy father and Dr. Johnson. I have already mentioned, that Johnson was very desirous of reconciliation with old Mr. Sheridan. It will, therefore, not seem at all surprising that he was zealous in acknowledging the brilliant merit of his son. While it had as yet been displayed only in the drama, Johnson proposed him as a member of the literary club, observing, that he who has written the two best comedies of his age, is surely a considerable man. And he had, accordingly, the honor to be elected, for an honor it undoubtedly must be allowed to be, when it is considered of whom that society consists, and that a single black ball excludes a candidate. On the 23rd of June, I again wrote to Dr. Johnson, enclosing a shipmaster's receipt for a jar of orange marmalade, and a large packet of Lord Hyles's Annals of Scotland. Dr. Johnson to Mrs. Boswell. Madam, though I am well enough pleased with the taste of sweetmeats, very little of the pleasure which I received at the arrival of your jar of marmalade arose from eating it. I received it as a token of friendship, as a proof of reconciliation, things much sweeter than sweetmeats, and upon this consideration I return you, dear madam, my sincerest thanks. By having your kindness I think I have a double security for the continuance of Mr. Boswell's, which it is not to be expected that any man can long keep, when the influence of a lady so highly and so justly valued operates against him. Mr. Boswell will tell you that I was always faithful to your interest, and always endeavored to exalt you in his estimation. You must now do the same for me. We must all help one another, and you must now consider me, as, dear madam, your most obliged, and most humble servant. July 22, 1777. Sam. Johnson. To James Boswell, Esq. Dear Sir, I am this day come to Ashbourne, and have only to tell you, that Dr. Taylor says you shall be welcome to him, and you know how welcome you will be to me. Make haste to let me know when you may be expected. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell, and tell her, I hope we shall be at variance no more. I am, dear sir, your most humble servant. August 30th, 1777. Sam. Johnson. On Sunday evening, September 14th, I arrived at Ashbourne, and drove directly up to Dr. Taylor's door. Dr. Johnson and he appeared before I had got out of the post-chaise, and welcomed me cordially. I told them that I had travelled all the preceding night, and gone to bed at Leek in Staffordshire. And that when I rose to go to church in the afternoon, I was informed there had been an earthquake, of which, it seems, the shock had been felt in some degree at Ashbourne. Johnson. Sir, it will be much exaggerated in popular talk, for, in the first place, the common people do not accurately adapt their thoughts to the objects, nor, secondly, do they accurately adapt their words to their thoughts, they do not mean to lie. But, taking no pains to be exact, they give you very false accounts. A great part of their language is proverbial. If anything rocks at all, they say it rocks like a cradle, and in this way they go on. The subject of grief for the loss of relations and friends being introduced, I observed that it was strange to consider how soon it in general wears away. Dr. Taylor mentioned a gentleman of the neighborhood as the only instance he had ever known of a person who had endeavored to retain grief. He told Dr. Taylor, that after his lady's death, which affected him deeply, he resolved that the grief, which he cherished with a kind of sacred fondness, should be lasting, but that he found he could not keep it long. Johnson. All grief for what cannot in the course of nature be helped, soon wears away, in some sooner, indeed, in some later. But it never continues very long, unless where there is madness, such as will make a man have pride so fixed in his mind, as to imagine himself a king. Or any other passion in an unreasonable way, for all unnecessary grief is unwise, and therefore will not be long retained by a sound mind. If, indeed, the cause of our grief is occasioned by our own misconduct, if grief is mingled with remorse of conscience, it should be lasting. Boswell. But, sir, we do not approve of a man who very soon forgets the loss of a wife or a friend. Johnson. Sir, we disapprove of him, not because he soon forgets his grief, for the sooner it is forgotten the better, but because we suppose, that if he forgets his wife or his friends soon, he has not had much affection for them. I was somewhat disappointed in finding that the edition of the English poets, for which he was to write prefaces and lives, was not an undertaking directed by him, but that he was to furnish a preface and life to any poet the booksellers pleased. I asked him if he would do this to any dunce's works, if they should ask him. Johnson. Yes, sir, and say he was a dunce. My friend seemed now not much to relish talking of this edition. After breakfast 41 Johnson carried me to see the garden belonging to the school of Ashbourne, which is very prettily formed upon a bank, rising gradually behind the house. The Reverend Mr. Langley, the headmaster, accompanied us. We had with us at dinner several of Dr. Taylor's neighbors, good civil gentlemen, who seemed to understand Dr. Johnson very well, and not to consider him in the light that a certain person did, who being struck, or rather stunned by his voice and manner, when he was afterwards asked what he thought of him, answered, "He's a tremendous companion." Johnson told me, that Taylor was a very sensible acute man, and had a strong mind. That he had great activity in some respects, and yet such a sort of indolence, that if you should put a pebble upon his chimney piece, you would find it there, in the same state, a year afterwards. And here is the proper place to give an account of Johnson's humane and zealous interference in behalf of the Reverend Dr. William Dodd, formerly Prebendary of Brecon, and chaplain in ordinary to His Majesty. Celebrated as a very popular preacher, an encourager of charitable institutions, and author of a variety of works, chiefly theological. Having unhappily contracted expensive habits of living, partly occasioned by licentiousness of manners, he in an evil hour, when pressed by want of money, and dreading an exposure of his circumstances, forged a bond of which he attempted to avail himself to support his credit, flattering himself with hopes that he might be able to repay its amount without being detected. The person, whose name he thus rashly and criminally presumed to falsify, was the Earl of Chesterfield, to whom he had been tutor, and who, he perhaps, in the warmth of his feelings, flattered himself would have generously paid the money in case of an alarm being taken, rather than suffer him to fall a victim to the dreadful consequences of violating the law against forgery, the most dangerous crime in a commercial country. But the unfortunate divine had the mortification to find that he was mistaken. His noble pupil appeared against him, and he was capitally convicted. Johnson told me that Dr. Dodd was very little acquainted with him, having been but once in his company, many years previous to this period, which was precisely the state of my own acquaintance with Dodd. But in his distress he bethought himself of Johnson's persuasive power of writing, if haply it might avail to obtain for him the royal mercy. He did not apply to him directly, but, extraordinary as it may seem, through the late Countess of Harrington, who wrote a letter to Johnson, asking him to employ his pen in favour of Dodd. Mr. Allen, the printer, who was Johnson's landlord and next neighbour in Bolt Court, and for whom he had much kindness, was one of Dodd's friends, of whom to the credit of humanity be it recorded, that he had many who did not desert him, even after his infringement of the law had reduced him to the state of a man under sentence of death. Mr. Allen told me that he carried Lady Harrington's letter to Johnson, that Johnson read it walking up and down his chamber, and seemed much agitated, after which he said, "I will do what I can," and certainly he did make extraordinary exertions. He this evening, as he had obligingly promised in one of his letters, put into my hands the whole series of his writings upon this melancholy occasion. Dr. Johnson wrote in the first place, Dr. Dodd's speech to the Recorder of London, at the Old Bailey, when sentence of death was about to be pronounced upon him. He wrote also the convict's address to his unhappy brethren, a sermon delivered by Dr. Dodd, in the chapel of Newgate. The other pieces mentioned by Johnson in the above-mentioned collection, are two letters, one to the Lord Chancellor Bathurst, not Lord North, as is erroneously supposed, and one to Lord Mansfield, a petition from Dr. Dodd to the King. A petition from Mrs. Dodd to the Queen, observations of some length inserted in the newspapers, on occasion of Earl Percy's having presented to His Majesty a petition for mercy to Dodd, signed by 20,000 people, but all in vain. He told me that he had also written a petition from the City of London, but, said he, with a significant smile, they mended it. The last of these articles which Johnson wrote is Dr. Dodd's last solemn declaration, which he left with the sheriff at the place of execution. I found a letter to Dr. Johnson from Dr. Dodd, May 23, 1777, in which the convict's address seems clearly to be meant. I am so penetrated, my ever dear sir, with a sense of your extreme benevolence towards me, that I cannot find words equal to the sentiments of my heart. On Sunday, June 22, he writes, begging Dr. Johnson's assistance in framing a supplicatory letter to His Majesty. This letter was brought to Dr. Johnson when in church. He stooped down and read it, and wrote, when he went home, the following letter for Dr. Dodd to the King. Sir, may it not offend your Majesty, that the most miserable of men applies himself to your clemency, as his last hope and his last refuge. That your mercy is most earnestly and humbly implored by a clergyman, whom your laws and judges have condemned to the horror and ignominy of a public execution. Subjoined to it was written as follows. To Dr. Dodd. Sir, I most seriously enjoin you not to let it be at all known that I have written this letter, and to return the copy to Mr. Allen in a cover to me. I hope I need not tell you, that I wish it success. But do not indulge hope. Tell nobody. It happened luckily that Mr. Allen was pitched on to assist in this melancholy office, for he was a great friend of Mr. Ackerman, the keeper of Newgate. Dr. Johnson never went to see Dr. Dodd. He said to me, it would have done him more harm than good to Dodd, who once expressed a desire to see him, but not earnestly. All applications for the royal mercy having failed, Dr. Dodd prepared himself for death. And, with a warmth of gratitude, wrote to Dr. Johnson as follows. June 25, midnight. Accept, thou great and good heart, my earnest and fervent thanks and prayers for all thy benevolent and kind efforts in my behalf, O. Dr. Johnson. As I sought your knowledge at an early hour in life, would to heaven I had cultivated the love and acquaintance of so excellent a man. I pray God most sincerely to bless you with the highest transports, the infelt satisfaction of humane and benevolent exertions. And admitted, as I trust one shall be, to the realms of bliss before you, I shall hail your arrival there with transports, and rejoice to acknowledge that you was my comforter, my advocate and my friend. God be ever with you. Dr. Johnson lastly wrote to Dr. Dodd this solemn and soothing letter. To the Reverend Dr. Dodd. Dear Sir, that which is appointed to all men is now coming upon you. Outward circumstances, the eyes and the thoughts of men, are below the notice of an immortal being about to stand the trial for eternity, before the supreme judge of heaven and earth. Be comforted, your crime, morally or religiously considered, has no very deep dye of turpitude. It corrupted no man's principles, it attacked no man's life. It involved only a temporary and reparable injury. Of this, and of all other sins, you are earnestly to repent, and may God, who knoweth our frailty, and desireth not our death, accept your repentance, for the sake of his Son Jesus Christ our Lord. In requital of those well-intended offices which you are pleased so emphatically to acknowledge, let me beg that you make in your devotions one petition for my eternal welfare. I am, dear sir, your affectionate servant. June 26, 1777. Sam. Johnson. Under the copy of this letter I found written, in Johnson's own hand, next day, June 27, he was executed. Tuesday, September 16, Dr. Johnson having mentioned to me the extraordinary size and price of some cattle reared by Dr. Taylor, I rode out with our host, surveyed his farm, and was shown one cow which he had sold for 120 guineas, and another for which he had been offered 130. Taylor thus described to me his old schoolfellow and friend, Johnson. He is a man of a very clear head, great power of words, and a very gay imagination, but there is no disputing with him. He will not hear you, and having a louder voice than you, must roar you down. In the evening, the Reverend Mr. Seward, of Lichfield, who was passing through Ashbourne in his way home, drank tea with us. Johnson described him thus: "Sir, his ambition is to be a fine talker, so he goes to Buxton, and such places, where he may find companies to listen to him. And, sir, he is a valetudinarian, one of those who are always mending themselves. I do not know a more disagreeable character than a valetudinarian, who thinks he may do anything that is for his ease, and indulges himself in the grossest freedoms. Sir, he brings himself to the state of a hog in a sty." Dr. Taylor's nose happening to bleed, he said, it was because he had omitted to have himself blooded 4 days after a quarter of a year's interval. Dr. Johnson, who was a great dabbler in physic, disapproved much of periodical bleeding. "For," said he, "you accustom yourself to an evacuation which nature cannot perform of herself, and therefore she cannot help you, should you, from forgetfulness or any other cause, omit it, so you may be suddenly suffocated. You may accustom yourself to other periodical evacuations, because should you omit them, nature can supply the omission, but nature cannot open a vein to blood you." "I do not like to take an emetic," said Taylor, "for fear of breaking some small vessels." "Poh!" said Johnson, "if you have so many things that will break, you had better break your neck at once, and there's an end on't. You will break no small vessels," blowing with high derision. The horror of death which I had always observed in Dr. Johnson, appeared strong tonight. I ventured to tell him, that I had been, for moments in my life, not afraid of death. Therefore I could suppose another man in that state of mind for a considerable space of time. He said, he never had a moment in which death was not terrible to him. He added, that it had been observed, that scarce any man dies in public, but with apparent resolution, from that desire of praise which never quits us. I said, Dr. Dodd seemed to be willing to die, and full of hopes of happiness. "Sir," said he, "Dr. Dodd would have given both his hands and both his legs to have lived. The better a man is, the more afraid he is of death, having a clearer view of infinite purity." He owned, that our being in an unhappy uncertainty as to our salvation, was mysterious, and said, "Ah! We must wait till we are in another state of being, to have many things explained to us." Even the powerful mind of Johnson seemed foiled by futurity. On Wednesday, September 17, Dr. Butter, physician at Derby, drank tea with us, and it was settled that Dr. Johnson and I should go on Friday and dine with him. Johnson said, "I'm glad of this." He seemed weary of the uniformity of life at Dr. Taylor's. Talking of biography, I said, in writing a life, a man's peculiarities should be mentioned, because they mark his character. Johnson: "Sir, there is no doubt as to peculiarities, the question is, whether a man's vices should be mentioned. For instance, whether it should be mentioned that Addison and Parnell drank too freely, for people will probably more easily indulge in drinking from knowing this, so that more ill may be done by the example, than good by telling the whole truth. Here was an instance of his varying from himself in talk, for when Lord Hylleys and he sat one morning calmly conversing in my house at Edinburgh, I well remember that Dr. Johnson maintained, that if a man is to write a panegyric, he may keep vices out of sight. But if he professes to write a life, he must represent it really as it was, and when I objected to the danger of telling that Parnell drank to excess, he said, that it would produce an instructive caution to avoid drinking, when it was seen that even the learning and genius of Parnell could be debased by it. And in the Hebrides he maintained, as appears from my journal, that a man's intimate friend should mention his faults, if he writes his life. Thursday, September 18. Last night Dr. Johnson had proposed that the crystal lustre, or chandelier, in Dr. Taylor's large room, should be lighted up some time or other. Taylor said, it should be lighted up next night. That will do very well, said I, for it is Dr. Johnson's birthday. When we were in the Isle of Skye, Johnson had desired me not to mention his birthday. He did not seem pleased at this time that I mentioned it, and said, somewhat sternly, he would not have the lustre lighted the next day. Some ladies, who had been present yesterday when I mentioned his birthday, came to dinner today, and plagued him unintentionally, by wishing him joy. I know not why he disliked having his birthday mentioned, unless it were that it reminded him of his approaching nearer to death, of which he had a constant dread. I mentioned to him a friend of mine who was formerly gloomy from low spirits, and much distressed by the fear of death, but was now uniformly placid, and contemplated his dissolution without any perturbation. "Sir," said Johnson, "this is only a disordered imagination taking a different turn." He observed, that a gentleman of eminence in literature had got into a bad style of poetry of late. "He puts," said he, "a very common thing in a strange dress till he does not know it himself, and thinks other people do not know it." Boswell. "That is owing to his being so much versant in Old English poetry." Johnson. "What is that to the purpose, sir? If I say a man is drunk, and you tell me it is owing to his taking much drink, the matter is not mended. No, sir, has taken to an odd mode. For example, he'd write thus. Hermit whore, in solemn cell. Wearing out life's evening grey. Grey evening is common enough, but evening grey he'd think fine. Stay. We'll make out the stanza. Hermit whore, in solemn cell. Wearing out life's evening grey. Smite thy bosom, sage, and tell. What is bliss? And which the way? Boswell. But why smite his bosom, sir? Johnson. Why, to shew he was in earnest, smiling. He at an after period added the following stanza. Thus I spoke, and speaking sight scarce repressed the starting tear. When the smiling sage replied, Come, my lad, and drink some beer. I cannot help thinking the first stanza very good solemn poetry, as also the 3 first lines of the second. Its last line is an excellent burlesque surprise on gloomy sentimental inquirers. And, perhaps, the advice is as good as can be given to a low-spirited dissatisfied being, don't trouble your head with sickly thinking, take a cup, and be merry. Friday, September 19th, after breakfast Dr. Johnson and I set out in Dr. Taylor's chaise to go to Derby. The day was fine, and we resolved to go by Kettlestone, the seat of Lord Scarsdale, that I might see his lordship's fine house. I was struck with the magnificence of the building, and the extensive park, with the finest verdure, covered with deer, and cattle, and sheep, delighted me. The number of old oaks, of an immense size, filled me with a sort of respectful admiration, for one of them £60 was offered. The excellent smooth gravel roads. The large piece of water formed by his lordship from some small brooks, with a handsome barge upon it, the venerable Gothic church, now the family chapel, just by the house. In short, the grand group of objects agitated and distended my mind in a most agreeable manner. One should think, said I, that the proprietor of all this must be happy. Nay, sir, said Johnson, all this excludes but one evil, poverty. Our names were sent up, and a well-dressed elderly housekeeper, a most distinct articulator, shewed us the house, which I need not describe, as there is an account of it published in Adams' Works in Architecture. Dar. Johnson thought better of it today than when he saw it before, for he had lately attacked it violently, saying, it would do excellently for a town hall. The large room with the pillars, said he, would do for the judges to sit in at the assizes. The circular room for a jury chamber, and the room above for prisoners. Still he thought the large room ill-lighted, and of no use but for dancing in, and the bedchambers but in different rooms. And that the immense sum which it cost was injudiciously laid out. Dr. Taylor had put him in mind of his appearing pleased with the house. But, said he, that was when Lord Scarsdale was present. Politeness obliges us to appear pleased with a man's works when he is present. No man will be so ill-bred as to question you. You may therefore pay compliments without saying what is not true. I should say to Lord Scarsdale of his large room, my lord, this is the most costly room that I ever saw, which is true. Dar. Manningham, physician in London, who was visiting at Lord Scarsdale's, accompanied us through many of the rooms, and soon afterwards my lord himself, to whom Dr. Johnson was known, appeared, and did the honors of the house. We talked of Mr. Langton. Johnson, with a warm vehemence of affectionate regard, exclaimed, "The earth does not bear a worthier man than Bennet Langton." We saw a good many fine pictures, which I think are described in one of Young's tours. There is a printed catalogue of them which the housekeeper put into my hand. I should like to view them at leisure. I was much struck with Daniel interpreting Nebuchadnezzar's dream by Rembrandt. We were shown a pretty large library. In his lordship's dressing-room lay Johnson's small dictionary. He shewed it to me, with some eagerness, saying, "Look ye. Quae terra nostrae non plena laboris." He observed, also, Goldsmith's Animated Nature, and said, "Here's our friend." The poor doctor would have been happy to hear of this. In our way, Johnson strongly expressed his love of driving fast in a post-chaise. "If," said he, "I had no duties, and no reference to futurity, I would spend my life in driving briskly in a post-chaise with a pretty woman, but she should be one who could understand me, and would add something to the conversation." I observed, that we were this day to stop just where the Highland army did in 1745. Johnson. It was a noble attempt. Boswell. I wish we could have an authentic history of it. Johnson. If you were not an idle dog you might write it, by collecting from every body what they can tell, and putting down your authorities. Boswell. But I could not have the advantage of it in my lifetime. Johnson. You might have the satisfaction of its fame, by printing it in Holland, and as to profit, consider how long it was before writing came to be considered in a pecuniary view. Baretti says, he is the first man that ever received copy money in Italy. I said that I would endeavor to do what Dr. Johnson suggested, and I thought that I might write so as to venture to publish my history of the Civil War in Great Britain in 1745 and 1746, without being obliged to go to a foreign press. When we arrived at Derby, Dr. Butter accompanied us to see the manufactory of china there. I admired the ingenuity and delicate art with which a man fashioned clay into a cup, a saucer, or a teapot, while a boy turned round a wheel to give the mass rotundity. I thought this as excellent in its species of power, as making good verses in its species. Yet I had no respect for this potter. Neither, indeed, has a man of any extent of thinking for a mere verse-maker, in whose numbers, however perfect, there is no poetry, no mind. The china was beautiful, but Dr. Johnson justly observed it was too dear. For that he could have vessels of silver, of the same size, as cheap as what were here made of porcelain. I felt a pleasure in walking about Derby such as I always have in walking about any town to which I am not accustomed. There is an immediate sensation of novelty, and one speculates on the way in which life is passed in it, which, although there is a sameness everywhere upon the whole, is yet minutely diversified. The minute diversities in everything are wonderful. Talking of shaving the other night at Dr. Taylor's, Dr. Johnson said, "Sir, of 1,000 shavers, 2 do not shave so much alike as not to be distinguished." I thought this not possible, till he specified so many of the varieties in shaving, holding the razor more or less perpendicular, drawing long or short strokes, beginning at the upper part of the face, or the under. At the right side or the left side. Indeed, when one considers what variety of sounds can be uttered by the windpipe, in the compass of a very small aperture, we may be convinced how many degrees of difference there may be in the application of a razor. We dined with Dr. Butter, whose lady is daughter of my cousin Sir John Douglas, whose grandson is now presumptive heir of the noble family of Queensberry. Johnson and he had a good deal of medical conversation. Johnson said, he had somewhere or other given an account of Dr. Nichols's discourse de Anemia Medica. He told us, that whatever a man's distemper was, Dr. Nichols would not attend him as a physician, if his mind was not at ease. For he believed that no medicines would have any influence. He once attended a man in trade, upon whom he found none of the medicines he prescribed had any effect. He asked the man's wife privately whether his affairs were not in a bad way. She said no. He continued his attendance some time, still without success. At length the man's wife told him, she had discovered that her husband's affairs were in a bad way. When Goldsmith was dying, Dr. Turton said to him, "Your pulse is in greater disorder than it should be, from the degree of fever which you have. Is your mind at ease?" Goldsmith answered it was not. Dr. Johnson told us that when some of Dr. Dodd's pious friends were trying to console him by saying that he was going to leave a wretched world, he had honesty enough not to join in the cant. "No, no," said he, "it has been a very agreeable world to me." Johnson added, "I respect Dodd for thus speaking the truth, for, to be sure, he had for several years enjoyed a life of great voluptuousness." He told us, that Dodd's city friends stood by him so, that £1,000 were ready to be given to the jailer, if he would let him escape. He added, that he knew a friend of Dodd's, who walked about Newgate for some time on the evening before the day of his execution, with £500 in his pocket, ready to be paid to any of the turnkeys who could get him out, but it was too late. For he was watched with much circumspection. He said, Dodd's friends had an image of him made of wax, which was to have been left in his place, and he believed it was carried into the prison. Johnson disapproved of Dr. Dodd's leaving the world, persuaded that the convict's address to his unhappy brethren was of his own writing. "But, sir," said I, "you contributed to the deception, for when Mr. Seward expressed a doubt to you that it was not Dodd's own, because it had a great deal more force of mind in it than anything known to be his, you answered, why should you think so? Depend upon it, sir, when a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully." Johnson. "Sir, as Dodd got it from me to pass as his own, while that could do him any good, there was an implied promise that I should not own it. To own it, therefore, would have been telling a lie, with the addition of breach of promise, which was worse than simply telling a lie to make it be believed it was Dodd's. Besides, sir, I did not directly tell a lie, I left the matter uncertain. Perhaps I thought that Seward would not believe it the less to be mine for what I said, but I would not put it in his power to say I had owned it. He said, Goldsmith was a plant that flowered late. There appeared nothing remarkable about him when he was young, though when he had got high in fame, one of his friends began to recollect something of his being distinguished at college. Goldsmith in the same manner recollected more of that friend's early years, as he grew a greater man. I mentioned that Lord Monboddo told me, he awaked every morning at 4, and then for his health got up and walked in his room naked, with the window open, which he called taking an air bath. After which he went to bed again, and slept 2 hours more. Johnson, who was always ready to beat down anything that seemed to be exhibited with disproportionate importance, thus observed, I suppose, sir, there is no more in it than this, he awakes at 4, and cannot sleep till he chills himself, and makes the warmth of the bed a grateful sensation. I talked of the difficulty of rising in the morning. Dr. Johnson told me, that the learned Mrs. Carter, at that period when she was eager in study, did not awake as early as she wished, and she therefore had a contrivance, that, at a certain hour, her chamber light should burn a string to which a heavy weight was suspended, which then fell with a strong sudden noise. This roused her from sleep, and then she had no difficulty in getting up. But I said that was my difficulty, and wished there could be some medicine invented which would make one rise without pain, which I never did, unless after lying in bed a very long time. Johnson advised me tonight not to refine in the education of my children. Life, said he, will not bear refinement, you must do as other people do. As we drove back to Ashbourne, Dr. Johnson recommended to me, as he had often done, to drink water only, for, said he, you are then sure not to get drunk, whereas if you drink wine you are never sure. I said, drinking wine was a pleasure which I was unwilling to give up. Why, sir, said he, there is no doubt that not to drink wine is a great deduction from life, but it may be necessary. He however owned, that in his opinion a free use of wine did not shorten life, and said, he would not give less for the life of a certain Scotch lord, whom he named, celebrated for hard drinking, than for that of a sober man. But stay, said he, with his usual intelligence, and accuracy of inquiry, does it take much wine to make him drunk? I answered, a great deal either of wine or strong punch. Then, said he, that is the worse. I presume to illustrate my friend's observation thus, a fortress which soon surrenders has its walls less shattered than when a long and obstinate resistance is made. I ventured to mention a person who was as violent a Scotsman as he was an Englishman, and literally had the same contempt for an Englishman compared with a Scotsman, that he had for a Scotsman compared with an Englishman. And that he would say of Dr. Johnson, damned rascal. To talk as he does of the Scotch. This seemed, for a moment, to give him pause. It, perhaps, presented his extreme prejudice against the Scotch in a point of view somewhat new to him, by the effect of contrast. By the time when we returned to Ashbourne, Dr. Taylor was gone to bed. Johnson and I sat up a long time by ourselves. On Saturday, September 20th, after breakfast, when Taylor was gone out to his farm, Dr. Johnson and I had a serious conversation by ourselves on melancholy and madness. We entered seriously upon a question of much importance to me, which Johnson was pleased to consider with friendly attention. I had long complained to him that I felt myself discontented in Scotland, as too narrow a sphere, and that I wished to make my chief residence in London, the great scene of ambition, instruction, and amusement, a scene, which was to me, comparatively speaking, a heaven upon earth. Johnson. Why, sir, I never knew anyone who had such a gust for London as you have, and I cannot blame you for your wish to live there, yet, sir, were I in your father's place, I should not consent to your settling there. For I have the old feudal notions, and I should be afraid that Auchinleck would be deserted, as you would soon find it more desirable to have a country seat in a better climate. I suggested a doubt, that if I were to reside in London, the exquisite zest with which I relished it in occasional visits might go off, and I might grow tired of it. Johnson. Why, sir, you find no man, at all intellectual, who is willing to leave London. No, sir, when a man is tired of London, he is tired of life, for there is in London all that life can afford. He said, a country gentleman should bring his lady to visit London as soon as he can, that they may have agreeable topics for conversation when they are by themselves. We talked of employment being absolutely necessary to preserve the mind from wearying and growing fretful, especially in those who have a tendency to melancholy. And I mentioned to him a saying which somebody had related of an American savage, who, when an European was expatiating on all the advantages of money, put this question, will it purchase occupation? Johnson. Depend upon it, sir, this saying is too refined for a savage. And, sir, money will purchase occupation, it will purchase all the conveniences of life, it will purchase variety of company, it will purchase all sorts of entertainment. I talked to him of Forster's voyage to the South Seas, which pleased me, but I found he did not like it. Sir, said he, there is a great affectation of fine writing in it. Boswell. But he carries you along with him. Johnson. No, sir. He does not carry me along with him, he leaves me behind him, or rather, indeed, he sets me before him, for he makes me turn over many leaves at a time. On Sunday, September 21st, we went to the church of Ashbourne, which is one of the largest and most luminous that I have seen in any town of the same size. I felt great satisfaction in considering that I was supported in my fondness for solemn public worship by the general concurrence and munificence of mankind. Johnson and Taylor were so different from each other, that I wondered at their preserving an intimacy. Their having been at school and college together, might, in some degree, account for this. But Sir Joshua Reynolds has furnished me with a stronger reason, for Johnson mentioned to him, that he had been told by Taylor he was to be his heir. I shall not take upon me to animadvert upon this. But certain it is, that Johnson paid great attention to Taylor. He now, however, said to me, Sir, I love him, but I do not love him more, my regard for him does not increase. As it is said in the Apocrypha, his talk is of bullocks. I do not suppose he is very fond of my company. His habits are by no means sufficiently clerical, this he knows that I see. And no man likes to live under the eye of perpetual disapprobation. I have no doubt that a good many sermons were composed for Taylor by Johnson. At this time I found, upon his table, a part of one which he had newly begun to write, and Concio pro Tayloro appears in one of his diaries. When to these circumstances we add the internal evidence from the power of thinking and style, in the collection which the Reverend Mr. Hayes has published, with the significant title of Sermons Left for Publication by the Reverend John Taylor, LL.D., our conviction will be complete. I, however, would not have it thought, that Dr. Taylor, though he could not write like Johnson, as, indeed, who could, did not sometimes compose sermons as good as those which we generally have from very respectable divines. He shewed me one with notes on the margin in Johnson's handwriting. And I was present when he read another to Johnson, that he might have his opinion of it, and Johnson said it was very well. These, we may be sure, were not Johnson's, for he was above little arts or tricks of deception. I mentioned to Johnson a respectable person of a very strong mind, who had little of that tenderness which is common to human nature. As an instance of which, when I suggested to him that he should invite his son, who had been settled 10 years in foreign parts, to come home and pay him a visit, his answer was, "No, no, let him mind his business." Johnson. I do not agree with him, sir, in this. Getting money is not all a man's business. To cultivate kindness is a valuable part of the business of life. In the evening, Johnson, being in very good spirits, entertained us with several characteristical portraits. I regret that any of them escaped my retention and diligence. I found, from experience, that to collect my friend's conversation so as to exhibit it with any degree of its original flavor, it was necessary to write it down without delay. To record his sayings, after some distance of time, was like preserving or pickling long-kept and faded fruits or other vegetables, which, when in that state, have little or nothing of their taste when fresh. I shall present my readers with a series of what I gathered this evening from the Johnsonian garden. Did we not hear so much said of Jack Wilkes, we should think more highly of his conversation. Jack has great variety of talk, Jack is a scholar, and Jack has the manners of a gentleman. But after hearing his name sounded from pole to pole, as the phoenix of convivial felicity, we are disappointed in his company. He has always been at me, but I would do Jack a kindness, rather than not. The contest is now over. Colley Cibber once consulted me as to one of his birthday odes, a long time before it was wanted. I objected very freely to several passages. Cibber lost patience, and would not read his ode to an end. When we had done with criticism, we walked over to Richardson's, the author of Clarissa, and I wondered to find Richardson displeased that I did not treat Cibber with more respect. Now, sir, to talk of respect for a player. Smiling disdainfully. Boswell. There, sir, you are always heretical, you never will allow merit to a player. Johnson. Merit, sir. What merit? Do you respect a rope dancer, or a ballad singer? Boswell. No, sir, but we respect a great player, as a man who can conceive lofty sentiments, and can express them gracefully. Johnson. What, sir, a fellow who claps a hump on his back, and a lump on his leg, and cries, I am Richard III. Nay, sir, a ballad singer is a higher man, for he does two things, he repeats and he sings. There is both recitation and music in his performance, the player only recites. Boswell. My dear sir. You may turn anything into ridicule. I allow that a player of farce is not entitled to respect, he does a little thing, but he who can represent exalted characters, and touch the noblest passions, has very respectable powers. And mankind have agreed in admiring great talents for the stage. We must consider, too, that a great player does what very few are capable to do, his art is a very rare faculty. Who can repeat Hamlet's soliloquy, to be, or not to be, as Garrick does it? Johnson. Anybody may. Jemmy, there, a boy about 8 years old, who was in the room, will do it as well in a week. Boswell. No, no, sir, and as a proof of the merit of great acting, and of the value which mankind set upon it, Garrick has got £100,000. Johnson. Is getting £100,000 a proof of excellence? That has been done by a scoundrel commissary. This was most fallacious reasoning. I was sure, for once, that I had the best side of the argument. I boldly maintained the just distinction between a tragedian and a mere theatrical droll. Between those who rouse our terror and pity, and those who only make us laugh. If, said I, Betterton and Foote were to walk into this room, you would respect Betterton much more than Foote. Johnson. If Betterton were to walk into this room with Foote, Foote would soon drive him out of it. Foote, Sir, Quadenus Foote, has powers superior to them all. On Monday, September 22nd, when at breakfast, I unguardedly said to Dr. Johnson, I wish I saw you and Mrs. Macaulay together. He grew very angry, and, after a pause, while a cloud gathered on his brow, he burst out, No, sir, you would not see us quarrel, to make you sport. Don't you know that it is very uncivil to pit two people against one another? Then, checking himself, and wishing to be more gentle, he added, I do not say you should be hanged or drowned for this, but it is very uncivil. Dr. Taylor thought him in the wrong, and spoke to him privately of it, but I afterwards acknowledged to Johnson that I was to blame, for I candidly owned, that I meant to express a desire to see a contest between Mrs. Macaulay and him. But then I knew how the contest would end, so that I was to see him triumph. Johnson. Sir, you cannot be sure how a contest will end. And no man has a right to engage two people in a dispute by which their passions may be inflamed, and they may part with bitter resentment against each other. I would sooner keep company with a man from whom I must guard my pockets, than with a man who contrives to bring me into a dispute with somebody that he may hear it. This is the great fault of, naming one of our friends, endeavoring to introduce a subject upon which he knows two people in the company differ. Boswell. But he told me, sir, he does it for instruction. Johnson. Whatever the motive be, sir, the man who does so, does very wrong. He has no more right to instruct himself at such risk, than he has to make two people fight a duel, that he may learn how to defend himself. He found great fault with a gentleman of our acquaintance for keeping a bad table. Sir, said he, when a man is invited to dinner, he is disappointed if he does not get something good. I advised Mrs. Frail, who has no card parties at her house, to give sweetmeats, and such good things, in an evening, as are not commonly given, and she would find company enough come to her. For every body loves to have things which please the palate put in their way, without trouble or preparation. Such was his attention to the minutiae of life and manners. Mr. Burke's letter to the sheriffs of Bristol, on the affairs of America, being mentioned, Johnson censured the composition much, and he ridiculed the definition of a free government, viz. For any practical purpose, it is what the people think so. I will let the King of France govern me on those conditions, said he, for it is to be governed just as I please. And when Dr. Taylor talked of a girl being sent to a parish workhouse, and asked how much she could be obliged to work, why, said Johnson, as much as is reasonable, and what is that? As much as she thinks reasonable. Dr. Johnson obligingly proposed to carry me to see Islam, a romantic scene, now belonging to a family of the name of Port, but formerly the seat of the Congreves. I suppose it is well described in some of the tours. Johnson described it distinctly and vividly, at which I could not but express to him my wonder, because, though my eyes, as he observed, were better than his, I could not by any means equal him in representing visible objects. I said, the difference between us in this respect was as that between a man who has a bad instrument, but plays well on it, and a man who has a good instrument, on which he can play very imperfectly. I recollect a very fine amphitheatre, surrounded with hills covered with woods, and walks neatly formed along the side of a rocky steep, on the quarter next the house with recesses under projections of rock, overshadowed with trees. In one of which recesses, we were told, Congreve wrote his Old Bachelor. We viewed a remarkable natural curiosity at Islam. Two rivers bursting near each other from the rock, not from immediate springs, but after having run for many miles underground. Plott, in his History of Staffordshire, gives an account of this curiosity. But Johnson would not believe it, though we had the attestation of the gardener, who said, he had put in corks, where the river manifold sinks into the ground, and had catched them in a net, placed before one of the openings where the water bursts out. Indeed, such subterraneous courses of water are found in various parts of our globe. Talking of Dr. Johnson's unwillingness to believe extraordinary things, I venture to say, sir, you come near Hume's argument against miracles, that it is more probable witnesses should lie, or be mistaken, than that they should happen. Johnson. Why, sir, Hume, taking the proposition simply, is right. But the Christian revelation is not proved by the miracles alone, but as connected with prophecies, and with the doctrines in confirmation of which the miracles were wrought. In the evening, a gentleman farmer, who was on a visit at Dr. Taylor's, attempted to dispute with Johnson in favour of Mungo Campbell, who shot Alexander, Earl of Eglintoune, upon his having fallen, when retreating from his lordship, who he believed was about to seize his gun, as he had threatened to do. He said, he should have done just as Campbell did. Johnson. Whoever would do as Campbell did, deserves to be hanged, not that I could, as a juryman, have found him legally guilty of murder, but I am glad they found means to convict him. The gentleman farmer said, a poor man has as much honor as a rich man, and Campbell had that to defend. Johnson exclaimed, a poor man has no honor. The English yeoman, not dismayed, proceeded, Lord Eglintoune was a damned fool to run on upon Campbell, after being warned that Campbell would shoot him if he did. Johnson, who could not bear anything like swearing, angrily replied, he was not a damned fool, he only thought too well of Campbell. He did not believe Campbell would be such a damned scoundrel, as to do so damned a thing. His emphasis on damned, accompanied with frowning looks, reproved his opponent's want of decorum in his presence. During this interview at Ashbourne, Johnson seemed to be more uniformly social, cheerful, and alert, than I had almost ever seen him. He was prompt on great occasions and on small. Taylor, who praised everything of his own to excess. In short, whose geese were all swans, as the proverb says, expatiated on the excellence of his bulldog, which, he told us, was perfectly well shaped. Johnson, after examining the animal attentively, thus repressed the vainglory of our host, no, sir, he is not well shaped. For there is not the quick transition from the thickness of the forepart, to the tenuity, the thin part, behind, which a bulldog ought to have. This tenuity was the only hard word that I heard him use during this interview, and it will be observed, he instantly put another expression in its place. Taylor said, a small bulldog was as good as a large one. Johnson. No, sir. For, in proportion to his size, he has strength, and your argument would prove, that a good bulldog may be as small as a mouse. It was amazing how he entered with perspicuity and keenness upon everything that occurred in conversation. Most men, whom I know, would no more think of discussing a question about a bulldog, than of attacking a bull. I cannot allow any fragment whatever that floats in my memory concerning the great subject of this work to be lost. Though a small particular may appear trifling to some, it will be relished by others. While every little spark adds something to the general blaze, and to please the true, candid, warm admirers of Johnson, and in any degree increase the splendor of his reputation, I bid defiance to the shafts of ridicule, or even of malignity. Showers of them have been discharged at my journal of a tour to the Hebrides, yet it still sails unhurt along the stream of time, and, as an attendant upon Johnson, pursues the triumph, and partakes the gale. One morning after breakfast, when the sun shone bright, we walked out together, and pored for some time with placid indolence upon an artificial waterfall, which Dr. Taylor had made by building a strong dike of stone across the river behind the garden. It was now somewhat obstructed by branches of trees and other rubbish, which had come down the river, and settled close to it. Johnson, partly from a desire to see it play more freely, and partly from that inclination to activity which will animate, at times, the most inert and sluggish mortal, took a long pole which was lying on a bank, and pushed down several parcels of this wreck with painful assiduity, while I stood quietly by, wondering to behold the sage thus curiously employed, and smiling with an humorous satisfaction each time when he carried his point. He worked till he was quite out of breath, and having found a large dead cat so heavy that he could not move it after several efforts, "Come," said he, throwing down the pole, "you shall take it now." Which I accordingly did, and being a fresh man, soon made the cat tumble over the cascade. This may be laughed at as too trifling to record. But it is a small characteristic trait in the Flemish picture which I give of my friend, and in which, therefore I mark the most minute particulars. And let it be remembered, that Aesop at play is one of the instructive apologues of antiquity. Talking of Rochester's poems, he said, he had given them to Mr. Stevens to castrate for the edition of the poets, to which he was to write prefaces. Dr. Taylor, the only time I ever heard him say anything witty, observed, that if Rochester had been castrated himself, his exceptionable poems would not have been written. I asked if Burnet had not given a good life of Rochester. Johnson. We have a good death, there is not much life. I asked whether Prior's poems were to be printed entire. Johnson said they were. I mentioned Lord Hailey's censure of Prior, in his preface to a collection of sacred poems, by various hands, published by him at Edinburgh a great many years ago, where he mentions those impure tales which will be the eternal opprobrium of their ingenious author. Johnson. Sir, Lord Hailey's has forgot. There is nothing in Prior that will excite to lewdness. If Lord Hailey's thinks there is, he must be more combustible than other people. I instanced the tale of Paolo Perganti and his wife. Johnson. Sir, there is nothing there, but that his wife wanted to be kissed when poor Paolo was out of pocket. No, sir, Prior is a lady's book. No lady is ashamed to have it standing in her library. The hypochondriac disorder being mentioned, Dr. Johnson did not think it so common as I supposed. Dr. Taylor, said he, is the same one day as another. Burke and Reynolds are the same, Beauclerk, except when in pain, is the same. I am not so myself, but this I do not mention commonly. Dr. Johnson advised me today, to have as many books about me as I could, that I might read upon any subject upon which I had a desire for instruction at the time. What you read then, said he, you will remember. But if you have not a book immediately ready, and the subject molds in your mind, it is a chance if you again have a desire to study it. He added, if a man never has an eager desire for instruction, he should prescribe a task for himself. But it is better when a man reads from immediate inclination. He repeated a good many lines of Horace's odes, while we were in the chaise. I remember particularly the Ode Fugaces. He told me that Bacon was a favourite author with him. But he had never read his works till he was compiling the English dictionary, in which, he said, I might see Bacon very often quoted. Mr. Seward recollects his having mentioned, that a dictionary of the English language might be compiled from Bacon's writings alone, and that he had once an intention of giving an edition of Bacon, at least of his English works, and writing the life of that great man. Had he executed this intention, there can be no doubt that he would have done it in a most masterly manner. Wishing to be satisfied what degree of truth there was in a story which a friend of Johnson's and mine had told me to his disadvantage, I mentioned it to him in direct terms. And it was to this effect, that a gentleman who had lived in great intimacy with him, shown him much kindness, and even relieved him from a sponging house, having afterwards fallen into bad circumstances, was one day, when Johnson was at dinner with him, seized for debt, and carried to prison. That Johnson sat still undisturbed, and went on eating and drinking. Upon which the gentleman's sister, who was present, could not suppress her indignation. What, sir, said she, are you so unfeeling, as not even to offer to go to my brother in his distress, you who have been so much obliged to him? And that Johnson answered, Madam, I owe him no obligation, what he did for me he would have done for a dog. Johnson assured me, that the story was absolutely false, but like a man conscious of being in the right, and desirous of completely vindicating himself from such a charge, he did not arrogantly rest on a mere denial, and on his general character. But proceeded thus, sir, I was very intimate with that gentleman, and was once relieved by him from an arrest. But I never was present when he was arrested, never knew that he was arrested, and I believe he never was in difficulties after the time when he relieved me. I loved him much. Yet, in talking of his general character, I may have said, though I do not remember that I ever did say so, that as his generosity proceeded from no principle, but was a part of his profusion. He would do for a dog what he would do for a friend, but I never applied this remark to any particular instance, and certainly not to his kindness to me. If a profuse man, who does not value his money, and gives a large sum to a whore, gives half as much, or an equally large sum to relieve a friend, it cannot be esteemed as virtue. This was all that I could say of that gentleman. And, if said at all, it must have been said after his death. Sir, I would have gone to the world's end to relieve him. The remark about the dog, if made by me, was such a sally as might escape one when painting a man highly. On Tuesday, September 23, Johnson was remarkably cordial to me. It being necessary for me to return to Scotland soon, I had fixed on the next day for my setting out, and I felt a tender concern at the thought of parting with him. He had, at this time, frankly communicated to me many particulars, which are inserted in this work in their proper places. And once, when I happened to mention that the expense of my jaunt would come to much more than I had computed, he said, "Why, sir, if the expense were to be an inconvenience, you would have reason to regret it, but if you have had the money to spend, I know not that you could have purchased as much pleasure with it in any other way." I perceived that he pronounced the word heard, as if spelt with a double E, heard, instead of sounding it heard, as is most usually done. He said, his reason was, that if it was pronounced heard, there would be a single exception from the English pronunciation of the syllable ear, and he thought it better not to have that exception. In the evening our gentleman farmer, and two others, entertained themselves and the company with a great number of tunes on the fiddle. Johnson desired to have "Let Ambition Fire Thy Mind" played over again, and appeared to give a patient attention to it, though he owned to me that he was very insensible to the power of music. I told him, that it affected me to such a degree, as often to agitate my nerves painfully, producing in my mind alternate sensations of pathetic dejection, so that I was ready to shed tears. And of daring resolution, so that I was inclined to rush into the thickest part of the battle. "Sir," said he, "I should never hear it, if it made me such a fool." This evening, while some of the tunes of ordinary composition were played with no great skill, my frame was agitated, and I was conscious of a generous attachment to Dr. Johnson, as my preceptor and friend, mixed with an affectionate regret that he was an old man, whom I should probably lose in a short time. I thought I could defend him at the point of my sword. My reverence and affection for him were in full glow. I said to him, "My dear sir, we must meet every year, if you don't quarrel with me." Johnson: "Nay, sir, you are more likely to quarrel with me, than I with you. My regard for you is greater almost than I have words to express. But I do not choose to be always repeating it. Write it down in the first leaf of your pocket-book, and never doubt of it again." I talked to him of misery being the doom of man, in this life, as displayed in his vanity of human wishes. Yet I observed that things were done upon the supposition of happiness, grand houses were built, fine gardens were made, splendid places of public amusement were contrived, and crowded with company. Johnson: "Alas, sir, these are all only struggles for happiness. When I first entered Ranelagh, it gave an expansion and gay sensation to my mind, such as I never experienced anywhere else. But, as Xerxes wept when he viewed his immense army, and considered that not one of that great multitude would be alive 100 years afterwards, so it went to my heart to consider that there was not one in all that brilliant circle that was not afraid to go home and think. But that the thoughts of each individual there would be distressing when alone. I suggested, that being in love, and flattered with hopes of success, or having some favorite scheme in view for the next day, might prevent that wretchedness of which we had been talking. Johnson: "Why, sir, it may sometimes be so as you suppose, but my conclusion is in general but too true. While Johnson and I stood in calm conference by ourselves in Dr. Taylor's garden, at a pretty late hour in a serene autumn night, looking up to the heavens, I directed the discourse to the subject of a future state. My friend was in a placid and most benignant frame. "Sir," said he, "I do not imagine that all things will be made clear to us immediately after death, but that the ways of Providence will be explained to us very gradually." He talked to me upon this awful and delicate question in a gentle tone, and as if afraid to be decisive. After supper I accompanied him to his apartment, and at my request he dictated to me an argument in favor of the Negro who was then claiming his liberty, in an action in the Court of Session in Scotland. He had always been very zealous against slavery in every form, in which I, with all deference, thought that he discovered a zeal without knowledge. Upon one occasion, when in company with some very grave men at Oxford, his toast was, "Here's to the next insurrection of the Negroes in the West Indies." His violent prejudice against our West Indian and American settlers appeared whenever there was an opportunity. Towards the conclusion of his taxation no tyranny, he says, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes?" When I said now to Johnson, that I was afraid I kept him too late up. "No, sir," said he, "I don't care though I sit all night with you." This was an animated speech from a man in his 69th year. Had I been as attentive not to displease him as I ought to have been, I know not but this vigil might have been fulfilled. But I unluckily entered upon the controversy concerning the right of Great Britain to tax America, and attempted to argue in favor of our fellow subjects on the other side of the Atlantic. I insisted that America might be very well governed, and made to yield sufficient revenue by the means of influence, as exemplified in Ireland. While the people might be pleased with the imagination of their participating of the British Constitution, by having a body of representatives, without whose consent money could not be exacted from them. Johnson could not bear my thus opposing his avowed opinion, which he had exerted himself with an extreme degree of heat to enforce. And the violent agitation into which he was thrown, while answering, or rather reprimanding me, alarmed me so, that I heartily repented of my having unthinkingly introduced the subject. I myself, however, grew warm, and the change was great, from the calm state of philosophical discussion in which we had a little before been pleasingly employed. We were fatigued by the contest, which was produced by my want of caution. And he was not then in the humor to slide into easy and cheerful talk. It therefore so happened, that we were after an hour or two very willing to separate and go to bed. On Wednesday, September 24th, I went into Dr. Johnson's room before he got up, and finding that the storm of the preceding night was quite laid, I sat down upon his bedside, and he talked with as much readiness and good humor as ever. He recommended to me to plant a considerable part of a large Moorish farm which I had purchased, and he made several calculations of the expense and profit, for he delighted in exercising his mind on the science of numbers. He pressed upon me the importance of planting at the first in a very sufficient manner, quoting the saying, "In bello non licet bis errare," and adding, "This is equally true in planting." I spoke with gratitude of Dr. Taylor's hospitality. And, as evidence that it was not on account of his good table alone that Johnson visited him often, I mentioned a little anecdote which had escaped my friend's recollection, and at hearing which repeated, he smiled. One evening, when I was sitting with him, Frank delivered this message: "Sir, Dr. Taylor sends his compliments to you, and begs you will dine with him tomorrow. He has got a hare." "My compliments," said Johnson, "and I'll dine with him, hare or rabbit." After breakfast I departed, and pursued my journey northwards. I took my post-chaise from the Green Man, a very good inn at Ashbourne, the mistress of which, a mighty civil gentlewoman, courtesying very low, presented me with an engraving of the sign of her house. To which she had subjoined, in her own handwriting, an address in such singular simplicity of style, that I have preserved it pasted upon one of the boards of my original journal at this time, and shall here insert it for the amusement of my readers. M. Killingly's duty waits upon Mr. Boswell, is exceedingly obliged to him for this favour, whenever he comes this way, hopes for a continuance of the same. Would Mr. Boswell named the house to his extensive acquaintance. It would be a singular favour conferred on one who has it not in her power to make any other return but her most grateful thanks and sincerest prayers for his happiness in time and in a blessed eternity. Tuesday morn. I cannot omit a curious circumstance which occurred at Eden's Inn, close by Chatsworth, to survey the magnificence of which I had gone a considerable way out of my road to Scotland. The inn was then kept by a very jolly landlord, whose name, I think, was Malton. He happened to mention that the celebrated Dr. Johnson had been in his house. I inquired who this Dr. Johnson was, that I might hear mine host's notion of him. "Sir," said he, "Johnson, the great writer, oddity, as they call him. He's the greatest writer in England, he writes for the ministry, he has a correspondence abroad, and lets them know what's going on." My friend, who had a thorough dependence upon the authenticity of my relation without any embellishment, as falsehood or fiction is too gently called, laughed a good deal at this representation of himself. On Wednesday, March 18, 42, I arrived in London, and was informed by good Mr. Francis that his master was better, and was gone to Mr. Thrale's at Streatham, to which place I wrote to him, begging to know when he would be in town. He was not expected for some time, but next day having called on Dr. Taylor, in Dean's Yard, Westminster, I found him there, and was told he had come to town for a few hours. He met me with his usual kindness, but instantly returned to the writing of something on which he was employed when I came in, and on which he seemed much intent. Finding him thus engaged, I made my visit very short. On Friday, March 20th, I found him at his own house, sitting with Mrs. Williams, and was informed that the room formerly allotted to me was now appropriated to a charitable purpose, Mrs. Desmoulins, and I think her daughter, and a Miss Carmichael, being all lodged in it. Such was his humanity, and such his generosity, that Mrs. Desmoulins herself told me, he allowed her half a guinea a week. Let it be remembered, that this was above a 12th part of his pension. His liberality, indeed, was at all periods of his life very remarkable. Mr. Howard, of Lichfield, at whose father's house Johnson had in his early years been kindly received, told me, that when he was a boy at the Charterhouse, his father wrote to him to go and pay a visit to Mr. Samuel Johnson, which he accordingly did, and found him in an upper room, of poor appearance. Johnson received him with much courteousness, and talked a great deal to him, as to a schoolboy, of the course of his education, and other particulars. When he afterwards came to know and understand the high character of this great man, he recollected his condescension with wonder. He added, that when he was going away, Mr. Johnson presented him with half a guinea, and this, said Mr. Howard, was at a time when he probably had not another. We retired from Mrs. Williams to another room. Tom Davies soon after joined us. He had now unfortunately failed in his circumstances, and was much indebted to Dr. Johnson's kindness for obtaining for him many alleviations of his distress. After he went away, Johnson blamed his folly in quitting the stage, by which he and his wife got £500 a year. I said, I believed it was owing to Churchill's attack upon him. He mouths a sentence, as curs mouth a bone. Johnson. I believe so too, sir. But what a man is he, who is to be driven from the stage by a line. Another line would have driven him from his shop. He returned next day to Streatham, to Mr. Thrale's, where, as Mr. Strahan once complained to me, he was in a great measure absorbed from the society of his old friends. I was kept in London by business, and wrote to him on the 27th, that a separation from him for a week, when we were so near, was equal to a separation for a year, when we were at 400 miles distance. I went to Streatham on Monday, March 30th. Before he appeared, Mrs. Thrale made a very characteristical remark. I do not know for certain what will please Dr. Johnson, but I know for certain that it will displease him to praise anything, even what he likes, extravagantly. At dinner he laughed at querulous declamations against the age, on account of luxury, increase of London, scarcity of provisions, and other such topics. Houses, said he, will be built till rents fall, and corn is more plentiful now than ever it was. I had before dinner repeated a ridiculous story told me by an old man who had been a passenger with me in the stagecoach today. Mrs. Frail, having taken occasion to allude to it in talking to me, called it the story told you by the old woman. Now, madam, said I, give me leave to catch you in the fact. It was not an old woman, but an old man, whom I mentioned as having told me this. I presumed to take an opportunity, in presence of Johnson, of shewing this lively lady how ready she was, unintentionally, to deviate from exact authenticity of narration. Next morning, while we were at breakfast, Johnson gave a very earnest recommendation of what he himself practiced with the utmost conscientiousness, I mean a strict attention to truth, even in the most minute particulars. Accustom your children, said he, constantly to this: if a thing happened at one window, and they, when relating it, say that it happened at another, do not let it pass, but instantly check them. You do not know where deviation from truth will end. Boswell. It may come to the door, and when once an account is at all varied in one circumstance, it may by degrees be varied so as to be totally different from what really happened. Our lively hostess, whose fancy was impatient of the rain, fidgeted at this, and ventured to say, nay, this is too much. If Mr. Johnson should forbid me to drink tea, I would comply, as I should feel the restraint only twice a day. But little variations in narrative must happen 1,000 times a day, if one is not perpetually watching. Johnson. Well, madam, and you ought to be perpetually watching. It is more from carelessness about truth than from intentional lying, that there is so much falsehood in the world. He was indeed so much impressed with the prevalence of falsehood, voluntary or unintentional, that I never knew any person who upon hearing an extraordinary circumstance told, discovered more of the incredulous odi. He would say, with a significant look and decisive tone, it is not so. Do not tell this again. He inculcated upon all his friends the importance of perpetual vigilance against the slightest degrees of falsehood. The effect of which, as Sir Joshua Reynolds observed to me, has been, that all who were of his school are distinguished for a love of truth and accuracy, which they would not have possessed in the same degree, if they had not been acquainted with Johnson. Talking of ghosts, he said, it is wonderful that 5,000 years have now elapsed since the creation of the world, and still it is undecided whether or not there has ever been an instance of the spirit of any person appearing after death. All argument is against it, but all belief is for it. He said, John Wesley's conversation is good, but he is never at leisure. He is always obliged to go at a certain hour. This is very disagreeable to a man who loves to fold his legs and have out his talk, as I do. On Friday, April 3rd, I dined with him in London, in a company 43 where were present several eminent men, whom I shall not name, but distinguish their parts in the conversation by different letters. E. We hear prodigious complaints at present of emigration. I am convinced that emigration makes a country more populous. J. That sounds very much like a paradox. E. Exportation of men, like exportation of all other commodities, makes more be produced. Johnson. But there would be more people were there not emigration, provided there were food for more. E. No. Leave a few breeders, and you'll have more people than if there were no emigration. Johnson. Nay, sir, it is plain there will be more people, if there are more breeders. 30 cows in good pasture will produce more calves than 10 cows, provided they have good bulls. E. There are bulls enough in Ireland. Johnson. Smiling, so, sir, I should think from your argument. E. I believe, in any body of men in England, I should have been in the minority, I have always been in the minority. P. The House of Commons resembles a private company. How seldom is any man convinced by another's argument. Passion and pride rise against it. R. What would be the consequence, if a minister, sure of a majority in the House of Commons, should resolve that there should be no speaking at all upon his side? E. He must soon go out. That has been tried. But it was found it would not do. Johnson. I have been reading Thickness' Travels, which I think are entertaining. Boswell. What, sir, a good book. Johnson. Yes, sir, to read once. I do not say you are to make a study of it, and digest it, and I believe it to be a true book in his intention. From the experience which I have had, and I have had a great deal, I have learnt to think better of mankind. Johnson. From my experience I have found them worse in commercial dealings, more disposed to cheat, than I had any notion of, but more disposed to do one another good than I had conceived. Less just and more beneficent. Johnson. And really it is wonderful, considering how much attention is necessary for men to take care of themselves, and ward off immediate evils which press upon them, it is wonderful how much they do for others. As it is said of the greatest liar, that he tells more truth than falsehood, so it may be said of the worst man, that he does more good than evil. Boswell. Perhaps from experience men may be found happier than we suppose. Johnson. No, sir. The more we inquire, we shall find men the less happy. I understand the hogshead of claret, which this society was favoured with by our friend the Dean, is nearly out. I think he should be written to send another of the same kind. Let the request be made with a happy ambiguity of expression, so that we may have the chance of his sending it also as a present. Johnson. I am willing to offer my services as secretary on this occasion. As many as are for Dr. Johnson being secretary, hold up your hands. Carried unanimously. Boswell. He will be our dictator. Johnson. No, the company is to dictate to me. I am only to write for wine, and I am quite disinterested, as I drink none. I shall not be suspected of having forged the application. I am no more than humble scribe. Then you shall prescribe. Boswell. Very well. The first play of words today. No, the bulls in Ireland. Johnson. Were I your dictator you should have no wine. It would be my business cavere any quid detrimenti respublica caperet, and wine is dangerous. Rome was ruined by luxury, smiling. If you allow no wine as dictator, you shall not have me for your master of horse. On Saturday, April 4th, I drank tea with Johnson at Dr. Taylor's, where he had dined. He was very silent this evening, and read in a variety of books, suddenly throwing down one, and taking up another. He talked of going to Streatham that night. Taylor. You'll be robbed if you do, or you must shoot a highwayman. Now I would rather be robbed than do that. I would not shoot a highwayman. Johnson. But I would rather shoot him in the instant when he is attempting to rob me, than afterwards swear against him at the Old Bailey, to take away his life, after he has robbed me. I am surer I am right in the one case than in the other. I may be mistaken as to the man, when I swear, I cannot be mistaken, if I shoot him in the act. Besides, we feel less reluctance to take away a man's life, when we are heated by the injury, than to do it at a distance of time by an oath, after we have cooled. Boswell. So, sir, you would rather act from the motive of private passion, than that of public advantage. Johnson. Nay, sir, when I shoot the highwayman I act from both. Boswell. Very well, there is no catching him. Johnson. At the same time one does not know what to say. For perhaps one may, a year after, hang himself from uneasiness for having shot a man. Few minds are fit to be trusted with so great a thing. Boswell. Then, sir, you would not shoot him. Johnson. But I might be vexed afterwards for that too. Frail's carriage not having come for him, as he expected, I accompanied him some part of the way home to his own house. I told him, that I had talked of him to Mr. Dunning a few days before, and had said, that in his company we did not so much interchange conversation, as listen to him, and that Dunning observed, upon this, one is always willing to listen to Dr. Johnson, to which I answered, that is a great deal from you, sir. Yes, sir, said Johnson, a great deal indeed. Here is a man willing to listen, to whom the world is listening all the rest of the year. Boswell. I think, sir, it is right to tell one man of such a handsome thing, which has been said of him by another. It tends to increase benevolence. Johnson. Undoubtedly it is right, sir. Chapter 12. On Tuesday, April 7th, I breakfasted with him at his house. He said, nobody was content. I mentioned to him a respectable person in Scotland whom he knew, and I asserted, that I really believed he was always content. Johnson. No, sir, he is not content with the present, he has always some new scheme, some new plantation, something which is future. You know he was not content as a widower, for he married again. Boswell. But he is not restless. Johnson. Sir, he is only locally at rest. A chymist is locally at rest, but his mind is hard at work. This gentleman has done with external exertions. It is too late for him to engage in distant projects. Boswell. He seems to amuse himself quite well. To have his attention fixed, and his tranquillity preserved by very small matters. I have tried this, but it would not do with me. Johnson. Laughing, no, sir, it must be born with a man to be contented to take up with little things. Women have a great advantage that they may take up with little things, without disgracing themselves, a man cannot, except with fiddling. Had I learnt to fiddle, I should have done nothing else. Boswell. Pray, sir, did you ever play on any musical instrument? Johnson. No, sir. I once bought me a flageolet, but I never made out a tune. Boswell. A flageolet, sir, so small an instrument. I should have liked to hear you play on the violoncello. That should have been your instrument. Johnson. Sir, I might as well have played on the violoncello as another, but I should have done nothing else. No, sir, a man would never undertake great things, could he be amused with small. I once tried nodding. Dempster's sister undertook to teach me, but I could not learn it. Boswell. So, sir, it will be related in pompous narrative, once for his amusement he tried nodding, nor did this Hercules disdain the distaff. Johnson. Knitting of stockings is a good amusement. As a freeman of Aberdeen I should be a knitter of stockings. He asked me to go down with him and dine at Mr. Thrale's at Streatham, to which I agreed. I had lent him an account of Scotland, in 1702, written by a man of various inquiry, an English chaplain to a regiment stationed there. Johnson. It is sad stuff, sir, miserably written, as books in general then were. There is now an elegance of style universally diffused. No man now writes so ill as Martin's account of the Hebrides is written. A man could not write so ill, if he should try. Set a merchant's clerk now to write, and he'll do better. He talked to me with serious concern of a certain female friend's laxity of narration, and inattention to truth. I am as much vexed, said he, at the ease with which she hears it mentioned to her, as at the thing itself. I told her, Madam, you are contented to hear every day said to you, what the highest of mankind have died for, rather than bear. You know, sir, the highest of mankind have died rather than bear to be told they had uttered a falsehood. Do talk to her of it, I am weary. Boswell. Was not Dr. John Campbell a very inaccurate man in his narrative, sir? He once told me, that he drank 13 bottles of port at a sitting. Johnson. Why, sir, I do not know that Campbell ever lied with pen and ink, but you could not entirely depend on anything he told you in conversation, if there was fact mixed with it. However, I loved Campbell, he was a solid orthodox man, he had a reverence for religion. Though defective in practice, he was religious in principle, and he did nothing grossly wrong that I have heard. Talking of drinking wine, he said, I did not leave off wine, because I could not bear it, I have drunk 3 bottles of port without being the worse for it. University College has witnessed this. Boswell. Why, then, sir, did you leave it off? Johnson. Why, sir, because it is so much better for a man to be sure that he is never to be intoxicated, never to lose the power over himself. I shall not begin to drink wine again, till I grow old, and want it. Boswell. I think, sir, you once said to me, that not to drink wine was a great deduction from life. Johnson. It is a diminution of pleasure, to be sure, but I do not say a diminution of happiness. There is more happiness in being rational. Boswell. But if we could have pleasure always, should not we be happy? The greatest part of men would compound for pleasure. Johnson. Supposing we could have pleasure always, an intellectual man would not compound for it. The greatest part of men would compound, because the greatest part of men are gross. I mentioned to him that I had become very weary in a company where I heard not a single intellectual sentence, except that a man who had been settled 10 years in Minorca was become a much inferior man to what he was in London. Because a man's mind grows narrow in a narrow place. Johnson. A man's mind grows narrow in a narrow place, whose mind is enlarged only because he has lived in a large place, but what is got by books and thinking is preserved in a narrow place as well as in a large place. A man cannot know modes of life as well in Minorca as in London, but he may study mathematics as well in Minorca. Boswell. I don't know, sir, if you had remained 10 years in the Isle of Coll, you would not have been the man that you now are. Johnson. Yes, sir, if I had been there from 15 to 25, but not if from 25 to 35. Boswell. I own, sir, the spirits which I have in London make me do everything with more readiness and vigor. I can talk twice as much in London as anywhere else. Of Goldsmith he said, he was not an agreeable companion, for he talked always for fame. A man who does so never can be pleasing. The man who talks to unburthen his mind is the man to delight you. An eminent friend of ours is not so agreeable as the variety of his knowledge would otherwise make him, because he talks partly from ostentation. Soon after our arrival at Thrale's, I heard one of the maids calling eagerly on another, to go to Dr. Johnson. I wondered what this could mean. I afterwards learnt, that it was to give her a Bible, which he had brought from London as a present to her. He was for a considerable time occupied in reading Memoirs de Fontenelle, leaning and swinging upon the low gate into the court, without his hat. At dinner, Mrs. Thrale expressed a wish to go and see Scotland. Johnson. Seeing Scotland, madam, is only seeing a worse England. It is seeing the flower gradually fade away to the naked stalk. Seeing the Hebrides, indeed, is seeing quite a different scene. On Thursday, April 9th, I dined with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, with the Bishop of St. Asaph, Dr. Shipley, Mr. Allan Ramsay, Mr. Gibbon, Mr. Cambridge, and Mr. Langton. Goldsmith being mentioned, Johnson observed, that it was long before his merit came to be acknowledged. That he once complained to him, in ludicrous terms of distress, whenever I write anything, the public make a point to know nothing about it but that his traveller brought him into high reputation. Langton. There is not one bad line in that poem, not one of Dryden's careless verses. Sir Joshua. I was glad to hear Charles Fox say, it was one of the finest poems in the English language. Langton. Why was you glad? You surely had no doubt of this before. Johnson. No, the merit of the traveller is so well established, that Mr. Fox's praise cannot augment it, nor his censure diminish it. Sir Joshua. But his friends may suspect they had too great a partiality for him. Johnson. Nay, sir, the partiality of his friends was always against him. It was with difficulty we could give him a hearing. Goldsmith had no settled notions upon any subject. So he talked always at random. It seemed to be his intention to blurt out whatever was in his mind, and see what would become of it. He was angry too, when catched in an absurdity. But it did not prevent him from falling into another the next minute. I remember Chamier, after talking with him for some time, said, well, I do believe he wrote this poem himself, and, let me tell you, that is believing a great deal. Chamier once asked him, what he meant by slow, the last word in the first line of the traveller. Remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow. Did he mean tardiness of locomotion? Goldsmith, who would say something without consideration, answered, yes. I was sitting by, and said, no, sir, you do not mean tardiness of locomotion, you mean, that sluggishness of mind which comes upon a man in solitude. Chamier believed then that I had written the line as much as if he had seen me write it. Goldsmith, however, was a man, who, whatever he wrote, did it better than any other man could do. He deserved a place in Westminster Abbey, and every year he lived, would have deserved it better. He had, indeed, been at no pains to fill his mind with knowledge. He transplanted it from one place to another, and it did not settle in his mind. So he could not tell what was in his own books. We talked of living in the country. Johnson. No wise man will go to live in the country, unless he has something to do which can be better done in the country. For instance, if he is to shut himself up for a year to study a science, it is better to look out to the fields, than to an opposite wall. Then, if a man walks out in the country, there is nobody to keep him from walking in again, but if a man walks out in London, he is not sure when he shall walk in again. A great city is, to be sure, the school for studying life. And the proper study of mankind is man, as Pope observes. Boswell. I fancy London is the best place for society, though I have heard that the very first society of Paris is still beyond anything that we have here. Johnson. Sir, I question if in Paris such a company as is sitting round this table could be got together in less than half a year. They talk in France of the felicity of men and women living together. The truth is, that there the men are not higher than the women, they know no more than the women do, and they are not held down in their conversation by the presence of women. We talked of old age. Johnson, now in his 70th year, said, it is a man's own fault, it is from want of use, if his mind grows torpid in old age. The bishop asked, if an old man does not lose faster than he gets. Johnson. I think not, my lord, if he exerts himself. One of the company rashly observed, that he thought it was happy for an old man that insensibility comes upon him. Johnson. With a noble elevation and disdain, no, sir, I should never be happy by being less rational. Bishop of St. Asaph. Your wish then, sir, is, Greek text omitted, ... Johnson. Yes, my lord. This season there was a whimsical fashion in the newspapers of applying Shakespeare's words to describe living persons well known in the world, which was done under the title of Modern Characters from Shakespeare. Many of which were admirably adapted. The fancy took so much, that they were afterwards collected into a pamphlet. Somebody said to Johnson, across the table, that he had not been in those characters. Yes, said he, I have. I should have been sorry to be left out. He then repeated what had been applied to him. I must borrow Gargantua's mouth. Miss Reynolds not perceiving at once the meaning of this, he was obliged to explain it to her, which had something of an awkward and ludicrous effect. Why, madam, it has a reference to me, as using big words, which require the mouth of a giant to pronounce them. Gargantua is the name of a giant in Rabelais. Boswell. But, sir, there is another amongst them for you. He would not flatter Neptune for his trident. Or Jove for his power to thunder. Johnson. There is nothing marked in that. No, sir, Gargantua is the best. Notwithstanding this ease and good humor, when I, a little while afterwards, repeated his sarcasm on Kenrick, which was received with applause, he asked, who said that? And on my suddenly answering, Gargantua, he looked serious, which was a sufficient indication that he did not wish it to be kept up. When we went to the drawing-room there was a rich assemblage. Besides the company who had been at dinner, there were Mr. Garrick, Mr. Harris of Salisbury, Dr. Percy, Dr. Burney, Honourable Mrs. Chumley, Miss Hannah More, and After wandering about in a kind of pleasing distraction for some time, I got into a corner, with Johnson, Garrick, and Harris. Garrick. To Harris, pray, sir, have you read Potter's Aeschylus? Harris. Yes, and think it pretty. Garrick. To Johnson, and what think you, sir, of it? Johnson. I thought what I read of it verbiage, but upon Mr. Harris's recommendation, I will read a play. To Mr. Harris, don't prescribe two. Mr. Harris suggested one, I do not remember which. Johnson. We must try its effect as an English poem, that is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. Translations are, in general, for people who cannot read the original. I mentioned a vulgar saying, that Pope's Homer was not a good representation of the original. Johnson. Sir, it is the greatest work of the kind that has ever been produced. Boswell. The truth is, it is impossible perfectly to translate poetry. In a different language it may be the same tune, but it has not the same tone. Homer plays it on a bassoon, Pope on a flageolet. Harris. I think heroic poetry is best in blank verse. Yet it appears that rhyme is essential to English poetry, from our deficiency in metrical quantities. In my opinion, the chief excellence of our language is numerous prose. Johnson. Sir William Temple was the first writer who gave cadence to English prose. Before his time they were careless of arrangement, and did not mind whether a sentence ended with an important word or an insignificant word, or with what part of speech it was concluded. Garrick. Of all the translations that ever were attempted, I think Elphinston's marshalled the most extraordinary. He consulted me upon it, who am a little of an epigrammatist myself, you know. I told him freely, you don't seem to have that turn. I asked him if he was serious, and finding he was, I advised him against publishing. Why, his translation is more difficult to understand than the original. I thought him a man of some talents, but he seems crazy in this. Johnson. Sir, you have done what I had not courage to do. But he did not ask my advice, and I did not force it upon him, to make him angry with me. Garrick. But as a friend, sir. Johnson. Why, such a friend as I am with him, no, Garrick. But if you see a friend going to tumble over a precipice? Johnson. That is an extravagant case, sir. You are sure a friend will thank you for hindering him from tumbling over a precipice. But, in the other case, I should hurt his vanity, and do him no good. He would not take my advice. His brother-in-law, Strahan, sent him a subscription of £50, and said he would send him 50 more, if he would not publish. Garrick. What? Is Strahan a good judge of an epigram? Is not he rather an obtuse man, Johnson. Why, sir, he may not be a judge of an epigram, but you see he is a judge of what is not an epigram. Boswell. It is easy for you, Mr. Garrick, to talk to an author as you talk to Elphinston, you, who have been so long the manager of a theatre, rejecting the plays of poor authors. You are an old judge, who have often pronounced sentence of death. You are a practiced surgeon, who have often amputated limbs, and though this may have been for the good of your patients, they cannot like you. Those who have undergone a dreadful operation, are not very fond of seeing the operator again. Garrick. Yes, I know enough of that. There was a reverend gentleman, Mr. Hawkins, who wrote a tragedy, The Siege of Something, which I refused. Harris. So, the siege was raised. Johnson. He came to me and complained. And told me, that Garrick said his play was wrong in the concoction. Now, what is the concoction of a play? Here Garrick started, and twisted himself, and seemed sorely vexed, for Johnson told me, he believed the story was true. Garrick. I, said first concoction. Johnson. Smiling, well, he left out first. And Rich, he said, refused him in false English, he could shew it under his hand. Garrick. He wrote to me in violent wrath, for having refused his play, Sir, this is growing a very serious and terrible affair. I am resolved to publish my play. I will appeal to the world, and how will your judgment appear? I answered, Sir, notwithstanding all the seriousness, and all the terrors, I have no objection to your publishing your play, and as you live at a great distance, Devonshire, I believe, if you will send it to me, I will convey it to the press. I never heard more of it, ha! 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 On Friday, April 10th, I found Johnson at home in the morning. We resumed the conversation of yesterday. He put me in mind of some of it which had escaped my memory, and enabled me to record it more perfectly than I otherwise could have done. He was much pleased with my paying so great attention to his recommendation in 1763, the period when our acquaintance began, that I should keep a journal. And I could perceive he was secretly pleased to find so much of the fruit of his mind preserved. And as he had been used to imagine and say that he always labored when he said a good thing, it delighted him, on a review, to find that his conversation teemed with point and imagery. I said to him, You were yesterday, sir, in remarkably good humor, but there was nothing to offend you, nothing to produce irritation or violence. There was no bold offender. There was not one capital conviction. It was a maiden assize. You had on your white gloves. He found fault with our friend Langton for having been too silent. Sir, said I, you will recollect, that he very properly took up Sir Joshua for being glad that Charles Fox had praised Goldsmith's Traveller, and you joined him. Johnson. Yes, sir, I knocked Fox on the head, without ceremony. Reynolds is too much under Fox and Burke at present. He is under the Fox star and the Irish constellation. He is always under some planet. Boswell. There is no Fox star. Johnson. But there is a dog star. Boswell. They say, indeed, a fox and a dog are the same animal. We dined together with Mr. Scott, now Sir William Scott, His Majesty's Advocate General, at his chambers in the Temple, nobody else there. The company being small, Johnson was not in such spirits as he had been the preceding day, and for a considerable time little was said. Talking of fame, for which there is so great a desire, I observed how little there is of it in reality, compared with the other objects of human attention. Let every man recollect, and he will be sensible how small a part of his time is employed in talking or thinking of Shakespeare, Voltaire, or any of the most celebrated men that have ever lived, or are now supposed to occupy the attention and admiration of the world. Let this be extracted and compressed, into what a narrow space will it go? I then slyly introduced Mr. Garrick's fame, and his assuming the airs of a great man. Johnson. Sir, it is wonderful how little Garrick assumes. No, sir, Garrick fortunam reverenter habet. Consider, sir, celebrated men, such as you have mentioned, have had their applause at a distance. But Garrick had it dashed in his face, sounded in his ears, and went home every night with the plaudits of 1,000 in his cranium. Then, sir, Garrick did not find, but made his way to the tables, the levees, and almost the bedchambers of the great. Then, sir, Garrick had under him a numerous body of people, who, from fear of his power, and hopes of his favor, and admiration of his talents, were constantly submissive to him. And here is a man who has advanced the dignity of his profession. Garrick has made a player a higher character. Scott. And he is a very sprightly writer too. Johnson. Yes, sir, and all this supported by great wealth of his own acquisition. If all this had happened to me, I should have had a couple of fellows with long poles walking before me, to knock down every body that stood in the way. Consider, if all this had happened to Cibber or Quin, they'd have jumped over the moon, yet Garrick speaks to us. Smiling. Boswell. And Garrick is a very good man, a charitable man. Johnson. Sir, a liberal man. He has given away more money than any man in England. There may be a little vanity mixed, but he has shown, that money is not his first object. Boswell. Yet Foote used to say of him, that he walked out with an intention to do a generous action. But, turning the corner of a street, he met with the ghost of a halfpenny, which frightened him. Johnson. Why, sir, that is very true, too. For I never knew a man of whom it could be said with less certainty today, what he will do tomorrow, than Garrick. It depends so much on his humor at the time. Scott. I am glad to hear of his liberality. He has been represented as very saving. Johnson. With his domestic saving we have nothing to do. I remember drinking tea with him long ago, when Peg Woffington made it, and he grumbled at her for making it too strong. 44 He had then begun to feel money in his purse, and did not know when he should have enough of it. We talked of war. Johnson. Every man thinks meanly of himself for not having been a soldier, or not having been at sea. Boswell. Lord Mansfield does not. Johnson. Sir, if Lord Mansfield were in a company of general officers and admirals who have been in service, he would shrink, he'd wish to creep under the table. Boswell. No, he'd think he could try them all. Johnson. Yes, if he could catch them, but they'd try him much sooner. No, sir, were Socrates and Charles XII of Sweden both present in any company, and Socrates to say, "Follow me," and hear a lecture on philosophy. And Charles, laying his hand on his sword, to say, "Follow me," and dethrone the Tsar, a man would be ashamed to follow Socrates. Sir, the impression is universal, yet it is strange. He talked of Mr. Charles Fox, of whose abilities he thought highly, but observed, that he did not talk much at our club. I have heard Mr. Gibbon remark, that Mr. Fox could not be afraid of Dr. Johnson, yet he certainly was very shy of saying anything in Dr. Johnson's presence. He expressed great indignation at the imposture of the Cock Lane ghost, and related, with much satisfaction, how he had assisted in detecting the cheat, and had published an account of it in the newspapers. Upon this subject I incautiously offended him, by pressing him with too many questions, and he shewed his displeasure. I apologized, saying that I asked questions in order to be instructed and entertained. I repaired eagerly to the fountain. But that the moment he gave me a hint, the moment he put a lock upon the well, I desisted. But, sir, said he, that is forcing one to do a disagreeable thing, and he continued to rate me. Nay, sir, said I, when you have put a lock upon the well, so that I can no longer drink, do not make the fountain of your wit play upon me and wet me. He sometimes could not bear being teased with questions. I was once present when a gentleman asked so many as, "What did you do, sir? What did you say, sir?" that he at last grew enraged, and said, "I will not be put to the question. Don't you consider, sir, that these are not the manners of a gentleman? I will not be baited with what, and why, what is this? What is that? Why is a cow's tail long? Why is a fox's tail bushy?" The gentleman, who was a good deal out of countenance, said, "Why, sir, you are so good, that I venture to trouble you." Johnson. Sir, my being so good is no reason why you should be so ill. He talked with an uncommon animation of travelling into distant countries, that the mind was enlarged by it, and that an acquisition of dignity of character was derived from it. He expressed a particular enthusiasm with respect to visiting the Wall of China. I catched it for the moment, and said I really believed I should go and see the Wall of China had I not children, of whom it was my duty to take care. Sir, said he, by doing so, you would do what would be of importance in raising your children to eminence. There would be a lustre reflected upon them from your spirit and curiosity. They would be at all times regarded as the children of a man who had gone to view the Wall of China. I am serious, sir. When we had left Mr. Scott's, he said, "Will you go home with me?" "Sir," said I, "it is late. But I'll go with you for 3 minutes. Johnson. Or 4. We went to Mrs. Williams's room, where we found Mr. Allen the printer, who was the landlord of his house in Bolt Court, a worthy, obliging man, and his very old acquaintance. And what was exceedingly amusing, though he was of a very diminutive size, he used, even in Johnson's presence, to imitate the stately periods and slow and solemn utterance of the great man. I this evening boasted, that although I did not write what is called stenography, or shorthand, in appropriated characters devised for the purpose, I had a method of my own of writing half words, and leaving out some altogether, so as yet to keep the substance and language of any discourse which I had heard so much in view, that I could give it very completely soon after I had taken it down. On Sunday, April 12th, I found him at home before dinner. He and I, and Mrs. Williams, went to dine with the Reverend Dr. Percy. And here I shall record a scene of too much heat between Dr. Johnson and Dr. Percy, which I should have suppressed, were it not that it gave occasion to display the truly tender and benevolent heart of Johnson, who, as soon as he found a friend was at all hurt by anything which he had said in his wrath, was not only prompt and desirous to be reconciled, but exerted himself to make ample reparation. Books of travels having been mentioned, Johnson praised Pennant very highly, as he did at Dunvegan, in the Isle of Skye. Dr. Percy, knowing himself to be the heir male of the ancient Percys, and having the warmest and most dutiful attachment to the noble house of Northumberland, could not sit quietly and hear a man praised, who had spoken disrespectfully of Alnwick Castle and the Duke's pleasure grounds, especially as he thought meanly of his travels. He therefore opposed Johnson eagerly. Johnson. Pennant, in what he has said of Alnwick, has done what he intended, he has made you very angry. Percy. He has said the garden is trim, which is representing it like a citizen's parterre, when the truth is, there is a very large extent of fine turf and gravel walks. Johnson. According to your own account, sir, Pennant is right. It is trim. Here is grass cut close, and gravel rolled smooth. Is not that trim? The extent is nothing against that, a mile may be as trim as a square yard. Your extent puts me in mind of the citizens in large dinner, 2 pieces of roast beef, and 2 puddings. There is no variety, no mind exerted in laying out the ground, no trees. Percy. He pretends to give the natural history of Northumberland, and yet takes no notice of the immense number of trees planted there of late. Johnson. That, sir, has nothing to do with the natural history, that is civil history. A man who gives the natural history of the oak, is not to tell how many oaks have been planted in this place or that. A man who gives the natural history of the cow, is not to tell how many cows are milked at Islington. The animal is the same, whether milked in the park or at Islington. Percy. Pennant does not describe well, a carrier who goes along the side of Loch Lomond would describe it better. Johnson. I think he describes very well. Percy. I travelled after him. Johnson. And I travelled after him. Percy. But, my good friend, you are short-sighted, and do not see so well as I do. I wondered at Dr. Percy's venturing thus. Dr. Johnson said nothing at the time. But inflammable particles were collecting for a cloud to burst. In a little while Dr. Percy said something more in disparagement of Pennant. Johnson. Pointedly, this is the resentment of a narrow mind, because he did not find everything in Northumberland. Percy. Feeling the stroke, sir, you may be as rude as you please. Johnson. Hold, sir. Don't talk of rudeness. Remember, sir, you told me, puffing hard with passion struggling for a vent, I was short-sighted. We have done with civility. We are to be as rude as we please. Percy. Upon my honor, sir, I did not mean to be uncivil. Johnson. I cannot say so, sir, for I did mean to be uncivil, thinking you had been uncivil. Dr. Percy rose, ran up to him, and taking him by the hand, assured him affectionately that his meaning had been misunderstood. Upon which a reconciliation instantly took place. Johnson. My dear sir, I am willing you shall hang Pennant. Percy. Resuming the former subject, Pennant complains that the helmet is not hung out to invite to the hall of hospitality. Now I never heard that it was a custom to hang out a helmet. Johnson. Hang him up, hang him up. Boswell. Humoring the joke, hang out his skull instead of a helmet, and you may drink ale out of it in your hall of Odin, as he is your enemy. That will be truly ancient. There will be northern antiquities. Johnson. He's a Whig, sir, a sad dog. Smiling at his own violent expressions, merely for political difference of opinion. But he's the best traveller I ever read. He observes more things than anyone else does. On Monday, April 13th, I dined with Johnson at Mr. Langton's, where were Dr. Porteus, then Bishop of Chester, now of London, and Dr. Stinton. He was at first in a very silent mood. Before dinner he said nothing but "pretty baby" to one of the children. Langton said very well to me afterwards, that he could repeat Johnson's conversation before dinner, as Johnson had said that he could repeat a complete chapter of the natural history of Iceland, from the Danish of Horbo. The whole of which was exactly thus. Chap. LXXI, concerning snakes. There are no snakes to be met with throughout the whole island. Mr. Topham Beauclerk came in the evening, and he and Dr. Johnson and I stayed to supper. It was mentioned that Dr. Dodd had once wished to be a member of the literary club. Johnson. I should be sorry if any of our club were hanged. I will not say but some of them deserve it. Beauclerk. Supposing this to be aimed at persons for whom he had at that time a wonderful fancy, which, however, did not last long, was irritated, and eagerly said, "You, sir, have a friend," naming him, "who deserves to be hanged. For he speaks behind their backs against those with whom he lives on the best terms, and attacks them in the newspapers. He certainly ought to be kicked." Johnson. Sir, we all do this in some degree, veniam petimus demusquissim. To be sure it may be done so much, that a man may deserve to be kicked. Beauclerk. He is very malignant. Johnson. No, sir, he is not malignant. He is mischievous, if you will. He would do no man an essential injury. He may, indeed, love to make sport of people by vexing their vanity. I, however, once knew an old gentleman who was absolutely malignant. He really wished evil to others, and rejoiced at it. Boswell. The gentleman, Mr. Beauclerk, against whom you are so violent, is, I know, a man of good principles. Beauclerk. Then he does not wear them out in practice. Dr. Johnson, who, as I have observed before, delighted in discrimination of character, and having a masterly knowledge of human nature, was willing to take men as they are, imperfect and with a mixture of good and bad qualities. I suppose though he had said enough in defense of his friend, of whose merits, notwithstanding his exceptional points, he had a just value. And added no more on the subject. On Wednesday, April 15th, I dined with Dr. Johnson at Mr. Dilly's, and was in high spirits, for I had been a good part of the morning with Mr. Orme, the able and eloquent historian of Hindostan, who expressed a great admiration of Johnson. I do not care, said he, on what subject Johnson talks, but I love better to hear him talk than anybody. He either gives you new thoughts, or a new coloring. It is a shame to the nation that he has not been more liberally rewarded. Had I been George III, and thought as he did about America, I would have given Johnson 300 a year for his taxation, no tyranny alone. I repeated this, and Johnson was much pleased with such praise from such a man as Orme. At Mr. Dilly's today were Mrs. Knowles, the ingenious Quaker lady, Miss Seward, the poetess of Lichfield, the Reverend Dr. Mayo, and the Reverend Mr. Beresford, tutor to the Duke of Bedford. Before dinner Dr. Johnson seized upon Mr. Charles Sheridan's account of the late revolution in Sweden, and seemed to read it ravenously, as if he devoured it, which was to all appearance his method of studying. He knows how to read better than any one, said Mrs. Knowles' winky face. He gets at the substance of a book directly, he tears out the heart of it. He kept it wrapped up in the tablecloth in his lap during the time of dinner, from an avidity to have one entertainment in readiness when he should have finished another. Resembling, if I may use so coarse a simile, a dog who holds a bone in his paws in reserve, while he eats something else which has been thrown to him. The subject of cookery having been very naturally introduced at a table where Johnson, who boasted of the niceness of his palate, owned that he always found a good dinner, he said. I could write a better book of cookery than has ever yet been written. It should be a book upon philosophical principles. Pharmacy is now made much more simple. Cookery may be made so too. A prescription which is now compounded of 5 ingredients, had formerly 50 in it. So in cookery, if the nature of the ingredients be well known, much fewer will do. Then as you cannot make bad meat good, I would tell what is the best butcher's meat, the best beef, the best pieces, how to choose young fowls, the proper seasons of different vegetables, and then how to roast and boil, and compound. Dilly. Mrs. Glass Cookery, which is the best, was written by Dr. Hill. Half the trade know this. Johnson. Well, sir. This shews how much better the subject of cookery may be treated by a philosopher. I doubt if the book be written by Dr. Hill, for, in Mrs. Glass Cookery, which I have looked into, saltpetre and salprunella are spoken of as different substances, whereas salprunella is only saltpetre burnt on charcoal, and Hill could not be ignorant of this. However, as the greatest part of such a book is made by transcription, this mistake may have been carelessly adopted. But you shall see what a book of cookery I shall make. I shall agree with Mr. Dilly for the copyright. Miss Seward. That would be Hercules with the distaff indeed. Johnson. No, madam. Women can spin very well, but they cannot make a good book of cookery. Mrs. Knowles affected to complain that men had much more liberty allowed them than women. Johnson. Why, madam, women have all the liberty they should wish to have. We have all the labor and the danger, and the women all the advantage. We go to sea, we build houses, we do everything, in short, to pay our court to the women. Mrs. Knowles. The doctor reasons very wittily, but not convincingly. Now, take the instance of building. The mason's wife, if she is ever seen in liquor, is ruined. The mason may get himself drunk as often as he pleases, with little loss of character. Nay, may let his wife and children starve. Johnson. Madam, you must consider, if the mason does get himself drunk, and let his wife and children starve, the parish will oblige him to find security for their maintenance. We have different modes of restraining evil. Stocks for the men, a ducking stool for women, and a pound for beasts. If we require more perfection from women than from ourselves, it is doing them honor. And women have not the same temptations that we have, they may always live in virtuous company, men must mix in the world indiscriminately. If a woman has no inclination to do what is wrong, being secured from it is no restraint to her. I am at liberty to walk into the Thames, but if I were to try it, my friends would restrain me in Bedlam, and I should be obliged to them. Mrs. Knowles. Still, doctor, I cannot help thinking it a hardship that more indulgence is allowed to men than to women. It gives a superiority to men, to which I do not see how they are entitled. Johnson. It is plain, madam, one or other must have the superiority. As Shakespeare says, if 2 men ride on a horse, one must ride behind. Dilly. I suppose, sir, Mrs. Knowles would have them to ride in panniers, one on each side. Johnson. Then, sir, the horse would throw them both. Mrs. Knowles. Well, I hope that in another world the sexes will be equal. Boswell. That is being too ambitious, madam. We might as well desire to be equal with the angels. We shall all, I hope, be happy in a future state, but we must not expect to be all happy in the same degree. It is enough if we be happy according to our several capacities. A worthy carman will get to heaven as well as Sir Isaac Newton. Yet, though equally good, they will not have the same degrees of happiness. Johnson. Probably not. Dr. Mayo having asked Johnson's opinion of Soame Jenyns's view of the internal evidence of the Christian religion, Johnson. I think it a pretty book, not very theological indeed, and there seems to be an affectation of ease and carelessness, as if it were not suitable to his character to be very serious about the matter. Boswell. He may have intended this to introduce his book the better among genteel people, who might be unwilling to read too grave a treatise. There is a general levity in the age. We have physicians now with bag-wigs. May we not have airy divines, at least somewhat less solemn in their appearance than they used to be? Johnson. Jennings might mean as you say. Boswell. You should like his book, Mrs. Knowles, as it maintains, as you friends do, that courage is not a Christian virtue. Mrs. Knowles. Yes, indeed, I like him there, but I cannot agree with him, that friendship is not a Christian virtue. Johnson. Why, madam, strictly speaking, he is right. All friendship is preferring the interest of a friend to the neglect, or, perhaps, against the interest of others, so that an old Greek said, he that has friends has no friend. Now Christianity recommends universal benevolence, to consider all men as our brethren, which is contrary to the virtue of friendship, as described by the ancient philosophers. Surely, madam, your sect must approve of this. For, you call all men friends. Mrs. Knowles. We are commanded to do good to all men, but especially to them who are of the household of faith. Johnson. Well, madam. The household of faith is wide enough. Mrs. Knowles. But, doctor, our Saviour had 12 apostles, yet there was one whom he loved. John was called the disciple whom Jesus loved. Johnson. With eyes sparkling benignantly, very well, indeed, madam. You have said very well. Boswell. A fine application. Pray, sir, had you ever thought of it? Johnson. I had not, sir. From this pleasing subject, he, I know not how or why, made a sudden transition to one upon which he was a violent aggressor. For he said, I am willing to love all mankind, except an American, and his inflammable corruption bursting into horrid fire, he breathed out threatenings and slaughter, calling them rascals, robbers, pirates, and exclaiming, he'd burn and destroy them. Miss Seward, looking to him with mild but steady astonishment, said, Sir, this is an instance that we are always most violent against those whom we have injured. He was irritated still more by this delicate and keen reproach, and roared out another tremendous volley, which one might fancy could be heard across the Atlantic. During this tempest I sat in great uneasiness, lamenting his heat of temper. Till, by degrees, I diverted his attention to other topics. Talking of Miss, a literary lady, he said, I was obliged to speak to Miss Reynolds, to let her know that I desired she would not flatter me so much. Somebody now observed, she flatters Garrick. Johnson. She is in the right to flatter Garrick. She is in the right for 2 reasons, first, because she has the world with her, who have been praising Garrick these 30 years. And secondly, because she is rewarded for it by Garrick. Why should she flatter me? I can do nothing for her. Let her carry her praise to a better market. Then turning to Mrs. Knowles. You, madam, have been flattering me all the evening. I wish you would give Boswell a little now. If you knew his merit as well as I do, you would say a great deal, he is the best traveling companion in the world. Somebody mentioned the Reverend Mr. Mason's prosecution of Mr. Murray, the bookseller, for having inserted in a collection of Gray's poems, only 50 lines, of which Mr. Mason had still the exclusive property, under the statute of Queen Anne, and that Mr. Mason had persevered, notwithstanding his being requested to name his own terms of compensation. Johnson signified his displeasure at Mr. Mason's conduct very strongly, but added, by way of shewing that he was not surprised at it, Mason's a Whig. Mrs. Knowles. Not hearing distinctly, what? A prig, sir. Johnson. Worse, madam, a Whig. But he is both. Of John Wesley, he said, he can talk well on any subject. Boswell. Pray, sir, what has he made of his story of a ghost? Johnson. Why, sir, he believes it, but not on sufficient authority. He did not take time enough to examine the girl. It was at Newcastle, where the ghost was said to have appeared to a young woman several times, mentioning something about the right to an old house, advising application to be made to an attorney, which was done. And, at the same time, saying the attorneys would do nothing, which proved to be the fact. This, says John, is a proof that a ghost knows our thoughts. Now, laughing, it is not necessary to know our thoughts, to tell that an attorney will sometimes do nothing. Charles Wesley, who is a more stationary man, does not believe the story. I am sorry that John did not take more pains to inquire into the evidence for it. Miss Seward, with an incredulous smile, what, sir? About a ghost? Johnson. With solemn vehemence, yes, madam, this is a question which, after 5,000 years, is yet undecided, a question, whether in theology or philosophy, one of the most important that can come before the human understanding. Mrs. Knowles mentioned, as a proselyte to Quakerism, Miss, a young lady well known to Dr. Johnson, for whom he had shown much affection, while she ever had, and still retained, a great respect for him. Mrs. Knowles at the same time took an opportunity of letting him know, that the amiable young creature was sorry at finding that he was offended at her leaving the Church of England and embracing a simpler faith. And, in the gentlest and most persuasive manner, solicited his kind indulgence for what was sincerely a matter of conscience. Johnson. Frowning very angrily, madam, she is an odious wench. She could not have any proper conviction that it was her duty to change her religion, which is the most important of all subjects, and should be studied with all care, and with all the helps we can get. She knew no more of the church which she left, and that which she embraced, than she did of the difference between the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems. Mrs. Knowles. She had the New Testament before her. Johnson. Madam, she could not understand the New Testament, the most difficult book in the world, for which the study of a life is required. Mrs. Knowles. It is clear as to essentials. Johnson. But not as to controversial points. The heathens were easily converted, because they had nothing to give up, but we ought not, without very strong conviction indeed, to desert the religion in which we have been educated. That is the religion given you, the religion in which it may be said Providence has placed you. If you live conscientiously in that religion, you may be safe. But error is dangerous indeed, if you err when you choose a religion for yourself. Mrs. Knowles. Must we then go by implicit faith? Johnson. Why, madam, the greatest part of our knowledge is implicit faith, and as to religion, have we heard all that a disciple of Confucius, all that a Mahometan, can say for himself? He then rose again into passion, and attacked the young proselyte in the severest terms of reproach, so that both the ladies seemed to be much shocked. We remained together till it was pretty late. Notwithstanding occasional explosions of violence, we were all delighted upon the whole with Johnson. I compared him at this time to a warm West Indian climate, where you have a bright sun, quick vegetation, luxuriant foliage, luscious fruits. But where the same heat sometimes produces thunder, lightning, earthquakes, in a terrible degree. April 17th, being Good Friday, I waited on Johnson, as usual. I observed at breakfast that although it was a part of his abstemious discipline on this most solemn fast, to take no milk in his tea, yet when Mrs. Desmoulins inadvertently poured it in, he did not reject it. I talked of the strange indecision of mind, and imbecility in the common occurrences of life, which we may observe in some people. Johnson. Why, sir, I am in the habit of getting others to do things for me. Boswell. What, sir? Have you that weakness? Johnson. Yes, sir. But I always think afterwards I should have done better for myself. I expressed some inclination to publish an account of my travels upon the continent of Europe, for which I had a variety of materials collected. Johnson. I do not say, sir, you may not publish your travels. But I give you my opinion, that you would lessen yourself by it. What can you tell of countries so well known as those upon the continent of Europe, which you have visited? Boswell. But I can give an entertaining narrative, with many incidents, anecdotes, jeux d'esprit, and remarks, so as to make very pleasant reading. Johnson. Why, sir, most modern travelers in Europe who have published their travels, have been laughed at. I would not have you added to the number. The world is now not contented to be merely entertained by a traveler's narrative. They want to learn something. Now some of my friends ask me, why I did not give some account of my travels in France. The reason is plain: intelligent readers had seen more of France than I had. You might have liked my travels in France, and the club might have liked them, but, upon the whole, there would have been more ridicule than good produced by them. Boswell. I cannot agree with you, sir. People would like to read what you say of anything. Suppose a face has been painted by 50 painters before, still we love to see it done by Sir Joshua. Johnson. True, sir, but Sir Joshua cannot paint a face when he has not time to look on it. Boswell. Sir, a sketch of any sort by him is valuable. And, sir, to talk to you in your own style, raising my voice, and shaking my head, you should have given us your travels in France. I am sure I am right, and there's an end on't. I said to him that it was certainly true, as my friend Dempster had observed in his letter to me upon the subject, that a great part of what was in his journey to the western islands of Scotland had been in his mind before he left London. Johnson. Why yes, sir, the topics were, and books of travels will be good in proportion to what a man has previously in his mind, his knowing what to observe, his power of contrasting one mode of life with another. As the Spanish proverb says, he, who would bring home the wealth of the Indies, must carry the wealth of the Indies with him. So it is in traveling, a man must carry knowledge with him, if he would bring home knowledge. Boswell. The proverb, I suppose, sir, means, he must carry a large stock with him to trade with. Johnson. Yes, sir. It was a delightful day, as we walked to St. Clement's Church. I again remarked that Fleet Street was the most cheerful scene in the world. Fleet Street, said I, is in my mind more delightful than Tempe. Johnson. Aye, sir, but let it be compared with Mull. There was a very numerous congregation today at St. Clement's Church, which Dr. Johnson said he observed with pleasure. And now I am to give a pretty full account of one of the most curious incidents in Johnson's life, of which he himself has made the following minute. On this day, in my return from church, I was accosted by Edwards, an old fellow collegian, who had not seen me since 1729. He knew me, and asked if I remembered one Edwards. I did not at first recollect the name, but gradually as we walked along, recovered it, and told him a conversation that had passed at an ale-house between us. My purpose is to continue our acquaintance. It was in Butcher Row that this meeting happened. Mr. Edwards, who was a decent-looking elderly man in grey clothes, and a wig of many curls, accosted Johnson with familiar confidence, knowing who he was, while Johnson returned his salutation with a courteous formality, as to a stranger. But as soon as Edwards had brought to his recollection their having been at Pembroke College together 40 years ago, he seemed much pleased, asked where he lived, and said he should be glad to see him in Bolt Court. Edwards. Ah, sir. We are old men now. Johnson. Who never like to think of being old, don't let us discourage one another. Edwards. Why, doctor, you look stout and hearty. I am happy to see you so, for the newspapers told us you were very ill. Johnson. Aye, sir, they are always telling lies of us old fellows. Wishing to be present at more of so singular a conversation as that between two fellow collegians, who had lived 40 years in London without ever having chanced to meet, I whispered to Mr. Edwards that Dr. Johnson was going home, and that he had better accompany him now. So Edwards walked along with us, I eagerly assisting to keep up the conversation. Mr. Edwards informed Dr. Johnson that he had practiced long as a solicitor in Chancery, but that he now lived in the country upon a little farm, about 60 acres, just by Stevenage in Hertfordshire, and that he came to London, to Barnard's Inn, No. 6, generally twice a week. Johnson appearing to me in a reverie, Mr. Edwards addressed himself to me, and expatiated on the pleasure of living in the country. Boswell. I have no notion of this, sir. What you have to entertain you, is, I think, exhausted in half an hour. Edwards. What? Don't you love to have hope realized? I see my grass, and my corn, and my trees growing. Now, for instance, I am curious to see if this frost has not nipped my fruit trees. Johnson. Who we did not imagine was attending, you find, sir, you have fears as well as hopes. So well did he see the whole, when another saw but the half of a subject. When we got to Dr. Johnson's house, and were seated in his library, the dialogue went on admirably. Edwards. Sir, I remember you would not let us say prodigious at college. For even then, sir, turning to me, he was delicate in language, and we all feared him. 45 Johnson. To Edwards, from your having practiced the law long, sir, I presume you must be rich. Edwards. No, sir, I got a good deal of money. But I had a number of poor relations to whom I gave a great part of it. Johnson. Sir, you have been rich in the most valuable sense of the word. Edwards. But I shall not die rich. Johnson. Nay, sure, sir, it is better to live rich than to die rich. Edwards. I wish I had continued at college. Johnson. Why do you wish that, sir? Edwards. Because I think I should have had a much easier life than mine has been. I should have been a parson, and had a good living, like Bloxam and several others, and lived comfortably. Johnson. Sir, the life of a parson, of a conscientious clergyman, is not easy. I have always considered a clergyman as the father of a larger family than he is able to maintain. I would rather have chancery suits upon my hands than the cure of souls. No, sir, I do not envy a clergyman's life as an easy life, nor do I envy the clergyman who makes it an easy life. Here taking himself up all of a sudden, he exclaimed, Oh! Mr. Edwards. I'll convince you that I recollect you. Do you remember our drinking together at an alehouse near Pembroke Gate? At that time, you told me of the Eton boy, who, when verses on our Saviour's turning water into wine were prescribed as an exercise, brought up a single line, which was highly admired. Vidit et erabuit lympha pudica deum. And I told you of another fine line in Camden's Remains, an eulogy upon one of our kings, who was succeeded by his son, a prince of equal merit. Mira cano, sol occubit, nox nulla secuta est. Edwards. You are a philosopher, Dr. Johnson. I have tried too in my time to be a philosopher, but, I don't know how, cheerfulness was always breaking in. Mr. Burke, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Malone, and, indeed, all the eminent men to whom I have mentioned this, have thought it an exquisite trait of character. The truth is, that philosophy, like religion, is too generally supposed to be hard and severe, at least so grave as to exclude all gaiety. Edwards. I have been twice married, Doctor. You, I suppose, have never known what it was to have a wife. Johnson. Sir, I have known what it was to have a wife, and, in a solemn, tender, faltering tone, I have known what it was to lose a wife. It had almost broke my heart. Edwards. How do you live, sir? For my part, I must have my regular meals, and a glass of good wine. I find I require it. Johnson. I now drink no wine, sir. Early in life I drank wine, for many years I drank none. I then for some years drank a great deal. Edwards. Some hogsheads, I warrant you. Johnson. I then had a severe illness, and left it off, and I have never begun it again. I never felt any difference upon myself from eating one thing rather than another, nor from one kind of weather rather than another. There are people, I believe, who feel a difference, but I am not one of them. And as to regular meals, I have fasted from the Sunday's dinner to the Tuesday's dinner, without any inconvenience. I believe it is best to eat just as one is hungry, but a man who is in business, or a man who has a family, must have stated meals. I am a straggler. I may leave this town and go to Grand Cairo, without being missed here or observed there. Edwards. Don't you eat supper, sir? Johnson. No, sir. Edwards. For my part, now, I consider supper as a turnpike through which one must pass, in order to get to bed. Johnson. You are a lawyer, Mr. Edwards. Lawyers know life practically. A bookish man should always have them to converse with. They have what he wants. Edwards. I am grown old, I am 65. Johnson. I shall be 68 next birthday. Come, sir, drink water, and put in for 100. This interview confirmed my opinion of Johnson's most humane and benevolent heart. His cordial and placid behavior to an old fellow collegian, a man so different from himself. And his telling him that he would go down to his farm and visit him, showed a kindness of disposition very rare at an advanced age. He observed, how wonderful it was that they had both been in London 40 years, without having ever once met, and both walkers in the street too. Mr. Edwards, when going away, again recurred to his consciousness of senility, and looking full in Johnson's face, said to him, You'll find in Dr. Young. Oh my coevals! Remnants of yourselves. Johnson did not relish this at all, but shook his head with impatience. Edwards walked off, seemingly highly pleased with the honor of having been thus noticed by Dr. Johnson. When he was gone, I said to Johnson, I thought him but a weak man. Johnson. Why, yes, sir. Here is a man who has passed through life without experience, yet I would rather have him with me than a more sensible man who will not talk readily. This man is always willing to say what he has to say. Yet Dr. Johnson had himself by no means that willingness which he praised so much, and I think so justly, for who has not felt the painful effect of the dreary void, when there is a total silence in a company, for any length of time? Or, which is as bad, or perhaps worse, when the conversation is with difficulty kept up by a perpetual effort. Johnson once observed to me, Tom Tyers described me the best, Sir, said he, you are like a ghost, you never speak till you are spoken to. The gentleman whom he thus familiarly mentioned was Mr. Thomas Tyers, son of Mr. Jonathan Tyers, the founder of that excellent place of public amusement, Vauxhall Gardens, which must ever be an estate to its proprietor, as it is peculiarly adapted to the taste of the English nation. There being a mixture of curious show, gay exhibition, music, vocal and instrumental, not too refined for the general ear, for all which only a shilling is paid. And, though last, not least, good eating and drinking for those who choose to purchase that regale. Mr. Thomas Tyers was bred to the law. But having a handsome fortune, vivacity of temper, and eccentricity of mind, he could not confine himself to the regularity of practice. He therefore ran about the world with a pleasant carelessness, amusing everybody by his desultory conversation. He abounded in anecdote, but was not sufficiently attentive to accuracy. I therefore cannot venture to avail myself much of a biographical sketch of Johnson which he published, being one among the various persons ambitious of appending their names to that of my illustrious friend. That sketch is, however, an entertaining little collection of fragments. Those which he published of Pope and Addison are of higher merit. But his fame must chiefly rest upon his political conferences, in which he introduces several eminent persons delivering their sentiments in the way of dialogue, and discovers a considerable share of learning, various knowledge, and discernment of character. This much may I be allowed to say of a man who was exceedingly obliging to me, and who lived with Dr. Johnson in as easy a manner as almost any of his very numerous acquaintance. Mr. Edwards had said to me aside, that Dr. Johnson should have been of a profession. I repeated the remark to Johnson that I might have his own thoughts on the subject. Johnson. Sir, it would have been better that I had been of a profession. I ought to have been a lawyer. Boswell. I do not think, sir, it would have been better, for we should not have had the English dictionary. Johnson. But you would have had reports. Boswell. Aye, but there would not have been another, who could have written the dictionary. There have been many very good judges. Suppose you had been Lord Chancellor, you would have delivered opinions with more extent of mind, and in a more ornamented manner, than perhaps any Chancellor ever did, or ever will do. But, I believe, causes have been as judiciously decided as you could have done. Johnson. Yes, sir. Property has been as well settled. Johnson, however, had a noble ambition floating in his mind, and had, undoubtedly, often speculated on the possibility of his supereminent powers being rewarded in this great and liberal country by the highest honours of the state. Sir William Scott informs me, that upon the death of the late Lord Lichfield, who was Chancellor of the University of Oxford, he said to Johnson, "What a pity it is, sir, that you did not follow the profession of the law. You might have been Lord Chancellor of Great Britain, and attained to the dignity of the peerage, and now that the title of Lichfield, your native city, is extinct, you might have had it." Johnson, upon this, seemed much agitated. And, in an angry tone, exclaimed, "Why will you vex me by suggesting this, when it is too late?" But he did not repine at the prosperity of others. The late Dr. Thomas Leland told Mr. Courtney, that when Mr. Edmund Burke shewed Johnson his fine house and lands near Beaconsfield, Johnson coolly said, "Non equidem invideo, miror magis." 46. Yet no man had a higher notion of the dignity of literature than Johnson, or was more determined in maintaining the respect which he justly considered as due to it. Of this, besides the general tenor of his conduct in society, some characteristical instances may be mentioned. He told Sir Joshua Reynolds, that once when he dined in a numerous company of booksellers, where the room being small, the head of the table, at which he sat, was almost close to the fire. He persevered in suffering a great deal of inconvenience from the heat, rather than quit his place, and let one of them sit above him. Goldsmith, in his diverting simplicity, complained one day, in a mixed company, of Lord Camden. "I met him," said he, "at Lord Clare's house in the country, and he took no more notice of me than if I had been an ordinary man." The company having laughed heartily, Johnson stood forth in defence of his friend. "Nay, gentlemen," said he, "Dr. Goldsmith is in the right. A nobleman ought to have made up to such a man as Goldsmith. And I think it is much against Lord Camden that he neglected him. Nor could he patiently endure to hear that such respect as he thought due only to higher intellectual qualities, should be bestowed on men of slighter, though perhaps more amusing talents. I told him, that one morning, when I went to breakfast with Garrick, who was very vain of his intimacy with Lord Camden, he accosted me thus, 'Pray now, did you meet a little lawyer turning the corner, eh?' 'No, sir,' said I. 'Pray what do you mean by the question?' 'Why,' replied Garrick, with an affected indifference, yet as if standing on tiptoe, 'Lord Camden has this moment left me. We have had a long walk together.' Johnson. Well, sir, Garrick talked very properly. Lord Camden was a little lawyer to be associating so familiarly with a player. Sir Joshua Reynolds observed, with great truth, that Johnson considered Garrick to be as it were his property. He would allow no man either to blame or to praise Garrick in his presence, without contradicting him. Having fallen into a very serious frame of mind, in which mutual expressions of kindness passed between us, such as would be thought too vain in me to repeat, I talked with regret of the sad inevitable certainty that one of us must survive the other. Johnson. Yes, sir, that is an affecting consideration. I remember Swift, in one of his letters to Pope, says, "I intend to come over, that we may meet once more, and when we must part, it is what happens to all human beings." Boswell. The hope that we shall see our departed friends again must support the mind. Johnson. Why yes, sir. Boswell. There is a strange unwillingness to part with life, independent of serious fears as to futurity. A reverend friend of ours, naming him, tells me, that he feels an uneasiness at the thoughts of leaving his house, his study, his books. Johnson. This is foolish a man need not be uneasy on these grounds. For, as he will retain his consciousness, he may say with the philosopher, omnia mea mecum porto. Boswell. True, sir, we may carry our books in our heads. But still there is something painful in the thought of leaving for ever what has given us pleasure. I remember, many years ago, when my imagination was warm, and I happened to be in a melancholy mood, it distressed me to think of going into a state of being in which Shakespeare's poetry did not exist. A lady whom I then much admired, a very amiable woman, humored my fancy, and relieved me by saying, "The first thing you will meet in the other world, will be an elegant copy of Shakespeare's works presented to you." Dar. Johnson smiled benignantly at this, and did not appear to disapprove of the notion. We went to St. Clement's Church again in the afternoon, and then returned and drank tea and coffee in Mrs. Williams's room, Mrs. Desmoulins doing the honors of the tea-table. I observed that he would not even look at a proof-sheet of his Life of Waller on Good Friday. On Saturday, April 14th, I drank tea with him. He praised the late Mr. Duncombe, of Canterbury, as a pleasing man. He used to come to me, I did not seek much after him. Indeed, I never sought much after anybody. Boswell. Lord Orrery, I suppose. Johnson. No, sir, I never went to him but when he sent for me. Boswell. Richardson. Johnson. Yes, sir. But I sought after George Psalmanazar the most. I used to go and sit with him at an alehouse in the city. I am happy to mention another instance which I discovered of his seeking after a man of merit. Soon after the Honourable Daines Barrington had published his excellent observations on the statutes, Johnson waited on that worthy and learned gentleman. And, having told him his name, courteously said, "I have read your book, sir, with great pleasure, and wish to be better known to you." Thus began an acquaintance, which was continued with mutual regard as long as Johnson lived. Talking of a recent seditious delinquent, he said, they should set him in the pillory, that he may be punished in a way that would disgrace him. I observed, that the pillory does not always disgrace. And I mentioned an instance of a gentleman who I thought was not dishonored by it. Johnson. Aye, but he was, sir. He could not mouth and strut as he used to do, after having been there. People are not willing to ask a man to their tables who has stood in the pillory. Johnson attacked the Americans with intemperate vehemence of abuse. I said something in their favor. And added, that I was always sorry when he talked on that subject. This, it seems, exasperated him, though he said nothing at the time. The cloud was charged with sulphureous vapor, which was afterwards to burst in thunder. We talked of a gentleman who was running out his fortune in London, and I said, we must get him out of it. All his friends must quarrel with him, and that will soon drive him away. Johnson. Nay, sir, we'll send you to him. If your company does not drive a man out of his house, nothing will. This was a horrible shock, for which there was no visible cause. I afterwards asked him why he had said so harsh a thing. Johnson. Because, sir, you made me angry about the Americans. Boswell. But why did you not take your revenge directly? Johnson. Smiling, because, sir, I had nothing ready. A man cannot strike till he has his weapons. This was a candid and pleasant confession. He shewed me tonight his drawing-room, very genteelly fitted up, and said, Mrs. Thrale sneered when I talked of my having asked you and your lady to live at my house. I was obliged to tell her, that you would be in as respectable a situation in my house as in hers. Sir, the insolence of wealth will creep out. Boswell. She has a little both of the insolence of wealth, and the conceit of parts. Johnson. The insolence of wealth is a wretched thing, but the conceit of parts has some foundation. To be sure it should not be. But who is without it? Boswell. Yourself, sir. Johnson. Why, I play no tricks, I lay no traps. Boswell. No, sir. You are 6 feet high, and you only do not stoop. We talked of the numbers of people that sometimes have composed the household of great families. I mentioned that there were 100 in the family of the present Earl of Eglintown's father. Dar. Johnson seeming to doubt it, I began to enumerate. Let us see, my lord and my lady too. Johnson. Nay, sir, if you are to count by twos, you may be long enough. Boswell. Well, but now I add 2 sons and 7 daughters, and a servant for each, that will make 20, so we have the 5th part already. Johnson. Very true. You get at 20 pretty readily, but you will not so easily get further on. We grow to 5 feet pretty readily, but it is not so easy to grow to 7. On Monday, April 20th, I found him at home in the morning. We talked of a gentleman who we apprehended was gradually involving his circumstances by bad management. Johnson. Wasting a fortune is evaporation by 1,000 imperceptible means. If it were a stream, they'd stop it. You must speak to him. It is really miserable. Were he a gamester, it could be said he had hopes of winning. Were he a bankrupt in trade, he might have grown rich, but he has neither spirit to spend nor resolution to spare. He does not spend fast enough to have pleasure from it. He has the crime of prodigality, and the wretchedness of parsimony. If a man is killed in a duel, he is killed as many a one has been killed, but it is a sad thing for a man to lie down and die, to bleed to death, because he has not fortitude enough to sear the wound, or even to stitch it up. I cannot but pause a moment to admire the fecundity of fancy, and choice of language, which in this instance, and, indeed, on almost all occasions, he displayed. It was well observed by Dr. Percy, now Bishop of Dromore. The conversation of Johnson is strong and clear, and may be compared to an antique statue, where every vein and muscle is distinct and bold. Ordinary conversation resembles an inferior caste. On Saturday, April 25th, I dined with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, with the learned Dr. Musgrave, Councillor Leland of Ireland, son to the historian, Mrs. Chumley, and some more ladies. Demosthenes Taylor, as he was called, that is, the editor of Demosthenes, was the most silent man, the merest statue of a man that I have ever seen. I once dined in company with him, and all he said during the whole time was no more than Richard. How a man should say only Richard, it is not easy to imagine. But it was thus. Dr. Douglas was talking of Dr. Zachary Gray, and ascribing to him something that was written by Dr. Richard Gray. So, to correct him, Taylor said, imitating his affected sententious emphasis and nod, Richard. Mrs. Chumley, in a high flow of spirits, exhibited some lively sallies of hyperbolical compliment to Johnson, with whom she had been long acquainted, and was very easy. He was quick in catching the manner of the moment, and answered her somewhat in the style of the hero of a romance, Madam, you crown me with unfading laurels. We talked of a lady's verses on Ireland. Miss Reynolds. Have you seen them, sir? Johnson. No, madam. I have seen a translation from Horace, by one of her daughters. She shewed it me. Miss Reynolds. And how was it, sir? Johnson. Why, very well for a young Miss's verses, that is to say, compared with excellence, nothing. But, very well, for the person who wrote them. I am vexed at being shown verses in that manner. Miss Reynolds. But if they should be good, why not give them hearty praise? Johnson. Why, madam, because I have not then got the better of my bad humour from having been shown them. You must consider, madam, beforehand they may be bad, as well as good. Nobody has a right to put another under such a difficulty, that he must either hurt the person by telling the truth, or hurt himself by telling what is not true. Boswell. A man often shews his writings to people of eminence, to obtain from them, either from their good nature, or from their not being able to tell the truth firmly, a commendation, of which he may afterwards avail himself. Johnson. Very true, sir. Therefore the man, who is asked by an author, what he thinks of his work, is put to the torture, and is not obliged to speak the truth, so that what he says is not considered as his opinion, yet he has said it, and cannot retract it. And this author, when mankind are hunting him with a canister at his tail, can say, I would not have published, had not Johnson, or Reynolds, or Musgrave, or some other good judge, commended the work. Yet I consider it as a very difficult question in conscience, whether one should advise a man not to publish a work, if profit be his object, for the man may say, had it not been for you, I should have had the money. Now you cannot be sure. For you have only your own opinion, and the public may think very differently. Sir Joshua Reynolds. You must upon such an occasion have two judgments. One as to the real value of the work, the other as to what may please the general taste at the time. Johnson. But you can be sure of neither, and therefore I should scruple much to give a suppressive vote. Both Goldsmith's comedies were once refused, his first by Garrick, his second by Coleman, who was prevailed on at last by much solicitation, nay, a kind of force, to bring it on. His Vicar of Wakefield I myself did not think would have had much success. It was written and sold to a bookseller before his Traveller, but published after, so little expectation had the bookseller from it. Had it been sold after the Traveller he might have had twice as much money for it, though 60 guineas was no mean price. The bookseller had the advantage of Goldsmith's reputation from the Traveller in the sale, though Goldsmith had it not in selling the copy. Sir Joshua Reynolds. The Beggar's Opera affords a proof how strangely people will differ in opinion about a literary performance. Burke thinks it has no merit. Johnson. It was refused by one of the houses. But I should have thought it would succeed, not from any great excellence in the writing, but from the novelty, and the general spirit and gaiety of the piece, which keeps the audience always attentive, and dismisses them in good humour. We went to the drawing-room, where was a considerable increase of company. Several of us got round Dr. Johnson, and complained that he would not give us an exact catalogue of his works, that there might be a complete edition. He smiled, and evaded our entreaties. That he intended to do it, I have no doubt, because I have heard him say so, and I have in my possession an imperfect list, fairly written out, which he entitles Historia Studiorum. I once got from one of his friends a list, which there was pretty good reason to suppose was accurate, for it was written down in his presence by this friend, who enumerated each article aloud, and had some of them mentioned to him by Mr. Levitt, in concert with whom it was made out, and Johnson, who heard all this, did not contradict it. But when I shewed a copy of this list to him, and mentioned the evidence for its exactness, he laughed, and said, I was willing to let them go on as they pleased, and never interfered. Upon which I read it to him, article by article, and got him positively to own or refuse, and then, having obtained certainty so far, I got some other articles confirmed by him directly. And afterwards, from time to time, made additions under his sanction. The conversation having turned on bon mots, be quoted, from one of the Ana, an exquisite instance of flattery in a maid of honour in France, who being asked by the Queen what o'clock it was, answered, What your Majesty pleases. He admitted that Mr. Burke's classical pun upon Mr. Wilkes's being carried on the shoulders of the mob, numerisque furter, leg salutis, was admirable. And though he was strangely unwilling to allow to that extraordinary man the talent of wit, he also laughed with approbation at another of his playful conceits. Which was, that Horace has in one line given a description of a good desirable manor. Est modus in rebus, sunt certi denique fines. That is to say, a modus as to the tithes and certain fines. He observed, a man cannot with propriety speak of himself, except he relate simple facts, as, I was at Richmond, or what depends on mensuration, as, I am 6 feet high. He is sure he has been at Richmond. He is sure he is 6 feet high, but he cannot be sure he is wise, or that he has any other excellence. Then, all censure of a man's self is oblique praise. It is in order to shew how much he can spare. It has all the invidiousness of self-praise, and all the reproach of falsehood. On Tuesday, April 28, he was engaged to dine at General Powley's, where, as I have already observed, I was still entertained in elegant hospitality, and with all the ease and comfort of a home. I called on him, and accompanied him in a hackney coach. We stopped first at the bottom of Hedge Lane, into which he went to leave a letter, with good news for a poor man in distress, as he told me. I did not question him particularly as to this. He himself often resembled Lady Bolingbroke's lively description of Pope, that he was unpolitique aux choux et aux raves. He would say, I dined today in Grosvenor Square. This might be with a duke, or, perhaps, I dined today at the other end of the town, or, a gentleman of great eminence called on me yesterday. He loved thus to keep things floating in conjecture, omni ignotum pro magnifico est. I believe I ventured to dissipate the cloud, to unveil the mystery, more freely and frequently than any of his friends. We stopped again at Wordman's, the well-known toy shop, in St. James's Street, at the corner of St. James's Place, to which he had been directed, but not clearly, for he searched about some time, and could not find it at first, and said, to direct one only to a corner shop is toying with one. I suppose he meant this as a play upon the word toy. It was the first time that I knew him stoop to such sport. After he had been some time in the shop, he sent for me to come out of the coach, and help him to choose a pair of silver buckles, as those he had were too small. Probably this alteration in dress had been suggested by Mrs. Frail, by associating with whom, his external appearance was much improved. He got better clothes, and the dark color, from which he never deviated, was enlivened by metal buttons. His wigs, too, were much better. And during their travels in France, he was furnished with a Paris-made wig, of handsome construction. This choosing of silver buckles was a negotiation. Sir, said he, I will not have the ridiculous large ones now in fashion. And I will give no more than a guinea for a pair. Such were the principles of the business, and, after some examination, he was fitted. As we drove along, I found him in a talking humor, of which I availed myself. Boswell. I was this morning in Ridley's shop, sir, and was told, that the collection called Johnsoniana has sold very much. Johnson. Yet the journey to the Hebrides has not had a great sale. Boswell. That is strange. Johnson. Yes, sir. For in that book I have told the world a great deal that they did not know before. Boswell. I drank chocolate, sir, this morning with Mr. E.L.D. And, to my no small surprise, found him to be a Staffordshire Whig, a being which I did not believe had existed. Johnson. Sir, there are rascals in all countries. Boswell. E.L.D. said, a Tory was a creature generated between a nonjuring parson and one's grandmother. Johnson. And I have always said, the first Whig was the devil. Boswell. He certainly was, sir. The devil was impatient of subordination. He was the first who resisted power. Better to reign in hell, than serve in heaven. At General Paoli's were Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Langton, Marchese Gherardi of Lombardy, and Mr. John Spottiswoode the younger, of Spottiswoode, the solicitor. We talked of drinking wine. Johnson. I require wine only when I am alone. I have then often wished for it, and often taken it. Spottiswoode. What, by way of a companion, sir? Johnson. To get rid of myself, to send myself away. Wine gives great pleasure, and every pleasure is of itself a good. It is a good, unless counterbalanced by evil. A man may have a strong reason not to drink wine, and that may be greater than the pleasure. Wine makes a man better pleased with himself. I do not say that it makes him more pleasing to others. Sometimes it does. But the danger is, that while a man grows better pleased with himself, he may be growing less pleasing to others. Wine gives a man nothing. It neither gives him knowledge nor wit, it only animates a man, and enables him to bring out what a dread of the company had repressed. It only puts in motion what has been locked up in frost. But this may be good, or it may be bad. Spottiswoode. So, sir, wine is a key which opens a box, but this box may be either full or empty. Johnson. Nay, sir, conversation is the key, wine is a picklock, which forces open the box and injures it. A man should cultivate his mind so as to have that confidence and readiness without wine, which wine gives. Boswell. The great difficulty of resisting wine is from benevolence. For instance, a good worthy man asks you to taste his wine, which he has had 20 years in his cellar. Johnson. Sir, all this notion about benevolence arises from a man's imagining himself to be of more importance to others, than he really is. They don't care a farthing whether he drinks wine or not. Sir Joshua Reynolds. Yes, they do for the time. Johnson. For the time, if they care this minute, they forget it the next. And as for the good worthy man, how do you know he is good and worthy? No good and worthy man will insist upon another man's drinking wine. As to the wine 20 years in the cellar, of 10 men, 3 say this, merely because they must say something. 3 are telling a lie, when they say they have had the wine 20 years, 3 would rather save the wine, 1, perhaps, cares. I allow it is something to please one's company, and people are always pleased with those who partake pleasure with them. But after a man has brought himself to relinquish the great personal pleasure which arises from drinking wine, any other consideration is a trifle. To please others by drinking wine, is something only, if there be nothing against it. I should, however, be sorry to offend worthy men. Cursed be the verse, how well soe'er it flow. That tends to make one worthy man my foe. Boswell. Cursed be the spring, the water. Johnson. But let us consider what a sad thing it would be, if we were obliged to drink or do anything else that may happen to be agreeable to the company where we are. Langton. By the same rule you must join with a gang of cutpurses. Johnson. Yes, sir, but yet we must do justice to wine, we must allow it the power it possesses. To make a man pleased with himself, let me tell you, is doing a very great thing. See Patri Volumus, Si Nobis Vivere Cari. I was at this time myself a water drinker, upon trial, by Johnson's recommendation. Johnson. Boswell is a bolder combatant than Sir Joshua, he argues for wine without the help of wine, but Sir Joshua with it. Sir Joshua Reynolds. But to please one's company is a strong motive. Johnson. Who, from drinking only water, supposed everybody who drank wine to be elevated, I won't argue any more with you, sir. You are too far gone. Sir Joshua. I should have thought so indeed, sir, had I made such a speech as you have now done. Johnson. Drawing himself in, and, I really thought blushing, nay, don't be angry. I did not mean to offend you. Sir Joshua. At first the taste of wine was disagreeable to me, but I brought myself to drink it, that I might be like other people. The pleasure of drinking wine is so connected with pleasing your company, that altogether there is something of social goodness in it. Johnson. Sir, this is only saying the same thing over again. Sir Joshua. No, this is new. Johnson. You put it in new words, but it is an old thought. This is one of the disadvantages of wine. It makes a man mistake words for thoughts. Boswell. I think it is a new thought, at least, it is in a new attitude. Johnson. Nay, sir, it is only in a new coat, or an old coat with a new facing. Then laughing heartily, it is the old dog in a new doublet. An extraordinary instance however may occur where a man's patron will do nothing for him, unless he will drink, there may be a good reason for drinking. I mentioned a nobleman, who I believed was really uneasy if his company would not drink hard. Johnson. That is from having had people about him whom he has been accustomed to command. Boswell. Supposing I should be tête-à-tête with him at table. Johnson. Sir, there is no more reason for your drinking with him, than his being sober with you. Boswell. Why, that is true, for it would do him less hurt to be sober, than it would do me to get drunk. Johnson. Yes, sir. And from what I have heard of him, one would not wish to sacrifice himself to such a man. If he must always have somebody to drink with him, he should buy a slave, and then he would be sure to have it. They who submit to drink as another pleases, make themselves his slaves. Boswell. But, sir, you will surely make allowance for the duty of hospitality. A gentleman who loves drinking, comes to visit me. Johnson. Sir, a man knows whom he visits. He comes to the table of a sober man. Boswell. But, sir, you and I should not have been so well received in the Highlands and Hebrides, if I had not drunk with our worthy friends. Had I drunk water only as you did, they would not have been so cordial. Johnson. Sir William Temple mentions that in his travels through the Netherlands he had 2 or 3 gentlemen with him, and when a bumper was necessary, he put it on them. Were I to travel again through the islands, would have Sir Joshua with me to take the bumpers. Boswell. But, sir, let me put a case. Suppose Sir Joshua should take a jaunt into Scotland. He does me the honour to pay me a visit at my house in the country. I am overjoyed at seeing him, we are quite by ourselves, shall I unsociably and churlishly let him sit drinking by himself? No, no, my dear Sir Joshua, you shall not be treated so, I will take a bottle with you. On Wednesday, April 29th, I dined with him at Mr. Allan Ramsay's, where were Lord Binning, Dr. Robertson the historian, Sir Joshua Reynolds, and the Honourable Mrs. Boscawen, widow of the Admiral, and mother of the present Viscount Falmouth. Of whom, if it be not presumptuous in me to praise her, I would say, that her manners are the most agreeable, and her conversation the best, of any lady with whom I ever had the happiness to be acquainted. Before Johnson came we talked a good deal of him. Ramsay said he had always found him a very polite man, and that he treated him with great respect, which he did very sincerely. I said I worshipped him. Robertson. But some of you spoil him. You should not worship him, you should worship no man. Boswell. I cannot help worshipping him, he is so much superior to other men. Robertson. In criticism, and in wit in conversation, he is no doubt very excellent. But in other respects he is not above other men, he will believe anything, and will strenuously defend the most minute circumstance connected with the Church of England. Boswell. Believe me, Doctor, you are much mistaken as to this. For when you talk with him calmly in private, he is very liberal in his way of thinking. Robertson. He and I have been always very gracious. The first time I met him was one evening at Strahan's, when he had just had an unlucky altercation with Adam Smith, to whom he had been so rough, that Strahan, after Smith was gone, had remonstrated with him, and told him that I was coming soon. And that he was uneasy to think that he might behave in the same manner to me. No, no, sir, said Johnson, I warrant you Robertson and I shall do very well. Accordingly he was gentle and good-humoured, and courteous with me the whole evening, and he has been so upon every occasion that we have met since. I have often said, laughing, that I have been in a great measure indebted to Smith for my good reception. Boswell. His power of reasoning is very strong, and he has a peculiar art of drawing characters, which is as rare as good portrait painting. Sir Joshua Reynolds. He is undoubtedly admirable in this. But, in order to mark the characters which he draws, he overcharges them, and gives people more than they really have, whether of good or bad. No sooner did he, of whom we had been thus talking so easily, arrive, than we were all as quiet as a school upon the entrance of the headmaster. And were very soon set down to a table covered with such variety of good things, as contributed not a little to dispose him to be pleased. Ramsay. I am old enough to have been a contemporary of Pope. His poetry was highly admired in his lifetime, more a great deal than after his death. Johnson. Sir, it has not been less admired since his death. No authors ever had so much fame in their own lifetime as Pope and Voltaire. And Pope's poetry has been as much admired since his death as during his life. It has only not been as much talked of, but that is owing to its being now more distant, and people having other writings to talk of. Virgil is less talked of than Pope, and Homer is less talked of than Virgil, but they are not less admired. We must read what the world reads at the moment. It has been maintained that this superfoetation, this teeming of the press in modern times, is prejudicial to good literature, because it obliges us to read so much of what is of inferior value, in order to be in the fashion. So that better works are neglected for want of time, because a man will have more gratification of his vanity in conversation, from having read modern books, than from having read the best works of antiquity. But it must be considered, that we have now more knowledge generally diffused, all our ladies read now, which is a great extension. Modern writers are the moons of literature, they shine with reflected light, with light borrowed from the ancients. Greece appears to me to be the fountain of knowledge, Rome of elegance. Ramsay. I suppose Homer's Iliad to be a collection of pieces which had been written before his time. I should like to see a translation of it in poetical prose like the Book of Ruth or Job. Robertson. Would you, Dr. Johnson, who are master of the English language, but try your hand upon a part of it? Johnson. Sir, you could not read it without the pleasure of verse. Dr. Robertson expatiated on the character of a certain nobleman, that he was one of the strongest-minded men that ever lived. That he would sit in company quite sluggish, while there was nothing to call forth his intellectual vigor. But the moment that any important subject was started, for instance, how this country is to be defended against a French invasion, he would rouse himself, and shew his extraordinary talents with the most powerful ability and animation. Johnson. Yet this man cut his own throat. The true strong and sound mind is the mind that can embrace equally great things and small. Now I am told the King of Prussia will say to a servant, bring me a bottle of such a wine, which came in such a year. It lies in such a corner of the cellars. I would have a man great in great things, and elegant in little things. He said to me afterwards, when we were by ourselves, Robertson was in a mighty romantic humor, he talked of one whom he did not know, but I downed him with the King of Prussia. Yes, sir, said I, you threw a bottle at his head. An ingenious gentleman was mentioned, concerning whom both Robertson and Ramsay agreed that he had a constant firmness of mind. For after a laborious day, and amidst a multiplicity of cares and anxieties, he would sit down with his sisters and he quite cheerful and good-humored. Such a disposition, it was observed, was a happy gift of nature. Johnson. I do not think so. A man has from nature a certain portion of mind, the use he makes of it depends upon his own free will. That a man has always the same firmness of mind I do not say, because every man feels his mind less firm at one time than another. But I think a man's being in a good or bad humor depends upon his will. I, however, could not help thinking that a man's humor is often uncontrollable by his will. Next day, Thursday, April 30th, I found him at home by himself. Johnson. Well, sir, Ramsay gave us a splendid dinner. I love Ramsay. You will not find a man in whose conversation there is more instruction, more information, and more elegance, than in Ramsay's. Boswell. What I admire in Ramsay, is his continuing to be so young. Johnson. Why, yes, sir, it is to be admired. I value myself upon this, that there is nothing of the old man in my conversation. I am now 68, and I have no more of it than at 28. Boswell. But, sir, would not you wish to know old age? He who is never an old man, does not know the whole of human life, for old age is one of the divisions of it. Johnson. Nay, sir, what talk is this? Boswell. I mean, sir, the Sphinx's description of it, morning, noon, and night. I would know night, as well as morning and noon. Johnson. What, sir, would you know what it is to feel the evils of old age? Would you have the gout? Would you have decrepitude? Seeing him heated, I would not argue any farther, but I was confident that I was in the right. I would, in due time, be a Nestor, an elder of the people. And there should be some difference between the conversation of 28 and 68. A grave picture should not be gay. There is a serene, solemn, placid old age. Johnson. Mrs. Frail's mother said of me what flattered me much. A clergyman was complaining of want of society in the country where he lived, and said, they talk of runts, that is, young cows. Sir, said Mrs. Salisbury, Mr. Johnson would learn to talk of runts, meaning that I was a man who would make the most of my situation, whatever it was. He added, I think myself a very polite man. On Saturday, May 2nd, I dined with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, where there was a very large company, and a great deal of conversation. But owing to some circumstance which I cannot now recollect, I have no record of any part of it, except that there were several people there by no means of the Johnsonian school. So that less attention was paid to him than usual, which put him out of humor. And upon some imaginary offence from me, he attacked me with such rudeness, that I was vexed and angry, because it gave those persons an opportunity of enlarging upon his supposed ferocity, and ill-treatment of his best friends. I was so much hurt, and had my pride so much roused, that I kept away from him for a week, and, perhaps, might have kept away much longer, nay, gone to Scotland without seeing him again, had not we fortunately met and been reconciled. To such unhappy chances are human friendships liable. On Friday, May 8th, I dined with him at Mr. Langton's. I was reserved and silent, which I suppose he perceived, and might recollect the cause. After dinner, when Mr. Langton was called out of the room, and we were by ourselves, he drew his chair near to mine, and said, in a tone of conciliating courtesy, Well, how have you done? Boswell. Sir, you have made me very uneasy by your behaviour to me when we were last at Sir Joshua Reynolds's. You know, my dear sir, no man has a greater respect and affection for you, or would sooner go to the end of the world to serve you. Now to treat me so. He insisted that I had interrupted him, which I assured him was not the case, and proceeded, But why treat me so before people who neither love you nor me? Johnson. Well, I am sorry for it. I'll make it up to you 20 different ways, as you please. Boswell. I said today to Sir Joshua, when he observed that you tossed me sometimes, I don't care how often, or how high he tosses me, when only friends are present, for then I fall upon soft ground, but I do not like falling on stones. Which is the case when enemies are present. I think this a pretty good image, sir. Johnson. Sir, it is one of the happiest I have ever heard. The truth is, there was no venom in the wounds which he inflicted at any time, unless they were irritated by some malignant infusion by other hands. We were instantly as cordial again as ever, and joined in hearty laugh at some ludicrous but innocent peculiarities of one of our friends. Boswell. Do you think, sir, it is always culpable to laugh at a man to his face? Johnson. Why, sir, that depends upon the man and the thing. If it is a slight man, and a slight thing, you may, for you take nothing valuable from him. When Mr. Langton returned to us, the flow of talk went on. An eminent author being mentioned. Johnson. He is not a pleasant man. His conversation is neither instructive nor brilliant. He does not talk as if impelled by any fullness of knowledge or vivacity of imagination. His conversation is like that of any other sensible man. He talks with no wish either to inform or to hear, but only because he thinks it does not become, to sit in a company and say nothing. Mr. Langton having repeated the anecdote of Addison having distinguished between his powers in conversation and in writing, by saying, I have only 9d in my pocket, but I can draw for £1,000, Johnson. He had not that retort ready, sir, he had prepared it beforehand. Langton. Turning to me, a fine surmise. Set a thief to catch a thief. Johnson. I shall be at home tomorrow. Boswell. Then let us dine by ourselves at the Mitre, to keep up the old custom, the custom of the manor, the custom of the Mitre. Johnson. Sir, so it shall be. On Saturday, May 9th, we fulfilled our purpose of dining by ourselves at the Mitre, according to old custom. There was, on these occasions, a little circumstance of kind attention to Mrs. Williams, which must not be omitted. Before coming out, and leaving her to dine alone, he gave her her choice of a chicken, a sweetbread, or any other little nice thing, which was carefully sent to her from the tavern, ready dressed. On Tuesday, May 12th, I waited on the Earl of Marchmont, to know if his lordship would favour Dr. Johnson with information concerning Pope, whose life he was about to write. Johnson had not flattered himself with the hopes of receiving any civility from this nobleman, for he said to me, when I mentioned Lord Marchmont as one who could tell him a great deal about Pope, "Sir, he will tell me nothing." I had the honour of being known to his lordship, and applied to him of myself, without being commissioned by Johnson. His lordship behaved in the most polite and obliging manner, promised to tell all he recollected about Pope, and was so very courteous as to say, "Tell Dr. Johnson I have a great respect for him, and am ready to shew it in any way I can. I am to be in the city tomorrow, and will call at his house as I return." His lordship however asked, "Will he write the lives of the poets impartially?" He was the first that brought Whig and Tory into a dictionary. And what do you think of his definition of excise? Do you know the history of his aversion to the word transpire? Then taking down the folio dictionary, he shewed it with this censure on its secondary sense, to escape from secrecy to notice. A sense lately innovated from France, without necessity. The truth was Lord Bolingbroke, who left the Jacobites, first used it, therefore, it was to be condemned. He should have shown what word would do for it, if it was unnecessary. I afterwards put the question to Johnson, "Why, sir," said he, "get abroad?" Boswell. That, sir, is using 2 words. Johnson. Sir, there is no end of this. You may as well insist to have a word for old age. Boswell. Well, sir, senectus. Johnson. Nay, sir, to insist always that there should be one word to express a thing in English, because there is one in another language, is to change the language. I proposed to Lord Marchmont that he should revise Johnson's Life of Pope, so, said his lordship, you would put me in a dangerous situation. You know he knocked down Osborne the bookseller. Elated with the success of my spontaneous exertion to procure material and respectable aid to Johnson for his very favourite work, The Lives of the Poets, I hastened down to Mr. Thrale's at Streatham, where he now was, that I might ensure his being at home next day, and after dinner, when I thought he would receive the good news in the best humour, I announced it eagerly, "I have been at work for you today, sir. I have been with Lord Marchmont. He bade me tell you he has a great respect for you, and will call on you tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and communicate all he knows about Pope." Here I paused, in full expectation that he would be pleased with this intelligence, would praise my active merit, and would be alert to embrace such an offer from a nobleman. But whether I had shown an over-exultation, which provoked his spleen, or whether he was seized with a suspicion that I had obtruded him on Lord Marchmont, and humbled him too much, or whether there was anything more than an unlucky fit of ill humour, I know not, but, to my surprise, the result was, Johnson. I shall not be in town tomorrow. I don't care to know about Pope. Mrs. Thrale. Surprised as I was, and a little angry, I suppose, sir, Mr. Boswell thought, that as you are to write Pope's life, you would wish to know about him. Johnson. Wish. Why yes. If it rained knowledge I'd hold out my hand, but I would not give myself the trouble to go in quest of it. There was no arguing with him at the moment. Some time afterwards he said, "Lord Marchmont will call on me, and then I shall call on Lord Marchmont." Mr. Thrale was uneasy at his unaccountable caprice, and told me, that if I did not take care to bring about a meeting between Lord Marchmont and him, it would never take place, which would be a great pity. I sent a card to his lordship, to be left at Johnson's house, acquainting him, that Dr. Johnson could not be in town next day, but would do himself the honour of waiting on him at another time. I give this account fairly, as a specimen of that unhappy temper with which this great and good man had occasionally to struggle, from something morbid in his constitution. Let the most censorious of my readers suppose himself to have a violent fit of the tooth-ach, or to have received a severe stroke on the shin bone, and when in such a state to be asked a question. And if he has any candour, he will not be surprised at the answers which Johnson sometimes gave in moments of irritation, which, let me assure them, is exquisitely painful. But it must not be erroneously supposed that he was, in the smallest degree, careless concerning any work which he undertook, or that he was generally thus peevish. It will be seen, that in the following year he had a very agreeable interview with Lord Marchmont, at his lordship's house, and this very afternoon he soon forgot any fretfulness, and fell into conversation as usual. Johnson. How foolish was it in Pope to give all his friendship to lords, who thought they honoured him by being with him, and to choose such lords as Burlington, and Cobham, and Bolingbroke. Bathurst was negative, a pleasing man. And I have heard no ill of Marchmont, and then always saying, I do not value you for being a lord, which was a sure proof that he did. I never say, I do not value Boswell more for being born to an estate, because I do not care. Boswell. Nor for being a Scotchman. Johnson. Nay, sir, I do value you more for being a Scotchman. You are a Scotchman without the faults of a Scotchman. You would not have been so valuable as you are, had you not been a Scotchman. Amongst the numerous prints pasted on the walls of the dining room at Streatham, was Hogarth's Modern Midnight Conversation. I asked him what he knew of Parson Ford, who makes a conspicuous figure in the riotous group. Johnson. Sir, he was my acquaintance and relation, my mother's nephew. He had purchased a living in the country, but not simoniacally. I never saw him but in the country. I have been told he was a man of great parts. Very profligate, but I never heard he was impious. Boswell. Was there not a story of his ghost having appeared? Johnson. Sir, it was believed. A waiter at the Hum-Mums, in which house Ford died, had been absent for some time, and returned, not knowing that Ford was dead. Going down to the cellar, according to the story, he met him, going down again he met him a second time. When he came up, he asked some of the people of the house what Ford could be doing there. They told him Ford was dead. The waiter took a fever, in which he lay for some time. When he recovered, he said he had a message to deliver to some women from Ford, but he was not to tell what, or to whom. He walked out, he was followed, but somewhere about St. Paul's they lost him. He came back, and said he had delivered the message, and the women exclaimed, Then we are all undone. Dr. Pellet, who was not a credulous man, inquired into the truth of this story, and he said, the evidence was irresistible. My wife went to the Hum-Mums. It is a place where people get themselves cupped. I believe she went with intention to hear about this story of Ford. At first they were unwilling to tell her. But, after they had talked to her, she came away satisfied that it was true. To be sure the man had a fever, and this vision may have been the beginning of it. But if the message to the women, and their behavior upon it, were true as related, there was something supernatural. That rests upon his word, and there it remains. I stayed all this day 47 with him at Streatham. He talked a great deal, in very good humour. Looking at Messrs. Dilly's splendid edition of Lord Chesterfield's miscellaneous works, he laughed, and said, Here now are 2 speeches ascribed to him, both of which were written by me, and the best of it is, they have found out that one is like Demosthenes, and the other like Cicero. Boswell. Is not modesty natural? Johnson. I cannot say, sir, as we find no people quite in a state of nature, but I think the more they are taught, the more modest they are. The French are a gross, ill-bred, untaught people. A lady there will spit on the floor and rub it with her foot. What I gained by being in France was, learning to be better satisfied with my own country. Time may be employed to more advantage from 19 to 24 almost in any way than in traveling. When you set traveling against mere negation, against doing nothing, it is better to be sure. But how much more would a young man improve were he to study during those years? Indeed, if a young man is wild, and must run after women in bad company, it is better this should be done abroad, as, on his return, he can break off such connections, and begin at home a new man, with a character to form, and acquaintances to make. How little does travelling supply to the conversation of any man who has travelled, how little to Beauclerk. Boswell. What say you to Lord Johnson? I never but once heard him talk of what he had seen, and that was of a large serpent in one of the pyramids of Egypt. Boswell. Well, I happened to hear him tell the same thing, which made me mention him. I talked of a country life. Johnson. Were I to live in the country, I would not devote myself to the acquisition of popularity, I would live in a much better way, much more happily, I would have my time at my own command. Boswell. But, sir, is it not a sad thing to be at a distance from all our literary friends? Johnson. Sir, you will by and by have enough of this conversation, which now delights you so much. As he was a zealous friend of subordination, he was at all times watchful to repress the vulgar cant against the manners of the great, high people, sir, said he, are the best. Take 100 ladies of quality, you'll find them better wives, better mothers, more willing to sacrifice their own pleasure to their children than 100 other women. Tradeswomen, I mean the wives of tradesmen, in the city, who are worth from 10 to 15,000 pounds, are the worst creatures upon the earth, grossly ignorant, and thinking viciousness fashionable. Farmers, I think, are often worthless fellows. Few lords will cheat, and, if they do, they'll be ashamed of it. Farmers cheat and are not ashamed of it, they have all the sensual vices too of the nobility, with cheating into the bargain. There is as much fornication and adultery among farmers as amongst noblemen. Boswell. The notion of the world, sir, however is, that the morals of women of quality are worse than those in lower stations. Johnson. Yes, sir, the licentiousness of one woman of quality makes more noise than that of a number of women in lower stations. Then, sir, you are to consider the malignity of women in the city against women of quality, which will make them believe anything of them, such as that they call their coachman to bed. No, sir, so far as I have observed, the higher in rank, the richer ladies are, they are the better instructed and the more virtuous. On Tuesday, May 19th, I was to set out for Scotland in the evening. He was engaged to dine with me at Mr. Dilly's. I waited upon him to remind him of his appointment and attend him thither. He gave me some salutary counsel, and recommended vigorous resolution against any deviation from moral duty. Boswell. But you would not have me to bind myself by a solemn obligation? Johnson. Much agitated, what? A vow? Oh, no, sir, a vow is a horrible thing, it is a snare for sin. The man who cannot go to heaven without a vow, may go, here, standing erect, in the middle of his library, and rolling grand, his pause was truly a curious compound of the solemn and the ludicrous. He half whistled in his usual way, when pleasant, and he paused, as if checked by religious awe. Methought he would have added, to hell, but was restrained. I humoured the dilemma. What? Sir, said I, in caelum jusseris ibit, alluding to his imitation of it. And bid him go to hell he goes. We had a quiet comfortable meeting at Mr. Dilly's, nobody there but ourselves. My illustrious friend and I parted with assurances of affectionate regard. Mr. Langton has been pleased, at my request, to favour me with some particulars of Dr. Johnson's visit to Warley Camp, where this gentleman was at the time stationed as a captain in the Lincolnshire militia. I shall give them in his own words in a letter to me. It was in the summer of the year 1778, that he complied with my invitation to come down to the camp at Warley, and he stayed with me about a week. The scene appeared, notwithstanding a great degree of ill health that he seemed to labour under, to interest and amuse him. As agreeing with the disposition that I believe you know he constantly manifested towards inquiring into subjects of the military kind. He sate, with a patient degree of attention, to observe the proceedings of a regimental court-martial, that happened to be called, in the time of his stay with us. And one night, as late as at 11 o'clock, he accompanied the major of the regiment in going what are styled the rounds, where he might observe the forms of visiting the guards. For the seeing that they and their sentries are ready in their duty on their several posts. He took occasion to converse at times on military topics, one in particular, that I see the mention of, in your journal of a tour to the Hebrides, which lies open before me, as to gunpowder. Which he spoke of to the same effect, in part, that you relate. On one occasion, when the regiment were going through their exercise, he went quite close to the men at one of the extremities of it, and watched all their practices attentively. And, when he came away, his remark was, "The men indeed do load their muskets and fire with wonderful celerity." He was likewise particular in requiring to know what was the weight of the musket balls in use, and within what distance they might be expected to take effect when fired off. In walking among the tents, and observing the difference between those of the officers and private men, he said that the superiority of accommodation of the better conditions of life, to that of the inferior ones, was never exhibited to him in so distinct a view. The civilities paid to him in the camp were, from the gentleman of the Lincolnshire regiment, one of the officers of which accommodated him with a tent in which he slept, and from General Hall, who very courteously invited him to dine with him, where he appeared to be very well pleased with his entertainment, and the civilities he received on the part of the general. The attention likewise, of the general's aide-de-camp, Captain Smith, seemed to be very welcome to him, as appeared by their engaging in a great deal of discourse together. We surely cannot but admire the benevolent exertions of this great and good man, especially when we consider how grievously he was afflicted with bad health, and how uncomfortable his home was made by the perpetual jarring of those whom he charitably accommodated under his roof. He has sometimes suffered me to talk jocularly of his group of females, and call them his seraglio. He thus mentions them, together with honest Levitt, in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale: "Williams hates everybody. Levitt hates Desmoulins, and does not love Williams. Desmoulins hates them both. Pole 48 loves none of them." 49. In 1779, Johnson gave the world a luminous proof that the vigor of his mind in all its faculties, whether memory, judgment, or imagination, was not in the least abated. For this year came out the first 4 volumes of his prefaces, biographical and critical, to the most eminent of the English poets, published by the booksellers of London. The remaining volumes came out in the year 1780. The poets were selected by the several booksellers who had the honorary copyright, which is still preserved among them by mutual compact, notwithstanding the decision of the House of Lords against the perpetuity of literary property. We have his own authority, that by his recommendation the poems of Blackmore, Watts, Pomfret, and Yalden, were added to the collection. On the 22nd of January, I wrote to him on several topics, and mentioned that as he had been so good as to permit me to have the proof sheets of his lives of the poets, I had written to his servant, Francis, to take care of them for me. On the 23rd of February I wrote to him again, complaining of his silence, as I had heard he was ill, and had written to Mr. Thrale, for information concerning him, and I announced my intention of soon being again in London. To James Boswell, Esq. Dear Sir, why should you take such delight to make a bustle, to write to Mr. Thrale that I am negligent, and to Francis to do what is so very unnecessary? Thrale, you may be sure, cared not about it. And I shall spare Francis the trouble, by ordering a set both of the Lives and Poets to dear Mrs. Boswell, 50 in acknowledgment of her marmalade. Persuade her to accept them, and accept them kindly. If I thought she would receive them scornfully, I would send them to Miss Boswell, who, I hope, has yet none of her mamma's ill will to me. Mrs. Thrale waits in the coach. I am, dear Sir, and March 13, 1779. Sam. Johnson. This letter crossed me on the road to London, where I arrived on Monday, March 15, and next morning at a late hour, found Dr. Johnson sitting over his tea, attended by Mrs. Desmoulins, Mr. Levitt, and a clergyman, who had come to submit some poetical pieces to his revision. It is wonderful what a number and variety of writers, some of them even unknown to him, prevailed on his good nature to look over their works, and suggest corrections and improvements. My arrival interrupted for a little while the important business of this true representative of Bayes. Upon its being resumed, I found that the subject under immediate consideration was a translation, yet in manuscript, of the Carmen Seculaire of Horace, which had this year been set to music, and performed as a public entertainment in London, for the joint benefit of Monsieur Philidor and Signor Baretti. When Johnson had done reading, the author asked him bluntly, if upon the whole it was a good translation. Johnson, whose regard for truth was uncommonly strict, seemed to be puzzled for a moment, what answer to make. As he certainly could not honestly commend the performance, with exquisite address he evaded the question thus: "Sir, I do not say that it may not be made a very good translation." Here nothing whatever in favor of the performance was affirmed, and yet the writer was not shocked. A printed ode to the warlike genius of Britain came next in review. The bard was a lank bony figure, with short black hair. He was writhing himself in agitation, while Johnson read, and chewing his teeth in a grin of earnestness, exclaimed in broken sentences, and in a keen sharp tone, "Is that poetry, sir? Is it Pindar?" Johnson. "Why, sir, there is here a great deal of what is called poetry." Then, turning to me, the poet cried, "My muse has not been long upon the town," and, pointing to the ode, "it trembles under the hand of the great critic." Johnson, in a tone of displeasure, asked him, "Why do you praise Anson?" I did not trouble him by asking his reason for this question. He proceeded, "Here is an error, sir, you have made genius feminine." "Palpable, sir!" cried the enthusiast, "I know it." But, in a lower tone, it was to pay a compliment to the Duchess of Devonshire, with which her Grace was pleased. "She is walking across Coxheath, in the military uniform, and I suppose her to be the genius of Britain." Johnson. "Sir, you are giving a reason for it, but that will not make it right. You may have a reason why 2 and 2 should make 5. But they will still make but 4. Although I was several times with him in the course of the following days, such it seems were my occupations, or such my negligence, that I have preserved no memorial of his conversation till Friday, March 26, when I visited him. He said he expected to be attacked on account of his Lives of the Poets. "However," said he, "I would rather be attacked than unnoticed. For the worst thing you can do to an author is to be silent as to his works. An assault upon a town is a bad thing, but starving it is still worse. An assault may be unsuccessful, you may have more men killed than you kill, but if you starve the town, you are sure of victory." Talking of a friend of ours associating with persons of very discordant principles and characters, I said he was a very universal man, quite a man of the world. Johnson. "Yes, sir. But one may be so much a man of the world as to be nothing in the world. I remember a passage in Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, which he was afterwards fool enough to expunge: 'I do not love a man who is zealous for nothing.'" Boswell. "That was a fine passage." Johnson. "Yes, sir, there was another fine passage too, which be struck out. When I was a young man, being anxious to distinguish myself, I was perpetually starting new propositions. But I soon gave this over. For, I found that generally what was new was false. I said I did not like to sit with people of whom I had not a good opinion." Johnson. "But you must not indulge your delicacy too much, or you will be a tete-a-tete man all your life. During my stay in London this spring, I find I was unaccountably negligent in preserving Johnson's sayings, more so than at any time when I was happy enough to have an opportunity of hearing his wisdom and wit. There is no help for it now. I must content myself with presenting such scraps as I have. But I am nevertheless ashamed and vexed to think how much has been lost. It is not that there was a bad crop this year, but that I was not sufficiently careful in gathering it in. I, therefore, in some instances can only exhibit a few detached fragments." Talking of the wonderful concealment of the author of the celebrated letters signed Junius. He said, "I should have believed Burke to be Junius, because I know no man but Burke who is capable of writing these letters, but Burke spontaneously denied it to me. The case would have been different had I asked him if he was the author. A man so questioned, as to an anonymous publication, may think he has a right to deny it." On Wednesday, March 31, when I visited him, and confessed an excess of which I had very seldom been guilty. That I had spent a whole night in playing at cards, and that I could not look back on it with satisfaction, instead of a harsh animadversion, he mildly said, "Alas, sir, on how few things can we look back with satisfaction." On Friday, April 2, being Good Friday, I visited him in the morning as usual. And finding that we insensibly fell into a train of ridicule upon the foibles of one of our friends, a very worthy man, by way of a check, quoted some good admonition from the government of the tongue, that very pious book. It happened also remarkably enough, that the subject of the sermon preached to us today by Dr. Burrows, the rector of St. Clement Danes, was the certainty that at the last day we must give an account of the deeds done in the body. And, amongst various acts of culpability, he mentioned evil speaking. As we were moving slowly along in the crowd from church, Johnson jogged my elbow, and said, "Did you attend to the sermon?" "Yes, sir," said I, "it was very applicable to us." He, however, stood upon the defensive. "Why, sir, the sense of ridicule is given us, and may be lawfully used. The author of the government of the tongue would have us treat all men alike." In the interval between morning and evening service, he endeavored to employ himself earnestly in devotional exercises, and as he has mentioned in his prayers and meditations, gave me less pensées de Pascal, that I might not interrupt him. I preserve the book with reverence. His presenting it to me is marked upon it with his own hand, and I have found in it a truly divine unction. We went to church again in the afternoon. Chapter 13. On Wednesday, April 7th, I dined with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's. I have not marked what company was there. Johnson harangued upon the qualities of different liquors, and spoke with great contempt of claret, as so weak, that a man would be drowned by it before it made him drunk. He was persuaded to drink one glass of it, that he might judge, not from recollection, which might be dim, but from immediate sensation. He shook his head, and said, "Poor stuff. No, sir, claret is the liquor for boys, port for men. But he who aspires to be a hero, smiling, must drink brandy. In the first place, the flavor of brandy is most grateful to the palate, and then brandy will do soonest for a man what drinking can do for him. There are, indeed, few who are able to drink brandy. That is a power rather to be wished for than attained. And yet, proceeded he, as in all pleasure hope is a considerable part, I know not but fruition comes too quick by brandy. Florence wine I think the worst, it is wine only to the eye, it is wine neither while you are drinking it, nor after you have drunk it, it neither pleases the taste, nor exhilarates the spirits. I reminded him how heartily he and I used to drink wine together, when we were first acquainted, and how I used to have a headache after sitting up with him. He did not like to have this recalled, or, perhaps, thinking that I boasted improperly, resolved to have a witty stroke at me. "Nay, sir, it was not the wine that made your head ache, but the sense that I put into it." Boswell. What, sir? Will sense make the head ache? Johnson. Yes, sir, with a smile, when it is not used to it. No man who has a true relish of pleasantry could be offended at this. Especially if Johnson in a long intimacy had given him repeated proofs of his regard and good estimation. I used to say, that as he had given me £1,000 in praise, he had a good right now and then to take a guinea from me. On Thursday, April 8th, I dined with him at Mr. Allan Ramsay's, with Lord Graham and some other company. We talked of Shakespeare's witches. Johnson. They are beings of his own creation. They are a compound of malignity and meanness, without any abilities, and are quite different from the Italian magician. King James says in his Demonology, magicians command the devils, witches are their servants. The Italian magicians are elegant beings. Ramsay. Opera witches, not Drury Lane witches. Johnson observed, that abilities might be employed in a narrow sphere, as in getting money, which he said he believed no man could do, without vigorous parts, though concentrated to a point. Ramsay. Yes, like a strong horse in a mill. He pulls better. Lord Graham, while he praised the beauty of Loch Lomond, on the banks of which is his family seat, complained of the climate, and said he could not bear it. Johnson. Nay, my lord, don't talk so, you may bear it well enough. Your ancestors have borne it more years than I can tell. This was a handsome compliment to the antiquity of the House of Montrose. His lordship told me afterwards, that he had only affected to complain of the climate. lest, if he had spoken as favorably of his country as he really thought, Dr. Johnson might have attacked it. Johnson was very courteous to Lady Margaret Macdonald. "Madam," said he, "when I was in the Isle of Skye, I heard of the people running to take the stones off the road, lest Lady Margaret's horse should stumble. Lord Graham commended Dr. Drummond at Naples, as a man of extraordinary talents. And added, that he had a great love of liberty." Johnson. "He is young, my lord," looking to his lordship with an arch smile, "all boys love liberty, till experience convinces them they are not so fit to govern themselves as they imagined. We are all agreed as to our own liberty, we would have as much of it as we can get, but we are not agreed as to the liberty of others, for in proportion as we take, others must lose. I believe we hardly wish that the mob should have liberty to govern us. When that was the case some time ago, no man was at liberty not to have candles in his windows." Ramsay. "The result is, that order is better than confusion." Johnson. "The result is, that order cannot be had but by subordination." On Friday, April 16, I had been present at the trial of the unfortunate Mr. Hackman, who, in a fit of frantic jealous love, had shot Miss Ray, the favourite of a nobleman. Johnson, in whose company I dined today with some other friends, was much interested by my account of what passed, and particularly with his prayer for the mercy of heaven. He said, in a solemn fervid tone, "I hope he shall find mercy." This day a violent altercation arose between Johnson and Beauclerk, which having made much noise at the time, I think it proper, in order to prevent any future misrepresentation, to give a minute account of it. In talking of Hackman, Johnson argued, as Judge Blackstone had done, that his being furnished with 2 pistols was a proof that he meant to shoot 2 persons. Mr. Beauclerk said, "No. For that every wise man who intended to shoot himself, took 2 pistols, that he might be sure of doing it at once. Lord Cook shot himself with 1 pistol, and lived 10 days in great agony. Mr. who loved buttered muffins, but durst not eat them because they disagreed with his stomach, resolved to shoot himself. And then he eat 3 buttered muffins for breakfast, before shooting himself, knowing that he should not be troubled with indigestion. He had 2 charged pistols. One was found lying charged upon the table by him, after he had shot himself with the other." "Well," said Johnson, with an air of triumph, "you see here 1 pistol was sufficient." Beauclerk replied smartly, because it happened to kill him. And either then or a very little afterwards, being piqued at Johnson's triumphant remark, added, "This is what you don't know, and I do." There was then a cessation of the dispute. And some minutes intervened, during which, dinner and the glass went on cheerfully, when Johnson suddenly and abruptly exclaimed, "Mr. Beauclerk, how came you to talk so petulantly to me, as, this is what you don't know, but what I know? One thing I know, which you don't seem to know, that you are very uncivil." Beauclerk. "Because you began by being uncivil, which you always are." The words in parenthesis were, I believe, not heard by Dr. Johnson. Here again there was a cessation of arms. Johnson told me, that the reason why he waited at first some time without taking any notice of what Mr. Beauclerk said, was because he was thinking whether he should resent it. But when he considered that there were present a young lord and an eminent traveller, 2 men of the world with whom he had never dined before, he was apprehensive that they might think they had a right to take such liberties with him as Beauclerk did, and therefore resolved he would not let it pass. Adding, that he would not appear a coward. A little while after this, the conversation turned on the violence of Hackman's temper. Johnson then said, it was his business to command his temper, as my friend, Mr. Beauclerk, should have done some time ago. Beauclerk. I should learn of you, sir. Johnson. Sir, you have given me opportunities enough of learning, when I have been in your company. No man loves to be treated with contempt. Beauclerk. With a polite inclination towards Johnson, Sir, you have known me 20 years, and however I may have treated others, you may be sure I could never treat you with contempt. Johnson. Sir, you have said more than was necessary. Thus it ended. And Beauclerk's coach not having come for him till very late, Dr. Johnson and another gentleman sat with him a long time after the rest of the company were gone, and he and I dined at Beauclerk's on the Saturday night following. After this tempest had subsided, I recollect the following particulars of his conversation. I am always for getting a boy forward in his learning, for that is a sure good. I would let him at first read any English book which happens to engage his attention, because you have done a great deal when you have brought him to have entertainment from a book. He'll get better books afterwards. To be contradicted, in order to force you to talk, is mighty unpleasing. You shine, indeed, but it is by being ground. On Saturday, April 24th, I dined with him at Mr. Beauclerk's, with Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Jones, afterwards Sir William, Mr. Langton, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Paradise, and Dr. Higgins. I mentioned that Mr. Wilkes had attacked Garrick to me, as a man who had no friend. I believe he is right, sir. Greek text omitted, he had friends, but no friend. Garrick was so diffused, he had no man to whom he wished to unbosom himself. He found people always ready to applaud him, and that always for the same thing, so he saw life with great uniformity. I took upon me, for once, to fight with Goliath's weapons, and play the sophist. Garrick did not need a friend, as he got from everybody all he wanted. What is a friend? One who supports you and comforts you, while others do not. Friendship, you know, sir, is the cordial drop, to make the nauseous draught of life go down. But if the draught be not nauseous, if it be all sweet, there is no occasion for that drop. Johnson. Many men would not be content to live so. I hope I should not. They would wish to have an intimate friend, with whom they might compare minds, and cherish private virtues. One of the company mentioned Lord Chesterfield, as a man who had no friend. Johnson. There were more materials to make friendship in Garrick, had he not been so diffused. Boswell. Garrick was pure gold, but beat out to thin leaf. Lord Chesterfield was tinsel. Johnson. Garrick was a very good man, the cheerfullest man of his age, a decent liver in a profession which is supposed to give indulgence to licentiousness, and a man who gave away, freely, money acquired by himself. He began the world with a great hunger for money, the son of a half-pay officer, bred in a family, whose study was to make fourpence do as much as others made fourpence halfpenny do. But, when he had got money, he was very liberal. I presume to animadvert on his eulogy on Garrick, in his Lives of the Poets. You say, sir, his death eclipsed the gaiety of nations. Johnson. I could not have said more nor less. It is the truth, eclipsed, not extinguished. And his death did eclipse, it was like a storm. Boswell. But why nations? Did his gaiety extend farther than his own nation? Johnson. Why, sir, some exaggeration must be allowed. Besides, nations may be said, if we allow the Scotch to be a nation, and to have gaiety, which they have not. You are an exception, though. Come, gentlemen, let us candidly admit that there is one Scotchman who is cheerful. Beauclerk. But he is a very unnatural Scotchman. I, however, continued to think the compliment to Garrick hyperbolically untrue. His acting had ceased some time before his death. At any rate he had acted in Ireland but a short time, at an early period of his life, and never in Scotland. I objected also to what appears an anticlimax of praise, when contrasted with the preceding panegyric, and diminished the public stock of harmless pleasure. Is not harmless pleasure very tame? Johnson. Nay, sir, harmless pleasure is the highest praise. Pleasure is a word of dubious import, pleasure is in general dangerous, and pernicious to virtue. To be able therefore to furnish pleasure that is harmless, pleasure pure and unalloyed, is as great a power as man can possess. This was, perhaps, as ingenious a defense as could be made. Still, however, I was not satisfied. Talking of celebrated and successful irregular practisers in physic, he said, Taylor was the most ignorant man I ever knew, but sprightly. Ward the dullest. Taylor challenged me once to talk Latin with him, laughing. I quoted some of Horace, which he took to be a part of my own speech. He said a few words well enough. Beauclerk. I remember, sir, you said that Taylor was an instance how far impudence could carry ignorance. Mr. Beauclerk was very entertaining this day, and told us a number of short stories in a lively elegant manner, and with that air of the world which has I know not what impressive effect, as if there were something more than is expressed. Or than perhaps we could perfectly understand. As Johnson and I accompanied Sir Joshua Reynolds in his coach, Johnson said, there is in Beauclerk a predominance over his company, that one does not like. But he is a man who has lived so much in the world, that he has a short story on every occasion, he is always ready to talk, and is never exhausted. Soon after this time a little incident occurred, which I will not suppress, because I am desirous that my work should be, as much as is consistent with the strictest truth, an antidote to the false and injurious notions of his character, which have been given by others, and therefore I infuse every drop of genuine sweetness into my biographical cup. To Dr. Johnson. My dear Sir, I am in great pain with an inflamed foot, and obliged to keep my bed, so am prevented from having the pleasure to dine at Mr. Ramsay's today, which is very hard, and my spirits are sadly sunk. Will you be so friendly as to come and sit an hour with me in the evening? I am ever your most faithful, and affectionate humble servant. South Audley Street, Monday, April 26. James Boswell. To Mr. Boswell. Mr. Johnson laments the absence of Mr. Boswell, and will come to him. Harley Street. He came to me in the evening, and brought Sir Joshua Reynolds. I need scarcely say, that their conversation, while they sate by my bedside, was the most pleasing opiate to pain that could have been administered. Johnson being now better disposed to obtain information concerning Pope than he was last year, sent by me to my Lord Marchmont a present of those volumes of his Lives of the Poets which were at this time published, with a request to have permission to wait on him. And his lordship, who had called on him twice, obligingly appointed Saturday, the 1st of May, for receiving us. On that morning Johnson came to me from Streatham, and after drinking chocolate at General Powley's, in South Audley Street, we proceeded to Lord Marchmont's in Curzon Street. His lordship met us at the door of his library, and with great politeness said to Johnson, I am not going to make an encomium upon myself, by telling you the high respect I have for you, sir. Johnson was exceedingly courteous. And the interview, which lasted about 2 hours, during which the Earl communicated his anecdotes of Pope, was as agreeable as I could have wished. When we came out, I said to Johnson, that considering his lordship's civility, I should have been vexed if he had again failed to come. Sir, said he, I would rather have given £20 than not have come. I accompanied him to Streatham, where we dined, and returned to town in the evening. He had, before I left London, resumed the conversation concerning the appearance of a ghost at Newcastle upon Tyne, which Mr. John Wesley believed, but to which Johnson did not give credit. I was, however, desirous to examine the question closely, and at the same time wished to be made acquainted with Mr. John Wesley. For though I differed from him in some points, I admired his various talents, and loved his pious zeal. At my request, therefore, Dr. Johnson gave me a letter of introduction to him. To the Reverend Mr. John Wesley. Sir, Mr. Boswell, a gentleman who has been long known to me, is desirous of being known to you, and has asked this recommendation, which I give him with great willingness. Because I think it very much to be wished that worthy and religious men should be acquainted with each other. I am, sir, your most humble servant. May 3, 1779. Sam. Johnson. Mr. Wesley being in the course of his ministry at Edinburgh, I presented this letter to him, and was very politely received. I begged to have it returned to me, which was accordingly done. His state of the evidence as to the ghost did not satisfy me. My readers will not be displeased at being told every slight circumstance of the manner in which Dr. Johnson contrived to amuse his solitary hours. He sometimes employed himself in chemistry, sometimes in watering and pruning a vine, sometimes in small experiments, at which those who may smile, should recollect that there are moments which admit of being soothed only by trifles. 51. My friend Colonel James Stewart, second son of the Earl of Bute, who had distinguished himself as a good officer of the Bedfordshire militia, had taken a public-spirited resolution to serve his country in its difficulties, by raising a regular regiment, and taking the command of it himself. This, in the heir of the immense property of Wortley, was highly honourable. Having been in Scotland recruiting, he obligingly asked me to accompany him to Leeds, then the headquarters of his corps. From thence to London for a short time, and afterwards to other places to which the regiment might be ordered. Such an offer, at a time of the year when I had full leisure, was very pleasing. Especially as I was to accompany a man of sterling good sense, information, discernment, and conviviality, and was to have a second crop in 1 year of London and Johnson. Of this I informed my illustrious friend, in characteristical warm terms, in a letter dated the 30th of September, from Leeds. On Monday, October 4th, I called at his house before he was up. He sent for me to his bedside, and expressed his satisfaction at this incidental meeting, with as much vivacity as if he had been in the gaiety of youth. He called briskly, "Frank, go and get coffee, and let us breakfast in splendor." On Sunday, October 10th, we dined together at Mr. Strahan's. The conversation having turned on the prevailing practice of going to the East Indies in quest of wealth, Johnson. A man had better have £10,000 at the end of 10 years passed in England, than £20,000 at the end of 10 years passed in India, because you must compute what you give for money. And a man who has lived 10 years in India, has given up 10 years of social comfort and all those advantages which arise from living in England. The ingenious Mr. Brown, distinguished by the name of Capability Brown, told me, that he was once at the seat of Lord Clive, who had returned from India with great wealth. And that he shewed him at the door of his bedchamber a large chest, which he said he had once had full of gold, upon which Brown observed, "I am glad you can bear it so near your bedchamber." We talked of the state of the poor in London. Johnson. Saunders Welch, the justice, who was once High Constable of Holborn, and had the best opportunities of knowing the state of the poor, told me, that I underrated the number, when I computed that 20 a week, that is, above 1,000 a year, died of hunger. Not absolutely of immediate hunger, but of the wasting and other diseases which are the consequences of hunger. This happens only in so large a place as London, where people are not known. What we are told about the great sums got by begging is not true, the trade is overstocked. And, you may depend upon it, there are many who cannot get work. A particular kind of manufacture fails, those who have been used to work at it, can, for some time, work at nothing else. You meet a man begging, you charge him with idleness, he says, "I am willing to labor. Will you give me work?" "I cannot." "Why, then you have no right to charge me with idleness." We left Mr. Strahan's at 7, as Johnson had said he intended to go to evening prayers. As we walked along, he complained of a little gout in his toe, and said, "I shan't go to prayers tonight, I shall go tomorrow. Whenever I miss church on a Sunday, I resolve to go another day. But I do not always do it." This was a fair exhibition of that vibration between pious resolutions and indolence, which many of us have too often experienced. I went home with him, and we had a long quiet conversation. Boswell. Why, sir, do people play this trick which I observe now, when I look at your grate, putting the shovel against it to make the fire burn? Johnson. They play the trick, but it does not make the fire burn. There is a better. Setting the poker perpendicularly up at right angles with the grate. In days of superstition they thought, as it made a cross with the bars, it would drive away the witch. Boswell. By associating with you, sir, I am always getting an accession of wisdom. But perhaps a man, after knowing his own character, the limited strength of his own mind, should not be desirous of having too much wisdom, considering, quid valiant humori, how little he can carry. Johnson. Sir, be as wise as you can. Let a man be aliis laetus, sapien sibi. though pleased to see the dolphins play. I mind my compass and my way. You may be wise in your study in the morning, and gay in company at a tavern in the evening. Every man is to take care of his own wisdom and his own virtue, without minding too much what others think. He said, Dodsley first mentioned to me the scheme of an English dictionary, but I had long thought of it. Boswell. You did not know what you were undertaking. Johnson. Yes, sir, I knew very well what I was undertaking, and very well how to do it, and have done it very well. Boswell. An excellent climax. And it has availed you. In your preface you say, what would it avail me in this gloom of solitude? You have been agreeably mistaken. In his Life of Milton he observes, I cannot but remark a kind of respect, perhaps unconsciously, paid to this great man by his biographers. Every house in which he resided is historically mentioned. As if it were an injury to neglect naming any place that he honored by his presence. I had, before I read this observation, been desirous of shewing that respect to Johnson, by various inquiries. Finding him this evening in a very good humour, I prevailed on him to give me an exact list of his places of residence, since he entered the metropolis as an author, which I subjoin in a note. 52. On Tuesday, October 12, I dined with him at Mr. Ramsay's, with Lord Newhaven, and some other company, none of whom I recollect, but a beautiful Miss Graham, a relation of his lordship's, who asked Dr. Johnson to hob or nob with her. He was flattered by such pleasing attention, and politely told her, he never drank wine, but if she would drink a glass of water, he was much at her service. She accepted. Oh ho, sir! Said Lord Newhaven, you are caught. Johnson. Nay, I do not see how I am caught, but if I am caught, I don't want to get free again. If I am caught, I hope to be kept. Then when the 2 glasses of water were brought, smiling placidly to the young lady, he said, Madam, let us reciprocate. Lord Newhaven and Johnson carried on an argument for some time, concerning the Middlesex election. Johnson said, Parliament may be considered as bound by law as a man is bound where there is nobody to tie the knot. As it is clear that the House of Commons may expel and expel again and again, why not allow of the power to incapacitate for that Parliament, rather than have a perpetual contest kept up between Parliament and the people? Lord Newhaven took the opposite side, but respectfully said, I speak with great deference to you, Dr. Johnson, I speak to be instructed. This had its full effect on my friend. He bowed his head almost as low as the table, to a complimenting nobleman, and called out, my lord, I do not desire all this ceremony, let us tell our minds to one another quietly. After the debate was over, he said, I have got lights on the subject today, which I had not before. This was a great deal from him, especially as he had written a pamphlet upon it. Of his fellow collegian, the celebrated Mr. George Whitefield, he said, Whitefield never drew as much attention as a mountebank does. He did not draw attention by doing better than others, but by doing what was strange. Were Astley to preach a sermon standing upon his head on a horse's back, he would collect a multitude to hear him, but no wise man would say he had made a better sermon for that. I never treated Whitefield's ministry with contempt. I believe he did good. He had devoted himself to the lower classes of mankind, and among them he was of use. But when familiarity and noise claim the praise due to knowledge, art, and elegance, we must beat down such pretensions. What I have preserved of his conversation during the remainder of my stay in London at this time, is only what follows. I told him that when I objected to keeping company with a notorious infidel, a celebrated friend of ours said to me, I do not think that men who live laxly in the world, as you and I do, can with propriety assume such an authority. Dr. Johnson may, who is uniformly exemplary in his conduct. But it is not very consistent to shun an infidel today, and get drunk tomorrow. Johnson. Nay, sir, this is sad reasoning. Because a man cannot be right in all things, is he to be right in nothing? Because a man sometimes gets drunk, is he therefore to steal? This doctrine would very soon bring a man to the gallows. He, I know not why, shoot upon all occasions an aversion to go to Ireland, where I proposed to him that we should make a tour. Johnson. It is the last place where I should wish to travel. Boswell. Should you not like to see Dublin, sir? Johnson. No, sir. Dublin is only a worse capital. Boswell. Is not the giant's causeway worth seeing? Johnson. Worth seeing? Yes, but not worth going to see. Yet he had a kindness for the Irish nation, and thus generously expressed himself to a gentleman from that country, on the subject of an union which artful politicians have often had in view. Do not make an union with us, sir. We should unite with you, only to rob you. We should have robbed the Scotch, if they had had anything of which we could have robbed them. Of an acquaintance of ours, whose manners and everything about him, though expensive, were coarse, he said, Sir, you see in him vulgar prosperity. A foreign minister of no very high talents, who had been in his company for a considerable time quite overlooked, happened luckily to mention that he had read some of his Rambler in Italian, and admired it much. This pleased him greatly. He observed that the title had been translated Illinois Genio Errante, though I have been told it was rendered more ludicrously Illinois Vagabondo. And finding that this minister gave such a proof of his taste, he was all attention to him, and on the first remark which he made, however simple, exclaimed, The ambassador says well, His Excellency observes, and then he expanded and enriched the little that had been said, in so strong a manner, that it appeared something of consequence. This was exceedingly entertaining to the company who were present, and many a time afterwards it furnished a pleasant topic of merriment. The ambassador says well, became a laughable term of applause, when no mighty matter had been expressed. I left London on Monday, October 15th, and accompanied Colonel Stewart to Chester, where his regiment was to lie for some time. 1780, Itot. 71. In 1780, the world was kept in impatience for the completion of his Lives of the Poets, upon which he was employed so far as his indolence allowed him to labor. His friend Dar. Lawrence having now suffered the greatest affliction to which a man is liable, and which Johnson himself had felt in the most severe manner, Johnson wrote to him in an admirable strain of sympathy and pious consolation. To Dr. Lawrence. Dear Sir, at a time when all your friends ought to shew their kindness, and with a character which ought to make all that know you your friends, you may wonder that you have yet heard nothing from me. I have been hindered by a vexatious and incessant cough, for which within these 10 days I have been bled once, fasted 4 or 5 times, taken physic 5 times, and opiates, I think, 6. This day it seems to remit. The loss, dear sir, which you have lately suffered, I felt many years ago, and know therefore how much has been taken from you, and how little help can be had from consolation. He that outlives a wife whom he has long loved, sees himself disjoined from the only mind that has the same hopes, and fears, and interest, from the only companion with whom he has shared much good or evil, and with whom he could set his mind at liberty, to retrace the past or anticipate the future. The continuity of being is lacerated, the settled course of sentiment and action is stopped. And life stands suspended and motionless, till it is driven by external causes into a new channel. But the time of suspense is dreadful. Our first recourse in this distressed solitude, is, perhaps for want of habitual piety, to a gloomy acquiescence in necessity. Of 2 mortal beings, one must lose the other. But surely there is a higher and better comfort to be drawn from the consideration of that Providence which watches over all, and a belief that the living and the dead are equally in the hands of God, who will reunite those whom he has separated. Or who sees that it is best not to reunite. I am, dear sir, your most affectionate and most humble servant. January 20th, 1780. Sam. Johnson. On the 2nd of May I wrote to him, and requested that we might have another meeting somewhere in the north of England, in the autumn of this year. From Mr. Langton I received soon after this time a letter, of which I extract a passage, relative both to Mr. Beauclerk and Dr. Johnson. The melancholy information you have received concerning Mr. Beauclerk's death is true. Had his talents been directed in any sufficient degree as they ought, I have always been strongly of opinion that they were calculated to make an illustrious figure, and that opinion, as it had been in part formed upon Dr. Johnson's judgment, receives more and more confirmation by hearing what, since his death, Dr. Johnson has said concerning them. A few evenings ago, he was at Mr. Vesey's, where Lord Althorp, who was one of a numerous company there, addressed Dr. Johnson on the subject of Mr. Beauclerk's death, saying, "Our club has had a great loss since we met last." He replied, "A loss, that perhaps the whole nation could not repair." The doctor then went on to speak of his endowments, and particularly extolled the wonderful ease with which he uttered what was highly excellent. He said, that no man ever was so free when he was going to say a good thing, from a look that expressed that it was coming, or, when he had said it, from a look that expressed that it had come. At Mr. Thrale's, some days before when we were talking on the same subject, he said, referring to the same idea of his wonderful facility, that Beauclerk's talents were those which he had felt himself more disposed to envy than those of any whom he had known. On the evening I have spoken of above, at Mr. Vesey's, you would have been much gratified, as it exhibited an instance of the high importance in which Dr. Johnson's character is held, I think even beyond any I ever before was witness to. The company consisted chiefly of ladies, among whom were the Duchess Dowager of Portland, the Duchess of Beaufort, whom I suppose from her rank I must name before her mother Mrs. Boscawen, and her elder sister Mrs. Lusun, who was likewise there. Lady Lucan, Lady Claremont, and others of note both for their station and understandings. Among the gentlemen were Lord Althorp, whom I have before named, Lord Macartney, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Lord Lucan, Mr. Wraxall, whose book you have probably seen, The Tour to the Northern Parts of Europe, a very agreeable ingenious man, Dr. Warren, Mr. Pepys, the Master in Chancery, whom I believe you know, and Dr. Barnard, the Provost of Eton. As soon as Dr. Johnson was come in and had taken a chair, the company began to collect round him, till they became not less than 4, if not 5, deep, those behind standing, and listening over the heads of those that were sitting near him. The conversation for some time was chiefly between Dr. Johnson and the Provost of Eton, while the others contributed occasionally their remarks. On his birthday, Johnson has this note: "I am now beginning the 72nd year of my life, with more strength of body, and greater vigor of mind, than I think is common at that age." But still he complains of sleepless nights and idle days, and forgetfulness, or neglect of resolutions. He thus pathetically expresses himself: "Surely I shall not spend my whole life with my own total disapprobation." Mr. Muckbean, whom I have mentioned more than once, as one of Johnson's humble friends, a deserving but unfortunate man, being now oppressed by age and poverty, Johnson solicited the Lord Chancellor Thurlow to have him admitted into the Charterhouse. I take the liberty to insert his lordship's answer, as I am eager to embrace every occasion of augmenting the respectable notion which should ever be entertained of my illustrious friend. To Dr. Samuel Johnson. London, October 24, 1780. Sir, I have this moment received your letter, dated the 19th, and returned from Bath. In the beginning of the summer I placed one in the Chartreux, without the sanction of a recommendation so distinct and so authoritative as yours of Muckbean. And I am afraid, that according to the establishment of the house, the opportunity of making the charity so good amends will not soon recur. But whenever a vacancy shall happen, if you'll favour me with notice of it, I will try to recommend him to the place, even though it should not be my turn to nominate. I am, sir, with great regard, your most faithful and obedient servant, Thurlow. Being disappointed in my hopes of meeting Johnson this year, so that I could hear none of his admirable sayings, I shall compensate for this want by inserting a collection of them, for which I am indebted to my worthy friend Mr. Langton, whose kind communications have been separately interwoven in many parts of this work. Very few articles of this collection were committed to writing by himself, he not having that habit, which he regrets, and which those who know the numerous opportunities he had of gathering the rich fruits of Johnsonian wit and wisdom, must ever regret. I however found, in conversations with him, that a good store of Johnsoniana was treasured in his mind, and I compared it to Herculaneum, or some old Roman field, which when dug, fully rewards the labor employed. The authenticity of every article is unquestionable. For the expression, I, who wrote them down in his presence, am partly answerable. There is nothing more likely to betray a man into absurdity than condescension. When he seems to suppose his understanding too powerful for his company. Having asked Mr. Langton if his father and mother had sat for their pictures, which he thought it right for each generation of a family to do, and being told they had opposed it, he said, Sir, among the anfractuosities of the human mind, I know not if it may not be one, that there is a superstitious reluctance to sit for a picture. John Gilbert Cooper related, that soon after the publication of his dictionary, Garrick being asked by Johnson what people said of it, told him, that among other animadversions, it was objected that he cited authorities which were beneath the dignity of such a work, and mentioned Richardson. Nay, said Johnson, I have done worse than that, I have cited T.G. David. When in good humor he would talk of his own writings with a wonderful frankness and candor, and would even criticize them with the closest severity. One day, having read over one of his ramblers, Mr. Langton asked him, how he liked that paper. He shook his head, and answered, too wordy. At another time, when one was reading his tragedy of Irene to a company at a house in the country, he left the room, and somebody having asked him the reason of this, he replied, Sir, I thought it had been better. He related, that he had once in a dream a contest of wit with some other person, and that he was very much mortified by imagining that his opponent had the better of him. Now, said he, one may mark here the effect of sleep in weakening the power of reflection. For had not my judgment failed me, I should have seen, that the wit of this supposed antagonist, by whose superiority I felt myself depressed, was as much furnished by me, as that which I thought I had been uttering in my own character. Of Sir Joshua Reynolds, he said, Sir, I know no man who has passed through life with more observation than Reynolds. He repeated to Mr. Langton, with great energy, in the Greek, our Saviour's gracious expression concerning the forgiveness of Mary Magdalene, Greek text omitted. Thy faith hath saved thee, go in peace. He said, the manner of this dismission is exceedingly affecting. Talking of the farce of high life below stairs, he said, here is a farce, which is really very diverting when you see it acted. And yet one may read it, and not know that one has been reading anything at all. He used at one time to go occasionally to the green room of Drury Lane Theatre, where he was much regarded by the players, and was very easy and facetious with them. He had a very high opinion of Mrs. Clive's comic powers, and conversed more with her than with any of them. He said, Clive, sir, is a good thing to sit by, she always understands what you say. And she said of him, I love to sit by Dr. Johnson, he always entertains me. One night, when the recruiting officer was acted, he said to Mr. Holland, who had been expressing an apprehension that Dr. Johnson would disdain the works of Farquhar, no, sir, I think Farquhar a man whose writings have considerable merit. His friend Garrick was so busy in conducting the drama, that they could not have so much intercourse as Mr. Garrick used to profess an anxious wish that there should be. There might, indeed, be something in the contemptuous severity as to the merit of acting, which his old preceptor nourished in himself, that would mortify Garrick after the great applause which he received from the audience. For though Johnson said of him, Sir, a man who has a nation to admire him every night, may well be expected to be somewhat elated, yet he would treat theatrical matters with a ludicrous slight. He mentioned one evening, I met David coming off the stage, dressed in a woman's riding hood, when he acted in The Wonder, I came full upon him, and I believe he was not pleased. Once he asked Tom Davies, whom he saw dressed in a fine suit of clothes, and what art thou tonight? Tom answered, the Thane of Ross, which it will be recollected is a very inconsiderable character. Oh brave, said Johnson. Of Mr. Longley, at Rochester, a gentleman of very considerable learning, whom Dr. Johnson met there, he said, my heart warms towards him. I was surprised to find in him such a nice acquaintance with the metre in the learned languages. Though I was somewhat mortified that I had it not so much to myself, as I should have thought. Talking of the minuteness with which people will record the sayings of eminent persons, a story was told, that when Pope was on a visit to Spence at Oxford, as they looked from the window they saw a gentleman commoner, who was just come in from riding, amusing himself with whipping at a post. Pope took occasion to say, that young gentleman seems to have little to do. Mr. Beauclerk observed, then, to be sure, Spence turned round and wrote that down, and went on to say to Dr. Johnson, Pope, sir, would have said the same of you, if he had seen you distilling. Johnson. Sir, if Pope had told me of my distilling, I would have told him of his grotto. He would allow in no settled indulgence of idleness upon principle, and always repelled every attempt to urge excuses for it. A friend one day suggested, that it was not wholesome to study soon after dinner. Johnson. Ah, sir, don't give way to such a fancy. At one time of my life I had taken it into my head that it was not wholesome to study between breakfast and dinner. Dr. Goldsmith, upon occasion of Mrs. Lennox's bringing out a play, said to Dr. Johnson at the club, that a person had advised him to go and hiss it, because she had attacked Shakespeare in her book called Shakespeare Illustrated. Johnson. And did not you tell him he was a rascal? Goldsmith. No, sir, I did not. Perhaps he might not mean what he said. Johnson. Nay, sir, if he lied, it is a different thing. Coleman slyly said, but it is believed Dr. Johnson did not hear him, then the proper expression should have been, sir, if you don't lie, you're a rascal. His affection for Topham Beauclerk was so great, that when Beauclerk was laboring under that severe illness which at last occasioned his death, Johnson said, with a voice faltering with emotion, Sir, I would walk to the extent of the diameter of the earth to save Beauclerk. Johnson was well acquainted with Mr. Darcy, author of a treatise on agriculture, and said of him, Sir, of the objects which the Society of Arts have chiefly in view, the chemical effects of bodies operating upon other bodies, he knows more than almost any man. Johnson, in order to give Mr. Darcy his vote to be a member of this society, paid up an arrear which had run on for 2 years. On this occasion he mentioned a circumstance as characteristic of the Scotch. One of that nation, said he, who had been a candidate, against whom I had voted, came up to me with a civil salutation. Now, sir, this is their way. An Englishman would have stomached it, and been sulky, and never have taken further notice of you. But a Scotchman, sir, though you vote 19 times against him, will accost you with equal complaisance after each time, and the 20th time, sir, he will get your vote. Talking on the subject of toleration, one day when some friends were with him in his study, he made his usual remark, that the state has a right to regulate the religion of the people, who are the children of the state. A clergyman having readily acquiesced in this, Johnson, who loved discussion, observed, but, sir, you must go round to other states than your own. You do not know what a Brahmin has to say for himself. In short, sir, I have got no further than this, every man has a right to utter what he thinks truth, and every other man has a right to knock him down for it. Martyrdom is the test. Goldsmith one day brought to the club a printed ode, which he, with others, had been hearing read by its author in a public room at the rate of 5 shillings each for admission. One of the company having read it aloud, Dr. Johnson said, bolder words and more timorous meaning, I think never were brought together. Talking of Gray's odes, he said, they are forced plants raised in a hotbed, and they are poor plants, they are but cucumbers after all. A gentleman present, who had been running down ode writing in general, as a bad species of poetry, unluckily said, had they been literally cucumbers, they had been better things than odes. Yes, sir, said Johnson, for a Hog. It is very remarkable, that he retained in his memory very slight and trivial, as well as important things. As an instance of this, it seems that an inferior domestic of the Duke of Leeds had attempted to celebrate his Grace's marriage in such homely rhymes as he could make, and this curious composition having been sung to Dr. Johnson he got it by heart, and used to repeat it in a very pleasant manner. 2 of the stanzas were these. When the Duke of Leeds shall married be, To a fine young lady of high quality. How happy will that gentlewoman be! In his grace of Leeds's good company. She shall have all that's fine and fair. And the best of silk and satin shall wear. And ride in a coach to take the air. And have a house in St. James's Square. To hear a man, of the weight and dignity of Johnson, repeating such humble attempts at poetry, had a very amusing effect. He, however, seriously observed of the last stanza repeated by him, that it nearly comprised all the advantages that wealth can give. An eminent foreigner, when he was shown the British Museum, was very troublesome with many absurd inquiries. Now there, sir, said he, is the difference between an Englishman and a Frenchman. A Frenchman must be always talking, whether he knows anything of the matter or not. An Englishman is content to say nothing, when he has nothing to say. His unjust contempt for foreigners was, indeed, extreme. One evening, at old Slaughter's coffee house, when a number of them were talking loud about little matters, he said, "Does not this confirm old Mennell's observation, for anything I see, foreigners are fools?" He said, that once, when he had a violent toothache, a Frenchman accosted him thus, "Ah, monsieur vous étudiez trop." Coleman, in a note on his translation of Terence, talking of Shakespeare's learning, asks, "What says Farmer to this? What says Johnson?" Upon this he observed, "Sir, let Farmer answer for himself, I never engaged in this controversy. I always said, Shakespeare had Latin enough to grammaticize his English." A clergyman, whom he characterized as one who loved to say little oddities, was affecting one day, at a bishop's table, a sort of slyness and freedom not in character, and repeated, as if part of the old man's wish, a song by Dr. Walter Pope, a verse bordering on licentiousness. Johnson rebuked him in the finest manner, by first shewing him that he did not know the passage he was aiming at, and thus humbling him. "Sir, that is not the song, it is thus." And he gave it right. Then looking steadfastly on him, "Sir, there is a part of that song which I should wish to exemplify in my own life. May I govern my passions with absolute sway." He used frequently to observe, that men might be very eminent in a profession, without our perceiving any particular power of mind in them in conversation. "It seems strange," said he, "that a man should see so far to the right, who sees so short a way to the left. Burke is the only man whose common conversation corresponds with the general fame which he has in the world. Take up whatever topic you please, he is ready to meet you." Mr. Langton, when a very young man, read Dodsley's Cleone, a tragedy, to him, not aware of his extreme impatience to be read to. As it went on he turned his face to the back of his chair, and put himself into various attitudes, which marked his uneasiness. At the end of an act, however, he said, "Come, let's have some more, let's go into the slaughter-house again, Lanky. But I am afraid there is more blood than brains. Snatches of reading," said he, "will not make a Bentley or a Clark. They are, however, in a certain degree advantageous. I would put a child into a library, where no unfit books are, and let him read at his choice. A child should not be discouraged from reading anything that he takes a liking to, from a notion that it is above his reach. If that be the ease, the child will soon find it out and desist; if not, he of course gains the instruction, which is so much the more likely to come, from the inclination with which he takes up the study." A gentleman who introduced his brother to Dr. Johnson was earnest to recommend him to the doctor's notice, which he did by saying, "When we have sat together some time, you'll find my brother grow very entertaining." "Sir," said Johnson, "I can wait." In the latter part of his life, in order to satisfy himself whether his mental faculties were impaired, he resolved that he would try to learn a new language, and fixed upon the Low Dutch, for that purpose. And this he continued till he had read about 1/2 of Thomas à Kempis. And finding that there appeared no abatement of his power of acquisition, he then desisted, as thinking the experiment had been duly tried. Mr. Langton and he having gone to see a Freemason's funeral procession, when they were at Rochester, and some solemn music being played on French horns, he said, "This is the first time that I have ever been affected by musical sounds." Adding, that the impression made upon him was of a melancholy kind. Mr. Langton saying, that this effect was a fine one, Johnson. Yes, if it softens the mind, so as to prepare it for the reception of salutary feelings, it may be good, but inasmuch as it is melancholy per se, it is bad. Goldsmith had long a visionary project, that some time or other when his circumstances should be easier, he would go to Aleppo, in order to acquire a knowledge as far as might be of any arts peculiar to the East, and introduce them into Britain. When this was talked of in Dr. Johnson's company, he said, of all men Goldsmith is the most unfit to go out upon such an inquiry. For he is utterly ignorant of such arts as we already possess, and consequently could not know what would be accessions to our present stock of mechanical knowledge. Sir, he would bring home a grinding barrow, which you see in every street in London, and think that he had furnished a wonderful improvement. Greek, sir, said he, is like lace, every man gets as much of it as he can. Johnson one day gave high praise to Dr. Bentley's verses in Dodsley's collection, which he recited with his usual energy. Dr. Adam Smith, who was present, observed in his decisive professorial manner, very well, very well. Johnson however added, yes, they are very well, sir, but you may observe in what manner they are well. They are the forcible verses of a man of a strong mind, but not accustomed to write verse, for there is some uncouthness in the expression. Drinking tea one day at Garrick's with Mr. Langton, he was questioned if he was not somewhat of a heretic as to Shakespeare. Said Garrick, I doubt he is a little of an infidel. Sir, said Johnson, I will stand by the lines I have written on Shakespeare in my prologue at the opening of your theatre. Mr. Langton suggested, that in the line. And panting time toiled after him in vain. Johnson might have had in his eye the passage in The Tempest, where Prospero says of Miranda, she will outstrip all praise, and make it halt behind her. Johnson said nothing. Garrick then ventured to observe, I do not think that the happiest line in the praise of Shakespeare. Johnson exclaimed, smiling, prosaical rogues. Next time I write, I'll make both time and space pant. It is well known that there was formerly a rude custom for those who were sailing upon the Thames, to accost each other as they passed, in the most abusive language they could invent, generally, however, with as much satirical humor as they were capable of producing. Addison gives a specimen of this ribaldry, in number 383 of The Spectator, when Sir Roger de Coverley and he are going to Spring Garden. Johnson was once eminently successful in this species of contest. A fellow having attacked him with some coarse raillery, Johnson answered him thus, Sir, your wife, under pretence of keeping a bawdy house, is a receiver of stolen goods. One evening when he and Mr. Burke and Mr. Langton were in company together, and the admirable scolding of Timon of Athens was mentioned, this instance of Johnson's was quoted, and thought to have at least equal excellence. As Johnson always allowed the extraordinary talents of Mr. Burke, so Mr. Burke was fully sensible of the wonderful powers of Johnson. Mr. Langton recollects having passed an evening with both of them, when Mr. Burke repeatedly entered upon topics which it was evident he would have illustrated with extensive knowledge and richness of expression. But Johnson always seized upon the conversation, in which, however, he acquitted himself in a most masterly manner. As Mr. Burke and Mr. Langton were walking home, Mr. Burke observed that Johnson had been very great that night. Mr. Langton joined in this, but added, he could have wished to hear more from another person, plainly intimating that he meant Mr. Burke. Oh, no, said Mr. Burke, it is enough for me to have rung the bell to him. Beauclerk having observed to him of one of their friends, that he was awkward at counting money, why, sir, said Johnson, I am likewise awkward at counting money. But then, sir, the reason is plain, I have had very little money to count. Goldsmith, upon being visited by Johnson one day in the Temple, said to him with a little jealousy of the appearance of his accommodation, I shall soon be in better chambers than these. Johnson at the same time checked him and paid him a handsome compliment, implying that a man of his talents should be above attention to such distinctions. Nay, sir, never mind that. Nil te qui severus extra. When Mr. Vesey was proposed as a member of the literary club, Mr. Burke began by saying that he was a man of gentle manners. "Sir," said Johnson, "you need say no more. When you have said a man of gentle manners, you have said enough." The late Mr. Fitzherbert told Mr. Langton that Johnson said to him, "Sir, a man has no more right to say an uncivil thing, than to act one. No more right to say a rude thing to another than to knock him down." Richardson had little conversation, except about his own works, of which Sir Joshua Reynolds said he was always willing to talk, and glad to have them introduced. Johnson, when he carried Mr. Langton to see him, professed that he could bring him out into conversation, and used this elusive expression, "Sir, I can make him rear." But he failed. For in that interview Richardson said little else than that there lay in the room a translation of his Clarissa into German. Once when somebody produced a newspaper in which there was a letter of stupid abuse of Sir Joshua Reynolds, of which Johnson himself came in for a share, "Pray," said he, "let us have it read aloud from beginning to end." Which being done, he with a ludicrous earnestness, and not directing his look to any particular person, called out, "Are we alive after all this satire? Of Dar. Goldsmith," he said, "no man was more foolish when he had not a pen in his hand, or more wise when he had." An observation of Bathurst's may be mentioned, which Johnson repeated, appearing to acknowledge it to be well founded, namely, it was somewhat remarkable how seldom, on occasion of coming into the company of any new person, one felt any wish or inclination to see him again. 1781, Itot. 72. In 1781 Johnson at last completed his Lives of the Poets, of which he gives this account: "Sometime in March I finished the Lives of the Poets, which I wrote in my usual way, dilatorily and hastily, unwilling to work, and working with vigor and haste." In a memorandum previous to this, he says of them, "Written, I hope, in such a manner as may tend to the promotion of piety." The booksellers, justly sensible of the great additional value of the copyright, presented him with another £100, over and above 200, for which his agreement was to furnish such prefaces as he thought fit. As he was so good as to make me a present of the greatest part of the original and indeed only manuscript of this admirable work, I have an opportunity of observing with wonder the correctness with which he rapidly struck off such glowing composition. The Life of Cowley he himself considered as the best of the whole, on account of the dissertation which it contains on the metaphysical poets. While the world in general was filled with admiration of Johnson's Lives of the Poets, there were narrow circles in which prejudice and resentment were fostered, and from which attacks of different sorts issued against him. By some violent Whigs he was arraigned of injustice to Milton, by some Cambridge men of depreciating Gray, and his expressing with a dignified freedom what he really thought of George, Lord Lyttelton, gave offence to some of the friends of that nobleman, and particularly produced a declaration of war against him from Mrs. Montague, the ingenious essayist on Shakespeare, between whom and his lordship a commerce of reciprocal compliments had long been carried on. In this war the smaller powers in alliance with him were of course led to engage, at least on the defensive, and thus I for one was excluded from the enjoyment of a feast of reason, such as Mr. Cumberland has described, with a keen, yet just and delicate pen, in his Observer. These minute inconveniences gave not the least disturbance to Johnson. He nobly said, when I talked to him of the feeble, though shrill outcry which had been raised, "Sir, I considered myself as entrusted with a certain portion of truth. I have given my opinion sincerely, let them shew where they think me wrong." I wrote to him in February, complaining of having been troubled by a recurrence of the perplexing question of liberty and necessity, and mentioning that I hoped soon to meet him again in London. To James Boswell, Esq. Dear Sir, I hoped you had got rid of all this hypocrisy of misery. What have you to do with liberty and necessity? Or what more than to hold your tongue about it? Do not doubt but I shall be most heartily glad to see you here again, for I love every part about you but your affectation of distress. I have at last finished my Lives, and have laid up for you a load of copy, all out of order, so that it will amuse you a long time to set it right. Come to me, my dear Bozzy, and let us be as happy as we can. We will go again to the Mitre, and talk old times over. I am, dear sir, yours affectionately. March 14, 1781. Sam. Johnson. On Monday, March 19, I arrived in London, and on Tuesday, the 20th, met him in Fleet Street, walking, or rather indeed moving along. For his peculiar march is thus described in a very just and picturesque manner, in a short life of him published very soon after his death, when he walked the streets, what with the constant roll of his head, and the concomitant motion of his body. He appeared to make his way by that motion, independent of his feet. That he was often much stared at while he advanced in this manner, may easily be believed, but it was not safe to make sport of one so robust as he was. Mr. Langton saw him one day, in a fit of absence, by a sudden start, drive the load off a porter's back, and walk forward briskly, without being conscious of what he had done. The porter was very angry, but stood still, and eyed the huge figure with much earnestness, till he was satisfied that his wisest course was to be quiet, and take up his burthen again. Our accidental meeting in the street after a long separation was a pleasing surprise to us both. He stepped aside with me into Falcon Court, and made kind inquiries about my family, and as we were in a hurry going different ways, I promised to call on him next day. He said he was engaged to go out in the morning. Early, sir, said I. Johnson. Why, sir, a London morning does not go with the sun. I waited on him next evening, and he gave me a great portion of his original manuscript of his Lives of the Poets, which he had preserved for me. I found on visiting his friend, Mr. Thrale, that he was now very ill, and had removed, I suppose by the solicitation of Mrs. Thrale, to a house in Grosvenor Square. I was sorry to see him sadly changed in his appearance. He told me I might now have the pleasure to see Dr. Johnson drink wine again, for he had lately returned to it. When I mentioned this to Johnson, he said, I drink it now sometimes, but not socially. The first evening that I was with him at Thrale's, I observed he poured a large quantity of it into a glass, and swallowed it greedily. Everything about his character and manners was forcible and violent, there never was any moderation. Many a day did he fast, many a year did he refrain from wine, but when he did eat, it was voraciously, when he did drink wine, it was copiously. He could practice abstinence, but not temperance. Mrs. Thrale and I had a dispute, whether Shakespeare or Milton had drawn the most admirable picture of a man. 53 I was for Shakespeare, Mrs. Thrale for Milton, and after a fair hearing, Johnson decided for my opinion. I told him of one of Mr. Burke's playful sallies upon Dean Marley. I don't like the Deanery of Ferns, it sounds so like a barren title. Dr. Heath should have it, said I. Johnson laughed, and condescending to trifle in the same mode of conceit, suggested Dr. Moss. He said, Mrs. Montague has dropped me. Now, sir, there are people whom one should like very well to drop, but would not wish to be dropped by. He certainly was vain of the society of ladies, and could make himself very agreeable to them, when he chose it. Sir Joshua Reynolds agreed with me that he could. Mr. Gibbon, with his usual sneer, controverted it, perhaps in resentment of Johnson's having talked with some disgust of his ugliness, which one would think a philosopher would not mind. Dean Marley wittily observed, a lady may be vain, when she can turn a wolf-dog into a lap-dog. His notion of the duty of a member of Parliament, sitting upon an election committee, was very high. And when he was told of a gentleman upon one of those committees, who read the newspapers part of the time, and slept the rest, while the merits of a vote were examined by the council, and as an excuse, when challenged by the chairman for such behavior, bluntly answered, I had made up my mind upon that case. Johnson, with an indignant contempt, said, if he was such a rogue as to make up his mind upon a case without hearing it, he should not have been such a fool as to tell it. I think, said Mr. Dudley Long, now North, the doctor has pretty plainly made him out to be both rogue and fool. Johnson's profound reverence for the hierarchy made him expect from bishops the highest degree of decorum. He was offended even at their going to taverns. A bishop, said he, has nothing to do at a tippling house. It is not indeed immoral in him to go to a tavern, neither would it be immoral in him to whip a top in Grosvenor Square. But, if he did, I hope the boys would fall upon him, and apply the whip to him. There are gradations in conduct, there is morality, decency, propriety. None of these should be violated by a bishop. A bishop should not go to a house where he may meet a young fellow leading out a wench. Boswell. But, sir, every tavern does not admit women. Johnson. Depend upon it, sir, any tavern will admit a well-dressed man and a well-dressed woman. They will not perhaps admit a woman whom they see every night walking by their door, in the street. But a well-dressed man may lead in a well-dressed woman to any tavern in London. Taverns sell meat and drink, and will sell them to any body who can eat and can drink. You may as well say that a mercer will not sell silks to a woman of the town. He also disapproved of bishops going to routs, at least of their staying at them longer than their presence commanded respect. He mentioned a particular bishop. Poe. Said Mrs. Thrale, the bishop of, is never minded at a rout. Boswell. When a bishop places himself in a situation where he has no distinct character, and is of no consequence, he degrades the dignity of his order. Johnson. Mr. Boswell, Madam has said it as correctly as it could be. Johnson and his friend, Beauclerk, were once together in company with several clergymen, who thought that they should appear to advantage, by assuming the lax jollity of men of the world. Which, as it may be observed in similar cases, they carried to noisy excess. Johnson, who they expected would be entertained, sat grave and silent for some time. At last, turning to Beauclerk, he said, by no means in a whisper, this merriment of parsons is mighty offensive. On Friday, March 30th, I dined with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, with the Earl of Charlemont, Sir Annesley Stewart, Mr. Eliot of Port Eliot, Mr. Burke, Dean Marley, Mr. Langton, a most agreeable day, of which I regret that every circumstance is not preserved, but it is unreasonable to require such a multiplication of felicity. Mr. Eliot mentioned a curious liquor peculiar to his country, which the Cornish fishermen drink. They call it mahogany, and it is made of 2 parts gin, and 1 part treacle, well beaten together. I begged to have some of it made, which was done with proper skill by Mr. Eliot. I thought it very good liquor, and said it was a counterpart of what is called Athol porridge in the Highlands of Scotland, which is a mixture of whiskey and honey. Johnson said, that must be a better liquor than the Cornish, for both its component parts are better. He also observed, mahogany must be a modern name, for it is not long since the wood called mahogany was known in this country. I mentioned his scale of liquors, claret for boys, port for men, brandy for heroes. Then, said Mr. Burke, let me have claret, I love to be a boy, to have the careless gaiety of boyish days. Johnson. I should drink claret too, if it would give me that, but it does not, it neither makes boys men, nor men boys. You'll be drowned by it, before it has any effect upon you. I ventured to mention a ludicrous paragraph in the newspapers, that Dr. Johnson was learning to dance a vestris. Lord Charlemont, wishing to excite him to talk, proposed in a whisper, that he should be asked, whether it was true. Shall I ask him? Said his lordship. We were, by a great majority, clear for the experiment. Upon which his lordship very gravely, and with a courteous air said, Pray, sir, is it true that you are taking lessons of vestris? This was risking a good deal, and required the boldness of a general of Irish volunteers to make the attempt. Johnson was at first startled, and in some heat answered, How can your lordship ask so simple a question? But immediately recovering himself, whether from unwillingness to be deceived, or to appear deceived, or whether from real good humour, he kept up the joke, Nay, but if any body were to answer the paragraph, and contradict it, I'd have a reply. And would say, that he who contradicted it was no friend either to vestris or me. For why should not Dr. Johnson add to his other powers a little corporeal agility? Socrates learnt to dance at an advanced age, and Cato learnt Greek at an advanced age. Then it might proceed to say, that this Johnson, not content with dancing on the ground, might dance on the rope, and they might introduce the elephant dancing on the rope. On Sunday, April 1st, I dined with him at Mr. Thrale's, with Sir Philip Jennings clerk and Mr. Perkins, who had the superintendence of Mr. Thrale's brewery, with a salary of £500 a year. Sir Philip had the appearance of a gentleman of ancient family, well advanced in life. He wore his own white hair in a bag of goodly size, a black velvet coat, with an embroidered waistcoat, and very rich laced ruffles, which Mrs. Thrale said were old-fashioned, but which, for that reason, I thought the more respectable, more like a Tory, yet Sir Philip was then in opposition in Parliament. "Ah, sir," said Johnson, "ancient ruffles and modern principles do not agree." Sir Philip defended the opposition to the American war ably and with temper, and I joined him. He said, the majority of the nation was against the ministry. Johnson: I, sir, am against the ministry. But it is for having too little of that, of which opposition thinks they have too much. Were I minister, if any man wagged his finger against me, he should be turned out. For that which it is in the power of government to give at pleasure to one or to another, should be given to the supporters of government. If you will not oppose at the expense of losing your place, your opposition will not be honest, you will feel no serious grievance, and the present opposition is only a contest to get what others have. Sir Robert Walpole acted as I would do. As to the American war, the sense of the nation is with the ministry. The majority of those who can understand is with it, the majority of those who can only hear, is against it. And as those who can only hear are more numerous than those who can understand, and opposition is always loudest, a majority of the rabble will be for opposition. This boisterous vivacity entertained us. But the truth in my opinion was, that those who could understand the best were against the American war, as almost every man now is, when the question has been coolly considered. Mrs. Thrale gave high praise to Mr. Dudley Long, now North. Johnson: Nay, my dear lady, don't talk so. Mr. Long's character is very short. It is nothing. He fills a chair. He is a man of genteel appearance, and that is all. I know nobody who blasts by praise as you do, for whenever there is exaggerated praise, everybody is set against a character. They are provoked to attack it. Now there is Pepys. You praised that man with such disproportion, that I was incited to lessen him, perhaps more than he deserves. His blood is upon your head. By the same principle, your malice defeats itself, for your censure is too violent. And yet, looking to her with a leering smile, she is the first woman in the world, could she but restrain that wicked tongue of hers, she would be the only woman, could she but command that little whirligig. Upon the subject of exaggerated praise I took the liberty to say, that I thought there might be very high praise given to a known character which deserved it, and therefore it would not be exaggerated. Thus, one might say of Mr. Edmund Burke, he is a very wonderful man. Johnson: No, sir, you would not be safe if another man had a mind perversely to contradict. He might answer, where is all the wonder? Burke is, to be sure, a man of uncommon abilities, with a great quantity of matter in his mind, and a great fluency of language in his mouth. But we are not to be stunned and astonished by him. So you see, sir, even Burke would suffer, not from any fault of his own, but from your folly. Mrs. Thrale mentioned a gentleman who had acquired a fortune of 4,000 a year in trade, but was absolutely miserable, because he could not talk in company. So miserable, that he was impelled to lament his situation in the street to, whom he hates, and who he knows despises him. I am a most unhappy man, said he. I am invited to conversations. I go to conversations, but, alas! I have no conversation. Johnson: Man commonly cannot be successful in different ways. This gentleman has spent, in getting £4,000 a year, the time in which he might have learnt to talk, and now he cannot talk. Mr. Perkins made a shrewd and droll remark, if he had got his 4,000 a year as a mountebank, he might have learnt to talk at the same time that he was getting his fortune. Some other gentlemen came in. The conversation concerning the person whose character Dr. Johnson had treated so slightingly, as he did not know his merit, was resumed. Mrs. Thrale said, You think so of him, sir, because he is quiet, and does not exert himself with force. You'll be saying the same thing of Mr. There, who sits as quiet. This was not well bred, and Johnson did not let it pass without correction. Nay, madam, what right have you to talk thus? Both Mr. and I have reason to take it ill. You may talk so of Mr., but why do you make me do it? Have I said anything against Mr.? You have set him, that I might shoot him, but I have not shot him. One of the gentlemen said, he had seen 3 folio volumes of Dr. Johnson's sayings collected by me. I must put you right, sir, said I, for I am very exact in authenticity. You could not see folio volumes, for I have none, you might have seen some in quarto and octavo. This is inattention which one should guard against. Johnson. Sir, it is a want of concern about veracity. He does not know that he saw any volumes. If he had seen them he could have remembered their size. Mr. Thrale appeared very lethargic today. I saw him again on Monday evening, at which time he was not thought to be in immediate danger, but early in the morning of Wednesday, the 4th, he expired. Johnson was in the house, and thus mentions the event. I felt almost the last flutter of his pulse, and looked for the last time upon the face that for 15 years had never been turned upon me but with respect and benignity. Upon that day there was a call of the Literary Club, but Johnson apologized for his absence by the following note. Mr. Johnson knows that Sir Joshua Reynolds and the other gentlemen will excuse his incompliance with the call, when they are told that Mr. Thrale died this morning. Wednesday. Mr. Thrale's death was a very essential loss to Johnson, who, although he did not foresee all that afterwards happened, was sufficiently convinced that the comforts which Mr. Thrale's family afforded him, would now in a great measure cease. He, however, continued to shew a kind attention to his widow and children as long as it was acceptable. And he took upon him, with a very earnest concern, the office of one of his executors, the importance of which seemed greater than usual to him, from his circumstances having been always such, that he had scarcely any share in the real business of life. His friends of the club were in hopes that Mr. Thrale might have made a liberal provision for him for his life, which, as Mr. Thrale left no son, and a very large fortune, it would have been highly to his honor to have done, and, considering Dr. Johnson's age, could not have been of long duration, but he bequeathed him only £200, which was the legacy given to each of his executors. I could not but be somewhat diverted by hearing Johnson talk in a pompous manner of his new office, and particularly of the concerns of the brewery, which it was at last resolved should be sold. Lord Lucan tells a very good story, which, if not precisely exact, is certainly characteristical, that when the sale of Thrale's brewery was going forward, Johnson appeared bustling about, with an inkhorn and pen in his buttonhole, like an exciseman. And on being asked what he really considered to be the value of the property which was to be disposed of, answered, "We are not here to sell a parcel of boilers and vats, but the potentiality of growing rich, beyond the dreams of avarice." On Friday, April 6, he carried me to dine at a club, which, at his desire, had been lately formed at the Queen's Arms, in St. Paul's Churchyard. He told Mr. Hoole, that he wished to have a city club, and asked him to collect one. But, said he, don't let them be patriots. The company were today very sensible, well-behaved men. On Friday, April 13, being Good Friday, I went to St. Clement's Church with him as usual. There I saw again his old fellow-collegian, Edwards, to whom I said, "I think, sir, Dr. Johnson and you meet only at church." "Sir," said he, "it is the best place we can meet in, except heaven, and I hope we shall meet there too." Dr. Johnson told me, that there was very little communication between Edwards and him, after their unexpected renewal of acquaintance. "But," said he, smiling, "he met me once, and said, 'I am told you have written a very pretty book called The Rambler.' I was unwilling that he should leave the world in total darkness, and sent him a set." Mr. Berenger visited him today, and was very pleasing. We talked of an evening society for conversation at a house in town, of which we were all members, but of which Johnson said, "It will never do, sir. There is nothing served about there, neither tea, nor coffee, nor lemonade, nor anything whatever, and depend upon it, sir, a man does not love to go to a place from whence he comes out exactly as he went in. I endeavored, for argument's sake, to maintain that men of learning and talents might have very good intellectual society, without the aid of any little gratifications of the senses. Berenger joined with Johnson, and said, that without these any meeting would be dull and insipid. He would therefore have all the slight refreshments, nay, it would not be amiss to have some cold meat, and a bottle of wine upon a sideboard. Sir, said Johnson to me, with an air of triumph, Mr. Berenger knows the world. Everybody loves to have good things furnished to them without any trouble. I told Mrs. Thrale once, that as she did not choose to have card tables, she should have a profusion of the best sweetmeats, and she would be sure to have company enough come to her. On Sunday, April 15th, being Easter Day, after solemn worship in St. Paul's Church, I found him alone. Dr. Scott of the Commons came in. We talked of the difference between the mode of education at Oxford, and that in those colleges where instruction is chiefly conveyed by lectures. Johnson. Lectures were once useful, but now, when all can read, and books are so numerous, lectures are unnecessary. If your attention fails, and you miss a part of a lecture, it is lost, you cannot go back as you do upon a book. Dr. Scott agreed with him. But yet, said I, Dr. Scott, you yourself gave lectures at Oxford. He smiled. You laughed, then said I, at those who came to you. Dr. Scott left us, and soon afterwards we went to dinner. Our company consisted of Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Desmoulins, Mr. Levitt, Mr. Allen, the printer, and Mrs. Hall, sister of the Reverend Mr. John Wesley, and resembling him, as I thought, both in figure and manner. Johnson produced now, for the first time, some handsome silver salvers, which he told me he had bought 14 years ago, so it was a great day. I was not a little amused by observing Allen perpetually struggling to talk in the manner of Johnson, like the little frog in the fable blowing himself up to resemble the stately ox. He mentioned a thing as not unfrequent, of which I had never heard before, being called, that is, hearing one's name pronounced by the voice of a known person at a great distance. Far beyond the possibility of being reached by any sound uttered by human organs. An acquaintance, on whose veracity I can depend, told me, that walking home one evening to Kilmarnock, he heard himself called from a wood, by the voice of a brother who had gone to America. And the next packet brought accounts of that brother's death. Muckbean asserted that this inexplicable calling was a thing very well known. Dr. Johnson said, that one day at Oxford, as he was turning the key of his chamber, he heard his mother distinctly call Sam. She was then at Lichfield, but nothing ensued. This phenomenon is, I think, as wonderful as any other mysterious fact, which many people are very slow to believe, or rather, indeed, reject with an obstinate contempt. Some time after this, upon his making a remark which escaped my attention, Mrs. Williams and Mrs. Hall were both together striving to answer him. He grew angry, and called out loudly, "Nay, when you both speak at once, it is intolerable." But checking himself, and softening, he said, "This one may say, though you are ladies." Then he brightened into gay humor, and addressed them in the words of one of the songs in the Beggar's Opera. "But two at a time there's no mortal can bear." "What, sir," said I, "are you going to turn Captain Macheath?" There was something as pleasantly ludicrous in this scene as can be imagined. The contrast between Macheath, Polly, and Lucy, and Dr. Samuel Johnson, blind, peevish Mrs. Williams, and lean, lank, preaching Mrs. Hall, was exquisite. On Friday, April 20th, I spent with him one of the happiest days that I remember to have enjoyed in the whole course of my life. Mrs. Garrick, whose grief for the loss of her husband was, I believe, as sincere as wounded affection and admiration could produce, had this day, for the first time since his death, a select party of his friends to dine with her. The company was Miss Hannah More, who lived with her, and whom she called her chaplain, Mrs. Boscawen, Mrs. Elizabeth Carter, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Dr. Burney, Dr. Johnson, and myself. We found ourselves very elegantly entertained at her house in the Adelphi, where I have passed many a pleasing hour with him, who gladdened life. She looked well, talked of her husband with complacency, and while she cast her eyes on his portrait, which hung over the chimney-piece, said, that death was now the most agreeable object to her. The very semblance of David Garrick was cheering. We were all in fine spirits, and I whispered to Mrs. Boscawen, I believe this is as much as can be made of life. In addition to a splendid entertainment, we were regaled with Lichfield ale, which had a peculiar appropriated value. Sir Joshua, and Dr. Burney, and I, drank cordially of it to Dr. Johnson's health, and though he would not join us, he as cordially answered, Gentlemen, I wish you all as well as you do me. The general effect of this day dwells upon my mind in fond remembrance, but I do not find much conversation recorded. What I have preserved shall be faithfully given. One of the company mentioned Mr. Thomas Hollis, the strenuous Whig, who used to send over Europe presents of democratical books, with their boards stamped with daggers and caps of liberty. Mrs. Carter said, he was a bad man. He used to talk uncharitably. Johnson. Poe. Poe. Madam, who is the worse for being talked of uncharitably? Besides, he was a dull poor creature as ever lived, and I believe he would not have done harm to a man whom he knew to be of very opposite principles to his own. I remember once at the Society of Arts, when an advertisement was to be drawn up, he pointed me out as the man who could do it best. This, you will observe, was kindness to me. I however slipped away, and escaped it. Mrs. Carter having said of the same person, I doubt he was an atheist. Johnson. I don't know that. He might perhaps have become one, if he had had time to ripen, smiling. He might have exuberated into an atheist. Sir Joshua Reynolds praised Mudge's sermons. Johnson. Mudge's sermons are good, but not practical. He grasps more sense than he can hold, he takes more corn than he can make into meal. He opens a wide prospect, but it is so distant, it is indistinct. I love Blair's sermons. Though the dog is a Scotchman, and a Presbyterian, and everything he should not be, I was the first to praise them. Such was my candor, smiling. Mrs. Boscawen. Such is great merit to get the better of all your prejudices. Johnson. Why, madam, let us compound the matter, let us ascribe it to my candor, and his merit. In the evening we had a large company in the drawing-room, several ladies, the Bishop of Killaloe, Dr. Percy, Mr. Chamberlain, of the Treasury, and talking of a very respectable author, he told us a curious circumstance in his life, which was, that he had married a printer's devil. Reynolds. A printer's devil, sir. Why, I thought a printer's devil was a creature with a black face and in rags. Johnson. Yes, sir. But I suppose, he had her face washed, and put clean clothes on her. Then looking very serious, and very earnest. And she did not disgrace him. The woman had a bottom of good sense. The word bottom thus introduced, was so ludicrous when contrasted with his gravity, that most of us could not forbear tittering and laughing. Though I recollect that the Bishop of Killaloe kept his countenance with perfect steadiness, while Miss Hannah more slyly hid her face behind a lady's back who sat on the same settee with her. His pride could not bear that any expression of his should excite ridicule, when he did not intend it, he therefore resolved to assume and exercise despotic power, glanced sternly around, and called out in a strong tone, "Where's the merriment?" Then collecting himself, and looking awful, to make us feel how he could impose restraint, and as it were searching his mind for a still more ludicrous word, he slowly pronounced, "I say the woman was fundamentally sensible." As if he had said, "Hear this now, and laugh if you dare." We all sat composed as at a funeral. He and I walked away together. We stopped a little while by the rails of the Adelphi, looking on the Thames, and I said to him with some emotion that I was now thinking of two friends we had lost, who once lived in the buildings behind us, Beauclerk and Garrick. "Ay, sir," said he, tenderly, "and two such friends as cannot be supplied." For some time after this day I did not see him very often, and of the conversation which I did enjoy, I am sorry to find I have preserved but little. I was at this time engaged in a variety of other matters, which required exertion and assiduity, and necessarily occupied almost all my time. On Tuesday, May 8, I had the pleasure of again dining with him and Mr. Wilkes, at Mr. Dilly's. No negotiation was now required to bring them together, for Johnson was so well satisfied with the former interview, that he was very glad to meet Wilkes again, who was this day seated between Dr. Beatty and Dr. Johnson. Between truth and reason, as General Paoli said, when I told him of it. Wilkes. I have been thinking, Dr. Johnson, that there should be a bill brought into Parliament that the controverted elections for Scotland should be tried in that country, at their own Abbey of Holyrood House, and not here. For the consequence of trying them here is, that we have an inundation of Scotch men, who come up and never go back again. Now here is Boswell, who is come up upon the election for his own county, which will not last a fortnight. Johnson. Nay, sir, I see no reason why they should be tried at all, for, you know, one Scotchman is as good as another. Wilkes. Pray, Boswell, how much may be got in a year by an advocate at the Scotch bar? Boswell. I believe £2,000. Wilkes. How can it be possible to spend that money in Scotland? Johnson. Why, sir, the money may be spent in England, but there is a harder question. If one man in Scotland gets possession of £2,000, what remains for all the rest of the nation? Wilkes. You know, in the last war, the immense booty which Thurot carried off by the complete plunder of 7 Scotch isles. He re-embarked with 3 and 6 pence. Here again Johnson and Wilkes joined in extravagant sportive raillery upon the supposed poverty of Scotland, which Dr. Beatty and I did not think it worth our while to dispute. The subject of quotation being introduced, Mr. Wilkes censured it as pedantry. Johnson. No, sir, it is a good thing, there is a community of mind in it. Classical quotation is the parole of literary men all over the world. He gave us an entertaining account of Bet Flint, a woman of the town, who, with some eccentric talents and much effrontery, forced herself upon his acquaintance. Bet, said he, wrote her own life in verse, which she brought to me, wishing that I would furnish her with a preface to it, laughing. I used to say of her that she was generally slut and drunkard, occasionally, whore and thief. She had, however, genteel lodgings, a spin-net on which she played, and a boy that walked before her chair. Poor Bet was taken up on a charge of stealing a counterpane, and tried at the Old Bailey. Chief Justice, who loved a wench, summed up favourably, and she was acquitted. After which Bet said, with a gay and satisfied air, now that the counterpane is my own, I shall make a petticoat of it. Talking of oratory, Mr. Wilkes described it as accompanied with all the charms of poetical expression. Johnson. No, sir, oratory is the power of beating down your adversaries' arguments, and putting better in their place. Wilkes. But this does not move the passions. Johnson. He must be a weak man, who is to be so moved. Wilkes. Naming a celebrated orator, amidst all the brilliancy of S. imagination, and the exuberance of his wit, there is a strange want of taste. It was observed of Apelles' Venus, that her flesh seemed as if she had been nourished by roses. His oratory would sometimes make one suspect that he eats potatoes and drinks whiskey. Mr. Wilkes said to me, loud enough for Dr. Johnson to hear, Dr. Johnson should make me a present of his Lives of the Poets, as I am a poor patriot, who cannot afford to buy them. Johnson seemed to take no notice of this hint, but in a little while, he called to Mr. Dilly, pray, sir, be so good as to send a set of my Lives to Mr. Wilkes, with my compliments. This was accordingly done, and Mr. Wilkes paid Dr. Johnson a visit, was courteously received, and sat with him a long time. The company gradually dropped away. Mr. Dilly himself was called downstairs upon business. I left the room for some time. When I returned, I was struck with observing Dr. Samuel Johnson and John Wilkes, Esq., literally tête-à-tête. For they were reclined upon their chairs, with their heads leaning almost close to each other, and talking earnestly, in a kind of confidential whisper, of the personal quarrel between George II and the King of Prussia. Such a scene of perfectly easy sociality between two such opponents in the war of political controversy, as that which I now beheld, would have been an excellent subject for a picture. It presented to my mind the happy days which are foretold in Scripture, when the lion shall lie down with the kid. After this day there was another pretty long interval, during which Dr. Johnson and I did not meet. When I mentioned it to him with regret, he was pleased to say, "Then, sir, let us live double." About this time it was much the fashion for several ladies to have evening assemblies, where the fair sex might participate in conversation with literary and ingenious men, animated by a desire to please. These societies were denominated Blue Stocking Clubs, the origin of which title being little known, it may be worth while to relate it. One of the most eminent members of those societies, when they first commenced, was Mr. Stillingfleet, whose dress was remarkably grave, and in particular it was observed, that he wore blue stockings. Such was the excellence of his conversation, that his absence was felt as so great a loss, that it used to be said, "We can do nothing without the blue stockings," and thus by degrees the title was established. Miss Hannah More has admirably described a Blue Stocking Club, in her Bas Blue, a poem in which many of the persons who were most conspicuous there are mentioned. Johnson was prevailed with to come sometimes into these circles, and did not think himself too grave even for the lively Miss Monckton, now Countess of Cork, who used to have the finest bit of blue at the house of her mother, Lady Galway. Her vivacity enchanted the sage, and they used to talk together with all imaginable ease. A singular instance happened one evening, when she insisted that some of Sterne's writings were very pathetic. Johnson bluntly denied it. "I am sure," said she, "they have affected me." "Why," said Johnson, smiling, and rolling himself about, "that is, because, dearest, you're a dunce." When she some time afterwards mentioned this to him, he said with equal truth and politeness, "Madam, if I had thought so, I certainly should not have said it." Another evening Johnson's kind indulgence towards me had a pretty difficult trial. I had dined at the Duke of Montrose's with a very agreeable party, and his Grace, according to his usual custom, had circulated the bottle very freely. Lord Graham and I went together to Miss Monckton's, where I certainly was in extraordinary spirits, and above all fear or awe. In the midst of a great number of persons of the first rank, amongst whom I recollect with confusion, a noble lady of the most stately decorum, I placed myself next to Johnson, and thinking myself now fully his match, talked to him in a loud and boisterous manner, desirous to let the company know how I could contend with Ajax. I particularly remember pressing him upon the value of the pleasures of the imagination, and as an illustration of my argument, asking him, "What, sir? Supposing I were to fancy that the, naming the most charming Duchess in His Majesty's dominions, were in love with me, should I not be very happy?" My friend with much address evaded my interrogatories, and kept me as quiet as possible, but it may easily be conceived how he must have felt. However, when a few days afterwards I waited upon him and made an apology, he behaved with the most friendly gentleness. While I remained in London this year, Johnson and I dined together at several places. I recollect a placid day at Dr. Butters, who had now removed from Derby to Lower Grosvenor Street, London. But of his conversation on that and other occasions during this period, I neglected to keep any regular record, and shall therefore insert here some miscellaneous articles which I find in my Johnsonian notes. His disorderly habits, when making provision for the day that was passing over him, appear from the following anecdote, communicated to me by Mr. John Nichols, in the year 1763, a young bookseller, who was an apprentice to Mr. Whiston, waited on him with a subscription to his Shakespeare, and observing that the doctor made no entry in any book of the subscriber's name, ventured diffidently to ask, whether he would please to have the gentleman's address, that it might be properly inserted in the printed list of subscribers. "I shall print no list of subscribers," said Johnson, with great abruptness, but almost immediately recollecting himself, added, very complacently, "Sir, I have two very cogent reasons for not printing any list of subscribers. One, that I have lost all the names, the other, that I have spent all the money. Johnson could not brook appearing to be worsted in argument, even when he had taken the wrong side, to shew the force and dexterity of his talents. When, therefore, he perceived that his opponent gained ground, he had recourse to some sudden mode of robust sophistry. Once when I was pressing upon him with visible advantage, he stopped me thus: "My dear Boswell, let's have no more of this. You'll make nothing of it. I'd rather have you whistle a Scotch tune." Care, however, must be taken to distinguish between Johnson when he talked for victory, and Johnson when he had no desire but to inform and illustrate. One of Johnson's principal talents, says an eminent friend of his, was shown in maintaining the wrong side of an argument, and in a splendid perversion of the truth. If you could contrive to have his fair opinion on a subject, and without any bias from personal prejudice, or from a wish to be victorious in argument, it was wisdom itself, not only convincing, but overpowering. He had, however, all his life habituated himself to consider conversation as a trial of intellectual vigor and skill, and to this, I think, we may venture to ascribe that unexampled richness and brilliancy which appeared in his own. As a proof at once of his eagerness for colloquial distinction, and his high notion of this eminent friend, he once addressed him thus: "We now have been several hours together, and you have said but one thing for which I envied you." Goldsmith could sometimes take adventurous liberties with him, and escape unpunished. Beauclerk told me that when Goldsmith talked of a project for having a third theatre in London, solely for the exhibition of new plays, in order to deliver authors from the supposed tyranny of managers, Johnson treated it slightingly. Upon which Goldsmith said, "Ay, this may be nothing to you, who can now shelter yourself behind the corner of a pension," and that Johnson bore this with good humour. Johnson had called twice on the Bishop of Killaloe before his lordship set out for Ireland, having missed him the first time. He said, "It would have hung heavy on my heart if I had not seen him. No man ever paid more attention to another than he has done to me, and I have neglected him, not wilfully, but from being otherwise occupied. Always, sir, set a high value on spontaneous kindness. He whose inclination prompts him to cultivate your friendship of his own accord, will love you more than one whom you have been at pains to attach to you." I asked him if he was not dissatisfied with having so small a share of wealth, and none of those distinctions in the state which are the objects of ambition. He had only a pension of 300 a year. Why was he not in such circumstances as to keep his coach? Why had he not some considerable office? Johnson: "Sir, I have never complained of the world, nor do I think that I have reason to complain. It is rather to be wondered at that I have so much. My pension is more out of the usual course of things than any instance that I have known." Here, sir, was a man avowedly no friend to government at the time, who got a pension without asking for it. "I never courted the great, they sent for me, but I think they now give me up. They are satisfied, they have seen enough of me." Strange, however, it is, to consider how few of the great sought his society. So that if one were disposed to take occasion for satire on that account, very conspicuous objects present themselves. His noble friend, Lord Elibank, well observed, that if a great man procured an interview with Johnson, and did not wish to see him more, it shewed a mere idle curiosity, and a wretched want of relish for extraordinary powers of mind. Mrs. Thrale justly and wittily accounted for such conduct by saying, that Johnson's conversation was by much too strong for a person accustomed to obsequiousness and flattery, it was mustard in a young child's mouth. On Saturday, June 2nd, I set out for Scotland, and had promised to pay a visit in my way, as I sometimes did, at Southill, in Bedfordshire, at the hospitable mansion of Squire Dilly, the elder brother of my worthy friends, the booksellers. In the Poultry Yard. Johnson agreed to be of the party this year, with Mr. Charles Dilly and me, and to go and see Lord Bute's seat at Luton Hoe. He talked little to us in the carriage, being chiefly occupied in reading Dr. Watson's second volume of chemical essays, which he liked very well, and his own Prince of Abyssinia, on which he seemed to be intensely fixed, having told us, that he had not looked at it since it was first published. I happened to take it out of my pocket this day, and he seized upon it with avidity. We stopped at Welwyn, where I wished much to see, in company with Dr. Johnson, the residence of the author of Night Thoughts, which was then possessed by his son, Mr. Young. Here some address was requisite, for I was not acquainted with Mr. Young, and had I proposed to Dr. Johnson that we should send to him, he would have checked my wish, and perhaps been offended. I therefore concerted with Mr. Dilly, that I should steal away from Dr. Johnson and him, and try what reception I could procure from Mr. Young. If unfavourable, nothing was to be said, but if agreeable, I should return and notify it to them. I hastened to Mr. Young's, found he was at home, sent in word that a gentleman desired to wait upon him, and was shown into a parlour, where he and a young lady, his daughter, were sitting. He appeared to be a plain, civil, country gentleman. And when I begged pardon for presuming to trouble him, but that I wished much to see his place, if he would give me leave, he behaved very courteously, and answered, "By all means, sir, we are just going to drink tea, will you sit down?" I thanked him, but said, that Dr. Johnson had come with me from London, and I must return to the inn and drink tea with him, that my name was Boswell, I had travelled with him in the Hebrides. "Sir," said he, "I should think it a great honour to see Dr. Johnson here. Will you allow me to send for him?" Availing myself of this opening, I said that I would go myself and bring him. When he had drunk tea, he knew nothing of my calling here. Having been thus successful, I hastened back to the inn, and informed Dr. Johnson that Mr. Young, son of Dr. Young, the author of Night Thoughts, whom I had just left, desired to have the honour of seeing him at the house where his father lived. Dr. Johnson luckily made no inquiry how this invitation had arisen, but agreed to go, and when we entered Mr. Young's parlour, he addressed him with a very polite bow, "Sir, I had a curiosity to come and see this place. I had the honour to know that great man, your father." We went into the garden, where we found a gravel walk, on each side of which was a row of trees, planted by Dr. Young, which formed a handsome Gothic arch. Dr. Johnson called it a fine grove. I beheld it with reverence. We sat some time in the summer house, on the outside wall of which was inscribed, "Ambulance in horto audibant vocem Dei," and in reference to a brook by which it is situated, "Vivendi rect caprorigat horum," and I said to Mr. Young, that I had been told his father was cheerful. "Sir," said he was too well-bred a man not to be cheerful in company, but he was gloomy when alone. He never was cheerful after my mother's death, and he had met with many disappointments. Dr. Johnson observed to me afterwards, that this was no favourable account of Dr. Young. For it is not becoming in a man to have so little acquiescence in the ways of Providence, as to be gloomy because he has not obtained as much preferment as he expected, nor to continue gloomy for the loss of his wife. Grief has its time. The last part of this censure was theoretically made. Practically, we know that grief for the loss of a wife may be continued very long, in proportion as affection has been sincere. No man knew this better than Dr. Johnson. Upon the road we talked of the uncertainty of profit with which authors and booksellers engage in the publication of literary works. Johnson: "My judgment I have found is no certain rule as to the sale of a book." Boswell: "Pray, sir, have you been much plagued with authors sending you their works to revise?" Johnson: "No, sir, I have been thought a sour, surly fellow." Boswell: "Very lucky for you, sir, in that respect. I must however observe, that notwithstanding what he now said, which he no doubt imagined at the time to be the fact, there was, perhaps, no man who more frequently yielded to the solicitations even of very obscure authors to read their manuscripts, or more liberally assisted them with advice and correction. He found himself very happy at Squire Dilly's, where there is always abundance of excellent fare, and hearty welcome. Chapter 14. On Sunday, June 3rd, we all went to South Hill Church, which is very near to Mr. Dilly's house. It being the first Sunday of the month, the Holy Sacrament was administered, and I stayed to partake of it. When I came afterwards into Dr. Johnson's room, he said, "You did right to stay and receive the communion, I had not thought of it." This seemed to imply that he did not choose to approach the altar without a previous preparation, as to which good men entertain different opinions, some holding that it is irreverent to partake of that ordinance without considerable premeditation. Although upon most occasions I never heard a more strenuous advocate for the advantages of wealth, than Dr. Johnson, he this day, I know not from what caprice, took the other side. I have not observed, said he, that men of very large fortunes enjoy anything extraordinary that makes happiness. What has the Duke of Bedford? What has the Duke of Devonshire? The only great instance that I have ever known of the enjoyment of wealth was, that of Jamaica Dawkins, who, going to visit Palmyra, and hearing that the way was infested by robbers, hired a troop of Turkish horse to guard him. Dr. Gibbons, the dissenting minister, being mentioned, he said, I took to Dr. Gibbons. And addressing himself to Mr. Charles Dilly, added, I shall be glad to see him. Tell him, if he'll call on me, and dawdle over a dish of tea in an afternoon, I shall take it kind. The Reverend Mr. Smith, vicar of Southill, a very respectable man, with a very agreeable family, sent an invitation to us to drink tea. I remarked Dr. Johnson's very respectful politeness. Though always fond of changing the scene, he said, we must have Mr. Dilly's leave. We cannot go from your house, sir, without your permission. We all went, and were well satisfied with our visit. When I observed that a housebreaker was in general very timorous, Johnson. No wonder, sir, he is afraid of being shot getting into a house, or hanged when he has got out of it. He told us, that he had in one day written 6 sheets of a translation from the French, adding, I should be glad to see it now. I wish that I had copies of all the pamphlets written against me, as it is said Pope had. Had I known that I should make so much noise in the world, I should have been at pains to collect them. I believe there is hardly a day in which there is not something about me in the newspapers. On Monday, June 4th, we all went to Luton Hoe, to see Lord Bute's magnificent seat, for which I had obtained a ticket. As we entered the park, I talked in a high style of my old friendship with Lord Mountstuart, and said, I shall probably be much at this place. The sage, aware of human vicissitudes, gently checked me, don't you be too sure of that. He made 2 or 3 peculiar observations, as when shown the botanical garden, is not every garden a botanical garden? When told that there was a shrubbery to the extent of several miles, that is making a very foolish use of the ground. A little of it is very well. When it was proposed that we should walk on the pleasure ground, don't let us fatigue ourselves. Why should we walk there? Here's a fine tree, let's get to the top of it. But upon the whole, he was very much pleased. He said, this is one of the places I do not regret having come to see. It is a very stately place, indeed, in the house magnificence is not sacrificed to convenience, nor convenience to magnificence. The library is very splendid, the dignity of the rooms is very great, and the quantity of pictures is beyond expectation, beyond hope. It happened without any previous concert, that we visited the seat of Lord Bute upon the King's birthday. We dined and drank His Majesty's health at an inn, in the village of Luton. In the evening I put him in mind of his promise to favour me with a copy of his celebrated letter to the Earl of Chesterfield, and he was at last pleased to comply with this earnest request, by dictating it to me from his memory. For he believed that he himself had no copy. There was an animated glow in his countenance while he thus recalled his high-minded indignation. On Tuesday, June 5th, Johnson was to return to London. He was very pleasant at breakfast. I mentioned a friend of mine having resolved never to marry a pretty woman. Johnson. Sir, it is a very foolish resolution to resolve not to marry a pretty woman. Beauty is of itself very estimable. No, sir, I would prefer a pretty woman, unless there are objections to her. A pretty woman may be foolish, a pretty woman may be wicked, a pretty woman may not like me. But there is no such danger in marrying a pretty woman as is apprehended. She will not be persecuted if she does not invite persecution. A pretty woman, if she has a mind to be wicked, can find a readier way than another, and that is all. At Shefford I had another affectionate parting from my revered friend, who was taken up by the Bedford coach and carried to the metropolis. I went with Messrs. Dilly, to see some friends at Bedford. Dined with the officers of the militia of the county, and next day proceeded on my journey. Johnson's charity to the poor was uniform and extensive, both from inclination and principle. He not only bestowed liberally out of his own purse, but what is more difficult as well as rare, would beg from others, when he had proper objects in view. This he did judiciously as well as humanely. Mr. Philip Metcalfe tells me, that when he has asked him for some money for persons in distress, and Mr. Metcalfe has offered what Johnson thought too much, he insisted on taking less, saying, "No, no, sir, we must not pamper them." I am indebted to Mr. Malone, one of Sir Joshua Reynolds's executors, for the following note, which was found among his papers after his death, and which, we may presume, his unaffected modesty prevented him from communicating to me with the other letters from Dr. Johnson with which he was pleased to furnish me. However slight in itself, as it does honor to that illustrious painter, and most amiable man, I am happy to introduce it. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, it was not before yesterday that I received your splendid benefaction. To a hand so liberal in distributing, I hope nobody will envy the power of acquiring. I am, dear sir, your obliged and most humble servant. June 23, 1781. Sam. Johnson. The following curious anecdote I insert in Dr. Burney's own words. Dr. Burney related to Dr. Johnson the partiality which his writings had excited in a friend of Dr. Burney, the late Mr. Bewley, well known in Norfolk by the name of the philosopher of Massingham, who, from the Ramblers and plan of his dictionary, and long before the author's fame was established by the dictionary itself, or any other work, had conceived such a reverence for him, that he urgently begged Dr. Burney to give him the cover of the first letter he had received from him, as a relic of so estimable a writer. This was in 1755. In 1760, when Dr. Burney visited Dr. Johnson at the Temple in London, where he had then chambers, he happened to arrive there before he was up. And being shown into the room where he was to breakfast, finding himself alone, he examined the contents of the apartment, to try whether he could undiscovered steal anything to send to his friend Bewley, as another relic of the admirable Dr. Johnson. But finding nothing better to his purpose, he cut some bristles off his hearth-broom, and enclosed them in a letter to his country enthusiast, who received them with due reverence. The doctor was so sensible of the honor done him by a man of genius and science, to whom he was an utter stranger, that he said to Dr. Burney, "Sir, there is no man possessed of the smallest portion of modesty, but must be flattered with the admiration of such a man. I'll give him a set of my lives, if he will do me the honor to accept of them." In this he kept his word, and Dr. Burney had not only the pleasure of gratifying his friend with a present more worthy of his acceptance than the segment from the hearth-broom, but soon after of introducing him to Dr. Johnson himself in Bolt Court, with whom he had the satisfaction of conversing a considerable time, not a fortnight before his death, which happened in St. Martin's Street, during his visit to Dr. Burney, in the house where the great Sir Isaac Newton had lived and died before. In one of his little memorandum books is the following minute. August 9, 3 p.m., Itot. 72, in the summer house at Streatham. After innumerable resolutions formed and neglected, I have retired hither, to plan a life of greater diligence, in hope that I may yet be useful, and be daily better prepared to appear before my Creator and my Judge, from whose infinite mercy I humbly call for assistance and support. My purpose is to pass 8 hours every day in some serious employment. Having prayed, I purpose to employ the next 6 weeks upon the Italian language, for my settled study. In autumn he went to Oxford, Birmingham, Lichfield, and Ashbourne, for which very good reasons might be given in the conjectural yet positive manner of writers, who are proud to account for every event which they relate. He himself, however, says, "The motives of my journey I hardly know, I omitted it last year, and am not willing to miss it again. But some good considerations arise, amongst which is the kindly recollection of Mr. Hector, surgeon at Birmingham. Hector is likewise an old friend, the only companion of my childhood that passed through the school with me. We have always loved one another. Perhaps we may be made better by some serious conversation, of which however I have no distinct hope. He says too, at Lichfield, my native place, I hope to shew a good example by frequent attendance on public worship. 1782, Itot. 73. In 1782, his complaints increased, and the history of his life this year, is little more than a mournful recital of the variations of his illness, in the midst of which, however, it will appear from his letters, that the powers of his mind were in no degree impaired. At a time when he was less able than he had once been to sustain a shock, he was suddenly deprived of Mr. Levitt, which event he thus communicated to Dr. Lawrence. Sir, our old friend, Mr. Levitt, who was last night eminently cheerful, died this morning. The man who lay in the same room, hearing an uncommon noise, got up and tried to make him speak, but without effect. He then called Mr. Holder, the apothecary, who, though when he came he thought him dead, opened a vein, but could draw no blood. So has ended the long life of a very useful and very blameless man. I am, sir, your most humble servant. January 17, 1782. Sam. Johnson. In one of his memorandum books in my possession, is the following entry, January 20th, Sunday. Robert Levitt was buried in the churchyard of Bridewell, between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. He died on Thursday 17, about 7 in the morning, by an instantaneous death. He was an old and faithful friend, I have known him from about 46. Commendavi. May God have mercy on him. May he have mercy on me. On the 30th of August, I informed him that my honored father had died that morning. A complaint under which he had long labored having suddenly come to a crisis, while I was upon a visit at the seat of Sir Charles Preston, from whence I had hastened the day before, upon receiving a letter by express. In answer to my next letter, I received one from him, dissuading me from hastening to him as I had proposed. What is proper for publication is the following paragraph, equally just and tender. One expense, however, I would not have you to spare, let nothing be omitted that can preserve Mrs. Boswell, though it should be necessary to transplant her for a time into a softer climate. She is the prop and stay of your life. How much must your children suffer by losing her? My wife was now so much convinced of his sincere friendship for me, and regard for her, that, without any suggestion on my part, she wrote him a very polite and grateful letter. Dr. Johnson to Mrs. Boswell. Dear Lady, I have not often received so much pleasure as from your invitation to Auchinleck. The journey thither and back is, indeed, too great for the latter part of the year. But if my health were fully recovered, I would suffer no little heat and cold, nor a wet or a rough road to keep me from you. I am, indeed, not without hope of seeing Auchinleck again. But to make it a pleasant place I must see its lady well, and brisk, and airy. For my sake, therefore, among many greater reasons, take care, dear madam, of your health, spare no expense, and want no attendance that can procure ease, or preserve it. Be very careful to keep your mind quiet, and do not think it too much to give an account of your recovery to, Madam, yours, and London, September 7, 1782. Sam. Johnson. The death of Mr. Thrale had made a very material alteration with respect to Johnson's reception in that family. The manly authority of the husband no longer curbed the lively exuberance of the lady. And as her vanity had been fully gratified, by having the colossus of literature attached to her for many years, she gradually became less assiduous to please him. Whether her attachment to him was already divided by another object, I am unable to ascertain, but it is plain that Johnson's penetration was alive to her neglect or forced attention. For on the 6th of October this year, we find him making a parting use of the library, at Streatham, and pronouncing a prayer, which he composed on leaving Mr. Thrale's family. Almighty God, Father of all mercy, help me by thy grace, that I may, with humble and sincere thankfulness, remember the comforts and conveniences which I have enjoyed at this place. And that I may resign them with holy submission, equally trusting in thy protection when thou givest, and when thou takest away. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, have mercy upon me. To thy fatherly protection, O Lord, I commend this family. Bless, guide, and defend them, that they may so pass through this world, as finally to enjoy in thy presence everlasting happiness, for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. One cannot read this prayer, without some emotions not very favorable to the lady whose conduct occasioned it. In one of his memorandum books I find, Sunday, went to church at Streatham. Templo Valedixi cam osculo. He met Mr. Philip Metcalfe often at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, and other places, and was a good deal with him at Brighthelmston this autumn, being pleased at once with his excellent table and animated conversation. Mr. Metcalfe shewed him great respect, and sent him a note that he might have the use of his carriage whenever he pleased. Johnson, October 3, 1782, returned this polite answer, Mr. Johnson is very much obliged by the kind offer of the carriage, but he has no desire of using Mr. Metcalfe's carriage, except when he can have the pleasure of Mr. Metcalfe's company. Mr. Metcalfe could not but be highly pleased that his company was thus valued by Johnson, and he frequently attended him in airings. They also went together to Chichester, and they visited Petworth, and Cowdray, the venerable seat of the Lords Montacute. Sir, said Johnson, I should like to stay here 24 hours. We see here how our ancestors lived. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, I heard yesterday of your late disorder, and should think ill of myself if I had heard of it without alarm. I heard likewise of your recovery, which I sincerely wish to be complete and permanent. Your country has been in danger of losing one of its brightest ornaments, and I of losing one of my oldest and kindest friends, but I hope you will still live long, for the honor of the nation, and that more enjoyment of your elegance. Your intelligence, and your benevolence, is still reserved for, dear sir, your most affectionate, and Brighthelmston, November 14, 1782. Sam. Johnson. 1783, Itot. 74, in 1783, he was more severely afflicted than ever, as will appear in the course of his correspondence. But still the same ardor for literature, the same constant piety, the same kindness for his friends, and the same vivacity both in conversation and writing, distinguished him. On Friday, March 21, having arrived in London the night before, I was glad to find him at Mrs. Thrale's house, in Argyle Street, appearances of friendship between them being still kept up. I was shown into his room, and after the first salutation he said, I am glad you are come. I am very ill. He looked pale, and was distressed with a difficulty of breathing. But after the common inquiries he assumed his usual strong animated style of conversation. Seeing me now for the first time as a laird, or proprietor of land, he began thus, Sir, the superiority of a country gentleman over the people upon his estate is very agreeable, and he who says he does not feel it to be agreeable, lies. For it must be agreeable to have a casual superiority over those who are by nature equal with us. Boswell. Yet, sir, we see great proprietors of land who prefer living in London. Johnson. Why, sir, the pleasure of living in London, the intellectual superiority that is enjoyed there, may counterbalance the other. Besides, sir, a man may prefer the state of the country gentleman upon the whole, and yet there may never be a moment when he is willing to make the change to quit London for it. He talked with regret and indignation of the factious opposition to government at this time, and imputed it in a great measure to the Revolution. Sir, said he, in a low voice, having come nearer to me, while his old prejudices seemed to be fermenting in his mind, this Hanoverian family is isole here. They have no friends. Now the Stuarts had friends who stuck by them so late as 1745. When the right of the king is not reverenced, there will not be reverence for those appointed by the king. He repeated to me his verses on Mr. Levitt, with an emotion which gave them full effect. And then he was pleased to say, you must be as much with me as you can. You have done me good. You cannot think how much better I am since you came in. He sent a message to acquaint Mrs. Thrale that I was arrived. I had not seen her since her husband's death. She soon appeared, and favoured me with an invitation to stay to dinner, which I accepted. There was no other company but herself and 3 of her daughters, Dr. Johnson, and I. She too said, she was very glad I was come, for she was going to Bath, and should have been sorry to leave Dr. Johnson before I came. This seemed to be attentive and kind. And I, who had not been informed of any change, imagined all to be as well as formerly. He was little inclined to talk at dinner, and went to sleep after it, but when he joined us in the drawing-room, he seemed revived, and was again himself. Talking of conversation, he said, there must, in the first place, be knowledge, there must be materials, in the second place, there must be a command of words. In the third place, there must be imagination, to place things in such views as they are not commonly seen in. And in the fourth place, there must be presence of mind, and a resolution that is not to be overcome by failures. This last is an essential requisite, for want of it many people do not excel in conversation. Now I want it, I throw up the game upon losing a trick. I wondered to hear him talk thus of himself, and said, I don't know, sir, how this may be, but I am sure you beat other people's cards out of their hands. I doubt whether he heard this remark. While he went on talking triumphantly, I was fixed in admiration, and said to Mrs. Thrale, oh, for shorthand to take this down. You'll carry it all in your head, said she winky face. A long head is as good as shorthand. It has been observed and wondered at, that Mr. Charles Fox never talked with any freedom in the presence of Dr. Johnson, though it is well known, and I myself can witness, that his conversation is various, fluent, and exceedingly agreeable. Johnson's own experience, however, of that gentleman's reserve was a sufficient reason for his going on thus. Fox never talks in private company, not from any determination not to talk, but because he has not the first motion. A man who is used to the applause of the House of Commons, has no wish for that of a private company. A man accustomed to throw for £1,000, if set down to throw for 6pence, would not be at the pains to count his dice. Burke's talk is the ebullition of his mind. He does not talk from a desire of distinction, but because his mind is full. After musing for some time, he said, I wonder how I should have any enemies, for I do harm to nobody. Boswell. In the first place, sir, you will be pleased to recollect, that you set out with attacking the Scotch, so you got a whole nation for your enemies. Johnson. Why, I own, that by my definition of oaths I meant to vex them. Boswell. Pray, sir, can you trace the cause of your antipathy to the Scotch? Johnson. I cannot, sir. Boswell. Old Mr. Sheridan says, it was because they sold Charles I. Johnson. Then, sir, old Mr. Sheridan has found out a very good reason. I had paid a visit to General Oglethorpe in the morning '54 and was told by him that Dr. Johnson saw company on Saturday evenings, and he would meet me at Johnson's that night. When I mentioned this to Johnson, not doubting that it would please him, as he had a great value for Oglethorpe, the fretfulness of his disease unexpectedly shewed itself. His anger suddenly kindled, and he said, with vehemence, did not you tell him not to come? Am I to be hunted in this manner? I satisfied him that I could not divine that the visit would not be convenient, and that I certainly could not take it upon me of my own accord to forbid the General. I found Dr. Johnson in the evening in Mrs. Williams's room, at tea and coffee with her and Mrs. Desmoulins, who were also both ill. It was a sad scene, and he was not in very good humour. He said of a performance that had lately come out, Sir, if you should search all the madhouses in England, you would not find 10 men who would write so, and think it sense. I was glad when General Oglethorpe's arrival was announced, and we left the ladies. Dr. Johnson attended him in the parlour, and was as courteous as ever. On Sunday, March 23, I breakfasted with Dr. Johnson, who seemed much relieved, having taken opium the night before. He however protested against it, as a remedy that should be given with the utmost reluctance, and only in extreme necessity. I mentioned how commonly it was used in Turkey, and that therefore it could not be so pernicious as he apprehended. He grew warm and said, Turks take opium, and Christians take opium. But Russell, in his account of Aleppo, tells us, that it is as disgraceful in Turkey to take too much opium, as it is with us to get drunk. Sir, it is amazing how things are exaggerated. A gentleman was lately telling in a company where I was present, that in France as soon as a man of fashion marries, he takes an opera girl into keeping, and this he mentioned as a general custom. Pray, sir, said I, how many opera girls may there be? He answered, about 80. Well then, sir, said I, you see there can be no more than 80 men of fashion who can do this. Mrs. Desmoulins made tea. And she and I talked before him upon a topic which he had once borne patiently from me when we were by ourselves, his not complaining of the world, because he was not called to some great office, nor had attained to great wealth. He flew into a violent passion, I confess with some justice, and commanded us to have done. Nobody, said he, has a right to talk in this manner, to bring before a man his own character, and the events of his life, when he does not choose it should be done. I never have sought the world was not to seek me. It is rather wonderful that so much has been done for me. All the complaints which are made of the world are unjust. I never knew a man of merit neglected, it was generally by his own fault that he failed of success. A man may hide his head in a hole, he may go into the country, and publish a book now and then, which nobody reads, and then complain he is neglected. There is no reason why any person should exert himself for a man who has written a good book, he has not written it for any individual. I may as well make a present to the postman who brings me a letter. When patronage was limited, an author expected to find a Maecenas, and complained if he did not find one. Why should he complain? This Maecenas has others as good as he, or others who have got the start of him. On the subject of the right employment of wealth, Johnson observed, a man cannot make a bad use of his money, so far as regards society, if he does not hoard it, for if he either spends it or lends it out, society has the benefit. It is in general better to spend money than to give it away, for industry is more promoted by spending money than by giving it away. A man who spends his money is sure he is doing good with it, he is not so sure when he gives it away. A man who spends 10,000 a year will do more good than a man who spends 2,000 and gives away 8. In the evening I came to him again. He was somewhat fretful from his illness. A gentleman asked him, whether he had been abroad today. Don't talk so childishly, said he. You may as well ask if I hanged myself today. I mentioned politics. Johnson. Sir, I'd as soon have a man to break my bones as talk to me of public affairs, internal or external. I have lived to see things all as bad as they can be. He said, Goldsmith's blundering speech to Lord Shelburne, which has been so often mentioned, and which he really did make to him, was only a blunder in emphasis. I wonder they should call your lordship Malagrida. For Malagrida was a very good man. Meant, I wonder they should use Malagrida as a term of reproach. Soon after this time I had an opportunity of seeing, by means of one of his friends, a proof that his talents, as well as his obliging service to authors, were ready as ever. He had revised The Village, an admirable poem, by the Reverend Mr. Crabbe. Its sentiments as to the false notions of rustic happiness and rustic virtue were quite congenial with his own. And he had taken the trouble not only to suggest slight corrections and variations, but to furnish some lines, when he thought he could give the writer's meaning better than in the words of the manuscript. On Sunday, March 30th, I found him at home in the evening, and had the pleasure to meet with Dr. Brocklesby, whose reading, and knowledge of life, and good spirits, supply him with a never-failing source of conversation. I shall here insert a few of Johnson's sayings, without the formality of dates, as they have no reference to any particular time or place. The more a man extends and varies his acquaintance the better. This, however, was meant with a just restriction, for, he on another occasion said to me, Sir, a man may be so much of everything, that he is nothing of anything. It is a very good custom to keep a journal for a man's own use. He may write upon a card a day all that is necessary to be written, after he has had experience of life. At first there is a great deal to be written, because there is a great deal of novelty. But when once a man has settled his opinions, there is seldom much to be set down. Talking of an acquaintance of ours, whose narratives, which abounded in curious and interesting topics, were unhappily found to be very fabulous. I mentioned Lord Mansfield's having said to me, "Suppose we believe one half of what he tells." Johnson. Aye, but we don't know which half to believe. By his lying we lose not only our reverence for him, but all comfort in his conversation. Boswell. May we not take it as amusing fiction? Johnson. Sir, the misfortune is, that you will insensibly believe as much of it as you incline to believe. It is remarkable, that notwithstanding their congeniality in politics, he never was acquainted with a late eminent noble judge, whom I have heard speak of him as a writer, with great respect. Johnson, I know not upon what degree of investigation, entertained no exalted opinion of his lordship's intellectual character. Talking of him to me one day, he said, "It is wonderful, sir, with how little real superiority of mind men can make an eminent figure in public life." He expressed himself to the same purpose concerning another law lord, who, it seems, once took a fancy to associate with the wits of London, but with so little success, that Foote said, "What can he mean by coming among us? He is not only dull himself, but the cause of dullness in others." Trying him by the test of his colloquial powers, Johnson had found him very defective. He once said to Sir Joshua Reynolds, "This man now has been 10 years about town, and has made nothing of it," meaning as a companion. He said to me, "I never heard anything from him in company that was at all striking. And depend upon it, sir, it is when you come close to a man in conversation, that you discover what his real abilities are. To make a speech in a public assembly is a knack. Now I honor Thurlow, sir, Thurlow is a fine fellow. He fairly puts his mind to yours." After repeating to him some of his pointed, lively sayings, I said, "It is a pity, sir, you don't always remember your own good things, that you may have a laugh when you will." Johnson. Nay, sir, it is better that I forget them, that I may be reminded of them, and have a laugh on their being brought to my recollection. When I recalled to him his having said as we sailed up Loch Lomond, that if he wore anything fine, it should be very fine, I observed that all his thoughts were upon a great scale. Johnson. Depend upon it, sir, every man will have as fine a thing as he can get, as a large diamond for his ring. Boswell. Pardon me, sir, a man of a narrow mind will not think of it, a slight trinket will satisfy him. Nec safer quid majoris pondera gemme. I told him I should send him some essays which I had written, which I hoped he would be so good as to read, and pick out the good ones. Johnson. Nay, sir, send me only the good ones, don't make me pick them. As a small proof of his kindliness and delicacy of feeling, the following circumstance may be mentioned. One evening when we were in the street together, and I told him I was going to sup at Mr. Beauclerk's, he said, "I'll go with you." After having walked part of the way, seeming to recollect something, he suddenly stopped and said, "I cannot go, but I do not love Beauclerk the less." On the frame of his portrait, Mr. Beauclerk had inscribed, "Ingenium ingens. Inculto la tête hoc sub corpore." After Mr. Beauclerk's death, when it became Mr. Langton's property, he made the inscription be defaced. Johnson said complacently, "It was kind in you to take it off," and then, after a short pause, added, "and not unkind in him to put it on." He said, how few of his friends' houses would a man choose to be at when he is sick. He mentioned one or two. I recollect only Thrale's. He observed, there is a wicked inclination in most people to suppose an old man decayed in his intellects. If a young or middle-aged man, when leaving a company, does not recollect where he laid his hat, it is nothing, but if the same inattention is discovered in an old man, people will shrug up their shoulders, and say, his memory is going. Sir Joshua Reynolds communicated to me the following particulars. Johnson thought the poems published as translations from Ossian had so little merit, that he said, "Sir, a man might write such stuff for ever, if he would abandon his mind to it." He said, a man should pass a part of his time with the laughers, by which means anything ridiculous or particular about him might be presented to his view, and corrected. I observed, he must have been a bold laugher who would have ventured to tell Dr. Johnson of any of his particularities. 55. Dr. Goldsmith said once to Dr. Johnson, that he wished for some additional members to the literary club, to give it an agreeable variety, for, said he, there can now be nothing new among us, we have travelled over one another's minds. Johnson seemed a little angry, and said, Sir, you have not travelled over my mind, I promise you. Sir Joshua, however, thought Goldsmith right. Observing, that, when people have lived a great deal together, they know what each of them will say on every subject. A new understanding, therefore, is desirable. Because though it may only furnish the same sense upon a question which would have been furnished by those with whom we are accustomed to live, yet this sense will have a different coloring. And coloring is of much effect in everything else as well as in painting. Johnson used to say that he made it a constant rule to talk as well as he could both as to sentiment and expression, by which means, what had been originally effort became familiar and easy. The consequence of this, Sir Joshua observed, was, that his common conversation in all companies was such as to secure him universal attention, as something above the usual colloquial style was expected. Yet, though Johnson had this habit in company, when another mode was necessary, in order to investigate truth, he could descend to a language intelligible to the meanest capacity. An instance of this was witnessed by Sir Joshua Reynolds, when they were present at an examination of a little blackguard boy, by Mr. Saunders Welch, the late Westminster Justice. Welch, who imagined that he was exalting himself in Dr. Johnson's eyes by using big words, spoke in a manner that was utterly unintelligible to the boy. Dr. Johnson, perceiving it, addressed himself to the boy, and changed the pompous phraseology into colloquial language. Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was much amused by this procedure, which seemed a kind of reversing of what might have been expected from the two men, took notice of it to Dr. Johnson, as they walked away by themselves. Johnson said, that it was continually the case, and that he was always obliged to translate the justice's swelling diction, smiling, so as that his meaning might be understood by the vulgar, from whom information was to be obtained. Sir Joshua once observed to him, that he had talked above the capacity of some people with whom they had been in company together. No matter, sir, said Johnson, winky face. They consider it as a compliment to be talked to, as if they were wiser than they are. So true is this, sir, that Baxter made it a rule in every sermon that he preached, to say something that was above the capacity of his audience. Johnson's dexterity in retort, when he seemed to be driven to an extremity by his adversary, was very remarkable. Of his power in this respect, our common friend, Mr. Wyndham of Norfolk, has been pleased to furnish me with an eminent instance. However unfavourable to Scotland, he uniformly gave liberal praise to George Buchanan, as a writer. In a conversation concerning the literary merits of the two countries, in which Buchanan was introduced, a Scotchman, imagining that on this ground he should have an undoubted triumph over him, exclaimed, Ah, Dr. Johnson, what would you have said of Buchanan, had he been an Englishman? Why, sir, said Johnson, after a little pause, I should not have said of Buchanan, had he been an Englishman, what I will now say of him as a Scotchman, that he was the only man of genius his country ever produced. Though his usual phrase for conversation was talk, yet he made a distinction, for when he once told me that he dined the day before at a friend's house, with a very pretty company, and I asked him if there was good conversation, he answered, No, sir, we had talk enough, but no conversation, there was nothing discussed. Such was his sensibility, and so much was he affected by pathetic poetry, that, when he was reading Dr. Beattie's Hermit in my presence, it brought tears into his eyes. Mr. Hoole told him, he was born in Moorfields, and had received part of his early instruction in Grub Street. Sir, said Johnson, smiling, you have been regularly educated. Having asked who was his instructor, and Mr. Hoole having answered, my uncle, sir, who was a tailor, Johnson, recollecting himself, said, Sir, I knew him, we called him the metaphysical tailor. He was of a club in Old Street, with me and George Psalmanazar, and some others, but pray, sir, was he a good tailor? Mr. Hoole having answered that he believed he was too mathematical, and used to draw squares and triangles on his shopboard, so that he did not excel in the cut of a coat. "I am sorry for it," said Johnson, "for I would have every man to be master of his own business." In pleasant reference to himself and Mr. Hoole, as brother of ours, he often said, "Let you and I, sir, go together, and eat a beefsteak in Grub Street." He said to Sir William Scott, "The age is running mad after innovation, all the business of the world is to be done in a new way. Men are to be hanged in a new way, Tyburn itself is not safe from the fury of innovation." It having been argued that this was an improvement, "No, sir," said he, eagerly, "it is not an improvement, they object that the old method drew together a number of spectators." "Sir, executions are intended to draw spectators. If they do not draw spectators they don't answer their purpose. The old method was most satisfactory to all parties, the public was gratified by a procession, the criminal was supported by it. Why is all this to be swept away? I perfectly agree with Dr. Johnson upon this head, and am persuaded that executions now, the solemn procession being discontinued, have not nearly the effect which they formerly had. Magistrates both in London, and elsewhere, have, I am afraid, in this had too much regard to their own case." Johnson's attention to precision and clearness in expression was very remarkable. He disapproved of parentheses. And I believe in all his voluminous writings, not half a dozen of them will be found. He never used the phrases the former and the latter, having observed, that they often occasioned obscurity. He therefore contrived to construct his sentences so as not to have occasion for them, and would even rather repeat the same words, in order to avoid them. Nothing is more common than to mistake surnames when we hear them carelessly uttered for the first time. To prevent this, he used not only to pronounce them slowly and distinctly, but to take the trouble of spelling them. A practice which I have often followed, and which I wish were general. Such was the heat and irritability of his blood, that not only did he pare his nails to the quick, but scraped the joints of his fingers with a penknife, till they seemed quite red and raw. The heterogeneous composition of human nature was remarkably exemplified in Johnson. His liberality in giving his money to persons in distress was extraordinary. Yet there lurked about him a propensity to paltry saving. One day I owned to him that I was occasionally troubled with a fit of narrowness. "Why, sir," said he, "so am I, but I do not tell it." He has now and then borrowed a shilling of me, and when I asked for it again, seemed to be rather out of humour. A droll little circumstance once occurred, as if he meant to reprimand my minute exactness as a creditor, he thus addressed me, "Boswell, lend me sixpence, not to be repaid." This great man's attention to small things was very remarkable. As an instance of it, he one day said to me, "Sir, when you get silver in change for a guinea, look carefully at it, you may find some curious piece of coin." Though a stern true-born Englishman, and fully prejudiced against all other nations, he had discernment enough to see, and candour enough to censure, the cold reserve too common among Englishmen toward strangers. "Sir," said he, "two men of any other nation who are shown into a room together, at a house where they are both visitors, will immediately find some conversation. But two Englishmen will probably go each to a different window, and remain in obstinate silence. Sir, we as yet do not enough understand the common rights of humanity." Johnson, for sport perhaps, or from the spirit of contradiction, eagerly maintained that Derrick had merit as a writer. Mr. Morgan 56 argued with him directly, in vain. At length he had recourse to this device. "Pray, sir," said he, "whether do you reckon Derrick or Smart the best poet?" Johnson at once felt himself roused, and answered, "Sir, there is no settling the point of precedency between a louse and a flea." He was pleased to say to me one morning when we were left alone in his study, "Boswell, I think I am easier with you than with almost any body." He would not allow Mr. David Hume any credit for his political principles, though similar to his own. Saying of him, "Sir, he was a Tory by chance." His acute observation of human life made him remark, "Sir, there is nothing by which a man exasperates most people more, than by displaying a superior ability or brilliancy in conversation. They seem pleased at the time, but their envy makes them curse him in their hearts. Johnson's love of little children, which he discovered upon all occasions, calling them pretty dears, and giving them sweetmeats, was an undoubted proof of the real humanity and gentleness of his disposition. His uncommon kindness to his servants, and serious concern, not only for their comfort in this world, but their happiness in the next, was another unquestionable evidence of what all, who were intimately acquainted with him, knew to be true. Nor would it be just, under this head, to omit the fondness which he shewed for animals which he had taken under his protection. I never shall forget the indulgence with which he treated Hodge, his cat, for whom he himself used to go out and buy oysters, lest the servants having that trouble should take a dislike to the poor creature. I am, unluckily, one of those who have an antipathy to a cat, so that I am uneasy when in the room with one, and I own, I frequently suffered a good deal from the presence of this same Hodge. I recollect him one day scrambling up Dr. Johnson's breast, apparently with much satisfaction, while my friend smiling and half whistling, rubbed down his back, and pulled him by the tail. And when I observed he was a fine cat, saying, "Why yes, sir, but I have had cats whom I liked better than this," and then as if perceiving Hodge to be out of countenance, adding, "But he is a very fine cat indeed." This reminds me of the ludicrous account which he gave Mr. Langton, of the despicable state of a young gentleman of good family. "Sir, when I heard of him last, he was running about town shooting cats." And then in a sort of kindly reverie, he bethought himself of his own favourite cat, and said, "But Hodge shan't be shot, no, Hodge shall not be shot." On Thursday, April 10th, I introduced to him, at his house in Bolt Court, the Honourable and Reverend William Stewart, son of the Earl of Bute, a gentleman truly worthy of being known to Johnson. Being, with all the advantages of high birth, learning, travel, and elegant manners, an exemplary parish priest in every respect. After some compliments on both sides, the tour which Johnson and I had made to the Hebrides was mentioned. Johnson: "I got an acquisition of more ideas by it than by anything that I remember. I saw quite a different system of life." Boswell: "You would not like to make the same journey again?" Johnson: "Why no, sir, not the same, it is a tale told." Gravina, an Italian critic, observes, that every man desires to see that of which he has read, but no man desires to read an account of what he has seen, so much does description fall short of reality. Description only excites curiosity, seeing satisfies it. Other people may go and see the Hebrides. Boswell: "I should wish to go and see some country totally different from what I have been used to. Such as Turkey, where religion and everything else are different." Johnson: "Yes, sir, there are two objects of curiosity, the Christian world, and the Mahometan world. All the rest may be considered as barbarous." Boswell: "Pray, sir, is the Turkish Spy a genuine book?" Johnson: "No, sir. Mrs. Manley, in her life, says that her father wrote the first 2 volumes, and in another book, Dunton's Life and Hours, we find that the rest was written by one Salt, at 2 guineas a sheet, under the direction of Dr. Midgley. About this time he wrote to Mrs. Lucy Porter, mentioning his bad health, and that he intended a visit to Lichfield. "It is," says he, "with no great expectation of amendment that I make every year a journey into the country. But it is pleasant to visit those whose kindness has been often experienced." On April 18th, being Good Friday, I found him at breakfast, in his usual manner upon that day, drinking tea without milk, and eating a cross bun to prevent faintness. We went to St. Clement's Church, as formerly. When we came home from church, he placed himself on one of the stone seats at his garden door, and I took the other, and thus in the open air and in a placid frame of mind, he talked away very easily. Johnson: "Were I a country gentleman, I should not be very hospitable, I should not have crowds in my house." Boswell: "Sir Alexander Dick tells me, that he remembers having 1,000 people in a year to dine at his house, that is, reckoning each person as one, each time that he dined there." Johnson: "That, sir, is about 3 a day. Boswell. How your statement lessens the idea. Johnson. That, sir, is the good of counting. It brings everything to a certainty, which before floated in the mind indefinitely. Boswell. I wish to have a good walled garden. Johnson. I don't think it would be worth the expense to you. We compute in England, a park wall at £1,000 a mile, now a garden wall must cost at least as much. You intend your trees should grow higher than a deer will leap. Now let us see. For £100 you could only have 44 square yards, which is very little. For £200, you may have 84 square yards, which is very well. But when will you get the value of £200 of walls, in fruit, in your climate? No, sir, such contention with nature is not worth while. I would plant an orchard, and have plenty of such fruit as ripen well in your country. My friend, Dr. Madden, of Ireland, said, that, in an orchard there should be enough to eat, enough to lay up, enough to be stolen, and enough to rot upon the ground. Cherries are an early fruit, you may have them, and you may have the early apples and pears. Boswell. We cannot have nonpareils. Johnson. Sir, you can no more have nonpareils than you can have grapes. Boswell. We have them, sir, but they are very bad. Johnson. Nay, sir, never try to have a thing merely to shew that you cannot have it. From ground that would let for 40 shillings you may have a large orchard, and you see it costs you only 40 shillings. Nay, you may graze the ground when the trees are grown up, you cannot while they are young. Boswell. Is not a good garden a very common thing in England, sir? Johnson. Not so common, sir, as you imagine. In Lincolnshire there is hardly an orchard, in Staffordshire very little fruit. Boswell. Has Langton no orchard? Johnson. No, sir. Boswell. How so, sir? Johnson. Why, sir, from the general negligence of the county. He has it not, because nobody else has it. Boswell. A hothouse is a certain thing, I may have that. Johnson. A hothouse is pretty certain. But you must first build it, then you must keep fires in it, and you must have a gardener to take care of it. Boswell. But if I have a gardener at any rate, Johnson. Why, yes. Boswell. I'd have it near my house. There is no need to have it in the orchard. Johnson. Yes, I'd have it near my house. I would plant a great many currants, the fruit is good, and they make a pretty sweetmeat. I record this minute detail, which some may think trifling, in order to shew clearly how this great man, whose mind could grasp such large and extensive subjects, as he has shown in his literary labors, was yet well informed in the common affairs of life, and loved to illustrate them. Talking of the origin of language, Johnson. It must have come by inspiration. 1,000, nay, 1,000,000 of children could not invent a language. While the organs are pliable, there is not understanding enough to form a language. By the time that there is understanding enough, the organs are become stiff. We know that after a certain age we cannot learn to pronounce a new language. No foreigner, who comes to England and advanced in life, ever pronounces English tolerably well, at least such instances are very rare. When I maintain that language must have come by inspiration, I do not mean that inspiration is required for rhetoric, and all the beauties of language, for when once man has language, we can conceive that he may gradually form modifications of it. I mean only that inspiration seems to me to be necessary to give man the faculty of speech, to inform him that he may have speech, which I think he could no more find out without inspiration, than cows or hogs would think of such a faculty. Walker. Do you think, sir, that there are any perfect synonyms in any language? Johnson. Originally there were not, but by using words negligently, or in poetry, one word comes to be confounded with another. He talked of Dr. Dodd. A friend of mine, said he, came to me and told me, that a lady wished to have Dr. Dodd's picture in a bracelet, and asked me for a motto. I said, I could think of no better than Currit Lex. I was very willing to have him pardoned, that is, to have the sentence changed to transportation, but, when he was once hanged, I did not wish he should be made a saint. Mrs. Burney, wife of his friend Dr. Burney, came in, and he seemed to be entertained with her conversation. Garrick's funeral was talked of as extravagantly expensive. Johnson, from his dislike to exaggeration, would not allow that it was distinguished by any extraordinary pomp. Were there not 6 horses to each coach, said Mrs. Burney. Johnson. Madam, there were no more 6 horses than 6 phoenixes. Time passed on in conversation till it was too late for the service of the church at 3 o'clock. I took a walk, and left him alone for some time, then returned, and we had coffee and conversation again by ourselves. We went to evening prayers at St. Clement's at 7, and then parted. On Sunday, April 20th, being Easter Day, after attending solemn service at St. Paul's, I came to Dr. Johnson, and found Mr. Lowe, the painter, sitting with him. Mr. Lowe mentioned the great number of new buildings of late in London, yet that Dr. Johnson had observed, that the number of inhabitants was not increased. Johnson. Why, sir, the bills of mortality prove that no more people die now than formerly, so it is plain no more live. The register of births proves nothing, for not 1/10 of the people of London are born there. Boswell. I believe, sir, a great many of the children born in London die early. Johnson. Why, yes, sir. Boswell. But those who do live, are as stout and strong people as any. Dr. Price says, they must be naturally stronger to get through. Johnson. That is system, sir. A great traveller observes, that it is said there are no weak or deformed people among the Indians. But he with much sagacity assigns the reason of this, which is, that the hardship of their life as hunters and fishers does not allow weak or diseased children to grow up. Now had I been an Indian, I must have died early. My eyes would not have served me to get food. I indeed now could fish, give me English tackle, but had I been an Indian I must have starved, or they would have knocked me on the head, when they saw I could do nothing. Boswell. Perhaps they would have taken care of you, we are told they are fond of oratory, you would have talked to them. Johnson. Nay, sir, I should not have lived long enough to be fit to talk, I should have been dead before I was 10 years old. Depend upon it, sir, a savage, when he is hungry, will not carry about with him a looby of 9 years old, who cannot help himself. They have no affection, sir. Boswell. I believe natural affection, of which we hear so much, is very small. Johnson. Sir, natural affection is nothing, but affection from principle and established duty is sometimes wonderfully strong. Lowe. A hen, sir, will feed her chickens in preference to herself. Johnson. But we don't know that the hen is hungry. Let the hen be fairly hungry, and I'll warrant she'll peck the corn herself. A cock, I believe, will feed hens instead of himself, but we don't know that the cock is hungry. Boswell. And that, sir, is not from affection but gallantry. But some of the Indians have affection. Johnson. Sir, that they help some of their children is plain, for some of them live, which they could not do without being helped. I dined with him, the company were, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Desmoulins, and Mr. Lowe. He seemed not to be well, talked little, grew drowsy soon after dinner, and retired, upon which I went away. Having next day gone to Mr. Burke's seat in the country, from whence I was recalled by an express, that a near relation of mine had killed his antagonist in a duel, and was himself dangerously wounded, I saw little of Dr. Johnson till Monday, April 28th, when I spent a considerable part of the day with him, and introduced the subject, which then chiefly occupied my mind. Johnson. I do not see, sir, that fighting is absolutely forbidden in Scripture. I see revenge forbidden, but not self-defense. Boswell. The Quakers say it is, unto him that smiteth thee on one cheek, offer him also the other. Johnson. But stay, sir, the text is meant only to have the effect of moderating passion. It is plain that we are not to take it in a literal sense. We see this from the context, where there are other recommendations, which I warrant you the Quaker will not take literally. As, for instance, from him that would borrow of thee, turn thou not away. Let a man whose credit is bad, come to a Quaker, and say, well, sir, lend me £100, he'll find him as unwilling as any other man. No, sir, a man may shoot the man who invades his character, as he may shoot him who attempts to break into his house. 57 So in 1745, my friend, Tom Gumming, the Quaker, said, he would not fight, but he would drive an ammunition cart. And we know that the Quakers have sent flannel waistcoats to our soldiers, to enable them to fight better. Boswell. When a man is the aggressor, and by ill usage forces on a duel in which he is killed, have we not little ground to hope that he is gone into a state of happiness? Johnson. Sir, we are not to judge determinately of the state in which a man leaves this life. He may in a moment have repented effectually, and it is possible may have been accepted by God. Upon being told that old Mr. Sheridan, indignant at the neglect of his oratorical plans, had threatened to go to America, Johnson. I hope he will go to America. Boswell. The Americans don't want oratory. Johnson. But we can want Sheridan. On Monday, April 29th, I found him at home in the forenoon, and Mr. Seward with him. Horace having been mentioned, Boswell. There is a great deal of thinking in his works. One finds there almost everything but religion. Seward. He speaks of his returning to it, in his Ode Parcus Deorum Cultor et Infrequens. Johnson. Sir, he was not in earnest, this was merely poetical. Boswell. There are, I am afraid, many people who have no religion at all. Seward. And sensible people too. Johnson. Why, sir, not sensible in that respect. There must be either a natural or a moral stupidity, if one lives in a total neglect of so very important a concern. Seward. I wonder that there should be people without religion. Johnson. Sir, you need not wonder at this, when you consider how large a proportion of almost every man's life is passed without thinking of it. I myself was for some years totally regardless of religion. It had dropped out of my mind. It was at an early part of my life. Sickness brought it back, and I hope I have never lost it since. Boswell. My dear sir, what a man must you have been without religion. Why you must have gone on drinking, and swearing, and, Johnson, with a smile, I drank enough and swore enough, to be sure. Seward. One should think that sickness and the view of death would make more men religious. Johnson. Sir, they do not know how to go about it, they have not the first notion. A man who has never had religion before, no more grows religious when he is sick, than a man who has never learnt figures can count when he has need of calculation. I mentioned Dar. Johnson's excellent distinction between liberty of conscience and liberty of teaching. Johnson. Consider, sir. If you have children whom you wish to educate in the principles of the Church of England, and there comes a Quaker who tries to pervert them to his principles, you would drive away the Quaker. You would not trust to the predomination of right, which you believe is in your opinions, you would keep wrong out of their heads. Now the vulgar are the children of the state. If any one attempts to teach them doctrines contrary to what the state approves, the magistrate may and ought to restrain him. Seward. Would you restrain private conversation, sir? Johnson. Why, sir, it is difficult to say where private conversation begins, and where it ends. If we three should discuss even the great question concerning the existence of a supreme being by ourselves, we should not be restrained. For that would be to put an end to all improvement. But if we should discuss it in the presence of 10 boarding school girls, and as many boys, I think the magistrate would do well to put us in the stocks, to finish the debate there. How false, said he, is all this, to say that in ancient times learning was not a disgrace to a peer as it is now. In ancient times a peer was as ignorant as anyone else. He would have been angry to have it thought he could write his name. Men in ancient times dared to stand forth with a degree of ignorance with which nobody would dare now to stand forth. I am always angry when I hear ancient times praised at the expense of modern times. There is now a great deal more learning in the world than there was formerly, for it is universally diffused. You have, perhaps, no man who knows as much Greek and Latin as Bentley. No man who knows as much mathematics as Newton, but you have many more men who know Greek and Latin, and who know mathematics. On Thursday, May 1st, I visited him in the evening along with young Mr. Burke. He said, "It is strange that there should be so little reading in the world, and so much writing. People in general do not willingly read, if they can have anything else to amuse them. There must be an external impulse. Emulation, or vanity, or avarice. The progress which the understanding makes through a book, has more pain than pleasure in it. Language is scanty, and inadequate to express the nice gradations and mixtures of our feelings. No man reads a book of science from pure inclination. The books that we do read with pleasure are light compositions, which contain a quick succession of events. However, I have this year read all Virgil through. I read a book of the Aeneid every night, so it was done in 12 nights, and I had great delight in it. The Georgics did not give me so much pleasure, except the 4th book. The Eclogues I have almost all by heart. I do not think the story of the Aeneid interesting. I like the story of the Odyssey much better, and this not on account of the wonderful things which it contains, for there are wonderful things enough in the Aeneid. The ships of the Trojans turned to sea-nymphs, the tree at Polydorus' tomb dropping blood. The story of the Odyssey is interesting, as a great part of it is domestic. It has been said, there is pleasure in writing, particularly in writing verses. I allow you may have pleasure from writing, after it is over, if you have written well, but you don't go willingly to it again. I know when I have been writing verses, I have run my finger down the margin, to see how many I had made, and how few I had to make. He seemed to be in a very placid humor, and although I have no note of the particulars of young Mr. Burke's conversation, it is but justice to mention in general, that it was such that Dr. Johnson said to me afterwards, "He did very well indeed, I have a mind to tell his father." I have no minute of any interview with Johnson till Thursday, May 15th, when I find what follows. Boswell. I wish much to be in Parliament, sir. Johnson. Why, sir, unless you come resolved to support any administration, you would be the worse for being in Parliament, because you would be obliged to live more expensively. Boswell. Perhaps, sir, I should be the less happy for being in Parliament. I never would sell my vote, and I should be vexed if things went wrong. Johnson. That's cant, sir. It would not vex you more in the House, than in the gallery. Public affairs vex no man. Boswell. Have not they vexed yourself a little, sir? Have not you been vexed by all the turbulence of this reign, and by that absurd vote of the House of Commons, that the influence of the Crown has increased, is increasing, and ought to be diminished? Johnson. Sir, I have never slept an hour less, nor eat an ounce less meat. I would have knocked the factious dogs on the head, to be sure, but I was not vexed. Boswell. I declare, sir, upon my honor, I did imagine I was vexed, and took a pride in it. But it was, perhaps, cant, for I own I neither ate less, nor slept less. Johnson. My dear friend, clear your mind of cant. You may talk as other people do, you may say to a man, "Sir, I am your most humble servant." You are not his most humble servant. You may say, "These are bad times, it is a melancholy thing to be reserved to such times." You don't mind the times. You tell a man, "I am sorry you had such bad weather the last day of your journey, and were so much wet." You don't care sixpence whether he is wet or dry. You may talk in this manner, it is a mode of talking in society, but don't think foolishly. Here he discovered a notion common enough in persons not much accustomed to entertain company, that there must be a degree of elaborate attention, otherwise company will think themselves neglected, and such attention is no doubt very fatiguing. He proceeded, would not, however, be a stranger in my own county, I would visit my neighbors, and receive their visits, but I would not be in haste to return visits. If a gentleman comes to see me, I tell him he does me a great deal of honor. I do not go to see him perhaps for 10 weeks, then we are very complaisant to each other. No, sir, you will have much more influence by giving or lending money where it is wanted, than by hospitality. On Saturday, May 17th, I saw him for a short time. Having mentioned that I had that morning been with old Mr. Sheridan, he remembered their former intimacy with a cordial warmth, and said to me, "Tell Mr. Sheridan, I shall be glad to see him, and shake hands with him." Boswell. It is to me very wonderful that resentment should be kept up so long. Johnson. Why, sir, it is not altogether resentment that he does not visit me. It is partly falling out of the habit, partly disgust, as one has at a drug that has made him sick. Besides, he knows that I laugh at his oratory. Another day I spoke of one of our friends, of whom he, as well as I, had a very high opinion. He expatiated in his praise, but added, "Sir, he is a cursed Whig, a bottomless Whig, as they all are now." On Monday, May 26th, I found him at tea, and the celebrated Miss Burney, the author of Evelina and Cecilia, with him. I asked if there would be any speakers in Parliament, if there were no places to be obtained. Johnson. Yes, sir. Why do you speak here? Either to instruct and entertain, which is a benevolent motive, or for distinction, which is a selfish motive. I mentioned Cecilia. Johnson. With an air of animated satisfaction, "Sir, if you talk of Cecilia, talk on." We talked of Mr. Barry's exhibition of his pictures. Johnson. Whatever the hand may have done, the mind has done its part. There is a grasp of mind there which you find nowhere else. I asked whether a man naturally virtuous, or one who has overcome wicked inclinations, is the best. Johnson. Sir, to you, the man who has overcome wicked inclinations is not the best. He has more merit to himself. I would rather trust my money to a man who has no hands, and so a physical impossibility to steal, than to a man of the most honest principles. There is a witty satirical story afoot. He had a small bust of Garrick placed upon his bureau. "You may be surprised," said he, "that I allow him to be so near my gold, but you will observe he has no hands." On Friday, May 29th, being to set out for Scotland next morning, I passed a part of the day with him in more than usual earnestness, as his health was in a more precarious state than at any time when I had parted from him. He, however, was quick and lively, and critical as usual. I mentioned one who was a very learned man. Johnson. Yes, sir, he has a great deal of learning, but it never lies straight. There is never one idea by the side of another. 'Tis all entangled, and there he drives it so awkwardly upon conversation. He said, "Get as much force of mind as you can. Live within your income. Always have something saved at the end of the year. Let your imports be more than your exports, and you'll never go far wrong." I assured him, that in the extensive and various range of his acquaintance there never had been any one who had a more sincere respect and affection for him than I had. He said, "I believe it, sir. Were I in distress, there is no man to whom I should sooner come than to you. I should like to come and have a cottage in your park, toddle about, live mostly on milk, and be taken care of by Mrs. Boswell. She and I are good friends now, are we not?" He embraced me, and gave me his blessing, as usual when I was leaving him for any length of time. I walked from his door today, with a fearful apprehension of what might happen before I returned. My anxious apprehensions at parting with him this year, proved to be but too well founded. For not long afterwards he had a dreadful stroke of the palsy, of which there are very full and accurate accounts in letters written by himself, to shew with what composure of mind, and resignation to the divine will. His steady piety enabled him to behave. To Mr. Edmund Allen. Dear Sir, it has pleased God, this morning, to deprive me of the powers of speech. And as I do not know but that it may be his further good pleasure to deprive me soon of my senses, I request you will on the receipt of this note, come to me, and act for me, as the exigencies of my case may require. I am, sincerely yours. June 17, 1783. Sam. Johnson. 2 days after he wrote thus to Mrs. Thrale. On Monday, the 16th, I sat for my picture, and walked a considerable way with little inconvenience. In the afternoon and evening I felt myself light and easy, and began to plan schemes of life. Thus I went to bed, and in a short time waked and sat up, as has been long my custom, when I felt a confusion and indistinctness in my head, which lasted, I suppose, about half a minute. I was alarmed, and prayed God, that however he might afflict my body, he would spare my understanding. This prayer, that I might try the integrity of my faculties, I made in Latin verse. The lines were not very good, but I knew them not to be very good, I made them easily, and concluded myself to be unimpaired in my faculties. Soon after I perceived that I had suffered a paralytic stroke, and that my speech was taken from me. I had no pain, and so little dejection in this dreadful state, that I wondered at my own apathy, and considered that perhaps death itself, when it should come, would excite less horror than seems now to attend it. In order to rouse the vocal organs, I took 2 drams. Wine has been celebrated for the production of eloquence. I put myself into violent motion, and I think repeated it, but all was vain. I then went to bed, and strange as it may seem, I think slept. When I saw light, it was time to contrive what I should do. Though God stopped my speech, he left me my hand. I enjoyed a mercy which was not granted to my dear friend Lawrence, who now perhaps overlooks me as I am writing, and rejoices that I have what he wanted. My first note was necessarily to my servant, who came in talking, and could not immediately comprehend why he should read what I put into his hands. I then wrote a card to Mr. Allen, that I might have a discreet friend at hand, to act as occasion should require. In penning this note, I had some difficulty, my hand, I knew not how nor why, made wrong letters. I then wrote to Dr. Taylor to come to me, and bring Dr. Heberden, and I sent to Dr. Brocklesby, who is my neighbor. My physicians are very friendly, and give me great hopes, but you may imagine my situation. I have so far recovered my vocal powers, as to repeat the Lord's Prayer with no very imperfect articulation. My memory, I hope, yet remains as it was, but such an attack produces solicitude for the safety of every faculty. To Mr. Thomas Davies. Dear Sir, I have had, indeed, a very heavy blow, but God, who yet spares my life, I humbly hope will spare my understanding, and restore my speech. As I am not at all helpless, I want no particular assistance, but am strongly affected by Mrs. Davies's tenderness, and when I think she can do me good, shall be very glad to call upon her. I had ordered friends to be shut out, but 1 or 2 have found the way in. And if you come you shall be admitted, for I know not whom I can see, that will bring more amusement on his tongue, or more kindness in his heart. I am, Endk. June 18, 1783. Sam. Johnson. It gives me great pleasure to preserve such a memorial of Johnson's regard for Mr. Davies, to whom I was indebted for my introduction to him. He indeed loved Davies cordially, of which I shall give the following little evidence. One day when he had treated him with too much asperity, Tom, who was not without pride and spirit, went off in a passion. But he had hardly reached home when Frank, who had been sent after him, delivered this note: Come, come, dear Davies, I am always sorry when we quarrel, send me word that we are friends. Such was the general vigor of his constitution, that he recovered from this alarming and severe attack with wonderful quickness, so that in July he was able to make a visit to Mr. Langton at Rochester, where he passed about a fortnight, and made little excursions as easily as at any time of his life. In August he went as far as the neighborhood of Salisbury, to Heale, the seat of William Bowles, Esq. A gentleman whom I have heard him praise for exemplary religious order in his family. In his diary I find a short but honorable mention of this visit. August 28, I came to heal without fatigue. 30, I am entertained quite to my mind. While he was here he had a letter from Dr. Brocklesby, acquainting him of the death of Mrs. Williams, which affected him a good deal. Though for several years her temper had not been complacent, she had valuable qualities, and her departure left a blank in his house. Upon this occasion he, according to his habitual course of piety, composed a prayer. I shall here insert a few particulars concerning him, with which I have been favored by one of his friends. He spoke often in praise of French literature. The French are excellent in this, he would say, they have a book on every subject. From what he had seen of them he denied them the praise of superior politeness, and mentioned, with very visible disgust, the custom they have of spitting on the floors of their apartments. This, said the doctor, is as gross a thing as can well be done, and one wonders how any man, or set of men, can persist in so offensive a practice for a whole day together. One should expect that the first effort toward civilization would remove it even among savages. Chemistry was always an interesting pursuit with Dr. Johnson. Whilst he was in Wiltshire, he attended some experiments that were made by a physician at Salisbury, on the new kinds of air. In the course of the experiments frequent mention being made of Dr. Priestley, Dr. Johnson knit his brows, and in a stern manner inquired, why do we hear so much of Dr. Priestley? He was very properly answered, Sir, because we are indebted to him for these important discoveries. On this Dr. Johnson appeared well content, and replied, well, I believe we are, and let every man have the honor he has merited. A friend was one day, about 2 years before his death, struck with some instance of Dr. Johnson's great candor. Well, sir, said he, I will always say that you are a very candid man. Will you? Replied the doctor, I doubt then you will be very singular. But, indeed, sir, continued he, I look upon myself to be a man very much misunderstood. I am not an uncandid, nor am I a severe man. I sometimes say more than I mean, in jest, and people are apt to believe me serious. However, I am more candid than I was when I was younger. As I know more of mankind I expect less of them, and am ready now to call a man a good man, upon easier terms than I was formerly. On his return from Heale he wrote to Dr. Burney. I came home on the 18th at noon to a very disconsolate house. You and I have lost our friends, but you have more friends at home. My domestic companion is taken from me. She is much missed, for her acquisitions were many, and her curiosity universal, so that she partook of every conversation. I am not well enough to go much out, and to sit, and eat, or fast alone, is very wearisome. I always mean to send my compliments to all the ladies. His fortitude and patience met with severe trials during this year. The stroke of the palsy has been related circumstantially. But he was also afflicted with the gout, and was besides troubled with a complaint which not only was attended with immediate inconvenience, but threatened him with a chirurgical operation, from which most men would shrink. The complaint was a sarcocele, which Johnson bore with uncommon firmness, and was not at all frightened while he looked forward to amputation. He was attended by Mr. Pott and Mr. Cruikshank. Happily the complaint abated without his being put to the torture of amputation. But we must surely admire the manly resolution which he discovered while it hung over him. He this autumn received a visit from the celebrated Mrs. Siddons. He gives this account of it in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale. Mrs. Siddons, in her visit to me, behaved with great modesty and propriety, and left nothing behind her to be censured or despised. Neither praise nor money, the two powerful corrupters of mankind, seem to have depraved her. I shall be glad to see her again. Her brother Kemble calls on me, and pleases me very well. Mrs. Siddons and I talked of plays. And she told me her intention of exhibiting this winter the characters of Constance, Catherine, and Isabella, in Shakespeare. Mr. Kemble has favoured me with the following minute of what passed at this visit. When Mrs. Siddons came into the room, there happened to be no chair ready for her, which he observing, said with a smile, "Madam, you who so often occasion a want of seats to other people, will the more easily excuse the want of one yourself." Having placed himself by her, he with great good humour entered upon a consideration of the English drama, and, among other inquiries, particularly asked her which of Shakespeare's characters she was most pleased with. Upon her answering that she thought the character of Queen Catherine, in Henry VIII, the most natural, "I think so too, madam," said he, winky face, "and whenever you perform it, I will once more hobble out to the theatre myself." Mrs. Siddons promised she would do herself the honour of acting his favourite part for him, but many circumstances happened to prevent the representation of King Henry VIII during the doctor's life. In the course of the evening he thus gave his opinion upon the merits of some of the principal performers whom he remembered to have seen upon the stage. Mrs. Porter in the vehemence of rage, and Mrs. Clive in the sprightliness of humour, I have never seen equalled. What Clive did best, she did better than Garrick, but could not do half so many things well. She was a better romp than any I ever saw in nature. Pritchard, in common life, was a vulgar idiot. She would talk of her govnd, but, when she appeared upon the stage, seemed to be inspired by gentility in understanding. I once talked with Colley Cibber, and thought him ignorant of the principles of his art. Garrick, madam, was no declaimer. There was not one of his own scene-shifters who could not have spoken to be, or not to be, better than he did. Yet he was the only actor I ever saw, whom I could call a master both in tragedy and comedy, though I liked him best in comedy. A true conception of character, and natural expression of it, were his distinguished excellencies. Having expatiated, with his usual force and eloquence, on Mr. Garrick's extraordinary eminence as an actor, he concluded with this compliment to his social talents, "And after all, madam, I thought him less to be envied on the stage than at the head of a table." Johnson, indeed, had thought more upon the subject of acting than might be generally supposed. Talking of it one day to Mr. Kemble, he said, "Are you, sir, one of those enthusiasts who believe yourself transformed into the very character you represent?" Upon Mr. Kemble's answering that he had never felt so strong a persuasion himself. "To be sure not, sir," said Johnson, winky face, "the thing is impossible." And if Garrick really believed himself to be that monster, Richard III, he deserved to be hanged every time he performed it. I find in this, as in former years, notices of his kind attention to Mrs. Gardiner, who, though in the humble station of a tallow chandler upon Snow Hill, was a woman of excellent good sense, pious, and charitable. She told me, she had been introduced to him by Mrs. Masters, the poetess, whose volumes he revised, and, it is said, illuminated here and there with a ray of his own genius. Mrs. Gardiner was very zealous for the support of the Ladies' Charity School, in the parish of St. Sepulchre. It is confined to females, and, I am told, it afforded a hint for the story of Betty Broom in the Idler. The late ingenious Mr. Mickle, some time before his death, wrote me a letter concerning Dr. Johnson, in which he mentions, "I was upwards of 12 years acquainted with him, was frequently in his company, always talked with ease to him, and can truly say, that I never received from him one rough word." Mr. Mickle reminds me in this letter of a conversation, at dinner one day at Mr. Hoole's with Dr. Johnson, when Mr. Nichol the King's bookseller and I attempted to controvert the maxim, "Better that 10 guilty should escape, than one innocent person suffer," and were answered by Dr. Johnson with great power of reasoning and eloquence. I am very sorry that I have no record of that day, but I well recollect my illustrious friends having ably shown, that unless civil institutions ensure protection to the innocent, all the confidence which mankind should have in them would be lost. Notwithstanding the complication of disorders under which Johnson now labored, he did not resign himself to despondency and discontent, but with wisdom and spirit endeavored to console and amuse his mind with as many innocent enjoyments as he could procure. Sir John Hawkins has mentioned the cordiality with which he insisted that such of the members of the old club in Ivy Lane as survived, should meet again and dine together, which they did. Twice at a tavern and once at his house, and in order to ensure himself society in the evening for 3 days in the week, he instituted a club at the Essex Head, in Essex Street, then kept by Samuel Greaves, an old servant of Mr. Thrale's. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, it is inconvenient to me to come out, I should else have waited on you with an account of a little evening club which we are establishing in Essex Street, in the Strand, and of which you are desired to be one. It will be held at the Essex Head, now kept by an old servant of Thrale's. The company is numerous, and, as you will see by the list, miscellaneous. The terms are lax, and the expenses light. Mr. Barry was adopted by Dr. Brocklesby, who joined with me in forming the plan. We meet thrice a week, and he who misses forfeits 2d. If you are willing to become a member, draw a line under your name. Return the list. We meet for the first time on Monday at 8. I am, Andk. December 4th, 1783. Sam. Johnson. It did not suit Sir Joshua to be one of this club. But when I mention only Mr. Daines Barrington, Dr. Brocklesby, Mr. Murphy, Mr. John Nichols, Mr. Cook, Mr. Jodrell, Mr. Paradise, Dr. Horsley, Mr. Wyndham, 58, I shall sufficiently obviate the misrepresentation of it by Sir John Hawkins, as if it had been a low alehouse association, by which Johnson was degraded. Johnson himself, like his namesake Old Ben, composed the rules of his club. In the end of this year he was seized with a spasmodic asthma of such violence, that he was confined to the house in great pain, being sometimes obliged to sit all night in his chair, recumbent posture being so hurtful to his respiration, that he could not endure lying in bed. And there came upon him at the same time that oppressive and fatal disease, a dropsy. It was a very severe winter, which probably aggravated his complaints, and the solitude in which Mr. Levitt and Mrs. Williams had left him, rendered his life very gloomy. Mrs. Desmoulins, who still lived, was herself so very ill, that she could contribute very little to his relief. He, however, had none of that unsocial shyness which we commonly see in people afflicted with sickness. He did not hide his head from the world, in solitary abstraction, he did not deny himself to the visits of his friends and acquaintances. But at all times, when he was not overcome by sleep, was ready for conversation as in his best days. To Mrs. Lucy Porter, Indiana Litchfield. Dear Madam, you may perhaps think me negligent that I have not written to you again upon the loss of your brother. But condolences and consolations are such common and such useless things, that the omission of them is no great crime, and my own diseases occupy my mind, and engage my care. My nights are miserably restless, and my days, therefore, are heavy. I try, however, to hold up my head as high as I can. I am sorry that your health is impaired. Perhaps the spring and the summer may, in some degree, restore it, but if not, we must submit to the inconveniences of time, as to the other dispensations of eternal goodness. Pray for me, and write to me, or let Mr. Pearson write for you. I am, Andk. London, November 29, 1783. Sam. Johnson. 1784, Itot. 75. And now I am arrived at the last year of the life of Samuel Johnson, a year in which, although passed in severe indisposition, he nevertheless gave many evidences of the continuance of those wondrous powers of mind, which raised him so high in the intellectual world. His conversation and his letters of this year were in no respect inferior to those of former years. In consequence of Johnson's request that I should ask our physicians about his case, and desires Sir Alexander Dick to send his opinion, I transmitted him a letter from that very amiable baronet, then in his 81st year, with his faculties as entire as ever, and mentioned his expressions to me in the note accompanying it, with my most affectionate wishes for Dr. Johnson's recovery, in which his friends, his country, and all mankind have so deep a stake, and at the same time a full opinion upon his case by Dr. Gillespie, who, like Dr. Cullen, had the advantage of having passed through the gradations of surgery and pharmacy, and by study and practice had attained to such skill, that my father settled on him £200 a year for 5 years, and £50 a year during his life, as an honorarium to secure his particular attendance. I also applied to 3 of the eminent physicians who had chairs in our celebrated School of Medicine at Edinburgh, Doctors Cullen, Hope, and Monro. All of them paid the most polite attention to my letter, and its venerable object. Dr. Cullen's words concerning him were, "It would give me the greatest pleasure to be of any service to a man whom the public properly esteem, and whom I esteem and respect as much as I do Dr. Johnson." Dr. Hope's, "Few people have a better claim on me than your friend, as hardly a day passes that I do not ask his opinion about this or that word." Dr. Monro's, "I most sincerely join you in sympathizing with that very worthy and ingenious character, from whom his country has derived much instruction and entertainment." To the Reverend Dr. Taylor, Ashbourne, Derbyshire. Dear Sir, what can be the reason that I hear nothing from you? I hope nothing disables you from writing. What I have seen, and what I have felt, gives me reason to fear everything. Do not omit giving me the comfort of knowing, that after all my losses I have yet a friend left. I want every comfort. My life is very solitary and very cheerless. Though it has pleased God wonderfully to deliver me from the dropsy, I am yet very weak, and have not passed the door since the 13th of December. I hope for some help from warm weather, which will surely come in time. I could not have the consent of the physicians to go to church yesterday, I therefore received the Holy Sacrament at home, in the room where I communicated with dear Mrs. Williams, a little before her death. Oh! My friend, the approach of death is very dreadful. I am afraid to think on that which I know I cannot avoid. It is vain to look round and round for that help which cannot be had. Yet we hope, and fancy that he who has lived today may live tomorrow. But let us learn to derive our hope only from God. In the meantime, let us be kind to one another. I have no friend now living but you and Mr. Hector, that was the friend of my youth. Do not neglect, dear sir, yours affectionately. London, Easter Monday, April 12, 1784. Sam. Johnson. What follows is a beautiful specimen of his gentleness and complacency to a young lady, his godchild, one of the daughters of his friend Mr. Langton, then I think in her 7th year. He took the trouble to write it in a large round hand, nearly resembling printed characters, that she might have the satisfaction of reading it herself. The original lies before me, but shall be faithfully restored to her. And I dare say will be preserved by her as a jewel as long as she lives. To Miss Jane Langton, in Rochester, Kentucky. My dearest Miss Jenny, I am sorry that your pretty letter has been so long without being answered. But, when I am not pretty well, I do not always write plain enough for young ladies. I am glad, my dear, to see that you write so well, and hope that you mind your pen, your book, and your needle, for they are all necessary. Your books will give you knowledge, and make you respected, and your needle will find you useful employment when you do not care to read. When you are a little older, I hope you will be very diligent in learning arithmetic, and, above all, that through your whole life you will carefully say your prayers, and read your Bible. I am, my dear, your most humble servant. May 10, 1784. Sam. Johnson. On Wednesday, May 5, I arrived in London, and next morning had the pleasure to find Dr. Johnson greatly recovered. I but just saw him, for a coach was waiting to carry him to Islington, to the house of his friend the Reverend Mr. Strahan, where he went sometimes for the benefit of good air, which, notwithstanding his having formerly laughed at the general opinion upon the subject, he now acknowledged was conducive to health. One morning afterwards, when I found him alone, he communicated to me, with solemn earnestness, a very remarkable circumstance which had happened in the course of his illness, when he was much distressed by the dropsy. He had shut himself up, and employed a day in particular exercises of religion, fasting, humiliation, and prayer. On a sudden he obtained extraordinary relief, for which he looked up to heaven with grateful devotion. He made no direct inference from this fact, but from his manner of telling it, I could perceive that it appeared to him as something more than an incident in the common course of events. For my own part, I have no difficulty to avow that cast of thinking, which by many modern pretenders to wisdom is called superstitious. But here I think even men of dry rationality may believe, that there was an intermediate interposition of divine providence, and that, the fervent prayer of this righteous man, availed. Chapter 15. On Saturday, May 15th, I dined with him at Dr. Brocklesby's, where were Colonel Valancy, Mr. Murphy, and that ever-cheerful companion Mr. Devanes, apothecary to his Majesty. Of these days, and others on which I saw him, I have no memorials, except the general recollection of his being able and animated in conversation, and appearing to relish society as much as the youngest man. I find only these 3 small particulars, when a person was mentioned, who said, I have lived 51 years in this world without having had 10 minutes of uneasiness. He exclaimed, the man who says so, lies, he attempts to impose on human credulity. The Bishop of Exeter in vain observed, that men were very different. His lordship's manner was not impressive, and I learnt afterwards that Johnson did not find out that the person who talked to him was a prelate. If he had, I doubt not that he would have treated him with more respect. For once talking of George Psalmanazar, whom he reverenced for his piety, he said, I should as soon think of contradicting a bishop. One of the company 59 provoked him greatly by doing what he could least of all bear, which was quoting something of his own writing, against what he then maintained. What, sir, cried the gentleman, do you say to the busy day, the peaceful night? Unfelt, uncounted, glided by. Johnson, finding himself thus presented as giving an instance of a man who had lived without uneasiness, was much offended, for he looked upon such a quotation as unfair. His anger burst out in an unjustifiable retort, insinuating that the gentleman's remark was a sally of ebriety. Sir, there is one passion I would advise you to command, when you have drunk out that glass, don't drink another. Here was exemplified what Goldsmith said of him, with the aid of a very witty image from one of Cibber's comedies, there is no arguing with Johnson, for if his pistol misses fire, he knocks you down with the butt end of it. Another was this, when a gentleman of eminence in the literary world was violently censured for attacking people by anonymous paragraphs in newspapers. He, from the spirit of contradiction as I thought, took up his defense, and said, Come, this is not so terrible a crime, he means only to vex them a little. I do not say that I should do it, but there is a great difference between him and me. What is fit for Hephaestion is not fit for Alexander. Another, when I told him that a young and handsome countess had said to me, I should think that to be praised by Dr. Johnson would make one a fool all one's life. And that I answered, Madam, I shall make him a fool today. By repeating this to him, he said, I am too old to be made a fool, but if you say I am made a fool, I shall not deny it. I am much pleased with a compliment, especially from a pretty woman. On the evening of Saturday, May 15th, he was in fine spirits, at our Essex Head Club. He told us, I dined yesterday at Mrs. Garrick's, with Mrs. Carter, Miss Hannah More, and Miss Fanny Burney. 3 such women are not to be found, I know not where I could find a 4th, except Mrs. Lennox, who is superior to them all. Boswell. What? Had you them all to yourself, sir? Johnson. I had them all as much as they were had, but it might have been better had there been more company there. Boswell. Might not Mrs. Montague have been a 4th? Johnson. Sir, Mrs. Montague does not make a trade of her wit, but Mrs. Montague is a very extraordinary woman, she has a constant stream of conversation, and it is always impregnated, it has always meaning. Boswell. Mr. Burke has a constant stream of conversation. Johnson. Yes, sir. If a man were to go by chance at the same time with Burke under a shed, to shun a shower, he would say, this is an extraordinary man. If Burke should go into a stable to see his horse drayest, the ostler would say, we have had an extraordinary man here. Boswell. Foote was a man who never failed in conversation. If he had gone into a stable, Johnson. Sir, if he had gone into a stable, the ostler would have said, here has been a comical fellow, but he would not have respected him. Boswell. And, sir, the ostler would have answered him, would have given him as good as he brought, as the common saying is. Johnson. Yes, sir, and foot would have answered the ostler. When Burke does not descend to be merry, his conversation is very superior indeed. There is no proportion between the powers which he shews in serious talk and in jocularity. When he lets himself down to that, he is in the kennel. I have in another place opposed, and I hope with success, Dr. Johnson's very singular and erroneous notion as to Mr. Burke's pleasantry. Mr. Wyndham now said low to me, that he differed from our great friend in this observation, for that Mr. Burke was often very happy in his merriment. It would not have been right for either of us to have contradicted Johnson at this time, in a society all of whom did not know and value Mr. Burke as much as we did. It might have occasioned something more rough, and at any rate would probably have checked the flow of Johnson's good humour. He called to us with a sudden air of exultation, as the thought started into his mind, "Oh, gentlemen, I must tell you a very great thing. The Empress of Russia has ordered the Rambler to be translated into the Russian language, so I shall be read on the banks of the Volga. Horace boasts that his fame would extend as far as the banks of the Rhone, now the Volga is farther from me than the Rhone was from Horace." Boswell. You must certainly be pleased with this, sir. Johnson. I am pleased, sir, to be sure. A man is pleased to find he has succeeded in that which he has endeavored to do. One of the company mentioned his having seen a noble person driving in his carriage, and looking exceedingly well, notwithstanding his great age. Johnson. Ah, sir. That is nothing. Bacon observes, that a stout healthy old man is like a tower undermined. On Sunday, May 16th, I found him alone. He talked of Mrs. Thrale with much concern, saying, "Sir, she has done everything wrong, since Thrale's bridle was off her neck," and was proceeding to mention some circumstances which have since been the subject of public discussion, when he was interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Douglas, now Bishop of Salisbury. In one of his little manuscript diaries, about this time, I find a short notice, which marks his amiable disposition more certainly than 1,000 studied declarations. Afternoon spent cheerfully and elegantly, I hope without offence to God or man, though in no holy duty, yet in the general exercise and cultivation of benevolence. On Monday, May 17th, I dined with him at Mr. Dilly's, where were Colonel Valency, the Reverend Dr. Gibbons, and Mr. Capel Loft, who, though a most zealous Whig, has a mind so full of learning and knowledge, and so much exercised in various departments, and withal so much liberality, that the stupendous powers of the literary Goliath, though they did not frighten this little David of popular spirit, could not but excite his admiration. There was also Mr. Braithwaite of the Post Office, that amiable and friendly man, who, with modest and unassuming manners, has associated with many of the wits of the age. Johnson was very quiescent today. Perhaps too I was indolent. I find nothing more of him in my notes, but that when I mentioned that I had seen in the King's Library 63 editions of my favourite Thomas à Kempis, amongst which it was in 8 languages, Latin, German, French, Italian, Spanish, English, Arabic, and Armenian, he said, he thought it unnecessary to collect many editions of a book, which were all the same, except as to the paper and print. He would have the original, and all the translations, and all the editions which had any variations in the text. He approved of the famous collection of editions of Horace by Douglas, mentioned by Pope, who is said to have had a closet filled with them, and he added, every man should try to collect one book in that manner, and present it to a public library. On Wednesday, May 19th, I sat a part of the evening with him, by ourselves. I observed, that the death of our friends might be a consolation against the fear of our own dissolution, because we might have more friends in the other world than in this. He perhaps felt this as a reflection upon his apprehension as to death, and said, with heat, how can a man know where his departed friends are, or whether they will be his friends in the other world? How many friendships have you known formed upon principles of virtue? Most friendships are formed by caprice or by chance, mere confederacies in vice or leagues in folly. We talked of our worthy friend Mr. Langton. He said, I know not who will go to heaven if Langton does not. Sir, I could almost say, sit anima mea cum Langtono. I mentioned a very eminent friend as a virtuous man. Johnson. Yes, sir, but, has not the evangelical virtue of Langton. I am afraid, would not scruple to pick up a wench. He however charged Mr. Langton with what he thought want of judgment upon an interesting occasion. When I was ill, said he, I desired he would tell me sincerely in what he thought my life was faulty. Sir, he brought me a sheet of paper, on which he had written down several texts of Scripture, recommending Christian charity. And when I questioned him what occasion I had given for such an animadversion, all that he could say amounted to this, that I sometimes contradicted people in conversation. Now what harm does it do to any man to be contradicted? Boswell. I suppose he meant the manner of doing it, roughly, and harshly. Johnson. And who is the worse for that? Boswell. It hurts people of weak nerves. Johnson. I know no such weak-nerved people. Mr. Burke, to whom I related this conference, said, It is well, if when a man comes to die, he has nothing heavier upon his conscience than having been a little rough in conversation. Johnson, at the time when the paper was presented to him, though at first pleased with the attention of his friend, whom he thanked in an earnest manner, soon exclaimed, in a loud and angry tone, What is your drift, sir? Sir Joshua Reynolds pleasantly observed, that it was a scene for a comedy, to see a penitent get into a violent passion and belabor his confessor. He had dined that day at Mr. Hoole's, and Miss Helen Maria Williams being expected in the evening, Mr. Hoole put into his hands her beautiful ode on the peace. Johnson read it over, and when this elegant and accomplished young lady was presented to him, he took her by the hand in the most courteous manner, and repeated the finest stanza of her poem. This was the most delicate and pleasing compliment he could pay. Her respectable friend, Dr. Kippis, from whom I had this anecdote, was standing by, and was not a little gratified. Miss Williams told me, that the only other time she was fortunate enough to be in Dr. Johnson's company, he asked her to sit down by him, which she did, and upon her inquiring how he was, he answered, I am very ill indeed, madam. I am very ill even when you are near me, what should I be were you at a distance? He had now a great desire to go to Oxford, as his first jaunt after his illness. We talked of it for some days, and I had promised to accompany him. He was impatient and fretful tonight, because I did not at once agree to go with him on Thursday. When I considered how ill he had been, and what allowance should be made for the influence of sickness upon his temper, I resolved to indulge him, though with some inconvenience to myself. As I wished to attend the musical meeting in honor of Handel, in Westminster Abbey, on the following Saturday. In the midst of his own diseases and pains, he was ever compassionate to the distresses of others, and actively earnest in procuring them aid, as appears from a note to Sir Joshua Reynolds, of June. In these words, I am ashamed to ask for some relief for a poor man, to whom, I hope, I have given what I can be expected to spare. The man importunes me, and the blow goes round. I am going to try another air on Thursday. On Thursday, June 3rd, the Oxford post-coach took us up in the morning at Boltcourt. The other two passengers were Mrs. Beresford and her daughter, two very agreeable ladies from America. They were going to Worcestershire, where they then resided. Frank had been sent by his master the day before to take places for us, and I found, from the waybill, that Dr. Johnson had made our names be put down. Mrs. Beresford, who had read it, whispered me, Is this the great Dr. Johnson? I told her it was, so she was then prepared to listen. As she soon happened to mention in a voice so low that Johnson did not hear it, that her husband had been a member of the American Congress, I cautioned her to beware of introducing that subject, as she must know how very violent Johnson was against the people of that country. He talked a great deal, but I am sorry I have preserved little of the conversation. Miss Beresford was so much charmed, that she said to me aside, How he does talk. Every sentence is an essay. She amused herself in the coach with nodding. He would scarcely allow this species of employment any merit. Next to mere idleness, said he, I think nodding is to be reckoned in the scale of insignificance, though I once attempted to learn nodding. Dempster's sister, looking to me, endeavored to teach me it, but I made no progress. I was surprised at his talking without reserve in the public post-coach of the state of his affairs. I have, said he, about the world I think above £1,000, which I intend shall afford Frank an annuity of £70 a year. Indeed his openness with people at a first interview was remarkable. He said once to Mr. Langton, I think I am like Squire Richard in the journey to London, I'm never strange in a strange place. He was truly social. He strongly censured what is much too common in England among persons of condition, maintaining an absolute silence, when unknown to each other. As for instance, when occasionally brought together in a room before the master or mistress of the house has appeared. Sir, that is being so uncivilized as not to understand the common rights of humanity. At the inn where we stopped he was exceedingly dissatisfied with some roast mutton which we had for dinner. The ladies I saw wondered to see the great philosopher, whose wisdom and wit they had been admiring all the way, get into ill humor from such a cause. He scolded the waiter, saying, it is as bad can be, it is ill-fed, ill-killed, ill-kept, and ill-dressed. He bore the journey very well, and seemed to feel himself elevated as he approached Oxford, that magnificent and venerable seat of learning, orthodoxy, and Toryism. Frank came in the heavy coach, in readiness to attend him. And we were received with the most polite hospitality at the house of his old friend Dr. Adams, master of Pembroke College, who had given us a kind invitation. Before we were set down, I communicated to Johnson, my having engaged to return to London directly, for the reason I have mentioned, but that I would hasten back to him again. He was pleased that I had made this journey merely to keep him company. He was easy and placid with Dr. Adams, Mrs. and Miss Adams, and Mrs. Kennicott, widow of the learned Hebraean, who was here on a visit. He soon dispatched the inquiries which were made about his illness and recovery, by a short and distinct narrative, and then assuming a gay air, repeated from Swift. Nor think on our approaching ills. And talk of spectacles and pills. I fulfilled my intention by going to London, and returned to Oxford on Wednesday the 9th of June, when I was happy to find myself again in the same agreeable circle at Pembroke College, with the comfortable prospect of making some stay. Johnson welcomed my return with more than ordinary glee. Next morning at breakfast, he pointed out a passage in Savage's Wanderer, saying, these are fine verses. If, said he, I had written with hostility of Warburton in my Shakespeare, should have quoted this couplet. Here learning, blinded first and then beguiled. Looks dark as ignorance, as fancy wild. You see they'd have fitted him to A.T., smiling. Dr. Adams. But you did not write against Warburton. Johnson. No, sir, I treated him with great respect both in my preface and in my notes. After dinner, when one of us talked of there being a great enmity between Whig and Tory, Johnson. Why not so much, I think, unless when they come into competition with each other. There is none when they are only common acquaintance, none when they are of different sexes. A Tory will marry into a Whig family, and a Whig into a Tory family, without any reluctance. But indeed, in a matter of much more concern than political tenets, and that is religion, men and women do not concern themselves much about difference of opinion. And ladies set no value on the moral character of men who pay their addresses to them. The greatest profligate will be as well received as the man of the greatest virtue, and this by a very good woman, by a woman who says her prayers 3 times a day. Our ladies endeavored to defend their sex from this charge. But he roared them down. No, no, a lady will take Jonathan Wild as readily as St. Austin, if he has 3d more, and, what is worse, her parents will give her to him. Women have a perpetual envy of our vices. They are less vicious than we, not from choice, but because we restrict them. They are the slaves of order and fashion, their virtue is of more consequence to us than our own, so far as concerns this world. Miss Adams mentioned a gentleman of licentious character, and said, suppose I had a mind to marry that gentleman, would my parents consent? Johnson. Yes, they'd consent, and you'd go. You'd go though they did not consent. Miss Adams. Perhaps their opposing might make me go. Johnson. Oh, very well, you take one whom you think a bad man, to have the pleasure of vexing your parents. You put me in mind of Dr. Barrowby, the physician, who was very fond of swine's flesh. One day, when he was eating it, he said, "I wish I was a Jew." "Why so?" said somebody. "Winky-faced, the Jews are not allowed to eat your favorite meat." "Because," said he, "I should then have the gust of eating it, with the pleasure of sinning." Johnson then proceeded in his declamation. Miss Adams soon afterwards made an observation that I do not recollect, which pleased him much. He said with a good-humoured smile, that there should be so much excellence united with so much depravity, is strange. Indeed, this lady's good qualities, merit, and accomplishments, and her constant attention to Dr. Johnson, were not lost upon him. She happened to tell him that a little coffee-pot, in which she had made his coffee, was the only thing she could call her own. He turned to her with a complacent gallantry. "Don't say so, my dear, I hope you don't reckon my heart as nothing." On Friday, June 11th, we talked at breakfast, of forms of prayer. Johnson. I know of no good prayers but those in the Book of Common Prayer. Dr. Adams. In a very earnest manner. I wish, sir, you would compose some family prayers. Johnson. I will not compose prayers for you, sir, because you can do it for yourself. But I have thought of getting together all the books of prayers which I could, selecting those which should appear to me the best, putting out some, inserting others, adding some prayers of my own, and prefixing a discourse on prayer. We all now gathered about him, and 2 or 3 of us at a time joined in pressing him to execute this plan. He seemed to be a little displeased at the manner of our importunity, and in great agitation called out, "Do not talk thus of what is so awful. I know not what time God will allow me in this world. There are many things which I wish to do." Some of us persisted, and Dr. Adams said, "I never was more serious about anything in my life." Johnson. Let me alone, I am overpowered." And then he put his hands before his face, and reclined for some time upon the table. Dr. Johnson and I went in Dr. Adams's coach to dine with Dr. Noel, principal of St. Mary Hall, at his beautiful villa at Iffley, on the banks of the Isis, about 2 miles from Oxford. While we were upon the road, I had the resolution to ask Johnson whether he thought that the roughness of his manner had been an advantage or not, and if he would not have done more good if he had been more gentle. I proceeded to answer myself thus: "Perhaps it has been of advantage, as it has given weight to what you said. You could not, perhaps, have talked with such authority without it." Johnson. No, sir, I have done more good as I am. Obscenity and impiety have always been repressed in my company. Boswell. True, sir, and that is more than can be said of every bishop. Greater liberties have been taken in the presence of a bishop, though a very good man, from his being milder, and therefore not commanding such awe. Yet, sir, many people who might have been benefited by your conversation, have been frightened away. A worthy friend of ours has told me, that he has often been afraid to talk to you. Johnson. Sir, he need not have been afraid, if he had anything rational to say. If he had not, it was better he did not talk. We talked of a certain clergyman of extraordinary character, who by exerting his talents in writing on temporary topics, and displaying uncommon intrepidity, had raised himself to affluence. I maintain that we ought not to be indignant at his success, for merit of every sort was entitled to reward. Johnson. Sir, I will not allow this man to have merit. No, sir, what he has is rather the contrary. I will, indeed, allow him courage, and on this account we so far give him credit. We have more respect for a man who robs boldly on the highway, than for a fellow who jumps out of a ditch, and knocks you down behind your back. Courage is a quality so necessary for maintaining virtue, that it is always respected, even when it is associated with vice. Mr. Henderson, with whom I had sauntered in the venerable walks of Merton College, and found him a very learned and pious man, supped with us. Dr. Johnson surprised him not a little, by acknowledging with a look of horror, that he was much oppressed by the fear of death. The amiable Dr. Adams suggested that God was infinitely good. Johnson. That he is infinitely good, as far as the perfection of his nature will allow, I certainly believe, but it is necessary for good upon the whole, that individuals should be punished. As to an individual, therefore, he is not infinitely good. And as I cannot be sure that I have fulfilled the conditions on which salvation is granted, I am afraid I may be one of those who shall be damned. Looking dismally. Dr. Adams. What do you mean by damned? Johnson. Passionately and loudly, sent to hell, sir, and punished everlastingly. Dr. Adams. I don't believe that doctrine. Johnson. Hold, sir, do you believe that some will be punished at all? Dr. Adams. Being excluded from heaven will be a punishment, yet there may be no great positive suffering. Johnson. Well, sir, but, if you admit any degree of punishment, there is an end of your argument for infinite goodness simply considered. For, infinite goodness would inflict no punishment whatever. There is not infinite goodness physically considered, morally there is. Boswell. But may not a man attain to such a degree of hope as not to be uneasy from the fear of death? Johnson. A man may have such a degree of hope as to keep him quiet. You see I am not quiet, from the vehemence with which I talk, but I do not despair. Mrs. Adams. You seem, sir, to forget the merits of our Redeemer. Johnson. Madam, I do not forget the merits of my Redeemer, but my Redeemer has said that he will set some on his right hand and some on his left. He was in gloomy agitation, and said, I'll have no more on't. If what has now been stated should be urged by the enemies of Christianity, as if its influence on the mind were not benignant, let it be remembered, that Johnson's temperament was melancholy. Of which such direful apprehensions of futurity are often a common effect. We shall presently see that when he approached nearer to his awful change, his mind became tranquil, and he exhibited as much fortitude as becomes a thinking man in that situation. From the subject of death we pass to discourse of life, whether it was upon the whole more happy or miserable. Johnson was decidedly for the balance of misery, in confirmation of which I maintained, that no man would choose to lead over again the life which he had experienced. Johnson acceded to that opinion in the strongest terms. On Sunday, June 13, our philosopher was calm at breakfast. There was something exceedingly pleasing in our leading a college life, without restraint, and with superior elegance, in consequence of our living in the master's house, and having the company of ladies. Mrs. Kennicott related, in his presence, a lively saying of Dr. Johnson to Miss Hannah More, who had expressed a wonder that the poet who had written Paradise Lost should write such poor sonnets. Milton, madam, was a genius that could cut a colossus from a rock, but could not carve heads upon cherry stones. On Monday, June 14, and Tuesday, 15, Dr. Johnson and I dined, on one of them, I forget which, with Mr. Mickle, translator of the Lusiad, at Wheatley, a very pretty country place a few miles from Oxford, and on the other with Dr. Wetherell, master of University College. From Dr. Wetherell's he went to visit Mr. Sackville Parker, the bookseller, and when he returned to us, gave the following account of his visit, saying, I have been to see my old friend, Sack Parker. I find he has married his maid, he has done right. She had lived with him many years in great confidence, and they had mingled minds. I do not think he could have found any wife that would have made him so happy. The woman was very attentive and civil to me, she pressed me to fix a day for dining with them, and to say what I liked, and she would be sure to get it for me. Poor Sack! He is very ill, indeed. We parted as never to meet again. It has quite broke me down. This pathetic narrative was strangely diversified with the grave and earnest defense of a man's having married his maid. I could not but feel it as in some degree ludicrous. In the morning of Tuesday, June 15, while we sat at Dr. Adams's, we talked of a printed letter from the Reverend Herbert Croft, to a young gentleman who had been his pupil, in which he advised him to read to the end of whatever books he should begin to read. Johnson. This is surely a strange advice. You may as well resolve that whatever men you happen to get acquainted with, you are to keep to them for life. A book may be good for nothing, or there may be only one thing in it worth knowing. Are we to read it all through? These voyages, pointing to the 3 large volumes of Voyages to the South Sea, which were just come out, who will read them through? A man had better work his way before the mast, than read them through. They will be eaten by rats and mice, before they are read through. There can be little entertainment in such books. One set of savages is like another. Boswell. I do not think the people of Otaheite can be reckoned savages. Johnson. Don't cant in defense of savages. Boswell. They have the art of navigation. Johnson. A dog or a cat can swim. Boswell. They carve very ingeniously. Johnson. A cat can scratch, and a child with a nail can scratch. I perceived this was none of the Malia tempora fondi, so desisted. Upon his mentioning that when he came to college he wrote his first exercise twice over, but never did so afterwards, Miss Adams. I suppose, sir, you could not make them better. Johnson. Yes, madam, to be sure, I could make them better. Thought is better than no thought. Miss Adams. Do you think, sir, you could make your Ramblers better? Johnson. Certainly I could. Boswell. I'll lay a bet, sir, you cannot. Johnson. But I will, sir, if I choose. I shall make the best of them you shall pick out, better. Boswell. But you may add to them. I will not allow of that. Johnson. Nay, sir, there are 3 ways of making them better. Putting out, adding, or correcting. During our visit at Oxford, the following conversation passed between him and me on the subject of my trying my fortune at the English bar, having asked whether a very extensive acquaintance in London, which was very valuable, and of great advantage to a man at large, might not be prejudicial to a lawyer, by preventing him from giving sufficient attention to his business. Johnson. Sir, you will attend to business, as business lays hold of you. When not actually employed, you may see your friends as much as you do now. You may dine at a club every day, and sup with one of the members every night. And you may be as much at public places as one who has seen them all would wish to be. But you must take care to attend constantly in Westminster Hall, both to mind your business, as it is almost all learnt there, for nobody reads now winky face. And to shew that you want to have business. And you must not be too often seen at public places, that competitors may not have it to say, he is always at the playhouse or at Ranelagh, and never to be found at his chambers. And, sir, there must be a kind of solemnity in the manner of a professional man. I have nothing particular to say to you on the subject. All this I should say to any one, I should have said it to Lord Thurlow 20 years ago. On Wednesday, June 19, Dr. Johnson and I returned to London. He was not well today, and said very little, employing himself chiefly in reading Euripides. He expressed some displeasure at me, for not observing sufficiently the various objects upon the road. If I had your eyes, sir, said he, I should count the passengers. It was wonderful how accurate his observation of visual objects was, notwithstanding his imperfect eyesight, owing to a habit of attention. That he was much satisfied with the respect paid to him at Dr. Adams's is thus attested by himself. I returned last night from Oxford, after a fortnight's abode with Dr. Adams, who treated me as well as I could expect or wish. And he that contents a sick man, a man whom it is impossible to please, has surely done his part well. After his return to London from this excursion, I saw him frequently, but have few memorandums. I shall therefore here insert some particulars which I collected at various times. It having been mentioned to Dr. Johnson that a gentleman who had a son whom he imagined to have an extreme degree of timidity, resolved to send him to a public school, that he might acquire confidence. Sir, said Johnson, this is a preposterous expedient for removing his infirmity. Such a disposition should be cultivated in the shade. Placing him at a public school is forcing an owl upon day. Speaking of a gentleman whose house was much frequented by low company, rags, sir, said he, will always make their appearance where they have a right to do it. Of the same gentleman's mode of living, he said, sir, the servants, instead of doing what they are bid, stand round the table in idle clusters, gaping upon the guests, and seem as unfit to attend a company, as to steer a man of war. A dull country magistrate gave Johnson a long tedious account of his exercising his criminal jurisdiction, the result of which was his having sentenced 4 convicts to transportation. Johnson, in an agony of impatience to get rid of such a companion, exclaimed, I heartily wish, sir, that I were a 5th. Johnson was present when a tragedy was read, in which there occurred this line. Who rules o'er freemen should himself be free. The company having admired it much, I cannot agree with you, said Johnson. It might as well be said. Who drives fat oxen should himself be fat. Johnson having argued for some time with a pertinacious gentleman. His opponent, who had talked in a very puzzling manner, happened to say, I don't understand you, sir, upon which Johnson observed, Sir, I have found you an argument, but I am not obliged to find you an understanding. Talking to me of hoary Walpole, as Horace late Earl of Orford was often called, Johnson allowed that he got together a great many curious little things, and told them in an elegant manner. Mr. Walpole thought Johnson a more amiable character after reading his letters to Mrs. Thrale, but never was one of the true admirers of that great man. We may suppose a prejudice conceived, if he ever heard Johnson's account to Sir George Staunton, that when he made the speeches in Parliament for the Gentleman's Magazine, he always took care to put Sir Robert Walpole in the wrong, and to say everything he could against the electorate of Hanover. The celebrated heroic epistle, in which Johnson is satirically introduced, has been ascribed both to Mr. Walpole and Mr. Mason. One day at Mr. Courtney's, when a gentleman expressed his opinion that there was more energy in that poem than could be expected from Mr. Walpole, Mr. Wharton, the late laureate, observed, it may have been written by Walpole, and buckrammed by Mason. Sir Joshua Reynolds having said that he took the altitude of a man's taste by his stories and his wit, and of his understanding by the remarks which he repeated. Being always sure that he must be a weak man who quotes common things with an emphasis as if they were oracles, Johnson agreed with him. And Sir Joshua having also observed that the real character of a man was found out by his amusements, Johnson added, Yes, sir, no man is a hypocrite in his pleasures. I have mentioned Johnson's general aversion to a pun. He once, however, endured one of mine. When we were talking of a numerous company in which he had distinguished himself highly, I said, Sir, you were a COD surrounded by smelts. Is not this enough for you? At a time too when you were not fishing for a compliment. He laughed at this with a complacent approbation. Old Mr. Sheridan observed, upon my mentioning it to him, he liked your compliment so well, he was willing to take it with pun sauce. For my own part, I think no innocent species of wit or pleasantry should be suppressed, and that a good pun may be admitted among the smaller excellencies of lively conversation. Mr. Burke uniformly shewed Johnson the greatest respect, and when Mr. Townsend, now Lord Sidney, at a period when he was conspicuous in opposition, threw out some reflection in Parliament upon the grant of a pension to a man of such political principles as Johnson, Mr. Burke, though then of the same party with Mr. Townsend, stood warmly forth in defence of his friend, to whom, he justly observed, the pension was granted solely on account of his eminent literary merit. I am well assured, that Mr. Townsend's attack upon Johnson was the occasion of his hitching in a rhyme, for, that in the original copy of Goldsmith's character of Mr. Burke, in his retaliation, another person's name stood in the couplet where Mr. Townsend is now introduced. Though fraught with all learning kept straining his throat, to persuade Tommy Townsend to lend him a vote. It may be worth remarking, among the minutiae of my collection, that Johnson was once drawn to serve in the militia, the trained bands of the City of London, and that Mr. Rackstraw, of the Museum in Fleet Street, was his colonel. It may be believed he did not serve in person, but the idea, with all its circumstances, is certainly laughable. He upon that occasion provided himself with a musket, and with a sword and belt, which I have seen hanging in his closet. An author of most anxious and restless vanity being mentioned, sir, said he, there is not a young sapling upon Parnassus more severely blown about by every wind of criticism than that poor fellow. The difference, he observed, between a well-bred and an ill-bred man is this: one immediately attracts your liking, the other your aversion. You love the one till you find reason to hate him, you hate the other till you find reason to love him. A foppish physician once reminded Johnson of his having been in company with him on a former occasion. I do not remember it, sir. The physician still insisted, adding that he that day wore so fine a coat that it must have attracted his notice. Sir, said Johnson, had you been dipped in Pactolus I should not have noticed you. He seemed to take a pleasure in speaking in his own style, for when he had carelessly missed it, he would repeat the thought translated into it. Talking of the comedy of the rehearsal, he said, it has not wit enough to keep it sweet. This was easy, he therefore caught himself, and pronounced a more round sentence, it has not vitality enough to preserve it from putrefaction. Though he had no taste for painting, he admired much the manner in which Sir Joshua Reynolds treated of his art, in his discourses to the Royal Academy. He observed one day of a passage in them, I think I might as well have said this myself, and once when Mr. Langton was sitting by him, he read one of them very eagerly, and expressed himself thus, very well, Master Reynolds, very well, indeed. But it will not be understood. When I observed to him that painting was so far inferior to poetry, that the story or even emblem which it communicates must be previously known, and mentioned as a natural and laughable instance of this. That a little miss on seeing a picture of justice with the scales, had exclaimed to me, see, there's a woman selling sweetmeats. He said, painting, sir, can illustrate, but cannot inform. No man was more ready to make an apology when he had censured unjustly, than Johnson. When a proof sheet of one of his works was brought to him, he found fault with the mode in which a part of it was arranged, refused to read it, and in a passion desired that the compositor might be sent to him. The compositor was Mr. Manning, a decent sensible man, who had composed about one half of his dictionary, when in Mr. Strahan's printing house, and a great part of his Lives of the Poets, when in that of Mr. Nichols, and who, in his 77th year, when in Mr. Baldwin's printing house, composed a part of the first edition of this work concerning him. By producing the manuscript, he at once satisfied Dr. Johnson that he was not to blame. Upon which Johnson candidly and earnestly said to him, Mr. Compositor, I ask your pardon. Mr. Compositor, I ask your pardon, again and again. His generous humanity to the miserable was almost beyond example. The following instance is well attested. Coming home late one night, he found a poor woman lying in the street, so much exhausted that she could not walk. He took her upon his back, and carried her to his house, where he discovered that she was one of those wretched females who had fallen into the lowest state of vice, poverty, and disease. Instead of harshly upbraiding her, he had her taken care of with all tenderness for a long time, at considerable expense, till she was restored to health, and endeavored to put her into a virtuous way of living. He once in his life was known to have uttered what is called a bull. Sir Joshua Reynolds, when they were riding together in Devonshire, complained that he had a very bad horse, for that even when going downhill he moved slowly step by step. Aye, said Johnson, and when he goes uphill, he stands still. He had a great aversion to gesticulating in company. He called once to a gentleman who offended him in that point, don't attitudinize. And when another gentleman thought he was giving additional force to what he uttered, by expressive movements of his hands, Johnson fairly seized them, and held them down. Mr. Stevens, who passed many a social hour with him during their long acquaintance, which commenced when they both lived in the Temple, has preserved a good number of particulars concerning him. Most of which are to be found in the department of apothegms, and in the collection of Johnson's works. But he has been pleased to favor me with the following, which are original. Dr. Johnson once assumed a character in which perhaps even Mr. Boswell never saw him. His curiosity having been excited by the praises bestowed on the celebrated Tory's fireworks at Marylebone Gardens, he desired Mr. Stevens to accompany him thither. The evening had proved showery. And soon after the few people present were assembled, public notice was given, that the conductors to the wheels, suns, stars, and were so thoroughly water-soaked, that it was impossible any part of the exhibition should be made. This is a mere excuse, says the doctor, to save their crackers for a more profitable company. Let us but hold up our sticks, and threaten to break those colored lamps that surround the orchestra, and we shall soon have our wishes gratified. The core of the fireworks cannot be injured, let the different pieces be touched in their respective centers, and they will do their offices as well as ever. Some young men who overheard him, immediately began the violence he had recommended, and an attempt was speedily made to fire some of the wheels which appeared to have received the smallest damage. But to little purpose were they lighted, for most of them completely failed. The author of the Rambler, however, may be considered, on this occasion, as the ringleader of a successful riot, though not as a skillful pyrotechnist. It has been supposed that Dr. Johnson, so far as fashion was concerned, was careless of his appearance in public. But this is not altogether true, as the following slight instance may show. Goldsmith's last comedy was to be represented during some court morning, and Mr. Stevens appointed to call on Dr. Johnson, and carry him to the tavern where he was to dine with others of the poet's friends. The doctor was ready dressed, but in colored clothes. Yet being told that he would find every one else in black, received the intelligence with a profusion of thanks, hastened to change his attire. All the while repeating his gratitude for the information that had saved him from an appearance so improper in the front row of a front box. I would not, added he, for £10, have seemed so retrograde to any general observance. He would sometimes found his dislikes on very slender circumstances. Happening one day to mention Mr. Fleck's man, a dissenting minister, with some compliment to his exact memory in chronological matters, the doctor replied, "Let me hear no more of him, sir. That is the fellow who made the index to my Ramblers, and set down the name of Milton thus, Milton, Mr. John." In the course of this work a numerous variety of names has been mentioned, to which many might be added. I cannot omit Lord and Lady Lucan, at whose house he often enjoyed all that an elegant table and the best company can contribute to happiness. He found hospitality united with extraordinary accomplishments, and embellished with charms of which no man could be insensible. On Tuesday, June 22, I dined with him at the Literary Club, the last time of his being in that respectable society. The other members present were the Bishop of St. Asaph, Lord Eliot, Lord Palmerston, Dr. Fordyce, and Mr. Malone. He looked ill, but had such a manly fortitude, that he did not trouble the company with melancholy complaints. They all shewed evident marks of kind concern about him, with which he was much pleased, and he exerted himself to be as entertaining as his indisposition allowed him. The anxiety of his friends to preserve so estimable a life, as long as human means might be supposed to have influence, made them plan for him a retreat from the severity of a British winter, to the mild climate of Italy. This scheme was at last brought to a serious resolution at General Paoli's, where I had often talked of it. One essential matter, however, I understood was necessary to be previously settled, which was obtaining such an addition to his income as would be sufficient to enable him to defray the expense in a manner becoming the first literary character of a great nation, and independent of all his other merits, the author of the Dictionary of the English Language. The person to whom I above all others thought I should apply to negotiate this business, was the Lord Chancellor, because I knew that he highly valued Johnson, and that Johnson highly valued his lordship. So that it was no degradation of my illustrious friend to solicit for him the favour of such a man. I have mentioned what Johnson said of him to me when he was at the bar. And after his lordship was advanced to the seals, he said of him, "I would prepare myself for no man in England but Lord Thurlow. When I am to meet with him I should wish to know a day before." How he would have prepared himself I cannot conjecture. Would he have selected certain topics, and considered them in every view so as to be in readiness to argue them at all points? And what may we suppose those topics to have been? I once started the curious inquiry to the great man who was the subject of this compliment. He smiled, but did not pursue it. I first consulted with Sir Joshua Reynolds, who perfectly coincided in opinion with me. And I therefore, though personally very little known to his lordship, wrote to him, stating the case, and requesting his good offices for Dr. Johnson. I mentioned that I was obliged to set out for Scotland early in the following week, so that if his lordship should have any commands for me as to this pious negotiation, he would be pleased to send them before that time. Otherwise Sir Joshua Reynolds would give all attention to it. This application was made not only without any suggestion on the part of Johnson himself, but was utterly unknown to him, nor had he the smallest suspicion of it. Any insinuations, therefore, which since his death have been thrown out, as if he had stooped to ask what was superfluous, are without any foundation. But, had he asked it, it would not have been superfluous. For though the money he had saved proved to be more than his friends imagined, or than I believe he himself, in his carelessness concerning worldly matters, knew it to be, had he travelled upon the continent, an augmentation of his income would by no means have been unnecessary. On Thursday, June 24th, I dined with him at Mr. Dilly's, where were the Reverend Mr., now Dr. Knox, Master of Tunbridge School, Mr. Smith, Vicar of Southill, Dr. Beattie, Mr. Pinkerton, author of various literary performances, and the Reverend Dr. Mayo. At my desire old Mr. Sheridan was invited, as I was earnest to have Johnson and him brought together again by chance, that a reconciliation might be effected. Mr. Sheridan happened to come early, and having learned that Dr. Johnson was to be there, went away, so I found, with sincere regret, that my friendly intentions were hopeless. I recollect nothing that passed this day, except Johnson's quickness, who, when Dr. Beattie observed, as something remarkable which had happened to him, that he had chanced to see both number 1, and number 1000, of the hackney coaches, the first and the last. Why, sir, said Johnson, there is an equal chance for one seeing those two numbers as any other two. On Friday, June 25th, I dined with him at General Powley's, where, he says in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale, I love to dine. There was a variety of dishes much to his taste, of all which he seemed to me to eat so much, that I was afraid he might be hurt by it, and I whispered to the General my fear, and begged he might not press him. Alas! Said the General, see how very ill he looks, he can live but a very short time. Would you refuse any slight gratifications to a man under sentence of death? There is a humane custom in Italy, by which persons in that melancholy situation are indulged with having whatever they like best to eat and drink, even with expensive delicacies. On Sunday, June 27th, I found him rather better. I mentioned to him a young man who was going to Jamaica with his wife and children, in expectation of being provided for by two of her brothers settled in that island, one a clergyman, and the other a physician. Johnson. It is a wild scheme, sir, unless he has a positive and deliberate invitation. There was a poor girl, who used to come about me, who had a cousin in Barbados, that, in a letter to her, expressed a wish she should come out to that island, and expatiated on the comforts and happiness of her situation. The poor girl went out, her cousin was much surprised, and asked her how she could think of coming. Because, said she, you invited me. Not I, answered the cousin. The letter was then produced. I see it is true, said she, that I did invite you, but I did not think you would come. They lodged her in an outhouse, where she passed her time miserably, and as soon as she had an opportunity she returned to England. Always tell this, when you hear of people going abroad to relations, upon a notion of being well received. In the case which you mention, it is probable the clergyman spends all he gets, and the physician does not know how much he is to get. We this day dined at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, with General Powley, Lord Eliot, formerly Mr. Eliot, of Port Eliot, Dr. Beattie, and some other company. Talking of Lord Chesterfield, Johnson. His manner was exquisitely elegant, and he had more knowledge than I expected. Boswell. Did you find, sir, his conversation to be of a superior style? Johnson. Sir, in the conversation which I had with him I had the best right to superiority, for it was upon philology and literature. Lord Eliot, who had travelled at the same time with Mr. Stanhope, Lord Chesterfield's natural son, justly observed, that it was strange that a man who shewed he had so much affection for his son as Lord Chesterfield did, by writing so many long and anxious letters to him. Almost all of them when he was Secretary of State, which certainly was a proof of great goodness of disposition, should endeavour to make his son a rascal. His lordship told us, that Foote had intended to bring on the stage a father who had thus tutored his son, and to shew the son an honest man to every one else, but practising his father's maxims upon him, and cheating him. Johnson. I am much pleased with this design, but I think there was no occasion to make the son honest at all. No, he should be a consummate rogue, the contrast between honesty and knavery would be the stronger. It should be contrived so that the father should be the only sufferer by the son's villainy, and thus there would be poetical justice. A young gentleman present took up the argument against him, and maintained that no man ever thinks of the nose of the mind, not adverting that though that figurative sense seems strange to us, as very unusual, it is truly not more forced than Hamlet's, in my mind's eye, Horatio. He persisted much too long, and appeared to Johnson as putting himself forward as his antagonist with too much presumption, upon which he called to him in a loud tone, "What is it you are contending for, if you be contending?" And afterwards imagining that the gentleman retorted upon him with a kind of smart drollery, he said, "Mr. It does not become you to talk so to me. Besides, ridicule is not your talent, you have there neither intuition nor sagacity." The gentleman protested that he had intended no improper freedom, but had the greatest respect for Dr. Johnson. After a short pause, during which we were somewhat uneasy, Johnson. "Give me your hand, sir. You were too tedious, and I was too short." "Mr. Sir, I am honoured by your attention in any way." Johnson. "Come, sir, let's have no more of it. We offended one another by our contention, let us not offend the company by our compliments." He now said, he wished much to go to Italy, and that he dreaded passing the winter in England. I said nothing, but enjoyed a secret satisfaction in thinking that I had taken the most effectual measures to make such a scheme practicable. On Monday, June 28, I had the honour to receive from the Lord Chancellor the following letter. To James Boswell, Esq. Sir, I should have answered your letter immediately, if, being much engaged when I received it, I had not put it in my pocket, and forgot to open it till this morning. I am much obliged to you for the suggestion. And I will adopt and press it as far as I can. The best argument, I am sure, and I hope it is not likely to fail, is Dr. Johnson's merit. But it will be necessary, if I should be so unfortunate as to miss seeing you, to converse with Sir Joshua on the sum it will be proper to ask, in short, upon the means of setting him out. It would be a reflection on us all, if such a man should perish for want of the means to take care of his health. Yours, N.C. Thurlow. This letter gave me a very high satisfaction. I next day went and shewed it to Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was exceedingly pleased with it. He thought that I should now communicate the negotiation to Dr. Johnson, who might afterwards complain if the attention with which he had been honoured, should be too long concealed from him. I intended to set out for Scotland next morning. But Sir Joshua cordially insisted that I should stay another day, that Johnson and I might dine with him, that we three might talk of his Italian tour, and, as Sir Joshua expressed himself, have it all out. I hastened to Johnson, and was told by him that he was rather better today. Boswell. I am very anxious about you, sir, and particularly that you should go to Italy for the winter, which I believe is your own wish. Johnson. It is, sir. Boswell. You have no objection, I presume, but the money it would require. Johnson. Why, no, sir. Upon which I gave him a particular account of what had been done, and read to him the Lord Chancellor's letter. He listened with much attention. Then warmly said, "This is taking prodigious pains about a man." "Oh, sir," said I, with most sincere affection, "your friends would do everything for you." He paused, grew more and more agitated, till tears started into his eyes, and he exclaimed with fervent emotion, "God bless you all." I was so affected that I also shed tears. After a short silence, he renewed and extended his grateful benediction, "God bless you all, for Jesus Christ's sake." We both remained for some time unable to speak. He rose suddenly and quitted the room, quite melted in tenderness. He stayed but a short time, till he had recovered his firmness. Soon after he returned I left him, having first engaged him to dine at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, next day. I never was again under that roof which I had so long reverenced. On Wednesday, June 30th, the friendly confidential dinner with Sir Joshua Reynolds took place, no other company being present. Had I known that this was the last time that I should enjoy in this world, the conversation of a friend whom I so much respected, and from whom I derived so much instruction and entertainment, I should have been deeply affected. When I now look back to it, I am vexed that a single word should have been forgotten. Both Sir Joshua and I were so sanguine in our expectations, that we expatiated with confidence on the liberal provision which we were sure would be made for him, conjecturing whether munificence would be displayed in one large donation, or in an ample increase of his pension. He himself catched so much of our enthusiasm, as to allow himself to suppose it not impossible that our hopes might in one way or other be realized. He said that he would rather have his pension doubled than a grant of £1,000. For, said he, though probably I may not live to receive as much as £1,000, a man would have the consciousness that he should pass the remainder of his life in splendor, how long soever it might be. Considering what a moderate proportion an income of £600 a year bears to innumerable fortunes in this country, it is worthy of remark, that a man so truly great should think it splendor. As an instance of extraordinary liberality of friendship, he told us, that Dr. Brocklesby had upon this occasion offered him 100 a year for his life. A grateful tear started into his eye, as he spoke this in a faltering tone. Sir Joshua and I endeavored to flatter his imagination with agreeable prospects of happiness in Italy. "Nay," said he, "I must not expect much of that. When a man goes to Italy merely to feel how he breathes the air, he can enjoy very little." Our conversation turned upon living in the country, which Johnson, whose melancholy mind required the dissipation of quick successive variety, had habituated himself to consider as a kind of mental imprisonment. "Yet, sir," said I, "there are many people who are content to live in the country." Johnson. "Sir, it is in the intellectual world as in the physical world. We are told by natural philosophers that a body is at rest in the place that is fit for it. They who are content to live in the country, are fit for the country." Talking of various enjoyments, I argued that a refinement of taste was a disadvantage, as they who have attained to it must be seldomer pleased than those who have no nice discrimination, and are therefore satisfied with everything that comes in their way. Johnson. "Nay, sir, that is a paltry notion. Endeavor to be as perfect as you can in every respect." I accompanied him in Sir Joshua Reynolds's coach, to the entry of Bolt Court. He asked me whether I would not go with him to his house. I declined it, from an apprehension that my spirits would sink. We bade adieu to each other affectionately in the carriage. When he had got down upon the foot pavement, he called out, "Fare you well," and without looking back, sprung away with a kind of pathetic briskness, if I may use that expression, which seemed to indicate a struggle to conceal uneasiness, and impressed me with a foreboding of our long, long separation. I remained one day more in town, to have the chance of talking over my negotiation with the Lord Chancellor, but the multiplicity of his lordship's important engagements did not allow of it. So I left the management of the business in the hands of Sir Joshua Reynolds. Soon after this time Dr. Johnson had the mortification of being informed by Mrs. Frail, that, what she supposed he never believed, was true. Namely, that she was actually going to marry Signor Piazzi, an Italian music master. He endeavored to prevent it, but in vain. If she would publish the whole of the correspondence that passed between Dr. Johnson and her on the subject, we should have a full view of his real sentiments. As it is, our judgment must be biased by that characteristic specimen which Sir John Hawkins has given us, poor Thrale. I thought that either her virtue or her vice would have restrained her from such a marriage. She is now become a subject for her enemies to exult over, and for her friends, if she has any left, to forget, or pity. It must be admitted that Johnson derived a considerable portion of happiness from the comforts and elegancies which he enjoyed in Mr. Thrale's family, but Mrs. Thrale assures us he was indebted for these to her husband alone, who certainly respected him sincerely. Having left the pious negotiation, as I called it, in the best hands, I shall here insert what relates to it. Johnson wrote to Sir Joshua Reynolds on July 6, as follows. I am going, I hope, in a few days, to try the air of Derbyshire, but hope to see you before I go. Let me, however, mention to you what I have much at heart. If the Chancellor should continue his attention to Mr. Boswell's request, and confer with you on the means of relieving my languid state, I am very desirous to avoid the appearance of asking money upon false pretences. I desire you to represent to his Lordship, what, as soon as it is suggested, he will perceive to be reasonable, that, if I grow much worse, I shall be afraid to leave my physicians, to suffer the inconveniences of travel, and pine in the solitude of a foreign country. That, if I grow much better, of which indeed there is now little appearance, I shall not wish to leave my friends and my domestic comforts, for I do not travel, for pleasure or curiosity, yet if I should recover, curiosity would revive. In my present state, I am desirous to make a struggle for a little longer life, and hope to obtain some help from a softer climate. Do for me what you can. By a letter from Sir Joshua Reynolds I was informed, that the Lord Chancellor had called on him, and acquainted him that the application had not been successful. But that his Lordship, after speaking highly in praise of Johnson, as a man who was an honour to his country, desired Sir Joshua to let him know, that on granting a mortgage of his pension, he should draw on his Lordship to the amount of £500 or £600. And that his Lordship explained the meaning of the mortgage to be, that he wished the business to be conducted in such a manner, that Dr. Johnson should appear to be under the least possible obligation. Sir Joshua mentioned, that he had by the same post communicated all this to Dr. Johnson. How Johnson was affected upon the occasion will appear from what he wrote to Sir Joshua Reynolds. Ashbourne, September 9. Many words I hope are not necessary between you and me, to convince you what gratitude is excited in my heart by the Chancellor's liberality, and your kind offices. I have enclosed a letter to the Chancellor, which, when you have read it, you will be pleased to seal with a head, or any other general seal, and convey it to him. Had I sent it directly to him, I should have seemed to overlook the favour of your intervention. To the Lord High Chancellor. My Lord, after a long and not inattentive observation of mankind, the generosity of your Lordship's offer raises in me not less wonder than gratitude. Bounty, so liberally bestowed, I should gladly receive, if my condition made it necessary, for, to such a mind, who would not be proud to own his obligations. But it has pleased God to restore me to so great a measure of health, that if I should now appropriate so much of a fortune destined to do good, I could not escape from myself the charge of advancing a false claim. My journey to the Continent, though I once thought it necessary, was never much encouraged by my physicians, and I was very desirous that your Lordship should be told of it by Sir Joshua Reynolds, as an event very uncertain. For if I grew much better, I should not be willing, if much worse, not able, to migrate. Your Lordship was first solicited without my knowledge. But, when I was told that you were pleased to honour me with your patronage, I did not expect to hear of a refusal. Yet, as I have had no long time to brood hope, and have not rioted in imaginary opulence, this cold reception has been scarce a disappointment. And, from your Lordship's kindness, I have received a benefit, which only men like you are able to bestow. I shall now live mihi carrier, with a higher opinion of my own merit. I am, my Lord, your Lordship's most obliged, most grateful, and most humble servant. September, 1784. Sam. Johnson. Upon this unexpected failure I abstain from presuming to make any remarks, or to offer any conjectures. Let us now contemplate Johnson 30 years after the death of his wife, still retaining for her all the tenderness of affection. To the Reverend Mr. Bagshaw, at Bromley. Sir, perhaps you may remember, that in the year 1753, you committed to the ground my dear wife. I now entreat your permission to lay a stone upon her, and have sent the inscription, that, if you find it proper, you may signify your allowance. You will do me a great favor by showing the place where she lies, that the stone may protect her remains. Mr. Ryland will wait on you for the inscription, and procure it to be engraved. You will easily believe that I shrink from this mournful office. When it is done, if I have strength remaining, I will visit Bromley once again, and pay you part of the respect to which you have a right from, Reverend Sir, your most humble servant. July 12, 1784. Sam. Johnson. Next day he set out on a jaunt to Staffordshire and Derbyshire, flattering himself that he might be in some degree relieved. During his absence from London he kept up a correspondence with several of his friends, from which I shall select what appears to me proper for publication, without attending nicely to chronological order. To Dr. Brocklesby, he writes, Ashbourne, September 9. Do you know the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire? And have you ever seen Chatsworth? I was at Chatsworth on Monday. I had indeed seen it before, but never when its owners were at home. I was very kindly received, and honestly pressed to stay, but I told them that a sick man is not a fit inmate of a great house. But I hope to go again some time. September 11. I think nothing grows worse, but all rather better, except sleep, and that of late has been at its old pranks. Last evening, I felt what I had not known for a long time, an inclination to walk for amusement. I took a short walk, and came back again neither breathless nor fatigued. This has been a gloomy, frigid, ungenial summer, but of late it seems to mend. I hear the heat sometimes mentioned, but I do not feel it. Praeterea minimus gelido jam in corpore sanguis. Febri calit sola. I hope, however, with good help, to find means of supporting a winter at home, and to hear and tell at the club what is doing, and what ought to be doing in the world. I have no company here, and shall naturally come home hungry for conversation. To wish you, dear sir, more leisure, would not be kind, but what leisure you have, you must bestow upon me. Lichfield, September 29. On one day I had 3 letters about the air balloon. Yours was far the best, and has enabled me to impart to my friends in the country an idea of this species of amusement. In amusement, mere amusement, I am afraid it must end, for I do not find that its course can be directed so as that it should serve any purposes of communication. And it can give no new intelligence of the state of the air at different heights, till they have ascended above the height of mountains, which they seem never likely to do. I came hither on the 27th. How long I shall stay I have not determined. My dropsy is gone, and my asthma much remitted, but I have felt myself a little declining these 2 days, or at least today, but such vicissitudes must be expected. One day may be worse than another. But this last month is far better than the former. If the next should be as much better than this, I shall run about the town on my own legs. October 25. You write to me with a zeal that animates, and a tenderness that melts me. I am not afraid either of a journey to London, or a residence in it. I came down with little fatigue, and am now not weaker. In the smoky atmosphere I was delivered from the dropsy, which I consider as the original and radical disease. The town is my element 60, there are my friends, there are my books, to which I have not yet bid farewell, and there are my amusements. Sir Joshua told me long ago that my vocation was to public life, and I hope still to keep my station, till God shall bid me go in peace. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Ashbourne, September 2nd. I still continue by God's mercy to mend. My breath is easier, my nights are quieter, and my legs are less in bulk, and stronger in use. I have, however, yet a great deal to overcome, before I can yet attain even an old man's health. Do write to me now and then. We are now old acquaintance, and perhaps few people have lived so much and so long together, with less cause of complaint on either side. The retrospection of this is very pleasant, and I hope we shall never think on each other with less kindness. September 9. I could not answer your letter before this day, because I went on the 6th to Chatsworth, and did not come back till the post was gone. Many words, I hope, are not necessary between you and me, to convince you what gratitude is excited in my heart, by the Chancellor's liberality and your kind offices. I did not indeed expect that what was asked by the Chancellor would have been refused, but since it has, we will not tell that anything has been asked. I have enclosed a letter to the Chancellor which, when you have read it, you will be pleased to seal with a head, or other general seal, and convey it to him. Had I sent it directly to him, I should have seemed to overlook the favor of your intervention. I do not despair of supporting an English winter. At Chatsworth, I met young Mr. Burke, who led me very commodiously into conversation with the Duke and Duchess. We had a very good morning. The dinner was public. September 18th. I have 3 letters this day, all about the balloon. I could have been content with one. Do not write about the balloon, whatever else you may think proper to say. It may be observed, that his writing in every way, whether for the public, or privately to his friends, was by fits and starts. For we see frequently, that many letters are written on the same day. When he had once overcome his aversion to begin, he was, I suppose, desirous to go on, in order to relieve his mind from the uneasy reflection of delaying what he ought to do. We now behold Johnson for the last time, in his native city, for which he ever retained a warm affection, and which, by a sudden apostrophe, under the word lich, he introduces with reverence, into his immortal work, the English Dictionary, salve magna parens. While here, he felt a revival of all the tenderness of filial affection, an instance of which appeared in his ordering the gravestone and inscription over Elizabeth Blaney 61 to be substantially and carefully renewed. To Mr. Henry White, a young clergyman, with whom he now formed an intimacy, so as to talk to him with great freedom, he mentioned that he could not in general accuse himself of having been an undutiful son. Once, indeed, said he, I was disobedient. I refused to attend my father to Uttoxeter market. Pride was the source of that refusal, and the remembrance of it was painful. A few years ago, I desired to atone for this fault. I went to Uttoxeter in very bad weather, and stood for a considerable time bareheaded in the rain, on the spot where my father's stall used to stand. In contrition I stood, and I hoped the penance was expiatory. I told him, says Miss Seward, in one of my latest visits to him, of a wonderful learned pig, which I had seen at Nottingham, and which did all that we have observed exhibited by dogs and horses. The subject amused him. Then, said he, the pigs are a race unjustly calumniated. Pig has, it seems, not been wanting to man, but man to pig. We do not allow time for his education, we kill him at a year old. Mr. Henry White, who was present, observed that if this instance had happened in or before Pope's time, he would not have been justified in instancing the swine as the lowest degree of grovelling instinct. Dar. Johnson seemed pleased with the observation, while the person who made it proceeded to remark, that great torture must have been employed, ere the indocility of the animal could have been subdued. Certainly, said the Dr. Winkyface. But, turning to me, how old is your pig? I told him, 3 years old. Then, said he, the pig has no cause to complain. He would have been killed the first year if he had not been educated, and protracted existence is a good recompense for very considerable degrees of torture. As Johnson had now very faint hopes of recovery, and as Mrs. Thrale was no longer devoted to him, it might have been supposed that he would naturally have chosen to remain in the comfortable house of his beloved wife's daughter, and end his life where he began it. But there was in him an animated and lofty spirit, and however complicated diseases might depress ordinary mortals, all who saw him, beheld and acknowledged the invictum animum catonis. Such was his intellectual ardor even at this time, that he said to one friend, Sir, I look upon every day to be lost, in which I do not make a new acquaintance, and to another, when talking of his illness, I will be conquered. I will not capitulate. And such was his love of London, so high a relish had he of its magnificent extent, and variety of intellectual entertainment, that he languished when absent from it. his mind having become quite luxurious from the long habit of enjoying the metropolis. And, therefore, although at Lichfield, surrounded with friends, who loved and revered him, and for whom he had a very sincere affection, he still found that such conversation as London affords, could be found nowhere else. These feelings, joined, probably, to some flattering hopes of aid from the eminent physicians and surgeons in London, who kindly and generously attended him without accepting fees, made him resolve to return to the capital. From Lichfield he came to Birmingham, where he passed a few days with his worthy old schoolfellow, Mr. Hector, who thus writes to me: "He was very solicitous with me to recollect some of our most early transactions, and transmit them to him, for I perceive nothing gave him greater pleasure than calling to mind those days of our innocence." I complied with his request, and he only received them a few days before his death. I have transcribed for your inspection, exactly the minutes I wrote to him. This paper having been found in his repositories after his death, Sir John Hawkins has inserted it entire, and I have made occasional use of it and other communications from Mr. Hector, in the course of this work. I have both visited and corresponded with him since Dr. Johnson's death, and by my inquiries concerning a great variety of particulars have obtained additional information. I followed the same mode with the Reverend Dr. Taylor, in whose presence I wrote down a good deal of what he could tell, and he, at my request, signed his name, to give it authenticity. It is very rare to find any person who is able to give a distinct account of the life even of one whom he has known intimately, without questions being put to them. My friend Dr. Kippies has told me, that on this account it is a practice with him to draw out a biographical catechism. Johnson then proceeded to Oxford, where he was again kindly received by Dr. Adams. He arrived in London on the 16th of November, and next day sent to Dr. Burney the following note, which I insert as the last token of his remembrance of that ingenious and amiable man, and as another of the many proofs of the tenderness and benignity of his heart. Mr. Johnson, who came home last night, sends his respects to dear Dr. Burney, and all the dear Bennies, little and great. Having written to him, in bad spirits, a letter filled with dejection and fretfulness, and at the same time expressing anxious apprehensions concerning him, on account of a dream which had disturbed me. His answer was chiefly in terms of reproach, for a supposed charge of affecting discontent, and indulging the vanity of complaint. It, however, proceeded. "Write to me often, and write like a man. I consider your fidelity and tenderness as a great part of the comforts which are yet left me, and sincerely wish we could be nearer to each other. My dear friend, life is very short and very uncertain, let us spend it as well as we can. My worthy neighbor, Alan, is dead. Love me as well as you can. Pay my respects to dear Mrs. Boswell. Nothing ailed me at that time, let your superstition at last have an end." Feeling very soon, that the manner in which he had written might hurt me, he 2 days afterwards, July 28, wrote to me again, giving me an account of his sufferings. After which, he thus proceeds. "Before this letter, you will have had one which I hope you will not take amiss, for it contains only truth, and that truth kindly intended. Spartam quam nactus es orna. Make the most and best of your lot, and compare yourself not with the few that are above you, but with the multitudes which are below you." Yet it was not a little painful to me to find, that he still persevered in arraigning me as before, which was strange in him who had so much experience of what I suffered. I, however, wrote to him 2 as kind letters as I could. The last of which came too late to be read by him, for his illness increased more rapidly upon him than I had apprehended. But I had the consolation of being informed that he spoke of me on his deathbed, with affection, and I look forward with humble hope of renewing our friendship in a better world. Soon after Johnson's return to the metropolis, both the asthma and dropsy became more violent and distressful. During his sleepless nights he amused himself by translating into Latin verse, from the Greek, many of the epigrams in the Anthologia. These translations, with some other poems by him in Latin, he gave to his friend Mr. Langton, who, having added a few notes, sold them to the booksellers for a small sum, to be given to some of Johnson's relations, which was accordingly done. and they are printed in the collection of his works. A very erroneous notion has circulated as to Johnson's deficiency in the knowledge of the Greek language, partly owing to the modesty with which, from knowing how much there was to be learnt, he used to mention his own comparative acquisitions. When Mr. Cumberland talked to him of the Greek fragments which are so well illustrated in the Observer, and of the Greek dramatists in general, he candidly acknowledged his insufficiency in that particular branch of Greek literature. Yet it may be said, that though not a great, he was a good Greek scholar. Dr. Charles Burney, the younger, who is universally acknowledged by the best judges to be one of the few men of this age who are very eminent for their skill in that noble language, has assured me that Johnson could give a Greek word for almost every English one. And that although not sufficiently conversant in the niceties of the language, he upon some occasions discovered, even in these, a considerable degree of critical acumen. Mr. Dalzell, professor of Greek at Edinburgh, whose skill in it is unquestionable, mentioned to me, in very liberal terms, the impression which was made upon him by Johnson, in a conversation which they had in London concerning that language. As Johnson, therefore, was undoubtedly one of the first Latin scholars in modern times, let us not deny to his fame some additional splendor from Greek. The ludicrous imitators of Johnson's style are innumerable. Their general method is to accumulate hard words, without considering, that, although he was fond of introducing them occasionally, there is not a single sentence in all his writings where they are crowded together. As in the first verse of the following imaginary ode by him to Mrs. Thrale, which appeared in the newspapers. Sir Vigil Coctor's Viduate Dame. Opin'st thou this gigantic frame, procoming at thy shrine, shall, catenated by thy charms, a captive in thy ambient arms, perennially be thine? This, and 1,000 other such attempts, are totally unlike the original, which the writers imagined they were turning into ridicule. There is not similarity enough for burlesque, or even for caricature. To Mr. Green, apothecary, at Lichfield. Dear Sir, I have enclosed the epitaph for my father, mother, and brother, to be all engraved on the large size, and laid in the middle aisle in St. Michael's Church, which I request the clergymen and churchwardens to permit. The first care must be to find the exact place of interment, that the stone may protect the bodies. Then let the stone be deep, massy, and hard, and do not let the difference of 10 pounds, or more, defeat our purpose. I have enclosed 10 pounds, and Mrs. Porter will pay you 10 more, which I gave her for the same purpose. What more is wanted shall be sent, and I beg that all possible haste may be made, for I wish to have it done while I am yet alive. Let me know, dear sir, that you receive this. I am, sir, your most humble servant. December 2nd, 1784. Sam. Johnson. Death had always been to him an object of terror. So that, though by no means happy, he still clung to life with an eagerness at which many have wondered. At any time when he was ill, he was very much pleased to be told that he looked better. An ingenious member of the Eumelian Club informs me, that upon one occasion when he said to him that he saw health returning to his cheek, Johnson seized him by the hand and exclaimed, "Sir, you are one of the kindest friends I ever had." Dr. Heberden, Dr. Brocklesby, Dr. Warren, and Dr. Butter, physicians, generously attended him, without accepting any fees, as did Mr. Cruikshank, surgeon. And all that could be done from professional skill and ability, was tried, to prolong a life so truly valuable. He himself, indeed, having, on account of his very bad constitution, been perpetually applying himself to medical inquiries, united his own efforts with those of the gentlemen who attended him. And imagining that the dropsical collection of water which oppressed him might be drawn off by making incisions in his body, he, with his usual resolute defiance of pain, cut deep, when he thought that his surgeon had done it too tenderly. 62 About 8 or 10 days before his death, when Dr. Brocklesby paid him his morning visit, he seemed very low and desponding, and said, "I have been as a dying man all night." He then emphatically broke out in the words of Shakespeare. "Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased? Pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow. Raze out the written troubles of the brain. And, with some sweet oblivious antidote, cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff, which weighs upon the heart. To which Dr. Brocklesby readily answered, from the same great poet: therein the patient must minister to himself. Johnson expressed himself much satisfied with the application. On another day after this, when talking on the subject of prayer, Dr. Brocklesby repeated from Juvenal: Orandum est, ut sit mens sana in corpore sano. And so on to the end of the 10th satire. But in running it quickly over, he happened, in the line Caspatium vitae extremum intermunera ponet, to pronounce supremum for extremum. At which Johnson's critical ear instantly took offence, and discoursing vehemently on the unmetrical effect of such a lapse, he shewed himself as full as ever of the spirit of the grammarian. Having no near relations, it had been for some time Johnson's intention to make a liberal provision for his faithful servant, Mr. Francis Barber, whom he looked upon as particularly under his protection, and whom he had all along treated truly as an humble friend. Having asked Dr. Brocklesby what would be a proper annuity to a favourite servant, and being answered that it must depend on the circumstances of the master, and that in the case of a nobleman, £50 a year was considered as an adequate reward for many years' faithful service. Then, said Johnson, shall I be nobilissimus, for I mean to leave Frank £70 a year, and I desire you to tell him so. It is strange, however, to think, that Johnson was not free from that general weakness of being averse to execute a will, so that he delayed it from time to time. And had it not been for Sir John Hawkins's repeatedly urging it, I think it is probable that his kind resolution would not have been fulfilled. After making one, which, as Sir John Hawkins informs us, extended no further than the promised annuity, Johnson's final disposition of his property was established by a will and codicil. The consideration of numerous papers of which he was possessed, seems to have struck Johnson's mind, with a sudden anxiety, and as they were in great confusion. It is much to be lamented that he had not entrusted some faithful and discreet person with the care and selection of them. Instead of which, he in a precipitate manner, burnt large masses of them, with little regard, as I apprehend, to discrimination. Not that I suppose we have thus been deprived of any compositions which he had ever intended for the public eye. But, from what escaped the flames, I judge that many curious circumstances relating both to himself and other literary characters have perished. 2 very valuable articles, I am sure, we have lost, which were 2 quarto volumes, containing a full, fair, and most particular account of his own life, from his earliest recollection. I own to him, that having accidentally seen them, I had read a great deal in them, and apologizing for the liberty I had taken, asked him if I could help it. He placidly answered, "Why, sir, I do not think you could have helped it." I said that I had, for once in my life, felt half an inclination to commit theft. It had come into my mind to carry off those 2 volumes, and never see him more. Upon my inquiring how this would have affected him, "Sir," said he, "I believe I should have gone mad." During his last illness, Johnson experienced the steady and kind attachment of his numerous friends. Mr. Hoole has drawn up a narrative of what passed in the visits which he paid him during that time, from the 10th of November to the 13th of December, the day of his death, inclusive, and has favoured me with a perusal of it. With permission to make extracts, which I have done. Nobody was more attentive to him than Mr. Langton, to whom he tenderly said, "Te teniam moriens deficient manu." And I think it highly to the honour of Mr. Wyndham, that his important occupations as an active statesman did not prevent him from paying assiduous respect to the dying sage whom he revered. Mr. Langton informs me, that, one day he found Mr. Burke and 4 or 5 more friends sitting with Johnson. Mr. Burke said to him, "I am afraid, sir, such a number of us may be oppressive to you." "No, sir," said Johnson, "it is not so. And I must be in a wretched state, indeed, when your company would not be a delight to me." Mr. Burke, in a tremulous voice, expressive of being very tenderly affected, replied, "My dear sir, you have always been too good to me. Immediately afterwards he went away. This was the last circumstance in the acquaintance of these two eminent men. The following particulars of his conversation within a few days of his death, I give on the authority of Mr. John Nichols. He said, that the parliamentary debates were the only part of his writings which then gave him any compunction, but that at the time he wrote them, he had no conception he was imposing upon the world. Though they were frequently written from very slender materials, and often from none at all, the mere coinage of his own imagination. He never wrote any part of his works with equal velocity. 3 columns of the magazine, in an hour, was no uncommon effort, which was faster than most persons could have transcribed that quantity. Of his friend Cave, he always spoke with great affection. Yet, said he, Cave, who never looked out of his window, but with a view to the gentleman's magazine, was a penurious paymaster. He would contract for lines by the 100, and expect the long 100, but he was a good man, and always delighted to have his friends at his table. He said at another time, 3 or 4 days only before his death, speaking of the little fear he had of undergoing a chirurgical operation, I would give one of these legs for a year more of life, I mean of comfortable life. Not such as that which I now suffer. And lamented much his inability to read during his hours of restlessness. I used formerly, he added, when sleepless in bed, to read like a Turk. Whilst confined by his last illness, it was his regular practice to have the church service read to him, by some attentive and friendly divine. The Reverend Mr. Hoole performed this kind office in my presence for the last time, when, by his own desire, no more than the litany was read, in which his responses were in the deep and sonorous voice which Mr. Boswell has occasionally noticed, and with the most profound devotion that can be imagined. His hearing not being quite perfect, he more than once interrupted Mr. Hoole, with, "Louder, my dear sir, louder, I entreat you, or you pray in vain." And, when the service was ended, he, with great earnestness, turned round to an excellent lady who was present, saying, "I thank you, madam, very heartily, for your kindness in joining me in this solemn exercise. Live well, I conjure you. And you will not feel the compunction at the last, which I now feel." So truly humble were the thoughts which this great and good man entertained of his own approaches to religious perfection. Amidst the melancholy clouds which hung over the dying Johnson, his characteristical manner shewed itself on different occasions. When Dr. Warren, in the usual style, hoped that he was better, his answer was, "No, sir. You cannot conceive with what acceleration I advance towards death." A man whom he had never seen before was employed one night to sit up with him. Being asked next morning how he liked his attendant, his answer was, "Not at all, sir, the fellow's an idiot, he is as awkward as a turnspit when first put into the wheel, and as sleepy as a dormouse." Mr. Wyndham having placed a pillow conveniently to support him, he thanked him for his kindness, and said, "That will do, all that a pillow can do." He requested 3 things of Sir Joshua Reynolds: to forgive him £30 which he had borrowed of him, to read the Bible, and never to use his pencil on a Sunday. Sir Joshua readily acquiesced. Johnson, with that native fortitude, which, amidst all his bodily distress and mental sufferings, never forsook him, asked Dr. Brocklesby, as a man in whom he had confidence, to tell him plainly whether he could recover. "Give me," said he, "a direct answer." The doctor having first asked him if he could hear the whole truth, which way soever it might lead, and being answered that he could, declared that, in his opinion, he could not recover without a miracle. "Then," said Johnson, "I will take no more physic, not even my opiates, for I have prayed that I may render up my soul to God unclouded." In this resolution he persevered, and, at the same time, used only the weakest kinds of sustenance. Being pressed by Mr. Wyndham to take somewhat more generous nourishment, lest too low a diet should have the very effect which he dreaded, by debilitating his mind, he said, "I will take anything but inebriating sustenance." The Reverend Mr. Strahan, who was the son of his friend, and had been always one of his great favourites, had, during his last illness, the satisfaction of contributing to soothe and comfort him. That gentleman's house, at Islington, of which he is vicar, afforded Johnson, occasionally and easily, an agreeable change of place and fresh air, and he attended also upon him in town in the discharge of the sacred offices of his profession. Mr. Strahan has given me the agreeable assurance, that, after being in much agitation, Johnson became quite composed, and continued so till his death. Dr. Brocklesby, who will not be suspected of fanaticism, obliged me with the following account. For some time before his death, all his fears were calmed and absorbed by the prevalence of his faith, and his trust in the merits and propitiation of Jesus Christ. Johnson, having thus in his mind the true Christian scheme, at once rational and consolatory, uniting justice and mercy in the divinity, with the improvement of human nature, previous to his receiving the Holy Sacrament in his apartment, composed and fervently uttered this prayer. Almighty and most merciful Father, I am now, as to human eyes, it seems, about to commemorate, for the last time, the death of thy Son Jesus Christ, our Saviour and Redeemer. Grant, O Lord, that my whole hope and confidence may be in his merits, and thy mercy, enforce and accept my imperfect repentance. Make this commemoration available to the confirmation of my faith, the establishment of my hope, and the enlargement of my charity, and make the death of thy Son Jesus Christ effectual to my redemption. Have mercy upon me, and pardon the multitude of my offences. Bless my friends, have mercy upon all men. Support me, by thy Holy Spirit, in the days of weakness, and at the hour of death. And receive me, at my death, to everlasting happiness, for the sake of Jesus Christ. Amen. Having, as has been already mentioned, made his will on the 8th and 9th of December, and settled all his worldly affairs, he languished till Monday, the 13th of that month, when he expired, about 7 o'clock in the evening, with so little apparent pain that his attendants hardly perceived when his dissolution took place. Of his last moments, my brother, Thomas David, has furnished me with the following particulars. The doctor, from the time that he was certain his death was near, appeared to be perfectly resigned, was seldom or never fretful or out of temper, and often said to his faithful servant, who gave me this account, Attend, Francis, to the salvation of your soul, which is the object of greatest importance. He also explained to him passages in the Scripture, and seemed to have pleasure in talking upon religious subjects. On Monday, the 13th of December, the day on which he died, a Miss Morris, daughter to a particular friend of his, called, and said to Francis, that she begged to be permitted to see the doctor, that she might earnestly request him to give her his blessing. Francis went into his room, followed by the young lady, and delivered the message. The doctor turned himself in the bed, and said, God bless you, my dear. These were the last words he spoke. His difficulty of breathing increased till about 7 o'clock in the evening, when Mr. Barber and Mrs. Desmoulins, who were sitting in the room, observing that the noise he made in breathing had ceased, went to the bed, and found he was dead. About 2 days after his death, the following very agreeable account was communicated to Mr. Malone, in a letter by the Honourable John Byng, to whom I am much obliged for granting me permission to introduce it in my work. Dear Sir, since I saw you, I have had a long conversation with Costin, who sat up with Dr. Johnson, from 9 o'clock, on Sunday evening, till 10 o'clock, on Monday morning. And, from what I can gather from him, it should seem, that Dr. Johnson was perfectly composed, steady in hope, and resigned to death. At the interval of each hour, they assisted him to sit up in his bed, and move his legs, which were in much pain, when he regularly addressed himself to fervent prayer. And though, sometimes, his voice failed him, his senses never did, during that time. The only sustenance he received, was cider and water. He said his mind was prepared, and the time to his dissolution seemed long. At 6 in the morning, he inquired the hour, and, on being informed, said that all went on regularly, and he felt he had but a few hours to live. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he parted from Costin, saying, You should not detain Mr. Wyndham's servant. I thank you, bear my remembrance to your master. Costin says, that no man could appear more collected, more devout, or less terrified at the thoughts of the approaching minute. This account, which is so much more agreeable than, and somewhat different from, yours, has given us the satisfaction of thinking that that great man died as he lived, full of resignation, strengthened in faith, and joyful in hope. A few days before his death, he had asked Sir John Hawkins, as one of his executors, where he should be buried, and on being answered, doubtless, in Westminster Abbey, seemed to feel a satisfaction, very natural to a poet. And indeed in my opinion very natural to every man of any imagination, who has no family sepulchre in which he can be laid with his fathers. Accordingly, upon Monday, December 20th, his remains were deposited in that noble and renowned edifice. And over his grave was placed a large blue flag stone, with this inscription: Samuel Johnson, LL.D. Obiit 13 die Decembris. Anno Domini. M.DCC.84. Itatis sui LXXV. His funeral was attended by a respectable number of his friends, particularly such of the members of the literary club as were then in town, and was also honored with the presence of several of the Reverend Chapter of Westminster. Mr. Burke, Sir Joseph Banks, Mr. Wyndham, Mr. Langton, Sir Charles Bunbury, and Mr. Coleman, bore his pall. His schoolfellow, Dr. Taylor, performed the mournful office of reading the burial service. I trust, I shall not be accused of affectation, when I declare, that I find myself unable to express all that I felt upon the loss of such a guide, philosopher, and friend. I shall, therefore, not say one word of my own, but adopt those of an eminent friend, which he uttered with an abrupt felicity, superior to all studied compositions. He has made a chasm, which not only nothing can fill up, but which nothing has a tendency to fill up. Johnson is dead. Let us go to the next best. There is nobody. No man can be said to put you in mind of Johnson,